were the true OG demon lords. Here is the super secret lore. This gluttony freak. It is a direct bloodline descendant of the legendary Beelzebub. Back in Korea, we mispronounce it as Biljabop. It is straight out of ancient Hebrew, literally meaning the king of the skies. Eventually, humanity figured out that these cosmic VIPs were not exactly the good guys. Jihan suddenly went totally quiet, digging through the ancient memory files he inherited from his grandma. Wait, the lore is finally clicking. Doesn't Zebub literally translate to flies in ancient Hebrew? Am I right? Like, are we talking Lord of Corpse Flies or just the king of annoying bugs? Ancient languages are so incredibly messed up. Watching Jihan's brain short-circuit, Xianhua dropped a heavy truth bomb. Totally normal in this universe, boss. Survive long enough and you will see actual gods corrupted and crushed, and the wildest part, it is usually driven by the toxic thoughts of absolute human normies. That hit Jihan right in the feels. Collective belief power forged entirely from the random shower thoughts of puny humans. How does it have such game-breaking stats? What even is this reality anymore? He shot Xianhua a deeply suspicious glare. So you're telling me this gluttony freak and Baal's elite squad are literally on the same power tier? Theoretically, absolutely, Xianhua replied with a smirk, but honestly, the power scaling in this world is completely broken sometimes. The lore is way too deep for a quick tutorial. Jihan's mind was completely spinning out of control. Seriously? An immortal cosmic deity getting one shot just because humans stopped believing in them. He visibly slumped, looking totally exhausted. And these guys are supposed to be the undisputed apex predators of the universe. What a total joke. Crumbled by human imagination that hit Xianhua like a massive glitch in the Matrix. He ghosted right up to Jihan's ear, whispering intensely. Wait, you seriously didn't know? A god spawned from pure imagination is just a totally busted fake. Jihan's brain completely blue-screened. Fake god, he completely snapped. What the heck does that even mean? Spill it, Xianhua dropped his playful vibe completely. Boss, remember that insane day you actually watched me ascend to godhood? Jihan slowly nodded. Oh, right. Duh, the dude kept dropping lore. They basically level up by leeching human faith. But spoiler alert, it is totally temporary. Once that energy tanks, they get hit with a permanent game over screen. Jihan was absolutely floored. Wait, doesn't everyone totally log off eventually? The system log said yes, but Xianhua looked deadly serious. Honestly, big nope. Some absolute units just exist on their own. Others grind out mythic quests, but true gods, they are built completely different. Look at Guza, the crazy overpowered Eastern water deity. That dude is literally immune to the concept of time. Bound to the world itself, a prehistoric raid boss older than humanity, hearing this massive lore drop. Our main character just mentally checked out. Why are we suddenly having a hardcore history lesson? But dude just kept yapping. The creator gods who spawned Earth just hyped up reps from some overpowered alien civilization. If you actually bothered reading ancient server patch notes, you might actually get it. It sounds more like crazy magic than science, bro. Geeks actually think current gods hard-carried our civilization. Jihan scoffed hard. For real. Dude just shrugged. That is all my data says. I just leached this intel straight from Guza. But zero cap, absolutely no human player can solo a god and survive. Jihan was seriously losing his chill. Bruh, why are we info dumping right in the middle of this mess? Xianhua flashed a wicked smirk. Because hell is the absolute best VIP lounge for trash-talking gods. Those annoying system admins from the real world cannot track us down. Here Jihan instantly vibed with that. Jackpot. We can totally gossip while grinding XP. Sound like a plan. Xianhua hit him with the ultimate NPC response. Whatever you want, boss. Suddenly Jihan's whole aura turned intensely dark. That stupid mob over there, I have been camping here, and it is literally just tanking my skills like a sponge. A major sweat drop hit him. My mana spam is totally doing 0 damage. Xianhua crossed his arms. It definitely rolled max lightning resistance or some insane auto shield passive. Jihan shot him a massive side eye. Bro, since when did you start speaking fluent gamer slang? The dude just gave a cheeky grin. Ever since you went viral, Boss Jihan was absolutely speechless. He glared back at that ugly demon boss. Is its level just brutally outscaling my current build? Literally 0 hit markers. Even Xianhua was starting to sweat bullets now. How do we cheese this thing? Jihan dramatically raised his epic staff. Massive glowing projectiles randomly spawned in the air. Eat this, you overgrown glitch. They locked together into a sick floating magic circle, right in midair. Boom. They fused into some wildly unstable raw energy. The snacking demon instantly noticed and started panicking. Jihan smirked hard. Oh yeah, the coward is actually retreating. Did its monster AI finally detect my epic threat level? But watching the Matrix about to totally nuke it, he almost felt bad. Nah, actually too bad. You are way too late, buddy, right on cue. The spell absolutely obliterated that dumb demon. The system interface instantly flashed. 12 million XP secured that massive loot drop, instantly sent Jihan through the roof. Oh heck yes, this farming route is totally cracked. Wait, no epic loot drops, Zianho chimed in. Bro, anything, it dropped. You literally vaporized it into pixels. Jihan just blinked. Oh, true that. He flexed hard while staring at his absolute masterpiece of a spell. That magic circle spawns pure deletion energy. Perfect for totally sweeping these trash mobs. But his hype instantly turned to pure shock when an entire aggroed swarm suddenly spawned. Oops, I think we completely triggered their aggro radius. He hyped himself up. Time for a massive power level up. A freaky four-armed mutant charged first, but it instantly got roasted into ash spamming system alerts. 9 million juicy XP acquired. Another ugly mob instantly tried jumping him. 5 million more XP banked. They could not even launch an attack before getting totally deleted. In mere seconds, millions of EXP flooded his screen, literally overloading his brain. This is way too much XP. One intense grinding hour later, Jihan was absolutely panting like a dog. He hyped himself up and yelled, "Status window." Seeing his insane stats almost made him faint. Heck yes. Major level up. My base stats are totally jacked. Now skills are slacking a bit, but honestly this power grinding strat is absolutely top tier. Boom. New upgrade unlocked. Thanks to this sweet mana factory, my energy levels are absolutely cracked. I bet even those 10 gates geezers cannot touch my infinite swagger right now. A wicked cocky smirk plastered across Jihan's face. Seriously, they do not stand a ghost of a chance against my ultimate flex. Wait a second, that really got me thinking. Those so-called divine beings are not even on the official leaderboards, right? He nervously grilled Zianhoa. Loki is not ranked, is he? She did not miss a beat. Bingo, dead on. Loki is entirely off the grid, an independent anomaly. That little nugget of truth left Jihan seriously side-eyeing the whole system. Why do the gods get a free pass on the rankings? He leaned in, spilling the heavy lore. Because they are completely grounded in their divine realms. Gaia's ultimate ban hits hard, man. Even almighty gods get totally nerfed. 0 exceptions allowed. Hearing that juicy detail, Jihan's brain went into overdrive. They can only flex their powers to defend the universe. Crushing Zermudo might be a total breeze while the 3 emperors are missing. Zianhoa quickly burst his bubble. Bro, other divine heavyweights are still lurking, even if they are not. Emperor tier, Jihan gasped. Wait, like that shady general company? She shot back with dead serious vibes. Nope, the general company is a whole different breed of crazy. They operate in the real world running purely on sheer faith. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. What kind of messed up, bizarre strategy is that? The company is practically kissing godhood right now, all thanks to their sick master plan, and they are only running their own game. If they drop an expansion pack, their power scaling will go absolutely supernova. Suddenly a weird object zoomed out of nowhere, totally jump-scaring him. Oh, my epic shadow clone finally bounced back. Right on cue, the system flashed a massive status update. Intel updated Zianhoa stayed super chill, digesting the data before muttering. So that is their game. The Dan clan just made their explosive move. Looks like they completely hijacked the 3 northern provinces. He totally bugged out. You mean Lanning, Jilin, and Heilongjiang? She nodded grimly. Dead right, and they are already locking down a massive defensive perimeter over there. Zianhoa dropped some harsh reality. Honestly, they are hard stuck right now, she whispered intensely. If those fools dare cross the Great Wall, they will trigger Qin Shi Huang's apocalyptic wrath. Jihan practically choked on his own spit, Qin Shi Huang. He aggressively rubbed his temples, totally stressed out. Teach, you seem insanely obsessed with these Eastern deities. Color me intrigued. Is this the actual historical tyrant we are talking about? Spilling the tea, Jihan continued. Legend says, that old geezer kicked the bucket chasing endless youth. Dude is 100% dead. But Zianhoa looked seriously spooked. Yeah, until Zermudo's Xi'an magic dragged his soul back from the grave. But the respawn totally glitched out master, just picture him as a twisted half-human zombie boss. This threw Jihan for a major loop. If he is undead, holy magic should completely melt him, but that Lollyhag's memory files showed 0 weaknesses. Zianhoa issued a chilling warning. From my data, fairy magic will not even scratch him. She forced a shaky smile. Glitched, respawn or not, that is still legendary. Xi'an magic. An immortal getting clapped by fairy spells. Sounds like total cap. Jihan instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Makes sense. Immortals are basically god tier, anyway. Qin Shi Huang is mega famous. The dude is brokenly overpowered, right? The teacher's memory bank only gave me his basic character stats. Zianhoa fired back instantly. Oh, absolutely. Worse still, his terracotta army is an absolute nightmare. Every single clay soldier is a total menace, roughly leveled around 80 in your gaming terms. That instantly gave Jihan violent flashbacks. Wait, they are as strong as that bastard Hyungjin? That is completely mental. She shut down his shock real quick. Bro, these are ancient monsters with 1,000 years of combat experience. Do not mistake them for some trash-tier mobs. He nodded, catching her drift, but his rebellious brain was buzzing. Why is she suddenly getting so defensive? Still, Jihan's anxiety spiked again. What about that creepy general company? They literally spawned on the Korean peninsula. Even if their cultish fanboys are global, they still protect Korea. Her blank deadpan stare gave him his answer. They already shook hands with the Dan clan. She spilled even more toxic tea. They dropped an avatar onto the battlefield with only 10% power, and it is already an unkillable nightmare. Suddenly, a hilariously villainous idea sparked in his brain. If I mash my water striking skills with their corporate buffs, wouldn't I unlock the most broken toxic ability ever? Zeonhoa completely crushed his dreams. I would not bet on that. They are literal gods now. Their endgame is a total mystery. That chilling fact sent an icy shiver straight down his spine. Still, they have reasons to back the Dan clan. Guess we can hit up the company if we get desperate. He nervously pushed his luck. And the lowly hag. She whispered, still totally ghosting us. His heart immediately swan-dived into the abyss. What the heck is she even doing while I'm out here grinding like crazy? He outwardly raged. This workload is toxic. I need ninja shadow clones right now. Dude, Zeonho enthusiastically chimed in. Do not forget your epic time stop abilities in the hyperbolic room. But Jihan's face screamed pure agony. In this crazy world, there is never enough time. Makes sense. Wait, I just blinked and the demon horde is already wiped out. Zeonho nodded firmly. You bet. He blasted into the sky, scanning the devastated war zone. Man, the system is acting up again. Time for Plan B. Let us sweep this trash mob out of existence. Jihan looted while his brain kept buzzing, snagging enemy skills with the Bosman Armor Total cheat code. Leveling up felt insane, after grinding for ages. He finally barked at Zeonhwa. Let us hit the next zone. His lackey instantly saluted, moving out. Elsewhere, some ugly beast kept roaring garbage threats. You must be the exiled... Boom. The Bosman swallowed the freak whole, completely wrecking its puny brain. Relentless hellfire roasted the monster, making it shriek in pure agony. Jihan just chilled above watching this savage show. Suddenly, Zeonhwa broke the silence. That falling rain. It is wild to think such twisted freaks even exist. I am genuinely shocked. Jihan raised an eyebrow, totally baffled. Shocked about what? Zeonhwa hyped him up, staring at the carnage. Your crazy monster-eating power, but unlike his fanboy sidekick. Jihan flexed a totally deadpan vibe. Dude, it is literally whatever. Right then. Zeonhwa issued a super serious warning. Heads up, boss, chilling near these cursed castles heavily drains your sanity bar. This is our longest hardcore run yet. Instantly raw panic glitched across Jihan's cocky face. Wait, what? Are you actually kidding me? Zeonhwa kept his cool, laying down the facts. Just perceiving that ugly beast would instantly snap a normal dude's fragile mind, Jihan stood totally stunned. Wait, where's the damage? I am perfectly fine, right, guys? Still, that creepy heads up triggered his anxiety. He flashed back to the doomed souls he bumped into down in hell. Right, Blondie, barely survived a minute. And that psycho girl. Should I just brute force this power scaling system? Creeping from the shadows, a totally mysterious figure stepped out, flashing a wicked, twisted grin straight at Jihan. Finally found, you oblivious Zeonhwa excitedly kept nerding out. Boss having an ultra iron will makes you immune to hellish vibes and total insanity. That logic instantly cooled Jihan's sweaty nerves. Oh yeah, pretty sure my mental stats are maxed. Looks like that side quest is done. This Bosman armor is insanely clutch. Yo even unlocked a sick new skill. Actually, my hardcore armor is the one stealing those broken abilities. Meaning Zeonhwa haunting the suit grabbed the ultimate loot. A totally broken rapid casting buff. He literally screamed, completely losing his mind over it. Sounds pretty dope, not gonna lie. But Jihan just scoffed, looking highly skeptical. Dude, I already rocked the multicast cheat code. The spirit ghost deadpanned straight back. Bro boss, you have dropped 100 spells simultaneously before. He coldly dropped the real game changer. However, with this mega buff, you can literally double that insane spell count per attack. Jihan completely lost his chill. Holy crap, what kind of broken glitch is that? Seeing his boss glitching out, Zeonhwa enthusiastically kept hyping it. You got it twisted, master. Only your overpowered gamer perks make this crazy combo possible. For any random loser spamming that many spells is literally impossible. Jihan hit a brief thinking pose. Damn, is my build that overpowered? But he instantly trashed that thought. Whatever, skip the lore dump. How long have we been stuck grinding here? 5 freaking days, his lackey replied. Jihan flinched, totally stunned. 0 alerts from the real world, Xianhua smoothly nodded. Yep, dead silence even from Xin Yuhua's secret network. Suddenly, his smug face turned super intense. They hyped up clashing with Asgard. I'm guessing the epic guild war hasn't officially launched yet. Xianhua totally caught his drift. It is kicking off soon, Belkaloid and his cult. Asgard Moto, those massive factions will literally never back down, catching his vibe. Jihan started sweating bullets. What about leveling up our massive production line? Xin Yuhua already speedrun that quest, as Ghost Buddy confirmed. Hearing that fat Wen Jihan sighed in massive relief. Sick. Keep rushing that progress bar. We got massive epic prep to finish up. Out of absolutely nowhere, a sketchy voice crashed the chat. Sounding stressed, huh? Jihan fired back with an insanely cool icy tone. Not really. But next frame, he completely panicked. Whipping around that creepy boomer, Barrett was glowing with some toxic villain energy. He cranked up his psycho voice. Long time no see, my little sorcerer apprentice. Jihan looked like he got jump scared, his face totally glitching out. Barrett, how did this final boss spawn here? Is my overpowered stealth totally useless against this boomer? Even his lore stats were complete garbage fakes. Ignoring the teen's hardcore mental breakdown, the creepy old dude bluntly scanned him. Kid, your hellish server log got me super curious. What is a noob doing? Grinding down here. While the villain totally locked eyes with him, Jihan's brain was screaming, hold up. Am I about to get one shot by this crazy geezer? These Solomon demons possess god-tier power. They are deadly in the real world, but this is actual hell. Jihan forced his panic down, playing it cool. Long time no see, Barrett. I just have some quick business here. Jihan instantly switched to interrogation mode. Let me ask you something. What exactly are you doing hanging around here? This isn't even your turf. Barrett smirked arrogantly. It borders my domain. My minion sensed a human, so I came to investigate. You are just looking at my avatar? Teleportation is annoying. You know, Jihan secretly celebrated. Wait, it is just a fake body. Running away just got way easier. Barrett shattered his thoughts. You are here to level up, right? Jihan nodded frantically. Exactly. The demon lord casually dropped a bomb. Mind if I sit back and watch? Jihan narrowed his eyes with heavy suspicion. Can I actually trust this boss? He nervously tested the waters. Mind if I run a quick background check? He whipped out a fresh deck of cards, his adrenaline spiked. What happens when a gamer directly confronts a legendary demon? He instantly chanted his ultimate spell, tarot card reading. He slowly pulled a single card. A second later, he completely froze in pure terror. Trembling, he stared at the card in absolute horror. The Devil Jihan rapidly processed the terrifying meaning. This signifies dark conspiracies, total restriction and absolute corruption. Nothing good comes from this time to see if this monster is lying. He triggered the tarot card spell one more time. Seeing the second draw, his mind practically exploded. The magician representing pure betrayal. Blazing rage instantly consumed him. This ancient boomer is totally lying to my face. Even the mighty Barrett suddenly looked incredibly panicked. Is that a fortune-telling deck? Tell me, what did it reveal? The one you just flipped, Jihan kept a poker face, his gaze piercing through the donut. It screams that you are a massive fraud. What is your real evil plot here? Barrett let out a totally creepy sigh. That sketchy vibe cranked up the paranoia. Let me double-check every single word this scammer just said. So this is a fake body. He sensed my bizarre energy. He wants to stalk me. Suddenly, his mentor's strict warning flashed in his mind. Barrett is the ultimate traitor. Lying is his core instinct. Back home, we call that a massive scammer. Wait, you do not know what a scammer is. Demons really need a software update. A scammer is a pathological liar. Recalling this dread washed over Jihan. I remember the boss warning me. Suddenly, his spirit companion, Yunhua, snapped. That is right. Master Barrett is literally the demon of deceit. You cannot trust a single word. Panicking at being exposed, the demon desperately backpedaled. Well, that witch trained you quite perfectly. Even I am genuinely shocked. Jihan pieced the clues together, his inner confidence surging. This is absolutely 100% an avatar. If he was actually here, I would have felt the massive magical shockwaves by now. Yunhua immediately chimed in. Using the ultimate process of elimination, we still have options 2 and 3. He totally agreed. My thoughts exactly. For a brief second, pure anxiety painted Jihan's face. So why crash my party? I was literally just about to log out. Nobody knew he was crying on the inside? How am I supposed to grind for exp with a boss monster stalking me? Breaking the intense tension, Barrett suddenly sounded incredibly pathetic. How tragically sad I was merely pulling a little prank. I just wanted some free entertainment. Barrett stared into the abyss with melodramatic sadness. You mortals would not understand, but the underworld is brain-rotting boredom? Jihan instantly fired back at that logic. Wait. During the summon, did you not brag that hell finally got Wi-Fi and was an awesome place to live? The ancient demon pondered deeply. Well, it is an upgrade by demonic standards. For humans, endless scrolling and gaming is enough, but image is everything down here. A dark lord cannot just wander around glued to a smartphone in front of the minions. Even up in your human world, that rule applies. Modern tech is honestly such a massive hassle for ancient beings. This pathetic confession actually shook Jihan's defenses. The boomer demon made a painfully valid point. From my vast lore knowledge, ancient entities rotting in the abyss eventually lose their minds and go totally feral, just like the mob monsters. I completely obliterated. Beerett suddenly dropped a massive compliment. You absorbed some seriously top-tier knowledge from that which 99% of hell acts exactly like that. Which means human world entertainment is rarer than legendary loot. Jihan stood frozen in total disbelief. Am I actually supposed to believe the sob story that is precisely why I'm here, and not just that? He poured out his eternal sorrow. This blazing inferno is literally the worst waiting room ever. That drove me to crash your leveling zone. An absolute demonic legend like myself obviously faces zero skill issues. I can easily master any human gadget. The real tragedy is I have already binge-watched everything. Ever wonder what cosmic materials do when they get bored? A totally unhinged thought hijacked his brain. He craved something wilder, way more reckless, and ridiculously epic. The dude's sinister voice kept creeping into his head. I want to strike a deal. Sensing major bad vibes, Manhwa fired off a quick warning. Boss, watch your back. This creep is super shady. The main character just gave a cool, calculated nod. I know. Let's hear this freak out. Right at that exact moment, Beerett's demonic eyes snapped wide open. He dropped the bomb straight up. Take my eyes. In exchange, your absolute survival is totally guaranteed as long as you're crashing here. Nobody else can lay a finger on you. You can even spam my magic since you'll rock my sacred mark. Pretty sick deal, right? Let's lock in a totally unbreakable blood pact. I promise I will not creep on you at all. You know demonic contracts are always dead fair, right? At this point, Jihan literally had to cut him off. Hold up. If we do this, I need one more thing. He whipped out his secret stash and yelled, "Tarot cards, give me the absolute truth." The exact second that mystical card flipped over, pure shock nuked his face. The Sun card. Does this shady deal actually give him a massive jackpot? No freaking way. Is this old geezer actually handing him a golden ticket? Even Manhwa was completely shook. Holy Magic Master's deck never lies. I say we totally roll the dice on this. Seeing that, Jihan rode the chaotic wave. Sounds badass deal. He declared like an absolute boss. You fork over your eyes and I get ultimate protection. As soon as Beerett agreed, Jihan was not wasting any time. Let us do this. The demon whipped his hand around, tracing a freaky magic circle. Catch this. That glowing brand instantly burned onto the back of Jihan's hand. The system immediately started spamming insane alerts. Beerett's sigil locked in demonic crafting magic efficiency just skyrocketed by 100%. Beerett's vision is now tracking you. The power to unleash Beerett's dark magic is fully activated. A seriously trippy vibe coursed through his veins. This demonic power was insanely out of this world. A chilling warning echoed directly from the brand. Listen up to sling demon spells. You gotta earn respect. Try forcing it, and you are buying a one-way ticket to a brutal graveyard. If you are already a total beast, sure, go crazy. But if you are that overpowered, you probably would not need this junk anyway. Jihan totally brushed it off. Whatever, man. This epic loot is an absolute game changer for me right now. Beerett suddenly dropped some heavy advice. Since you are rolling as a wizard's apprentice, you better study my dark arts. Do not waste this epic buff. Jihan threw a polite but cocky bow. Fair play, thanks. The demon vanished with maniacal glee, muttering, "Man, the next 100 years are going to be wildly entertaining." Seeing the demon's hype, Jihan finally let out a massive sigh. Dodged a bullet there. Manhwa chimed in. We played it perfectly, plus we scored a god-tier contract. Jihan completely agreed. You nailed it, girl. We got that ultimate plot armor now. Let us keep grinding. Jihan hit the dirt and instantly fired up his metal transmutation skill. In a flash, the terrain mutated into cold gray steel. Beerett was a legendary alchemy god, and among his tricks, metal transmutation was the ultimate cheat code. Anything dripping with the caster's mana morphed into solid iron. And we are not talking basic scrap metal. The system flashed Han-Jihan hyperalloy synthesized via transmutation. Blessed by the demon lord himself, this overpowered metal pulsed with Jihan's raw mana. It was entirely his. He smirked at his partner. What do you think? Manhwa gasped. That is flawlessly epic. According to old lore, Barrett used this exact stuff to forge an unstoppable robot army. Jihan was hyped. The best part is no nerdy math required. It naturally builds itself exactly like my golem system. Manhwa was totally fangirling over the chaotic potential. Exactly, hacking metal at a molecular level is absolutely broken. Suddenly, an insane idea hit Jihan. Wait, if I tweak this right, how ridiculously overpowered could my golem actually get? My liquid metal beast relies on basic alloy. Without a mana juice box, it is flimsier than a cheap tin can. His rebel brain went into extreme overdrive. But this mutated metal, it is already infused with hardcore magical energy. He narrowed his eyes, plotting. I definitely need to hack this. Once I unlock its secrets, my golem will become a legendary juggernaut. Jihan stared down at the metallic wasteland. With dramatic flair, he roared, "Form up." The metal twitched like a living monster, swirling into a massive, terrifying sphere. Eyeing the giant death ball, he scratched his chin. Metal, huh? Hey, think I can glitch this into some totally different materials. Titanium iron, Manhwa suggested. Maybe speed run through those inherited memories. His eyes lit up. Now that is a killer idea. Jihan kicked his brain into overdrive. He sprinted through his memories, hunting for any intel on his teacher and Barrett's magic. Suddenly, an insane idea hit him. Look, it sounds crazy, but I can actually pull this off. My current stats are trash, but crafting ultra-rare metals is completely possible. The catch is the massive mana drain compared to basic iron copper costs twice as much. Silver drains 10 times, and gold takes a whopping 1,000 times more. No wonder that cheapskate stuck to iron. Hearing this, Manhwa totally interrupted his thoughts. I'm no magic nerd, but brewing up rare alloys seems like a total scam. You agree, right? Honestly, it sounds like a massive flop. Bottom line, farming monsters and looting drops makes way more bank. The only upside is mass production. Since it acts like liquid metal, we are tossing it right into the golems. On the flip side, this stuff packs a punch that absolutely wrecks regular steel. It is pure magic metal. Exploiting this could spawn some wickedly cool gear. Sweating slightly, Jihan asked, what if I actually upgrade the golems with it? They would become unstoppable beasts, but the factory rate is the real bottleneck. How many fresh golems are we printing right now? Manhwa crunched the numbers fast. With her 9-tailed power, we pump out 5,000 monthly. Half goes to the clan, half hits our stash. Out of those 2,500, 1,000 get scrapped to build mini-bosses. Crafting a full-scale boss bleeds our resources dry, so we went bite-sized. Sure, they lack the epic flair of legendary giant warriors, but raw power. Our golems easily mop the floor with them. Smirking to himself, Jihan barked an order. Get me everything on the Underworld forum. Manhwa instantly snapped into action. On it, boss. The Underworld crew flashed onto the screen, staring down the sketchy mob. Jihan narrowed his eyes. I clashed with these goons during that corporate gig. The muscle of the Underworld forum. He watched them like a hawk. I need much deeper intel on these freaks. Squeeze the clan for rumors or track their black market trades near the Abyss auction. Whatever works. I'm not asking for their dark secrets, just give me their base stats and starter skills. Gotta see how they stack up against my mini-bosses. Manhwa bowed respectfully. Your wish is my command. Jihan stretched his stiff muscles. Guess that wraps up today's chaos. Let us bounce, shall we, walking back to base? Manhwa whispered cautiously. Is this data really enough to code our own artificial hell? A wicked grin spread across his face. It is going exactly like our master plan. His adrenaline spiked. The real hell is a complete death trap. I survived this round, but relying on dumb luck forever is a rookie mistake. The goal: steal the data, build a bootleg hell, and grind levels safely in my own backyard. He sighed in annoyance. The last tutorial zone was pure trash. I am way too overpowered for that garbage now, he shouted with reckless hype. Time to roll out, she instantly yelled back. Heck yes. In a flash, they finally arrived back home. Spotting a familiar face, Jihan's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Wait, teacher? Loloano didn't even look up from her game. Well, well, well. You actually leveled up a bit, huh? But contrasting her cool vibe, did someone beat you into a pulp? Shut it, Jihan Lolano groaned. Cheating death for power backfired. Consider this my cosmic karma for late tribute. His brain totally short-circuited. What the heck? She sighed and explained. Witches sell their souls to demons for power. Remember? You literally dragged me out of hell. He nodded. Yeah, but wasn't that glitch patched? Trembling her fluffy paws, Loloano continued. Just like missing your sketchy credit card payments. The demonic interest rates compound. It is a total scam. And the grand prize, I grew this stupid tail. Jihan recoiled in pure terror, his face turning completely pale. Seriously, what kind of twisted sicko invents a punishment that embarrassing? Loloano slumped in total defeat. Bro, haven't you heard witches are literally cats? She gloomily stroked the curse. This proves I am mutating into a demon. Basically, I'm officially half human, half monster now. A cold chill hit Jihan. Yeah, that does not sound safe at all. She completely agreed. If her overpowered senior kept pulling this stunt, returning to the real world was impossible. Gaia split reality and illusion, making demons permanently banned from existing here. This was totally bad news. Jihan started freaking out. Was there anything he could fetch? Maybe the fruit of Jigreso, or whatever insane item she needed. Though utterly exhausted, Loleno played it cool. Look at you panicking. Relax. I am perfectly fine. It was sketchy, and I barely survived. But we made it. Then she casually asked, "Anyway, why did you crash into hell?" Jihan snapped back, explaining everything. Loleno devoured the memory orb without hesitation. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Wow, I blink and all this chaos drops. You really uncovered insane secrets way above my pay grade. Not bad, my little student. Her smug grin left him totally speechless. Are you praising me or just flexing watch that sassy mouth? Still, she couldn't hide her pride. You really leveled up into a broken player, huh? Jihan totally soaked up the hype. Hey, dodging a ban is just a premium feature, right? But deep down, he wondered who engineered this insane loophole. He brushed off the paranoia and looked at his mentor. So teach, how long are you rocking that form? Loleno hyped it up. 10 years minimum? In this state, my magic power is literally doubled. She flexed with absolute swagger. Right now, I could casually obliterate a top-tier angel. Crazy right, Jihan just stared in pure awe. Suddenly, her playful vibe shifted entirely. So what is your next chaotic move? Seriously, what is the game plan now? Jihan turned dead serious. My main quest is tracking down the divine mirror. Once I snag it, I uncover the absolute origin of this world. Finding the mirror is intensely urgent. I plan to send them off first. She immediately clapped back. Oh, feeling cocky. Taking on the extreme sect solo. My boy actually grew up. But suddenly a shadow of hesitation crossed her face. Well, I guess it is fine. Historically, the mirror clashed with immortals during that massive fox poisoning incident. Plus, the fox elders absolutely despise the fairy reps. And honestly, foxes are way weaker than the other major sects anyway. Jihan froze. Wait, was not that disaster caused by Jinzazan? Loleno nodded grimly. Exactly. That psycho barged in alone and slaughtered everyone. The heavenly warriors were brutally wiped out. Nobody even knows who forged that cursed ring. Instantly, sheer anxiety gripped Jihan's face. Just hearing that name triggered absolute dread. His master's warning echoed endlessly. If you cannot protect them, you must survive. The harem king literally does not care. Wume Ma Xiang is already erased. When angels cannot possibly interfere. You will be restricted. If you lose, even I cannot predict the absolute catastrophe. Remember this for your own sake. He pondered deeply. The harem king Wume Ma Xiang angels? Those transcendent beings mentioned by Gusa, who were they? Aren't gods permanently locked inside the divine realm? That anxiety mutated into dark suspicion. According to Yu Hua, practically 0 current gods are real. Xian Hua suddenly broke the heavy silence. Master, this world might be crawling with fake deities, but Gusa is absolutely genuine. After all, he is the literal creator of Gaia. That revelation hit him like a truck. Yeah, that actually makes perfect, terrifying sense. But Loleno fiercely interrupted. What are you plotting now? Jihan coldly analyzed the abyss energy and divine secrets. Hey Teach, did you know most current gods are actually fakes or defeated losers? That intel definitely was not in the memories you gave me. Seeing sheer panic completely consume her face, he smirked confidently. Hey, whatever insane nightmare comes next, I've got this handled. Loleno was absolutely terrified. What Gusa is doing is completely unpredictable. Is this seriously real? He nodded firmly. My theory. This entire world was forged by pure time energy. She immediately shot back. That does not matter if this intel is legit. Then reality was crafted by the gods. The true gods you mentioned specifically. Who cares if they are fake or defeated? They still harvest immense faith and hold crazy popularity. You cannot claim everything is just time energy. Look at the harem king. That freak already harvests time energy. Jihan just shrugged carelessly. Well, this entire world is a massive trap with 0 exits anyway. She frowned deeply. Forget that priorities first. Are you heading to Gamido or hunting the divine mirror? Remember your dancer mission in Asgard. Looking at her student, she smirked. Trying to grind, huh? Jihan snapped back, totally annoyed. That is how real gamers crush open worlds. Teach, he mansplained like a pro. Ignore the main quest farm side missions until you can one-shot the final boss. Loleno glared with pure, unadulterated cringe. What an absolute sweat. Listen up, kiddo. We are stuck in the actual brutal real world. The main scenario waits for nobody. You think the enemies are just AFK. The world keeps turning. Those words struck Jihan like a brutal reality check. She was right. The cult's invasion was basically a massive grinding war of attrition. Nobody knew their true endgame yet, but with these new rogue factions popping up, mass production of weapons was spiking. They convert space-time into pure mana. But why right now? The sheer weight of the crisis suddenly crashed down on him. Sweat dripped. They would hijack Sector 23,000 and advance. Leleno's eyes practically bugged out. Phase 2, Jihan smirked, outlining his master plan. We ace a hidden side quest. Then we snatch the divine mirror. She just stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. What side quest? Well, simple. We fully restore Siyu's broken martial arts legacy. Leleno crossed her arms, totally unfazed. Oh, is that all, tough guy? Building your harem already. Such a gentleman. Jihan grinned. Want to help a brother out teach? A wicked, excited grin spread across her face. You bet your life I do. I would never miss a chaotic party. Suddenly, massive delivery drones swarmed Jihan's apartment. Premium loot dropped right into their laps. Leleno inspected the gear. A pure luck enhancer. These stats are absolutely unhinged. Jihan was already hyper-focused speedrunning the inventory. Not for me. I just need pure luck. My current gear boosts flux by 325 here. Combine that with my broken base skills and I can literally hack reality. I also snagged some radar mods and arcane tracking tech. Hearing this insane setup, Leleno snapped out of her funk. Her gamer energy exploded, hyping up this crazy item stacking exploit, stacking buffs to break your main ability that is insanely big brain energy. Jihan stood inside the glowing magic circle, totally chill. Just min-maxing my stats. Watch this. The 450 luck tier instantly unlocked. He gripped the power tightly. He chanted the spell, blinding light exploded. The World Tarot card materialized, spinning wildly, leaving him stunned. It is reacting into the northern sector. A holographic globe booted up. Jihan raised his tracker. Coordinates locked. Bingo. Right here. Zoom in. He gasped at the red dot on Heilongjiang province. His mind raced with tactical calculations. That is Beliliot's hostile territory. The Emperor's lost fragment is there. He unequipped the tracker. Let's roll out, Xianhua. Radio Shindong. Tell Xinyu to stick to her current mission objective. The subordinate instantly saluted. Yes, sir. Leleno, chilling in the background, finally saw her opening to troll him. Well now, you actually look reliable. Jihan smirked arrogantly. I am always reliable, you coming teach. Obviously, she cheered. Hours later, the crystal-clear sky suddenly glitch tore. Boom. A massive black hole ripped open the heavens. Jihan's three-man squad hero landed out of the warp gate. Leleno groaned, entirely dizzy from the insane jump. I still cannot believe you coded a custom warp gate. You are 100% using hacks at Tafoe. He sweated nervously, flashing back to his past regression runs. But outwardly, he played it cool. Ha ha ha. Just the power of a perfectly optimized build, teach? Surveying the apocalyptic wasteland, Jihan let out a heavy sigh. Completely ghosted. Not a single abyss mob spawned here. Then a glaring plot hole hit him. Wait, did that legendary warrior seriously rage quit on us? He's grinding offline until he hits my massive power level. Shindong, scanning the dead zone, suddenly chimed in. This server is completely dead. Are you absolutely certain the Emperor's fragment dropped here? Boom. Hearing that, Jihan spilled the tea instantly. He had spammed his skills right after maxing out his luck stat. Right now, his powers were warping. Reality? A massive defense barrier materialized out of nowhere. Another syndicate was manipulating the very threads of fate to lock on. So the target is absolutely hiding right here. Trust me on this one. After dropping that insanely epic monologue, he only got a savage burn from Shin Yung in return. Bro, you spit complex jargon like some wannabe wizard out of a game. That blatant disrespect made Jihan instantly flare up, getting totally triggered. I actually am a legit mage. I have literally always been a mage dude. Meanwhile, he was secretly mentally cursing her out with heavy insults. What the heck is this crazy chick even thinking? But casually glancing at the giant, level 98 floating above her, Jihan completely froze up. Well, damn. Looks like someone just power leveled like crazy. His snarky teasing did not even faze Shin Yung in the slightest at this exact moment. She was completely focused on taming the wild new power surging inside her veins. If I actually score the martial god Shiyu's sacred fragment, I will need some hardcore training to fuse all this energy, burning with intense curiosity. Jihan also turned his gaze toward Leleno. Spotting the massive level 251 above her head, he was internally screaming in shock. Teach is grinding insanely fast. Was she always this overpowered back when we were on Earth? Suddenly, Leleno broke her silent stare at the scenery below and spoke up. It looks totally empty down there, huh? So how exactly are you planning to find it? Hearing that, Jihan excitedly whipped out his ultimate trump card. Behold my mighty dowsing divination. The magical tracker instantly glowed at its master's supreme command. It slowly floated up into the air, blazing a trail that dragged the trio along for the ride. A short while later, the artifact dead stopped and aggressively pointed right at the dirt. Jihan and the crew rapidly crash-landed to check it out. Whoa, guess our shiny prize is buried underground. The insanely fast hunt made Leleno sigh with pure boredom. Honestly, this item is way too overpowered. Not even the 9th floor has a radar cheat like this. Instead of playing it cool, Jihan grinned like a maniac showing off his massive ego. We better thank the great gamer system, Gaia. Now that the warm-up phase is over, he slowly chanted his spell to unleash chaos. All right, time to blast this dirt wide open. Barely a split second later, a wild discovery made Jihan's jaw totally drop. What the heck is this? Calming his nerves, he faced a massive stone gate alongside his squad. A labyrinth, or maybe a hardcore dungeon. Shin Yung stared at the ruins and questioned out loud. Are we totally sure the martial fragment is chilling in there? Jihan fired back with absolute confidence. Oh, it is guaranteed. However, the Emperor's martial fragment is definitely not the only epic loot inside. Could be a total trap. But Jihan recklessly strutted forward anyway. If this is just a trial, let's speedrun this dungeon right now. Right as Shin Yung gave the green light. Let's roll out. But a monstrous booming voice suddenly crushed their hype. Who dares to waken the ancient seal of the god of gluttony? Sweating bullets. Jihan completely panicked, his brain practically blue screening on the spot. What in the world was that creepy voice? While internally freaking out, he faked a cool guy persona. This is undeniably an ultra special zone. Something hidden from normal sight is definitely lurking here. Catching Lolino's confused question. Even my basic holy sight is glitching out. He nodded hard, playing it tough. Yeah, do we need to drop our gamer tags? Suddenly fueled by reckless teenage angst, he screamed at the top of his lungs. I am Han Jihan. I am here to drag Emperor Chiyu's lazy butt out of bed. His absolute trash talking actually amused the mysterious entity gamer brat, Han Jihan. A spark of divinity fused with the world's final guardian authority. You are highly worthy to enter. Please step inside, boom. The ancient doors slammed open on their own. Jihan's eyes practically popped out of his skull. What the actual heck? Huh? Was that pure dumb luck? His massive internal freakout was instantly hijacked by Leleno's cool observation. Aha. Now this is getting epic, kid. This is definitely not your average basic seal. Hearing her, he mechanically nodded like a total bobblehead. I am honestly tripping out right now. Divinity mixed with the world's final guardian authority. What kind of crazy lore drop was that? Shin Yung, who had been dead silent, finally dropped a massive lore bomb. This is absolutely tied to the great Gaia that instantly sent Jihan's mind racing in a totally different direction. Could this be the Grand Master's secret master plan? The world's epic breakthrough after the legendary gods reclaimed their powers. The insane creation of the fantasy boundary and the virtual reality realm, and ultimately the fusion of deities known as Gaia down in the abyss. This dungeon was supposedly a flawless masterpiece. All these wild theories forced Jihan to violently summon Manhwa into the open. He slowly opened his mouth, dropping pure knowledge. It means this zone was literally forged by the combined might of countless gods. Staring down the half-open ancient gates, Manhwa could not hide the sheer thrill in his voice. How incredibly fascinating. Ever since I met you, Master, tearing through the mythological era has been a total cakewalk. I'm guessing this was exactly what you had predicted. Master, you're truly one of a kind. Hearing that bootlicking Jihan scrunched his eyebrows and snapped back. Yeah, it is probably just because I downloaded some busted game hacks. I guess you could call my cheat codes pretty special. Why the heck did the system hand me this crazy power? While I was spacing out, Leleno immediately hijacked everyone's attention toward that massive door. So when did we crash this dungeon? Honestly, this place is way beyond my wildest expectations. This dungeon is forged from pure divine beast energy, so it's not going down without a fight. Even Xinjiang, watching our backs, had to chime in. She totally nailed it. It's way more brutal than the rumors. The line between reality and illusion is completely shattered here, making it pure danger. Before she could even finish, I bluntly stated the obvious. Yeah, it's a death trap, but we need to move. We can't afford to waste another second. We definitely aren't going back empty-handed. Plus, we need to wrap this crazy mess up as fast as humanly possible. That hardcore logic instantly earned nods from my two companions. You're totally right. Let's raid this place. The mysterious voice quickly updated the system status for everyone. Successors of the War God valid existence confirmed. Witch of Jagreso permission to enter granted. Guide Han Jihan valid existence confirmed. Companion Han Jihan valid existence confirmed. Access granted. The colossal doors finally blasted open. I let out a massive sigh of relief. Looks like we actually survived the evaluation. All right, let's push forward. The moment our squad stepped into the pitch black void, panic hit me like a massive freight train. Something was seriously messed up. Damn it, why is it so dark? My light magic is totally dead. I frantically stared into the absolute, endless abyss. Total chaos scrambled my brain. Everyone was gone. Was this a spatial warp or some twisted dungeon debuff messing with my head before I could even catch my breath? The system aggressively spammed new alerts. You have entered the ruins of the sealed god. Power severely restricted. Approved skills unlocked. Before I could even process that system junk, an absolute nightmare unfolded right in front of me. I sprinted forward, desperately chanting a telekinesis spell, but absolutely nothing happened. Panic completely hijacked my face, and then a brutal second wave of pure culture shock hit. My magic was completely useless. I helplessly watched as battered bodies collapsed to the ground, brutally sliced into a million horrific pieces. Without giving me a single second to breathe, the black void violently ripped open, revealing the endless Mongolian steppes. Ancient legendary warriors stood before me. I instantly remembered the brutal swordsman who brought absolute agony earlier. That memory sent a violent, unexplainable itch crawling right through my chaotic mind. Wait, is this all just a freaking illusion? Before I could even process my own chaotic thoughts, the scenery glitched. Suddenly I was standing in the dead center of a battlefield reeking of fresh blood. In the distance, an earth-shattering explosion birthed a massive, terrifyingly colorful mushroom cloud. The brutal shockwave violently blasted an ocean of dust and debris in every single direction. Moments later, the apocalyptic vision slowly faded away, leaving me completely paralyzed. Is the illusion actually over? I stumbled backward in pure, unadulterated shock. Suddenly, my entire body turned to solid stone. A bizarre, raspy voice echoed through the dark void. War. Chiu slowly manifested from the shadows. I started sweating bullets. The mask of Emperor Chiu. I stood there totally frozen. Finally, I stuttered out a question. Are you the war god Chiu? He just let out a cryptic, eerie laugh. Yes, and also no. Ignoring the riddle, I fired back. Are you just a fractured piece of Emperor Chiu? He didn't even hesitate. Exactly, I might be a god, but I am merely an incomplete fragment. That massive reality check finally snapped me out of my total daze. So this insane place isn't just hiding the ultimate martial arts essence. It's literally where the god sealed his own damn self. Chiu brutally cut off my thoughts. The divinity merged with Earth's final defense mechanism. Why do you desperately seek war's essence? Yanhua's voice instantly echoed in my head. Master, please think very carefully before you answer. That warning made me swallow the cocky response I was about to spit out. All right, fine. Even if I play it totally safe, I need to drop the absolute truth. After agonizing over it, I finally spilled my guts. I want to become insanely strong. Chiu instantly shut that down. That is mere ambition, not a true purpose. What is your actual purpose? My heart hammered a chaotic beat against my ribs. I swallowed hard. To protect the freaking world, obviously. I played it cool on the outside, but inside adrenaline was going totally nuclear. Earth's survival, that's my ultimate non-negotiable goal. I'm definitely not playing the heroic knight in shining armor here, but if I don't step up, who the heck will? There is zero chance I'm letting my family and friends get wiped out on my watch. Chiu stared, then dropped a seriously heavy question. War is eternal. It will never ever end. Are you truly prepared to step into this endless, bloody slaughter? Do you know what people say when asked why they play this hellish game? I'm only here for the system's messed up objectives. That's the raw, unfiltered truth they'd spit right back at you. The world could literally end at any given second. Apocalypse doesn't wait in line. That's exactly why I need ridiculous power, and I'm doing whatever it takes to get it. After my massive rant, the void went dead silent. A moment later, Chiu's response caught me completely off guard. Exactly. You are absolutely worthy of war's ultimate blessing. Gather every last piece of the martial essence, and I will personally aid you. Instantly, a chaotic storm of pure energy engulfed my entire body. The system chimed in. Title acquired. Recognized by War God Chiu. Item acquired martial essence of War God Chiu. Because of this, I secured the epic title, Recognized by War God Chiu. My attack, defense, and endurance stats skyrocketed by a massive 50%. Plus, I finally bagged the epic fragment of the War God. Sweat drenched his entire body as he scanned the massive system logs. This title effect was absolutely broken. Could this really be the God of War's legendary power? Man, I still have zero clue when to actually use this crazy item. I do not even know how many fragments I need to collect, or if it even compares to the martial arts essence. Suddenly, the pitch-black void ripped wide open. A chilling, robotic voice echoed out through the dark, "The God of War is waiting for you. Please step forward to meet your destiny." Jihan stood there for a hot minute. Nothing happened. He just sighed, scratching his head. Ultimately, I still have not snagged that martial arts essence. I wonder if Xinyoung pulled it off yet. At that exact moment, she was totally clueless that he was thinking about her. She just gazed up at the sprawling Milky Way, letting out a deep breath. Looks like I got completely separated from Jihan and the gang. So this whole place is just some twisted trial stage, right? A weirdly familiar voice echoed from behind, making Xinyoung flinch and aggressively spin around. Bingo. She stared in pure, unadulterated shock as her exact clone swaggered into the arena. While our girl was still totally freaking out over the bizarre sight, wondering if it was a glitch or an illusion, the war clone just smirked. "I'm none of those boring things. I'm simply a piece of your soul, something buried deep inside of you." That cryptic nonsense made her pause and calculate the situation. "So you are literally just a fragment of me." I have totally heard rumors about this edgy trial before. Despite the crazy monologue, our girl kept her absolute cool, ready to throw down. Close enough, but with a spicy twist. I guess I am just a dark reflection of your inner desires. Plus, I am the ultimate vessel holding the God of War's legendary, unmatched power. Right now, I am the literal physical embodiment of your absolute, unstoppable ego standing before you. I am the war god's ultimate Xinyoung, or just call me War Xinyoung to save your precious breath. But the real Xinyoung brutally hit her with a rejection colder than liquid nitrogen. Get lost. That savage comeback completely shattered the clone's smug vibe. "Huh, why so hostile?" She slowly dropped her combat stance and scoffed. "If you are just my inner demons, does that even make you me?" Her muscles coiled like springs shifting into a lethal fighting stance, even while she kept trashing her clone. This living martial arts fragment was acting way too cocky. It was literally radiating pure unfiltered arrogance. I absolutely cannot let this fake clone swagger around acting like she owns the place. That killer intent made the war clone nod in genuine battle-crazed approval. Perfect attitude, winner takes the crown and steals the whole identity. Sound good to you? That crazy high-stakes wager made absolutely everything click perfectly in Xinyoung's brain. So this was the brutal final boss trial phase. She maintained her icy composure and casually fired back. Bingo. The ultimate victor gets to breathe and the loser turns to dust, and awakens as the ultimate new ego. She dug her heels into the dirt, charging her aura. Fine by me. Let us dance. I hold the ultimate trump card, so I strike first. Immediately, the solid ground violently ruptured under Xinyoung's absolutely earth-shattering stomp, riding that insane explosive momentum. She channeled explosive aura straight into her swinging fist, aiming for her rival's face. That devastating punch unleashed a terrifying shockwave of pure destruction, ripping straight toward her smug clone. But suddenly, the clone just stood there, observing, casually raising one hand to channel her dark energy. War Xinyoung effortlessly blocked that lethal strike like it was absolutely nothing. The real Xinyoung gasped in pure shock, but instantly retracted her fist. Fine. All right, time to crank up the buffs. She spun like a lethal tornado, launching the mountain-shattering strike. However, while her fist was literally suspended in midair, absolute panic gripped Xinyoung's heart at the horrifying sight. The war clone's deadly hands had instantly warped right past her defenses, closing the distance. The split second those dark fingers made physical contact with her rival's body. A catastrophic explosion nuked the entire arena. Minutes slowly ticked by, yet thick choking dust still shrouded the entire destroyed battlefield in complete darkness. As Xinyoung let out an exhausted, heavy sigh, muttering, "Man, you're insanely tough to chew," the clone remained totally spotless and cocky as ever. Always remember to maintain perfect harmony in battle, sweetheart. The God of War gifted us with perfectly equal matching stats. That ultimately means absolute mastery of flawless technique is the only real way to claim victory here. That single taunt made her warrior spirit blaze like a supernova. Well then, I guess it is finally time to unleash 100% of my true power, but the exact second her aura transformed, Xinyoung cringed hard at the absolute madness playing out in front of her. Her clone was cockily mimicking her exact power awakening form. The war clone screamed with pure battle lust. "You seriously should have pulled out this ultimate form way earlier." While our main girl was busy channeling her legendary blazing soul skill, they violently clashed in the dead center like two raging meteors. Every single time Xinyoung unleashed a lethal combo, that shadow countered flawlessly without missing a single beat. But instead of giving up, our hero fought with a completely insane manic energy. A devastating punch flew straight at her face, only for Xinyoung to casually parry it with her thigh, Without missing a beat, she launched a brutal roundhouse right at her clone's jaw. As if that was not enough, the clone blasted an explosive aura to violently launch the original backward. But seeing the real Shin Young land with perfect, unwavering grace, the evil twin instantly switched to her maximum annoying trash talk mode. You seriously cannot just rely on pure dumb muscle power. You should take notes from Jihan. That guy literally uses every dirty trick in the book just to secure a win. But surprisingly, she absorbed that toxic advice with a vicious smirk. Dead silence dropped. Then War Shindung smirked and roasted her opponent. Thinking about it, I'm way better suited as his partner. He totally needs someone flexible and adaptable like me. She talked a big game, but Shindung's sudden comeback left her completely stunned. Dead wrong, I am his absolute right hand, his ultimate blade. Besides, he already has a flexible teammate. What he actually needs is a total rock. Someone with pure, unyielding strength like me. Shindung finally unleashed her deepest hidden feelings. In the end, you are just a cheap clone of my inner self. These thoughts sparked from watching Lolaino Mishim's hardcore lessons and observing Shin San-yin. I always questioned myself. Am I even worthy to stand beside Han Jihan as his true comrade? You are literally just a mold forged from concepts. War Shindung waited for her to finish, then smirked. Exactly. But trash talk will not change your fate, will it? She never expected a brutal reality check a second later. Wrong. Something just completely shifted, and I will prove you are just a fraction of my true power. I will shatter my limits. Hindung triggered the Super Soul technique, landing a devastating punch. Agony spiked as blood dripped from War Shindung's lips. Soul technique Sawelo. Absolutely unbelievable. How is this even possible? Glaring at her confused opponent, she asserted dominance. This incredible miracle, is the sweet fruit of my absolute hellish training. I pushed the Fire Soul fragments past their breaking point. When pushed to the ultimate extreme, everything in the universe reverses, and the shockwave of this explosive power rivals the freaking Big Bang. Even a long monologue could not shut War Shindung's sassy mouth. Normally that would do 0 damage, but with pure destructive power like that, guess I have absolutely nothing to worry about. She slowly dissolved into pure aura, merging back into Shindung. I worried for nothing. So just keep breaking through, I am you and you are me. After a brief, quiet moment, she felt an insane power surging within her inside. I'm finally back to my true self. Beyond the blue fire, divine energy is literally flowing through my veins. Meanwhile, Jihan returned to the crater, staring at the chaotic scene in total, absolute confusion. Lolaino limped out, completely covered in blood, scaring the living daylights out of him. Master, she actually sounded incredibly hyped up. Looks like you cleared the first epic trial. Huh. Jihan instantly fired back, completely lost. Wait, what on earth just happened in there? Despite his panic, Lolaino gave a weirdly upbeat and positive response. I merely survived the God of War's brutal test. Seriously, I have not caught a beatdown like this in ages. Thank heavens I passed. But hey, seems like Jihan cleared it flawlessly, right? Until she heard his actual deadpan answer. Actually, it told me I did not even need to take a test. Her hyped face instantly dropped into sheer panic. Okay, that is super weird. Wait, no required trial to level up. That single sentence easily shattered Jihan's usually calm, collected mind. Saying that, I totally just missed a chance to gain massive enlightenment and experience points. Lolaino instantly grabbed his hand-channeling healing magic. Let me heal you up first. Xianhan principle. Feeling a bit more refreshed, Jihan curiously asked her, so what epic loot did you get from the trial that made her ponder for a few dramatic seconds? I got crazily strong and even snagged 2 brand new magic skills I will absolutely teach you later. They casually bantered back and forth, completely ignoring the heavy stone door creaking open behind them. And what about you, Han Jihan? He hesitated before awkwardly sharing. I just got a 50% boost to attack and defense. Kind of feels like a basic blessing. Soft footsteps finally caught their attention. Jihan turned around casually. Looks like Shindung is totally done too. Then both he and Lolaino literally gasped out loud. They rarely synced up, but the bizarre sight before them demanded it. Heterochromia. Jihan's burning curiosity forced him to speak up immediately. Shindung, your freaking eyes! But he only got the most clueless response imaginable. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Lolaino skipped the explanation and just tossed her a mirror. Your eye pigment literally changed. One of your eyes is entirely blue now. Absolutely magical. Do you feel anything weird? Before she could even answer, Jihan aggressively chimed in. Seriously, what the heck happened in there, Shindung? Making her jog her memory about the intense ordeal. Honestly, nothing really special. I just had to fight a literal clone of my inner self. No biggie. If I lost, I would have just been reborn as an entirely different me. That casual sentence made Loleno's jaw drop to the floor. Fought a version of yourself? That is literally impossible. What an insanely massive gamble. Jihan was still standing there like a lost puppy. Master, what gamble? Until she explained the terrifying reality. Because her very existence was on the line, like she could have been totally wiped from reality. He could not hide his sheer awe, blurting out a loud gasp. Wait a minute. You just said it was nothing special. Shindong nodded casually, totally unbothered. A complete piece of cake? Because I won, we merged into one flawless, perfect version. Literally nothing to worry about. Her bizarrely proud swagger made Jihan sweat drop and mutter internally. There it is. That is totally not how this works, but whatever. He swallowed his panic and forced a chill vibe. Look, my bad lady, I honestly had no clue this dungeon was packing such insane death traps. Plus, wasn't the master literally a split second from totally wiping out? Loleno didn't even flinch, brushing it off with smooth confidence. That is the least of my worries. This isn't my first rodeo in this hellish dungeon. It is barely a warm-up for me, but it was highly lethal for Shindong. The dungeon forced her into a brutal death match against her exact clone. Jihan totally froze up. He instantly dropped his head, offering a massive apology. I'm so incredibly sorry. Catching his drift, Shindong gave a chill nod of total understanding. No sweat. I actually desperately needed a hardcore dungeon like this to level up my game. Whatever goes down, I totally owe you one. Though still super awkward, he replied, Guess we are all good. They played it cool, but his anxious eyes completely gave away his inner panic. Dark thoughts crashed into Jihan's brain like a tidal wave. Even if she claims she's perfectly fine, I need to keep my guard up around her. Honestly, she has always been this crazy rebel without a cause. That reckless teen energy has been her brand forever. I should cut her some slack right now. But next time, I'm absolutely soloing these insane dungeons. I scored major luck this time around, but fate will not carry me forever. Totally ignoring the heavy vibe, Lolena just dropped the ultimate question. So how ridiculously overpowered did you get? Shindong paused, calculating her epic stats. Stacking my base power, I am probably hitting the thousands in the Heavenly Realm tier plus. I finally unlocked my ultimate soul technique, hearing her drop that massive bombshell so casually. Wait, she couldn't even trigger the dark heavenly body before. And she already had the legendary Frostfire Soul on lock. She did not hold back her hype at all. Yeah, the Frostfire Soul had major nerfs back then, but those limits completely trashed, I have totally mastered it. Shattering every single restriction on top of that, I can perfectly combo it with the Divine Soul Art, gifted by the Shiryu Emperor, says so. The two girls just kept throwing insane flexes at each other. I'm literally dying to see that in action. Oh, I will definitely flex in our next real brawl. Jihan finally third-wheeled his way into the chat. Alright, looks like our epic quest is completely done. Time to bounce. Today was way too chaotic. Let's just head home and totally wipe out. And gear up to hunt down the next mystical shard. Meanwhile, his inner monologue was aggressively hyping up his main character energy. There are still 3 epic fragments left on our radar. The crazy raid officially wrapped up as everyone split. Jihan made a beeline straight into the legendary space-time chamber. He instantly face-planted into the ultra-soft mattress, letting out a massive sigh. Absolutely dead tired. Yet he just stared blankly at the ceiling. I literally built a cosmic space-time chamber just to chill. And I made it look exactly like my boring old bedroom. My totally exhausted health bar is regenerating way too fast. Jihan sprawled out like a starfish until pure boredom forced him to snap upright. He started pacing the floor like a caged beast, his mind running a mile a minute. Thanks to this broken gamer's mind passive, I'm not even sweating anymore. Even if I was dying of fatigue, that god-tier skill would heal me instantly. Honestly, I kind of miss the feeling of being totally burned out. But my brain refuses to shut down. The rest of the crew definitely needs their beauty sleep, though. What the heck is my next move? Only 3 elite essence fragments left on the board. Some overpowered rival snagged one already, while the other 2 are completely ghosting me. The intense suspense got to him, making him blurt out his wild thoughts. Should I just go totally rogue and solo this treasure hunt? Zero hesitation. He instantly cast a tracking magic circle to speed-run the search for his missing loot. A few seconds later, Jihan snatched the artifact back with a wicked grin. Jackpot. I just pinged the coordinates of the remaining 2 fragments. Japan and America. How in the world did a magical shard fly all the way there? He gripped his tarot deck, hesitating before making the ultimate call. Which boss zone do I hit first? A flight to America showed me the future magical tarot deck. As pure cosmic energy painted a glowing path, Jihan practically jumped out of his skin. A creepy upside-down Fool card flipped open, throwing him off balance. The ultimate card of chaos totally reversed. A vicious symbol of absolute unpredictable disasters. Wait, is this deck literally calling me an idiot for picking America sweating bullets at the bad omen? Jihan completely switched tactics. Change of plans Japan, show me the way tarot deck. Instantly, the massive tension melted right off his face. The Sun card. Now that is top-tier navigation. The universe definitely wants me to hit Japan first. But seriously, when am I ever going to unlock the America map? Crossing the ocean feels like an insanely high-level quest. Wait, could I use a cheat code for this? Or maybe I should trigger the Magic Mirror questline first. Jihan stood there, his brain totally buffering as he weighed his options. Shaking off the doubt, fiery determination flared up with his every breath. Would Everman time to fast travel to Japan? Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Shindung's hair whipped wildly within a majestic storm of flames. Her entire body blazed like an unstoppable, radiant supernova. Those usually deadpan eyes were now exploding with a legendary blood-pumping battle aura. A few moments later, Shindung slowly lowered her gaze, staring intensely at her own shadow-infused hand. Exhaling a deeply satisfying breath, I totally just nailed this insane new power level. As that epic aura vanished into thin air, a familiar voice totally jump-scared Shinjung. She spun around, staring down at the tiny, impressive figure, tilting her head in pure confusion. Lolino? Before she could even blink, the tiny girl smirked. I've heard the epic rumors about the martial emperor's essence shards, but actually seeing one in the flesh, mind blown. Absolutely legendary. Way past my wildest dreams, that's some god-tier power right there. I'd need literally centuries to master that stuff. Shinjung dropped the teen angst and got dead serious. I basically just absorbed some sick new techniques from the trial. It supercharged the martial essence, completely waking up inside me. Honestly, without the Yanmu physical essence shard protecting me, my body would have literally exploded from holding way too much crazy power. Awkward silence dropped for a sec before Lolino randomly asked, "Wait, isn't that called Weigong?" Shinjung's brain scrambled for a minute to find the absolute perfect comeback. Weigong acts like a base armor, and the shard literally buffs my physical stats. If I max this out to the limit, I'll forge a god-tier body matching the heavens. The ancient history books barely drop hints about how it actually works. Her intense nerd talk made Lolino cough awkwardly and jump back in. So the Yunhun flame gets used on the soul, right? While the Yunmu body totally levels up your physical form, soul and body. So what the heck do the other three shards even power up? Shinjung stared at her hands, slowly replying, I bet one of those shards will literally skyrocket my personal skills. But hey, that's just my totally wild guess. When the tiny girl went totally mute, she looked up confused. Lolino was completely zoning out. Whatever, skip it. She sighed. Why are you even here anyway? Catching that blunt question. Lolino cracked a sneaky little smirk. Out of nowhere, she dropped a super weird question. Do you need some downtime to chill, waiting until she got a dead straight answer back? No, I don't need a break. Lolino beamed with obvious hype. Just as I thought. So how about rolling out with me? I bet Jihan is totally going rogue right now, trying to hunt those shards completely solo. That random offer made Shinjung pause to do some heavy thinking. In this messed up world, peaceful living is basically a joke because absolutely nothing is safe anymore. Feeling the vibe getting way too depressing, Lolino quickly spilled her actual thoughts. That's exactly his dramatic style. You can just tap out fighting a guy like Zermudo, but rage quitting a dungeon, literally 0% chance of escaping. But Jihan, he doesn't look like the type to ever get stuck like a noob. This kicked off a hilariously sarcastic roast between a skeptical Shinjung and a super chill Lolino. Did you seriously mind read the guy? Duh, you can literally read it on his face. It's insane. I don't just track his battle movements. I totally study his ridiculous expressions too. Lolino sighed hard before hard pivoting the subject. Anyway, what's the game plan now? Shinjung hit her with the exact hyped answer she wanted. Let's bounce and get to work, Pete? She slowly stepped up next to her new partner in crime, secretly plotting. If I grind and level up like crazy, Jihan won't have to constantly act like my stressed out bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jihan was totally locking himself in his tiny room. Time to hack the AbyssNet before the squad officially ships out. Staring at the massive data dump glowing on his screen, he couldn't help but gasp at the insane intel he'd been scraping for days. The Japanese Abyss practically lost all their forces, fingers crossed. Those guys didn't just vaporize completely. The Japanese forest zones, especially the underground local Abyss crews, are totally running rogue. Looks like they struck some shady back alley deal with the Korean and Chinese guilds. A crazy new theory blitzed through Jihan's overloaded brain. Wait, over half of Japan's Abyss forces are literally made up of monsters. Which totally reminds me of that freakish beast born from pure divine will. I bet these rogue forces popped up from crazy ghost syndicates out of Japan's control. So the Abyss force they originally tracked must have been human. Glaring at the digital map, the martial essence shard was 100% locked in Tokyo. Jahan's brain instantly flashed back to his stubborn partner. Shinjung is currently holding the Yunhan and Yeonmu shards, planting the absolute core seeds of Naegong and Waegong. Grinding out Naegong uses Waegong's base power to insanely buff the user's physical body and evolve their entire existence, and there are only 3 shards left. I need to dig up dirt on these Japanese guilds right now. Once the search results loaded, pure shock hijacked Jahan's face. Dude, this is insane. Not even Seoul has this many. He silently scrolled through the basic stats. Big or small, there were exactly 144 guilds, and the most savage one was... He physically cringed, bracing for the dark truth. A place called Kabukicho Rakusan, a massive monster syndicate currently taking over Kabukicho Rakusan. That definitely looks like the jackpot for hiding some epic power. But honestly, the gap between the top dogs isn't even that crazy. The Japan Racing Association, their actual base is a literal racetrack. Are these monsters seriously running an underground gambling ring? Jihan frantically clicked his mouse, digging way deeper into the juicy leaks. And the exact drop location for the Martial Essence Shard is... A totally unpredictable name popped up, making him jolt. Tokyo Tower. I need to pack up and bounce immediately. Those tarot card readings literally never miss. He barely took 2 dramatic steps before Zeonho's voice snapped him back. Master, are you seriously heading to Japan? Once Jihan threw him a firm nod, he replied, I'm going. After bagging that shard, I'm totally ready to face the Mirror God. The guy instantly let out his massive inner panic. The Abyss forces in Japan are an absolute train wreck. Seriously, please don't die out there. Seeing that panic, Jahan just smirked it off. Thanks for the warning, but this quest isn't going to clear itself. He slapped a translation buff on his head, ripping open a brand new spatial tear. Waiting for the portal to stabilize, our boy hyped himself up. Next stop, Tokyo, baby. Location somewhere in the heart of Japan. Specifically right on top of Tokyo Tower, Jihan shot out of the portal, screaming like an absolute madman. A dull ache hit him instantly. Seriously, why does portal jumping always feel like a full-body beatdown? The second his guard dropped, a stray blade swung in, a sneak attack from the shadows, but it bounced right off his basic shirt. Dai the ambusher shrieked in total panic. Huh, what the? The attacker gasped in pure shock. Wait, Jahan bro, where the heck did you just spawn from? Jihan practically jumped out of his skin. It was young Hwan alongside that girl he just saved to Haye. Suddenly, Zeonhua's telepathic warning made Jihan sweat bullets. Master, look around. We are completely surrounded by incredibly bizarre freak show monsters. Ascend suddenly summoned a horde of tadpole creeps, letting them launch at their prey. But an Oni casually swung its club, batting them away in one single brutal strike. The battlefield was an absolute chaotic mess of unknown species. Even with his crazy track record, Jihan stood totally baffled by this vicious warzone. His eyes locked onto a freakish target. Are those guys with the red horns from the Crimson Demon tribe? He froze for a split second, or maybe some kind of half-demon mutant. Right then, Zeonhua's voice echoed in his mind. Those belong to the Oni clan, prompting his immediate curiosity, like those legendary demons straight out of Japanese folklore. She didn't even hesitate to confirm the facts. Spot on. And that ugly mob over there, our senator. Suddenly, a deafening roar from the sky forced Jahan to look up. Move it. Instead of dodging like the stranger yelled, our guy just stood there, zoned out like a complete statue. Jihan popped his Windblade skill from the Vajra, triggering a lightning storm that wiped the floor with the trash mobs. Jihan blinked, staring over at young Hwan, who was literally fighting for his absolute life. Before putting together a hilariously obvious conclusion, looks like young Hwan Dahi and that bald old dude are totally stuck in the same squad. Zeonhua delivered the tactical report. The center ambushing from the north while the Oni push hard from the south. Jihan went full detective mode. Worse, there's a squad of ninja cosplayers attacking from the southeast. And man, that sucks. Younghwan's crew is dead center of the bloodbath, a complete crossfire. Yeah, they are super screwed. They don't look strong at all, 0 epic gear in sight. Their levels are stuck in the pathetic 30s or 40s. Despite the grim analysis, Jihan yelled out something ridiculously cringy. Yo, Younghwan, long time no see, buddy. He knew the system auto-translated everything, but he just loved acting cool. It made the poor guy spit blood and scream back in pure frustration. This isn't a freaking joke, man. Joke time was over. Now it was time to flex that massive main character energy. How long did you plan on turtling up like that? Step back, let the big dog lend you a hand. Just remember, you totally owe me a huge favor after this. Jihan took a deep breath to focus his hype. Should I bust out the spirit magic? He screamed to the heavens, Gnome Salamander, Sylph Undine. Hearing the legendary summons, the elemental squad manifested with insane hype. but their over-the-top psycho-excited faces instinctively sent a chill straight down his spine. Their chaotic voices flooded his ears. "It's been forever, Master. You totally left us rotting in the dust for way too long." Look at our glorious Master. Jihan broke into a cold sweat. "Why do my spirits look like absolute raid bosses right now?" The duo Gnome and Sylph excitedly chattered away. "My body is overflowing with raw power. Master's mana pool is absolutely ridiculous." Gnome suddenly spiked the earth beneath Younghwan's squad, scaring them half to death. Jihan landed smoothly beside him as Younghwan screamed out, "What the heck is going on?" Hearing that, Sylph and Salamander synced up, flashing devious, completely unhinged grins. Before blasting an apocalyptic wave of elemental power across the zone, the Sen forces lost their absolute minds. Entire army retreat. Even the hardcore Oni completely lost their cool screeching in pure chaotic terror. What is this madness Western spirit magic? How dare they use foreign sorcery on our sacred soil? Meanwhile, Jihan chilled on the high ground, quietly running tactical analytics. So the Oni have innate fire resistance, and it looks like they already popped a spell to counter my wind magic. The Sen crew totally chickened out. They bolted. Are those ninja freaks finally gone? Tora barked like a tough guy. "I don't care where you spawn from, punk, but once I crush you, I'll shred you to pieces." Suddenly his feet got insanely soaked. He practically choked on his own panic. "Water." Jihan just smirked like an absolute boss. "Yeah, keep barking, loser. Let's see who actually survives this." He had already commanded Namana to strike. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a massive tsunami, wiping those creeps clean away. Their pathetic screams vanished beneath the waves. Jihan exhaled, totally chilled out. "Awesome job, guys." The earth violently rumbled, then snapped right back to normal. The spirits hovered around Jihan, absolutely glowing with pride. "You better summon us again soon. Call on us anytime, Master." They vanished, leaving the battlefield spotless. He stood there grinning as a wild thought hit him. "My aura is definitely making my spirits way stronger. If I actually level up my summoning skills, they'd be completely unstoppable." Wait, something felt completely off. Jihan spun around only to lock eyes with the totally freaked out hero squad. The oldest monk stepped up, bowing deeply. "It is an absolute honor to meet you. Please just call this humble monk Jigen." Yeonhwa quickly leaned in to translate the master's weird vibe. Jigen means looking at the whole world with total compassion. It's a hardcore title of respect. Jihan casually bowed back at the guy. "Nice to meet you, Jigen Nim. I kind of crashed your party because you guys looked completely wrecked. Did I mess something up?" The old man awkwardly waved his hands in a total panic. "Not at all. Please lift your head. Your epic backup saved us. Talk about perfect timing." That sweet praise totally inflated Jihan's ego. "You flatter me way too much, Gramps." But Jihan cut right to the chase. "Wait, did you guys come here looking for a specific item too?" "Hold up a sec." He dramatically yanked out his magical tracker. He silently chanted a mental code. The gadget lit up like neon and locked onto its target. Seeing that glowing red pointer aimed dead at his chest, Youngwon practically wet himself. "What the heck is that?" Jihan hit him with the most unhelpful smirk ever. "Dude, that's literally what I was gonna ask you." "Is it you? Wait, is it because of that sketchy ring?" A wild realization smacked Jihan. An ancient artifact. Something that massively buffs the user's luck stat by 200. It totally makes sense that ring carried him through hellish boss fights. Suddenly, Jigen aggressively blocked his path. "Did you really come here just for Yanhua?" That defensive stance didn't faze Jihan at all. Actually, it triggered a massive clue. "Nah, man, I'm just here for some loot." "Hold on." He aggressively cast an appraisal skill. "I don't know where the martial arts essence is hidden, so I gotta scan everything like a madman." Jihan shamelessly scanned Yongwon from head to toe. The guy was completely creeped out. A ring, a katana. "Some edgy gloves? You honestly haven't leveled up your drip at all, dude. Guess I shouldn't expect much from a freelancer, huh?" "Hey, Yongwon, just hand that thing over to me." The absurd demand made Yongwon hug himself in absolute terror. "Hand over what?" "Look, I know you totally just saved my life, but aren't you asking for way too much?" Jihan sighed, feeling totally misunderstood. "Dude, I never said I wanted it for free. Just give me that beaded bracelet on your wrist." That casual request triggered a massive red flag. The chill monk suddenly snapped, popping a massive vein. "So you're just another greedy rat hunting for our treasure, huh?" The monk's sudden aggro mode just made Jihan facepalm super hard. This lame junk isn't even worth fighting over. Suddenly, Yanhua completely ruined the tension. "Master, hold up a second. Wait, he called it a treasure. That means the essence is disguised as normal gear. It's obviously insanely valuable to their clan." Jihan's brain instantly calculated a completely new strategy. "I basically already figured out how to swipe it from them. These guys aren't exactly acting like supervillains, so going full psycho killer mode is completely unnecessary. Only one way to find out the perfect scheme clicked into place." Jihan totally switched gears and raised his hands peacefully. "Look, I seriously have zero clue about this secret treasure you're flexing." But it totally doesn't sound like the loot I need. Let's just negotiate like civilized gamers, okay? I demand a fair trade. Jihan dramatically paused, calculating his ultimate master plan. Swallowing his blazing fury, the old man spun around, dropping one final command. All right, just follow me. Jihan practically vibrated with excitement, tailing him like an eager puppy. Got it. Fast forward, he sat completely zoned out, trapped inside a clunky four-seater. His teenage rebel curiosity peaked, forcing him to instantly speak his mind. Bro, why are we stuffed in this crusty van? It's suffocating? Younghwan just let out an awkward, painful chuckle. The economy's brutal lately, cut us some slack. Johan's jaw literally hit the floor. Seriously. What kind of broke boy abyss organization was this? He stubbornly pressed on. So Juan, are you still doing the whole freelancer gig? Or did you actually secure a bag? But the dude's reply couldn't have been cringier. I'm just trying to survive in this turf for now. Oh, and this is my master. Seeing him point straight at Jigen, Jihan completely failed to hide his absolute shock. Wait, your master, bro. Your combat styles are literally night and day. The savage roast made young Juan want to bury himself alive. I really didn't need to hear that from you. But our boy calmly flexed back. Hey, I was just born with god-tier genetics, okay? The chaotic backseat banter finally made Jigen speak up. It's due to the ancient esoteric laws of our Buddhist order. In the Buddhist realm, the required knowledge is endless. Jihan's teen brain completely short-circuited at this lore drop. So grinding through boring basic theory is step one for you guys. He casually chewed over the idea like it was nothing. That totally explains his wild combat style. Anyway, Juan, you want to go chill after your master-apprentice duties are done? Young Juan froze, genuinely contemplating his life choices before letting out a massive sigh. Write the plan. Since Zamoto and the Zanui gang are still ripping each other apart, I'll probably just crash at home. Jihan rubbed his neck awkwardly. Sounds sketchy as hell. So what's your lore anyway? How did this guy even become your master? Caught totally off guard, young Juan began to aggressively stutter. Well, it's a massive saga. Long story short, we were just typical middle schoolers heading back to Busan. Somehow we ended up stranded in the abyss. Master literally swooped in and saved us, and bam, destiny bonded us. That wildly anticlimactic origin story left Jihan speechless. A Japanese monk chilling in Busan must be that globalism hitting different nowadays. He couldn't help but poke holes in the plot. Then why are you squatting here full time? Only to immediately regret asking when young Juan dropped the tragic reality check. Bro, I gotta eat. The mercenary hustle is cutthroat out here right now. Totally unlike you. Mr. Born with a silver spoon and overpowered innate skills. As for me, I'm just scraping by. The heavy silence made Jihan sigh inwardly. Yeah, fair point. Moving on. The crusty van kept tearing down the highway. After what felt like forever, Jigen parked in an eerie, deserted lot. As they hopped out, Jihan's jaw dropped. It looked like a super rundown working-class motel. Confused, he watched Jigen whip out his necklace to chant a spell. Instantly, the boring, peaceful vibe morphed into straight-up nightmare fuel. Glowing blue system windows aggressively spammed his vision. You have entered a rapid deploy dungeon. You have entered the Buddhist esoteric boundary warning. All stats reduced by 15% due to lacking boundary authorization. All skills severely restricted. Wait. Error. Your high-tier magic has totally neutralized the dungeon's negative debuffs. That final glitchy pop-up left Jihan blinking in pure confusion. He had never seen that kind of system bypass before. Then Yanhua's voice echoed in his mind. As you know, even the most god-tier defensive barriers have fatal flaws. They have limits, and his crusty barrier isn't nearly strong enough to suppress your overwhelming aura. Jihan mumbled another random theory. Or maybe it's just this overpowered bossman drip I'm wearing. Jigen slipped his necklace back on, exhaling heavily as he spoke. Welcome to our religious order's main base. Thanks to the barrier, you will definitely feel some heavy restrictions since you are just an ally. Suddenly his eyes bulged, screaming until his throat went completely raw. How on earth did you bypass the seal? Unfazed by the old man's absolute meltdown, Jihan smirked. Probably because I'm stacked with magic blessings, carefully hiding his true secret, plus a ridiculously massive mana pool. While our rebellious teen was busy casually flexing his stats. So yeah, your magic wall couldn't stop me. Jigen's brain completely short-circuited as he muttered in defeat. In theory, that makes absolutely zero sense. Welcome to the zone. VIP guest-friendly faces like yours are a rare spawn right now. Let's step inside my bad for the mess. Watching the trio march ahead, Jihan could not hide his burning curiosity. So this is your actual hideout. He slowly tailed Jigen to a basic closed door, watching the old man crack it open. A blinding aura exploded from the gap. A mind-bending alternate dimension packed with lush skies and a full ecosystem crashed into Jihan's view. The streets swarmed with faceless zombies wandering aimlessly with paper tags attached. A heavy invisible gloom suffocated the entire massive space. Jihan stared at the towering torii gate. What even is this zone, he thought. Some kind of secret Shinto shrine. Before he could even complain, Jigen whipped out a familiar paper talisman and slapped it right onto his own forehead. Dahye and Younghwa instantly copied his move. Jihan could not hold back anymore. What the heck? Jigen handed him a tag. It is a stealth item. We use it to stay off the radar. Slap this on, kid. Tilting his head, Jihan fired another question. Is this your main base of operations? Younghwa gave a brutally dry reply. The actual headquarters is probably hiding inside that illusionary shell. Curiosity piquing, Jihan activated his low-tier holy vision. The system immediately spawned a glowing prompt. Paper mask of the Buddhist secret illusion gate. Sighing, he stuck it to his head. Nothing special. Standard issue freebie gear. Meanwhile, Younghwa whined in his ear. That mask is super expensive. Return it later and do not break it. Jihan's sweat dropped hard at their sudden cheapness. He just nodded in defeat as Jigen commanded, "Follow my lead." The squad ducked into a tiny traditional wooden joint. Sitting inside, Jihan mentally scoffed. An alternate dimension has a cafe. Are we not being way too casual here? Younghwa stared at the extra drink and asked in total confusion, "Did you really want a smoothie?" Caught off guard, Jihan stalled. Well, this thing. Telepathically, he grinned at his spirit strategist. I figured you would crave some sugar. I ordered this just for you. Xianhua instantly lit up with joy. Master, I never dreamed you would treat me to a sweet smoothie like this. They continued bantering in their private mental chat. I honestly just gambled that you consumed human food. I do not technically need to eat, but that does not mean I lack good taste. Xianhua ended the chat with a terrifying display of invisible gluttony. Bingo bon appetit, master. The sweet dessert vanished into thin air, consumed by sheer phantom magic. That ghostly trick left Younghwa absolutely horrified. What on earth was that? Jihan just shrugged it off coldly. Ignore it. Just one of my items. Moving on. Are we negotiating the treasure here? Dahye flinched and immediately got defensive. Is there a problem with this location? He paused to weigh his words, then just spit straight facts. You guys claim it is a literal treasure. Isn't it ridiculously vital to your faction? A public cafe feels like a terrible spot for this, but her unscripted comeback completely derailed him. It is totally fine. This entire grid is locked down by the Buddhist secret illusion gate. Jihan instantly cringed. Wait, didn't you just cry about enemy spies? Completely dodging his logic. Jigen smoothly stepped in to run damage control. Chill out, kid. We jammed all their surveillance bugs. Plus, we are not dropping heavy lore right now. This is just casual networking. Just warming up before the main trade. Jihan still looked extremely skeptical. So this networking phase? Younghwa suddenly handed the old man a glowing golden orb, letting Jigen test the rookie's knowledge. Young man, do you recognize this drop? Jihan's eyes flashed with his observation skill. The system read, Barrier jewel forged from Emperor Chiu's sacred bones. His brows crashed together. Bingo. This is the exact fragment my tarot deck pointed to. His cocky response left the trio absolutely stunned. Yeah, I know it. But the real question is, do you? Because I'm betting you're completely clueless. Hit with that blunt truth, Jigen could only nod in bitter defeat. It is a divine artifact, or rather a holy relic hiding inside that shell. That is the absolute limit of our intel. We leech the hidden energy from this jewel to sustain our defensive barrier. It is the absolute core engine powering the Buddhist secret illusion gate. Hearing that, Jihan dropped all filters and went straight for the throat. Then why carry such an overpowered core in public? Let me guess. That is exactly why those monsters ganked you, right? Receiving a heavy silent nod, Jihan cleared his throat and pressed his attack. You knew you were a walking target. Why drag that junk around? The air grew thick with tension. Jigen flashed a frustrating smirk. Take a wild guess, kid. Jihan shot back with deadpan seriousness. Looking at that busted relic, let me guess. The jade core needs a massive recharge, right? Jigen nodded, his smirk fading. Spot on. That holy relic completely rejects the barrier's frequency. The jade core practically begs for divine energy just to stay active. But here's the kicker. It needs constant holy power to self-charge. We haul this jade around just so it does not completely leach the barrier dry. This mess was getting way too complicated. Jihan slumped back into his chair, muttering to himself. So the power sources are completely clashing, huh? But then a lightning bolt of realization struck him. His eyes widened. Wait a minute. Had not he totally fixed a dumpster fire just like this before? Jihan frantically summoned the system panel for the Newman restoration converter. Can I not patch this thing up? It is going to totally self-destruct at this rate. I gotta dig deeper into these specs. Hearing his reckless scheming, Xianhua instantly panicked, desperately trying to stop her boss. Master, hold up. That is definitely not something you should be messing with. But the very next words that casually left his mouth, even though the raw materials for this gadget cost a staggering 400 billion, I should totally craft one for these guys. That crazy statement made Jigen's eyes practically bug out of his skull. Are you insane? How do you plan to fix Emperor Chiyu's bone fragment? Exploit. Ultimately, do we not need a massive energy source to maintain this barrier? That million-dollar question made Jihan pause gears turning in his head before smirking. Now that is an interesting question. Right here in Tokyo, the entire dream crater is absolutely overflowing with the perfect magical energy source, Girowa. Are not these massive monster waves spawning because of that exact endless energy? Xianhua sounded like she was losing her mind. Wait, so you want to build an insane energy conversion device? But her absolute panic was instantly shut down by Jihan's insanely chill, arrogant attitude. Bingo, with a power source, that massive barrier energy depletion is literally zero concern. Having totally cracked the system, he cleared his throat, addressing the stunned council. Looks like we need some ultra-flashy ritual to charge this bad boy up. Let me guess it has to go down at Tokyo Tower, right? Nailed it. That is the only spot to harvest pure dragonkin blood without that legendary draconic energy handling this relic is basically impossible. And right then an absolute monster apocalypse drops on us. Yeah, I totally get the disaster we are dealing with. His laid-back vibe actually managed to calm Jagan down. Excellent. I know exactly what you are after, kid. You want the legendary holy relic hidden inside this jade, but handing it over. No way our very survival is completely chained to this shiny little rock. Jihan let out a massive, exhausted sigh. The old man made total sense. But what if, just maybe... Before he could finish, Xianhua's highly inappropriate fanboying echoed in his head. Master, that is an absolutely legendary flex right there. That completely derailed his epic train of thought, leaving him totally exasperated. Honestly speaking, the absolute trash barrier this jade produces looks way more pathetic than mine. But as he seriously pointed out the harsh reality, there is a solid chance Master's insane aura completely dominates thousands worldwide. With his hype restored, Jihan zeroed in, ready to execute his wildly rebellious master plan. Listen up, I'm making a deal. I will craft you guys a god-tier barrier way better than this garbage. But in return, you hand over the true core of that jade relic. Do we have a deal? Jigen and his disciples completely froze silence, suffocating the room. Finally, the old master broke the tension, revealing his ultimate fear. Snagging the core sounds incredible, but that jade is literally worshipped as our nation's most irreplaceable sacred treasure, forging something even more ridiculously overpowered than that highly unlikely. Jihan smirked, totally seeing right through their panic. Jihan quickly spoke up, radiating absolute confidence. Then there's only one way to discuss this. But pure faith. He slammed the desk, standing up like a total boss. Just wait and see. Fast forward a bit, the whole squad strutted out of headquarters, heading straight toward the legendary illusion plains. Jihan scrolled through his massively bloated inventory, totally cringing. What is this garbage? My bag is a total dumpster fire. Where is that stupid blueprint? Xianhua's sarcastic nag immediately echoed. Who told you to impulse buy all those trash designs? His exhausted sigh instantly flipped into defensive teen grumpiness. Shut up. That was just a totally normal temporary craving. Boom, found it. Seeing the glowing blueprint, Xianhua was genuinely shell-shocked. Wait, a literal pocket dimension that supercharges a defensive barrier? Jihan smirked, an insanely epic master plan unfolding inside his brilliant mind. An absolute obstruction dimension. So, this bad boy will massively buff allies, utterly debuff enemies, and completely block out any hostile interference like a brick wall. I first witnessed this sick aura back in the Chambu faction. The Buddhist temple runs a similar setup. Nothing insanely special, but these mainstream shields are practically everywhere. He was geeking out so hard over the stats, he literally zoned out of reality. But the real bottleneck here is the absolute terrible output efficiency. Vexus? Practically you gotta dump an insane ocean of mana into the engine, but hitting that god tier consumption rate is brutal. Wasted mana just totally bleeds out uselessly, reinforcing the shield. So I desperately need an insanely overpowered energy source to hack this energy swap. This crazy tech basically converts a pure, ideal mana source into a totally different frequency, allowing us to hardwire it straight into the barrier. Since the citizen's raw magical aura is practically perfect, boom, we instantly get an endlessly auto-generating god-tier defense barrier. But trying to forcefully isolate all those energy streams is an absolute nightmare. At the very least, I can just aggressively jam them straight into the barrier network, I actually got just enough god-tier loot to pull this off. With his insane master plan fully locked and Jihan finally kicked into high gear. Crafting time. The sheer speed of his technique left Jigen and his disciples totally stunned, in just a blink. A massive temple pillar erupted from the earth. It pierced the sky, towering hundreds of feet over the empty wasteland. The heavenly pillar stood like an absolute monolith, bridging heaven and earth. Jigen's jaw literally hit the floor, completely speechless. The colossal carved face on the totem glared down at them, its overwhelming expression radiating pure, unfiltered, ancient intimidation. Jigen broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling in absolute terror. What on earth is that? Jihan casually stretched his back after nailing the epic spell. Honestly, just one guardian pillar is overpowered enough to protect an entire village. But plotting a Korean-style face right in the middle of Japan feels super awkward, right? Well, whatever, I am proudly Korean. Anyway, brushing off that tiny culture clash, Jihan turned to the crew. Behold the heavenly pillar. Once I drop the earthly pillar nearby, the ultimate barrier is complete. They work together as an absolute duo. The heavenly pillar holds masculine energy while the earthly pillar channels pure feminine power. Once both totems hit the dirt, they resonate to forge an epic shield. They suck up all surrounding ambient energy, converting pure ideals into raw hardcore magic. Jihan confidently ran his hand along the rough, ancient wood of the heavenly pillar, going straight into full-on genius analysis mode. If my math is flawless, this timber is way tougher than any legendary gem. It basically drains spiritual energy from the immediate area. But hey, we're in the heart of Tokyo, right? The population here totally dwarfs Seoul. That means farming life force energy from the massive crowds is basically child's play, right? Bingo, you nailed it. This bustling city is an absolute goldmine for infinite spiritual energy. Anyway, time to slam down the great general pillar somewhere else. After scanning the area, Jihan casually raised his hand, unleashing a massive, magical shockwave. Boom. Another colossal totem violently tore through Mother Earth. The twin imposing pillars looked almost exactly identical to each other. The only tiny differences were the carved facial expressions and their crazy headgear. The exact second these massive totems locked eyes from across the field, a gorgeous galaxy of glowing starlight suddenly materialized, floating wildly in the air. Those magical orbs rapidly collided and violently detonated, swallowing a massive 100-mile radius in a blinding legendary flash of pure divine light. Jigen felt his entire soul strapped to a crazy emotional roller coaster. He bounced from one mind-blowing shock to another. The majestic heavenly scenery unfolding before his eyes forced him to gasp in awe. This is absolutely no different from an omnipotent barrier guarding the realm of the gods. But seriously, how is this even mathematically possible? Jihan totally caught the absolute disbelief in the old man's voice, so he naturally dropped the coldest flex. It is incredibly simple. My level is just utterly ridiculously overpowered. Hey old man, you can use this sweet artifact to fully control both giant pillars. It comes completely loaded with crazy stat buffs. And wicked debuffs to crush your enemies too. You can just install the whole system right at your front gate. The instruction manual for the gate is definitely locked inside this memory crystal. Suddenly Manhwa popped up from the shadows, covering a wicked smirk. Oh master, you seem surprisingly detail-oriented with boring stuff like this. Huh? Jihan shot her a dangerous side-eye. Are you implying I'm completely reckless with literally everything else in my life? She completely ignored his deadly glare, stepping up with absolute rebellious audacity. Why do you not look in the mirror and ask yourself that exact question, master? Jihan felt his lungs practically explode with rage, but he was completely helpless. You absolute little brat. Breaking the tension, Jigen suddenly dropped his serious face and refused. I'm terribly sorry, but I absolutely cannot accept this crazy gift. An artifact this legendary requires strict authorization from our Grand Master. Jihan instantly snapped back to reality, hitting the core of the problem. Man, what an annoying bureaucratic headache. A sharp tactical thought sparked in his brilliant mind. This magical gate, whoever controls it, literally carries the survival of their entire clan. You need an absolute monster's willpower to run it. Not even Jigen, a top-tier elder with massive authority, has the guts to shoulder that wild burden. Jigen paused for a tense second before awkwardly turning back around. Anyway, it is getting crazy late out here. I will formally petition the Grand Master tomorrow morning. Jihan tilted his head, super annoyed by the politics. Do we seriously have to jump through all these ridiculous hoops? But the old warrior laid down the absolute law with a rock-solid tone. I apologize, but our clan has its own unbreakable, complicated reasons. My hands are completely tied. You guys can just roam the wild streets of Tokyo and kill some time until tomorrow. But do not worry too much. Nobody is crazy enough to ambush you in the real world anyway. Dropping that line. Jigen and Dahai slowly faded into the neon shadows, tossing one last casual message backward. We are heading out now. Honestly, I probably do not need to babysit you since you are both crazy smart anyway. Catch you later. Jihan and Yanwan synchronized their deadpan waves totally unfazed. Once the older duo completely vanished from sight, Jihan curiously nudged the teen beside him. Hey kid, what is the real deal with this ridiculous overnight waiting game? The young guy dipped his head casually, whispering top secret lore. Honestly, boss, it is no massive conspiracy or anything crazy like that. It is just that our legendary Grandmaster is rapidly losing his vital life force. We have to perform some hardcore rituals before anyone can even approach his chambers. Hearing this, bombshell Jihan forcefully flicked the kid's forehead. Dude, you call the boss dying. No big deal. And are you even legally allowed to leak clan secrets to me? The kid instantly froze, clamping his mouth shut in sheer panic. An awkward string of internal ... dots totally crashed through his incredibly anxious brain. Finally, Yanwan successfully rationalized his massive slip of the tongue. Honestly, no matter what crazy trap the clan prepares, they do not possess even a fraction of the raw power needed to actually stop you. You are the legendary freak who pulled off all those impossible miracles straight inside hell. Oh, by the way, the streets are saying you successfully reversed the Bermuda Crisis, right? Jihan flinched super hard, his heart totally skipping a beat. How the heck did you find that out? Right on cue, Manhwa dynamically crashed the panel, totally stealing the spotlight. This is a catastrophic public relations nightmare. Oh, Master, we absolutely cannot stop the wild rumor mill from spinning, especially not in this futuristic era completely dominated by super advanced digital tech. Even when players are literally logged into the Abyss network, juicy gossip always manages to spread like an unstoppable blazing digital wildfire. Utterly defeated, Jihan could only sigh heavily at the sky. Honestly, I have zero clue if this modern digital world is actually improving or just totally going down the drain. Manhwa kept pushing the issue. You should already know this because an existence just like me was finally born. He instantly caught her hidden meaning. Is she talking about how I leveled up evolving from a lowly demon into an ancient spirit? But calling it a birth is totally weird. Manhwa ignored him, poking her cheeks to act pure and innocent. 1-year-old Manhwa's deadly charm. Am I super cute? Jihan shivered and bluntly roasted her. That looks incredibly cringe. Their ridiculous banter ended in a flash. He snapped back to reality, answering Youngwan's previous question. I completely flipped the script. But I basically raided an empty house. Yet the guy only focused on the first part. How many dudes would actually dare to mess with Zermuto like that? That is exactly why they slapped you with the Slaughterer title. Jihan jumped up, totally outraged. That is pure madness. Your boy has not harmed a single soul. Seriously, do I really look like some kind of ruthless villain to you? If it were not for my lucky ring, you would be pushing up daisies by now. Now it was Youngwan's turn to turn completely pale. Oh right, Jihan aggressively doubled down on his claim. If I had not totally carried you, if it were not for this lucky ring, you would be dead meat. A beat later, Youngwan finally processed Jihan's wild logic. What exactly do you mean you crushed Zermuto without taking any lives? He was about to keep pressing the issue. I heard every single person living there vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Yosan's massive pig head sprouted right out of Jihan's shoulder. Youngwan shrieked in pure terror. Jihan just tilted his head and casually remarked, "Wow, that was a seriously loud scream." Yosan had just popped out looking completely dazed as he asked, "Where the heck am I?" Then Jihan's terrifying face locked onto him, making the pig monster scream exactly like Youngwan just did. Are you seriously asking that? We are about to hit our daily quota, so please stop slacking off and eating cookies. He lazily waved his hand, shoving Yosan's pig head back inside. Youngwan trembled utterly, refusing to believe his own eyes. Dude, what the heck was that? Jihan calmly explained. That is the living proof that I did not kill them. I captured the smartest Zermuto monsters and tossed them into my subspace. They are currently running my mana generators in there. As he spoke, a cunning plan brewed in his mind. I actually plan to free them once this Zermuto war ends. Absolutely terrifying. He completely ignored the sheer horror in his companion's eyes. It is way better than slaughtering them. Plus they get their freedom eventually. His ruthless capitalist mindset flared up bright and clear in his brain. That is only after they finish their assigned labor, but I am definitely not letting those cruel criminals walk free. Even so, Youngwan's jaw hit the floor as he gasped. You are insane. Jihan flashed a wicked devilish grin and fired right back. Takes one to know one, buddy. You literally just called a crazy person crazy. Those threatening words made the poor guy turn totally green. Exactly right. That goofy, terrified expression made him chuckle inwardly. This dude is actually super entertaining. Youngguan gathered his shattered nerves and nervously asked for his opinion. So what is your game plan now? Want me to give you a grand tour around Tokyo? Jihan did not agree right away, throwing a question back instead. Youngguan, do you actually know your way around here? He confidently put his hands on his hips and puffed his chest. Of course I do. I already told you, man, I started my intense training here after my master saved my life. That is exactly how I scored this epic ring. Seeing his pride, Jihan decided to trust him a bit. I guess he is telling the absolute truth. Since he practically grew up here, what should my next move be? Should I actually go on a boring sightseeing trip? Or maybe I should just head home to grind levels and train? Jianhua popped up like a ghost, whispering a sneaky reminder. How about scouting the area to gather some juicy intel? Those words lit a massive light bulb in Jihan's rebellious brain intel about legendary artifacts and hidden loot. Now that is not a bad idea at all. I recently unlocked the evil detection spell too. It sniffs out evil by literally counting a target's sins. Sure, if they use high-tier stealth magic or mystic arts to hide the radar is totally useless. However, it works like an absolute charm on low-skill scrubs. I can use it to hunt down the villains and totally swipe their shiny loot while I am at it. Talk about killing two birds with one awesome stone. Jihan's master plan was officially locked in. I definitely do not need a lame tour. Youngguan did not push the issue either. So what exactly is your grand plan? He looked back, declaring with absolute boss energy. I am going to explore this turf myself. Youngguan nervously tried to negotiate. Just please do not cause any massive disasters, okay? Jihan threw back a half-joking, totally cocky retort. Does that even matter right now? Youngguan desperately tried to stand his ground, shaking slightly. Why would that not matter, hearing this? Jihan simply burst into arrogant laughter. There is literally no one here even close to the 9th gate level. Deep down, they both knew the truth. Nobody in this entire city possessed the power to stop him. Jianhua boldly covered her mouth and sneered. That sounds exactly like something a massive loser would say. Shut your trap! Jihan snapped, his face burning with humiliated rage. Yielding to the annoying punk on the screen, he angrily slammed down the connection. Whatever, see you tomorrow. Ditching old man Wan Jihan aggressively spun his mystic staff. He roared an ancient incantation. Deploying massive magic detection, activating barrier analysis and penetration algorithms. Instantly, 2 explosive rings of blazing aura blasted outward from his core. Bam! Jihan warped straight into a Japanese illusionary dimension. Honestly, this random neighborhood actually looked incredibly stunning. Way too terrifyingly quiet here. Is it because of the esoteric Buddhist territory? Even Seoul's illusionary downtown streets are completely dead like this. This sparked a wild thought about insane cultural differences. Back in China, seeing people totally goofing off in the streets was completely normal. Was it just because their population was massively huge? I bet tons of creatures out there mutated into absolute monsters. Because spiritual energy powers this entire realm. Yeonhua chimed in perfectly. Honestly, if the Harem King had not sparked that massacre on Zermudo, this current war would never exist. Jihan narrowed his eyes. You mean the guy who sliced the Grandmaster? That dude is seriously shady. The spirit nodded. After all, that guy was a complete enigma. Jihan quickly snapped back to his main hustle. Whatever there is epic loot here, I only scanned for top-tier gear within a 5-kilometer radius. But finding 45 legendary items looting them feels slightly messed up. But who cares if they are evil relics? That is exactly why evil detecting magic exists. Plus, I already crushed Zermudo to dust. Time to hunt down the absolute worst villains. Smirking, Jihan furiously thrust his staff skyward. Chanting loudly, he unleashed a massive, magical artifact for a full-scale scan. Combining barrier analysis and penetration spells, a blinding flash instantly nuked a 100-meter radius. When the glare faded, Jihan's jaw totally dropped at the system screen. The map was insanely swarming with thick crimson dots triggering massive goosebumps. Are there seriously this many? Yeonhua materialized right behind him, nodding knowingly. Seems everyone uses invisible barriers or totally hides in pocket dimensions. That is why this place looked like a complete ghost town. Jihan was still absolutely freaked out by the crazy numbers. I get that, but why are so many scumbags hoarding massive evil karma? Seoul has its dark side, but absolutely nothing this insane. Yeonhua calmly exposed the brutal truth of this realm. Because this wasteland utterly lacks any real justice. Surviving purely in this chaotic hellscape is virtually impossible. Jihan instantly caught the dark implication behind those heavy words, meaning I cannot simply judge them by their evil stats. Whether they are petty thugs or absolute monsters needing execution, I cannot rely on the radar right. Yeonhua totally dodged a straight answer, casually dropping a wild bomb instead, like how the esoteric Buddhists are actually decent folks. Jihan blinked, completely thrown off. Wait, how do you even know that? The spirit smirked proudly. One of my 7,812 skills is absolute moral alignment detection. That ridiculous number made Jihan's brain completely short-circuit. What the hell, you are terrifying. Since when did you get so insanely overpowered? Manhwa shamelessly snitched on his hidden sponsor. I receive constant stealth patches. Guild leader Yuhua's development skills are truly god tier. Jihan furiously ground his teeth. The guild leader, so she is the hacker. Through this wild confession, a terrifying realization slammed into Jihan. Hold up, are you saying my own gear got heavily upgraded behind my back? The spirit slickly dodged the accusation. Let us just call it proactive system management. Besides, master, your resource management is absolute trash. Jihan gave him a dead fish glare. I am the boss who delegates this boring crap to my minions. Then he quickly snapped back to reality. Wait, what do those 7,812 random functions actually do? Manhwa explained smoothly. That is simply the number of epic custom mods I installed into myself, ranging from tracking sinister karma to absolute target lock-on. Jihan's eyes totally lit up eagerly, grabbing that crucial keyword. Hell yeah, so you have a massive arsenal to heavily buff me? The spirit laughed triumphantly. Pretty insanely awesome, right? Jihan practically sparkled clapping like a total maniac. Absolute god tier, I literally cannot complain about free power-ups. Soaking up the massive praise, Manhwa smugly conjured 3 glowing holograms from thin air. I can also totally analyze loot like this. Check out this wild vessel of fortune. It completely purifies spiritual energy, converting it directly into raw mana. Legend says it was perfectly crafted by Ebisu. One of the 7 lucky gods, the lizardmen totally worshipped it as a divine relic, guarding it with their lives. Jihan listened intently, eyes wide. Sounds insanely useful. What is the ultimate mana capacity? Shockingly, the spirit totally trashed the item's actual combat value. Honestly, it is no better than a 10th generation mana converter. We mass produce magical generators now anyway. We really do not need this absolute trash. At best, it is pure research fodder. But Jihan already had extremely sinister plans for the lucky Vus. It is the perfect test subject since it holds a literal god's fragment. Now what about the epic sword? Manhwa presented the Cursed Blade Yoda Muramasa Dead Center. He broke it down in pure gaming terms. It bypasses all defensive stats for a massive, unstoppable strike. But the crazy catch is that it reflects 25% of the inflicted damage right back at the wielder. Hearing this, Jihan instantly understood the brutal mechanics. So if I deal 10% damage to the enemy, I lose 1% of my own health, right? Manhwa nodded without hesitation. Yeah, exactly right. Except the recoil rate is 25%. Poor Jihan's 2 seconds of excitement instantly flatlined. Then this cursed thing is absolute garbage. Facing a massive mob just guarantees your own mutual destruction, he muttered under his breath, trying to salvage the weapon's lost dignity, maybe treating it as a desperate commander's suicidal trump card. Jihan wasn't buying that weak justification at all. Sure, if there is only one enemy they die and I barely survive, but that scaling system is still completely and utterly broken. Manhwa cheerfully tossed out a wild idea. In that case, why not just use it as a twisted science experiment? Or I could literally absorb the artifact entirely and hijack its raw demonic power. That insane flex made our main character jump completely out of his skin in absolute shock. Since when could you pull off something so overpowered? Honestly, even as an ally, you are way too terrifying. He then sharply narrowed his eyes, closely inspecting the 2 ancient artifacts resting before him. A few seconds passed before his curiosity finally piqued. This Yoda Muramasa, who currently has their hands on it? Manhwa dropped the heavy intel. The Oni Phantom, specifically the demonic cult guarding the Ghost Gate. Jihan's brain completely blue-screened for a moment upon hearing that edgy title. What a cringe naming sense. Wait a minute, are we talking actual ghosts straight from hell? Or is there a literal gateway to the underworld chilling in their basement? A literal demon gate hidden in the abyss that acts as a direct tunnel down to hell, just like the catastrophic disaster on Jeju Island. Manhwa smiled brightly and gave a chilling confirmation. Exactly right. Spot on, boss. The demonic cult actually has a functioning portal to the underworld hidden inside their headquarters. A cold shiver ran down Jihan's spine. Just the thought of monsters pouring out from hell was terrifying. Manhwa quickly stepped in to calm his rising nerves. But these guys do not look like your typical hellspawn. Besides, you already know that actual demons cannot cross over using normal methods, right? They are exploiting the gate to mass-produce new Oni Phantoms. Unfortunately, all this dramatic exposition earned 0 enthusiastic reaction from our main character. I could honestly not care less about their tragic origin story. My only real concern right now is figuring out if these walking nightmares drop epic loot when I completely destroy them. What is their drop rate looking like? That ruthlessly practical gamer question instantly wiped the smug grin off Manhwa's face. I have not researched their loot tables yet, even though I dispatched my shadow clones. It might take a while. Jianhua was originally a mushroom demon surviving through spores until he begged Jihan to fuse him with the boss man suit. That epic fusion massively leveled up his ability to artificially clone, divide, and multiply. As a result, the guardian demon could now spawn miniaturized versions of himself to sneak around and gather elite intelligence. Jianhua muttered darkly under his breath, saying it looks like they are committing some truly hardcore atrocities. However, he paused his tone, shifting ominously. Whatever it is, fine. You can just go ahead and completely wreck them. Jihan raised an eyebrow, completely caught off guard. Why the sudden shift? Jianhua decided to let the hard evidence do the talking instead of explaining. Just watch this. The brutal footage flashing on the screen made Jihan's face contort with pure rage, visceral disgust, and heavy reluctance. Following the blood-curdling screams echoing from the harsh video, he spoke with dripping, wide-eyed sarcasm. I really have to wonder what the glorious purpose of harnessing hellfire and forging new phantoms actually is. Jianhua caught the deadly undertone in his voice and nodded. Yeah, these psycho cultists need to be eradicated immediately. Jihan did not waste another second his blood boiling for a fight. Let us roll out right now. He spun around the glowing screen, revealing a sickeningly cruel scene that would make anyone cringe. Inside a massive cauldron bubbling with highly toxic fluid, a painfully emaciated man was literally being boiled alive. He thrashed and shrieked in absolute agony before the glowing red liquid brutally swallowed him whole. Moments later, a terrifying demonic head breached the magma-like surface. Its massive, horrific body ripped itself out of the cauldron. This was the dark, twisted art of a living human sacrifice. By sacrificing innocent human lives, they ruthlessly siphoned hell's raw power to forge fresh Oni phantoms. While the mortal flesh served as the base element, their very essence and soul were corrupted in this highly unethical, sickening ritual. They were absolute sinners begging for divine punishment. Meanwhile, deep inside the main headquarters of the demonic cult, Kaguya sat stiffly in his office, completely silent, as if waiting for a very important guest. And soon enough, the heavy doors violently creaked open as an imposing male figure swaggered right into the room. Before Kaguya could even stand up, the man boomed, "What is up, Kaguya?" "I am Kagema from the Japanese Warhorse Association." Kaguya maintained a deadpan, emotionless mask. "Greetings, Kagema. I am Kaguya representing the demonic cult." Kagema took an obnoxiously loud sniff, completely ignoring all etiquette to cut straight to the chase. "Kaguya, I hate to kill the vibe right off the bat, but you should know I am strictly here to chew you out." The cultist slightly bowed his head, muttering, "My apologies, Kagema." But that weak apology did absolutely nothing to stop the brutal lecture. "You are way too slow. Just when exactly are you going to summon the white demon?" The heavy tension in the cult's headquarters was completely suffocating. Kagema arrogantly crossed his legs, dominating the room's aura. "The absolute bare minimum to forge a new white demon king is 100 sacrifices. You know that, right?" Kaguya bowed his head again, groveling like a total scrub. "My bad, Kazuma. Fumbling that ancient Buddhist loot was totally on us." Kazuma just scoffed, rubbing salt in the wound. Couldn't even handle some third-rate monks. Pathetic. Kaguya sweated bullets desperately, trying to save face. "Look, the demon gate stays locked without those dragon veins. 2 guys a month is our max." Kazuma snapped his fingers, catching on quick. "Let me guess you think that is a glitch in the Matrix? The MOT Corp is definitely cooking up some sketchy alliance with that snake pit." Kaguya's face scrunched up with pure anxiety. "We are practically sitting ducks with these heavy hitters rolling in." Kazuma just shrugged, totally dodging responsibility. "Sucks to be you, I guess." But then he pulled the ultimate boss move and dumped it on his lackey. "Yo, Onuma," the silent muscle finally grunted. "Yes, Boss Kazuma." The arrogant leader did not even blink as he tossed out his brutal order. "Babysit this loser. Should be a cakewalk for you, right?" The loyal attack dog had no choice. "Obviously." Kazuma smirked, eating up the blind obedience. "Wipe them out, fast." Then he spun back to his sweating sidekick. "Oh, and Kaguya." The guy flinched like a kicked puppy. Yes, sir." Kazuma was not asking. He was straight up hijacking their top-tier loot. "You brought this shiny toy, right? That cursed gear. Toss it to my boy here." "Chill, I'm not going to pocket it. We have got plenty of toys back home. If you want to pick a fight with Malt Corp, you better bring out the big guns." But then reality decided to crash the party. Space itself warped into absolute chaos, ripping them right out of their seats. What the hell? Kaguya completely lost his cool. Someone hacked the Demon Gate's mainframe. No freaking way. That is literally impossible. Before his freakout could finish, Jihan's voice floated from the shadows. If your master plan is crashing, maybe check your own blind spots. Genius. Kaguya whipped around instantly, summoning his pitch-black scythe. He shoved the deadly twin blades right into Jihan's personal space. Drop dead? But the scythe froze midair, totally shut down by an invisible wall of psychic force. The pure shock of it made his eyes bug out of his skull. What the? He was staring right at it, but his brain refused to compute. Telekinesis strong enough to casually block a cursed weapon? No way. Jihan's deadpan stare locked onto the trembling fool. 10 points for bravery and style, but unfortunately, you are still completely useless against me. Kazuma, completely ignoring the massive red flags, puffed out his chest like a wannabe alpha. Who the hell are you? Some nerdy barrier wizard? Do you even know who you are messing with? I am Kazuma, top dog of the Japanese Warhorse Guild. Jihan did not give a single damn about his resume. Do not know, you really do not care. Now step aside, Boomer, I'm trying to talk to the lackey here. That brutal disrespect sent Kazuma into total meltdown mode. You arrogant little punk. Pure murderous rage took over as he barked his command. Onoma, rip his head off. The muscle agreed instantly. Yes. Boss? Onoma went full savage, his entire body erupting in a blinding, scorch-the-earth fireball. Jihan just stood there, totally unfazed by the fireworks. A shiny blue system window popped up, exposing the guy's entire build. Species. Fire Demon. Demonic element level 86 straight out of the Fire Cavalry clan. Supposedly their strongest brawler with crazy speed stats from all that fire magic. But Jihan only cared about one tiny detail. Seriously, only level 86. Jihan practically yawned at the pathetic numbers. Not even close to enough. Yanhua's voice echoed in his mind, dropping some tactical truth. They literally cannot sense your power level, Master. That actually got a raised eyebrow out of him. Wait, they still have not figured out the gap. Even after we hijacked their precious demon gate? Yanhua offered a lazy guess. Maybe they think hacking barriers is just a tech nerd skill, not raw power. I mean, barrier mages are usually the squishiest glass cannons in any raid group. Technically, they are not wrong. Jihan processed this absolute joke of a situation. So you are telling me none of these bozos can actually throw a punch? I guess playing defense just takes up too much of their time. Their little telepathic chat wrapped up right as the blazing meathead charged in. Burn in hell. But before the flaming brute could even touch a single hair, bam! He got swatted away like an annoying fly. Jihan just stared at the smoking crater where the guy landed. Kazuma absolutely lost his mind. You little freak, I do not care what dark web guild you crawled out of. Nobody disrespects me and lives to tell the tale. Kazuma was literally blowing a gasket. Jihan watched in mild amusement as the dude's aura started inflating like a giant, angry balloon. Flexing his newly hulked out muscles, Kazuma channeled a massive hurricane of energy right into his palms. His bloodshot eyes screamed pure murder, ready to devour this cheeky kid alive. The wind violently compressed, turning into a glowing miniature tornado of pure destructive power. He weaponized the vortex around his fist and roared like a maniac. I am going to rip your soul apart. His fist plunged down like a meteor, aiming right for Jihan's skull. Looked like a guaranteed one-hit knockout. Right wrong. Kazuma froze dead in his tracks right before impact. He tried to force the punch, but his giant muscles just violently shook. What the hell? Jihan just smirked, hitting him with the cold, hard truth. What is wrong? System lagging. That is just my telekinesis. Sure, they have massive resources, but honestly, they're nothing special. This is just that dude's shadow blade trap, since you are completely paralyzed. It is my turn to play? Jihen smirked, unleashing Yunhua in a grossly glorious slime form. The sludge latched onto Kazuma and Onoma, creeping up their legs like a nightmare. The trio thrashed around in absolute panic. Kaguya fought like a maniac trying to rip the gooey abyss off his lower half, but it was totally useless. Yunhua did not even flinch at the blazing fire wrapping Onoma. In the blink of an eye, the shadow beast swallowed all three of them without leaving a single crumb. Yunhua soaked in the victory and made a chilling call. I will use these losers for the energy generator. Jihan just shrugged it off. Works for me. With one massive headache out of the way, the main character called out, shatter the barrier. In a literal flash, Jihan escaped the illusion, dropping back into the pristine main office. But exactly 1 second later, Kaguya's clueless goons kicked the door open. The barrier just collapsed. Seeing Jihan standing there casually made their brains short-circuit. Who the heck are you? They did not even wait for an answer. Morphing straight into hideous demons, they screamed out a frantic alarm. We are under attack. Jihan sighed, letting Yunhua handle the trash so he could get some peace and quiet. Say what? 1 second later, the monsters were gobbled up, bringing sweet silence back to the room. But then, chaotic yelling erupted from the hallway. Enemy spotted. We are taking heavy fire. Jihan just stood there completely deadpan and annoyed, bro. I only wanted to smash the boss as Yeonhwa actually chuckled, dropping a wicked tease. Care to clean up the rest of the garbage? The main character rolled his eyes left with zero choices. Obviously, let us trash them. A massive wave of pitch-black slime erupted violently from Jihan's body. Let the absolute carnage begin. The terrified grunts in the lobby were paralyzed by the horrific sight. Before their brains could even process it, Yeonhwa crashed down like a black tsunami, devouring them all. But the shadow beast wanted more. Expanding like a crazy virus, it swallowed every single floor of the skyscraper. In a flash, the entire headquarters fell. An insanely creepy silence dropped over the building. Yeonhwa crushed the mission and slithered back to brag about it. The Demon Gate and Yodomura-sama are totally under our boot. Jihan flashed a cocky grin. Epic work. But then his teenage brain started turning gears. Should I just crash the lizard tribe's party right now? Judging by these totally weak scrubs, those scaly freaks will be a cakewalk. From the rumors floating around. They are cooking up some shady plot with the Mouth Corporation. Yeonhwa tilted his head, sounding completely confused. Why do we even care about those reptiles? Jihan let out a massive dramatic sigh. Whatever, I just hate seeing innocent people get dragged into this mess. You know what? Scratch that. I have a killer feeling about this. With a slick flick of his wrist, he whipped out his Mystic Tarot deck straight from his inventory. Time to let magic do the thinking. Should I go hunt down those lizard geeks? He fanned out the cards with style. The answer hit the table in a split second. The Sun card. Jihan smirked as he read its fate. A totally bright future and absolute satisfaction. Yeonhwa totally kissed up to him. Boss your gut. Instincts are legendary. Jihan hyped himself up, casually tossing the deck away. I know, right? It is dangerously convenient. Let us raid the snake pit. But hold up. Gotta text Yeonhwa first. Yeonhwa bowed like a loyal shadow. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a super creepy secret lair, a glowing crystal orb displayed absolute horror. The entire skyscraper swallowed by the dark void. The elite lizard tribe members just stood there, jaws practically hitting the floor in pure terror. Where the heck did that monstrous freak come from? The four reptiles huddled together, shaking in their boots. Sure, the Demon Gate was basically newborn, only around for 10 years. But those guys were no joke. Even the legendary Kazuma got absolutely wrecked. Does the Japanese Warhorse Association even know this nightmare is happening? We are seriously dead meat. Suddenly, Jihan's cocky voice echoed through the orb. Let us raid the snake pit. Hearing that totally shattered their remaining sanity. They are coming for us. Quick cast the defensive spells. Where are the dang spells? Lock onto the gamer and cast everything. Throw up the mega shield right now. But these scaly idiots were so busy panicking, they completely missed the giant spatial rift ripping open right behind their backs. That obnoxiously familiar voice sent ice straight through their veins. How is this possible? Yo, what is up, freaks? The lizards cranked their stiff necks around like rusty robots. Staring back was Jihan's absolute villain-level smirk. It is him. Han Jihan. Now these lizard freaks are basically the bloodline of the mythological eight-headed Yamada. No Orochi. These ancient massive snakes ruled the world way before the Abyss even existed. They dominated ancient Japan like absolute bosses. But honestly, their numbers dropped hard, and they ended up scattered like roaches. Still, thousands of years of hoarded magical power makes them crazy dangerous. But right now, Jihan was having the time of his life playing a sick game of peekaboo with his terrifying aura. And it worked like a charm. The mighty snake gods lost their minds and scrambled like terrified rats. The monster is inside. Who the heck broke our anti-teleport shield? Just kill him. One desperate lizard pushed through his fear, swinging a massive blade straight at Jihan's head, but the steel snapped on impact, completely outclassed by the main character's insane durability. The reptile's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. His weapon was now just a shower of useless confetti, but the absolute worst part? The cold, mocking whisper echoing in his ear. Come on, dude, my grandma hits harder than that. Jihan slowly dragged himself out of the portal. Drenched in pitch-black killing intent, he looked exactly like a male version of Sadako crawling out of the TV. The lizard tribe literally felt their souls ejecting from their bodies. Just butcher him already. A savage guard charged forward, swinging a blade dripping with dark energy. By the sacred laws. You are sentenced to immediate death. But the result was totally pathetic. A loud crash echoed as hard objects collided. Jihan stared at the guy's petrified face, flashing a look of fake, mocking pity. Oops, my bad. He smoothly pivoted to scan his surroundings. Looked like their newest battleground was actually an old rundown market. Xian chimed in with perfect timing to drop some lore. This happens because Japanese supermarkets cater to wildly different needs. That definitely hooked our rebellious teen's attention. What kind of needs exactly? Xian smoothly cut straight to the chase. Penny pinching. Over in Japan. Using a single yen coin is still mainstream. They are obsessed with keeping that old school cash-only lifestyle alive and kicking. They use physical family ledgers instead of bank cards. Hearing that quirky cultural flex, Jihan instantly whipped his head around, staring fiercely at the lizard men. The poor monsters were sweating bullets, completely stressed. Dude, is that creepy orb staring right at me? Xian smoothly slipped back into tutorial mode. That right there is the legendary dragon snake pearl, a top-secret lizardmen treasure. While it is undeniably weaker than the 7 Lucky Gods vase, it is absolutely killer for tactical scouting. However, make no mistake, that sphere is definitely not a genuine dragon orb. Jihan only cared about the bottom line. But its actual power is still totally real, right? Xian gave a sharp nod. Absolutely. Information locked and loaded. Enough chatting. Jihan smirked, unleashing the sinister black slime from beneath his boots to swallow the entire floor. Catching Jihan's ruthless drift, Xian had already prepped for this slaughter. In a heartbeat, he trapped the entire lizardman squad in one inescapable net, leaving behind absolutely nothing. Well, except for a single pathetic white rag fluttering onto the cold stone floor. With all the annoying trash completely cleared out, Jihan casually stretched his muscles, fully hyped for his massive, sweeping operation. Relying entirely on the system's absolute analysis power, he gleefully started reading off the epic magical items sitting on the shelves. The Iodo Muramasa, a demonic ogre bracelet, the ogre tendon bow snake, Godskin the dragon snake, magic pearl, the 7 lucky gods, vase, and dozens of insanely broken magical artifacts. I wiped out 2 entire squads and the loot is straight fire. In that case, I should totally bounce out of here right now. Xian respectfully played the ultimate GPS. Our next destination lies precisely in that direction. Jihan casually strolled out of the warehouse. Cool, let us roll. But thanks to his incredibly cocky exit, our boy completely missed the suffocating shadow of death secretly creeping into the warehouse he just left. Bizarre, monstrous squelching sounds from an unknown pitch-black entity started aggressively bleeding into every single dark corner and hidden alleyway of the abandoned zone. Meanwhile, Jihan just followed the eerie breeze straight into a massive, completely forgotten junkyard. Right in front of him stood a violently grotesque tree monster, sickeningly feasting on some poor, unlucky prey that foolishly stumbled right into its deadly, inescapable lair. Even our street-smart main character felt his stomach drop. Bro, I've only seen messed up stuff like this in wild comic books and video games. But Xian did not even blink at the brutal gore. Perhaps this reality is far worse than what you have seen. Jihan shot his companion a highly suspicious glare. Seriously, you are telling me you have never done something this violently twisted before? Xian flashed a chilling smile and confessed bluntly. Correct. However, I exclusively unleashed that violence on clearly evil trash. Deciding not to dig into that super edgy backstory, Jihan just sighed. So is this ugly thing the final boss around here? Xian nodded smoothly, confirming their final target lay within the esoteric Buddhist realm. Skipping the dramatic monologues, Jihan instantly snapped his fingers to directly summon Salamander. The blazing elemental spirit materialized, hearing its master's absolute command. Burn that freak down. Jihan roared his rebellious teenage blood, hyped to test this power immediately. You got it. A colossal tsunami of blistering hellfire instantly devoured the mutated tree alive. While the monster burned, Xian casually used this chaotic moment to calculate their epic loot drops. You have collected a massive arsenal of items. This was a highly profitable expedition. Jihan, playing the effortlessly cool rebel, simply hit him with an indifferent grunt as his only response. Right at that cinematic moment, high up on a towering nearby rooftop, a sinister pitch-black silhouette suddenly materialized. The shadowy stalker flashed a terrifyingly bright, psychotic smile, proudly revealing pristine white teeth as he boldly announced, "Bingo, I finally found you." As the salamander's apocalyptic rain of fire finally died down, the colossal man-eating plant was completely erased, leaving absolutely zero ashes behind. Just a pathetic fading wisp of light smoke remained as the only minor proof of its slowly vanishing existence. Jihan pulled a ridiculously long face, radiating peak teenage annoyance. Dude, I literally just came here to grab the magical fragment, so I totally do not understand what this chaotic mess is. Xian smoothly tried to iron out his master's rising temper. Do not feel bad, you still achieved something significant, Jihan honestly admitted. I'm just supremely annoyed this district is a total dumpster fire. I get the Abyss is supposedly pure chaos, but this level of garbage is still incredibly terrible. Xian suddenly dropped a bombshell psycho-level suggestion. Boss, if this place offends you, why not just violently conquer and rule this entire land? Jihan actually stroked his chin deeply, calculating the actual feasibility of that insane power move. Honestly, that is absolutely not a terrible idea when you carefully factor in basic supply and demand. Doesn't this entire ghetto actually supply massive spiritual power to the dimensional gates? Xian instantly and bluntly crushed Jihan's little lingering doubt. Like I mentioned before, literally nobody in this world can directly mutate raw mental energy into pure magical power the way you do, boss. That feat is mathematically impossible unless the guy is a literal life boy trapped inside a golden ring. That is exactly why I handle all the heavy purification work. Jihan nodded fully, soaking in the lore, but his rebellious capitalist brain still held a tiny concern. Ultimately, it is a massive profit issue. If we push this gang war any further, things will definitely snowball out of control. First, let us just stick to the script and hunt down those fragments. He needed to lock in and follow the master plan. Xian bowed flawlessly, obeying every single command. If that is your true will, Master, I shall accompany you. With their path firmly set, Jihan quickly barked out his confident order. All right, let us roll. So, I'm plotting to raid that esoteric Buddhist joint next, but before that, you seriously need to interrogate the creep spying on us, yo edgelord lurking over there. Who the heck are you? Even after getting completely busted red-handed, the mysterious dude just casually shrugged, oozing sheer arrogance. Oh, my deepest apologies. He gracefully vaulted off the roof, landing smoothly to face Jihan head-on. His polished leather shoes clicked rhythmically against the concrete as he swaggered toward our teenage protagonist. Finally, Ango halted at a calculated safe distance. Flashing a dangerously polite smirk, he dropped his official introduction. A total pleasure to meet you. I represent the government's absolute monster bureau. My name is Ichimura Ango. Jihan's sharp eyes scanned the eccentric dude standing before him. Is that a tongue piercing? Luckily, Yanhua's voice chimed in just in time. That is not mere fashion, Master. It is pure magic. Reality suddenly smacked Jihan right in the face. He had heard of tribes using body piercings for dark magic, but seeing it was wild. He then analyzed the stiff, newly acquired business card. Jihan's keen eyes spotted a crucial detail. The card had both Korean and Japanese characters. Was this for an organization like the SG Guild? Isn't Japan's monster army the fourth largest force in their entire abyss? Yanhua whispered from behind him. Exactly. Even compared to the top two guilds, they are packing serious heat. However, the bizarre part was them operating under the Japanese government. Jihan used telepathy to privately message her. In our country, the government and the abyss do not mix. This rule applies almost everywhere else too. Japan is a totally unique breed, right? Yanhua happily dumped her ancient lore on him. This happened because most Japanese abyss factions got wiped out. Without proper management, fire spirits like the one you roasted would keep spawning. Everything suddenly clicked perfectly in Jihan's head. This meant the government had to step up. With his doubts cleared, he flashed a polite, fake smile. Awesome to meet you. I am Han Jihan. Can I call you Mr. Ichimura? Ango smoothly played along. Absolutely. Call me whatever feels right. Jihan completely dropped the small talk. So what are you doing here? Ango blinked. Wait, you were the one who crashed my spot? Jihan looked totally clueless. Bro, what are you talking about? Ango sighed, breaking down the timeline. I recently got intel that the Japanese Warhorse Association and MOT group were scheming, so I tracked them. I was staking out this area when you randomly showed up. Jihan sheepishly scratched the back of his head. My bad, totally a misunderstanding. Jihan studied him, his mind racing. Could an Abyss resident actually work for the government? If the public discovers the Abyss, would Gaia drop a massive penalty on them? Yanhua quickly delivered the cold, hard facts. Only a few know that the penalty is bypassed. There needs to be at least 100 people. That explains the flesh-eating monsters. And humans becoming part of the Abyss? This triggered a flashback to her dark past. She elegantly covered her smirking mouth. Oh my, I only devoured useless trash who contributed nothing to society. If such scum exists, their tainted mental energy creates far more terrifying nightmare creatures. This is my grand purification work. Besides, am I not paying my dues by meeting you, Master, and doing good deeds? Her twisted logic left Jihan utterly speechless. Okay, I am logging out of this conversation. He quickly turned back to Ango. Is that right in that case? I'm heading out, but Ango panicked desperately, stopping him. Hold on. Jihan turned, wondering what this guy wanted now. What is it? Surprisingly, Engo brought up a very familiar deadly topic: the Snake Cave and Demon Cult. Two massive organizations just vanished. Are you the monster behind these wipeouts? Jihan brutally called out the hidden meaning. If you already know, why ask? Engo answered like a total robot. I need verbal confirmation. Jihan confidently confessed. Yeah, I did it. Got a problem with that? Engo stumbled over his words in pure panic. No, if it is an issue, then it is. But if it is not a big deal, then it is not. Jihan lost his patience and turned away. I'm out of here. Engo desperately blocked his path again. Do not just leave like that. Jihan offered one last brutal chance. Spit it out or I'm gone. I'm a busy man. Time is money, right? After an intense internal struggle, Engo finally leaked the classified intel. Let me tell you this. MOT Group is helping the Snake Cave summon something crazy. Not a normal beast, but a divine entity. Engo dropped the massive bombshell. I heard they are summoning a god with Yosen Guild's help. Jihan was totally stunned. Wait a summoning... Engo nodded gravely. Yes, they are trying to drag a literal god down into the abyss. Honestly, my team has no clue how they pull it off. Jihan could not process this insane glitch in reality. Summoning gods into the abyss. Even Loki had to corrupt himself to walk down here. He smirked, thankful he had already crushed that threat. Well, no need to stress about it anymore because I already obliterated them, he called out telepathically. Poison Flower Zeon answered instantly. Yes, my master. Jihan snapped his orders. Capture any monster working for Sargon at the Mana Factory. Find out exactly what they are plotting. Zeon agreed without hesitation. Consider it handled. Suddenly Engo nervously chimed in. Their disappearance might spark total chaos. Do you know anything about this? Jihan hesitated for a second. Not right now. But if I find out? Engo caught his drift instantly. Let me give you my number. He quickly scribbled down his digits, handing the card over with both hands respectfully. Hit me up anytime, I will definitely owe you big time. Jihan instinctively took it with both hands. Yeah, sure thing. Engo offered a deep bow. Then I am counting on you. Business completely handled. His upper half melted straight into the pitch black shadows. A split second later, he completely vanished into thin air. Jihan stared at the empty spot in total awe. Was that some kind of crazy shadow teleportation technique? Zeon analyzed it perfectly. That looks way smoother than standard teleportation. Must be a signature movement technique from Japan. He definitely needed to research these guys more. Whatever, let us head back home. Jihan turned to leave. Suddenly, the ground rumbled violently. He threw his arms out to balance an earthquake. Zeon stayed perfectly calm. The real world is completely stable. The tremors are coming from inside the abyss. Jihan froze in cold sweat. Did the abyss just mutate? This timing was way too suspicious to be a total coincidence. Right after Engo bailed, the ground started shaking. Did the Japanese Monster Bureau trigger this massive mess? Zeon offered a genius idea. Why not use the tarot cards, master? Having no better option, Jihan quickly agreed. Good call. He pulled the deck from his inventory. Is the Japanese Monster Bureau behind this epic earthquake? He activated the tarot skill, but the terrifying result totally blew his mind. The Justice card appeared completely upside down, a total and absolute denial of his question. Jihan sighed, shoving the card back. So the Monster Bureau is completely innocent here. But his stubborn teen spirit kicked in. He asked again, wait, is it actually my fault? The tarot activated again. The deck exploded with a blinding magical light. Too bad the outcome hit him hard. The Justice card flipped perfectly upright. Jihan stared in sheer panic. Am I the bad guy here? No way. What exactly did I even do to cause this? A sudden memory zapped his brain. He froze completely. Engo's warning echoed loudly in his head. The horrifying truth finally clicked. Sehun and the Demon Gate faction were up to something. Did wiping them out trigger this epic disaster? Zeon chimed in with flawless logic. We should definitely verify that with the cards. Jihan swallowed hard. He muttered the activation spell under his breath. Tarot activation. But the upright Justice card slapped right back into his hand. He buried his face in his hands. A massive rain cloud of pure depression loomed over him. So I really wrecked everything. Talk about an absolute teenage nightmare. I literally just got here and broke the whole world. Even Zeon was totally stumped this time. What is your master plan now? We could just hit up the Mugyo cult and bounce back to Kriya Jahan, stash the deck away. He let out a dramatic sigh. No way. I broke it, so I gotta fix it before we ditch this place. Speaking of that Japanese bureau, are they just in it for the cash? Zeon broke it down super simply. Well, yeah, they are basic civil servants, just a boring public organization. Jihan scratched his head in pure confusion. That makes zero sense. Zeon quickly dropped some basic world-building knowledge. Even fighting desperately to survive, they are actually pretty weak. the Japanese Warhorse Guild, and Kabukicho Society. They barely match up to Korea's 10 Great Gates. Here in Japan, ranks 1 and 2 are pretty equal, but anything below rank 3 is basically just loose change. The puzzle pieces finally snap together in his brain. Got it. Now I need to hunt down the true source of these tremors. Their chat cut short as the earth violently groaned. A massive, terrifying fissure cracked open and rapidly expanded. Pure suffocating demonic energy blasted from the abyss. The system went absolutely crazy. Ding ding. Lethal poison detected. Superior physique activated to crush the toxins, poison resistance leveled up by 1%. Jahan blinked, totally caught off guard by the chaos. Toxic fog spewed straight from the cracked earth. What the heck is this nightmare? Before he could blink, 5 shadowy figures erupted outwards, leaving blurry afterimages. Their monstrous forms finally stepped into the light. Jihan instantly clocked their scaly features. Lizard men, without a single word, they thrust their spears and charged like wild beasts. Their bloodlust did not scare him one bit, his razor-sharp gaze locked onto a single terrifying detail. A deadly aura swirling around the spearheads. Pure poison. Threat level fully calculated. He silently crushed them into the dirt with a giant telekinetic hand, but the nightmare was just getting started. 6 more shadows exploded from the rift. He nearly had a freaking heart attack. Seriously, they're still jumping. What the heck are these freaky creatures anyway? The lizardmen completely ignored Jihan's absolute shock. Gripping their toxic spears, they aggressively closed in. Jihan fiercely glared at the green-scaled freaks before him and cursed under his breath. Are these knockoff Ninja Turtles trying to summon something? Or were they already summoned? He immediately activated his low-tier Divine Eye to thoroughly scan their hidden combat stats. Target identified: prehistoric lizardmen. Rank 60 god-tier magic resistance, infinite physical stamina, and a low-tier fire resistance, passive. Mid-tier poison and paralysis resistance, plus eternal prehistoric spear mastery. One quick glance was all Jihan needed to gauge their threat. These scaly guys were seriously jacked. His sidekick Xianhua quickly chimed in. Despite being mere hybrid mutant trash, they are definitely on par with mid-level nightmare monsters straight from the deepest abyss. For some epic context, the Heavenly Thousand rank strictly includes the top 1,000 most overpowered humans globally. If we solely base this on your ridiculous god-tier stats master, roughly 80% of the entire abyssal population, it would sit right at rank 40 or even lower. Right. You only hit absolute god-tier legend status once you completely crack level 100 or higher. By that crazy logic, they must be insanely overpowered to endlessly spam rank 60 monster summons. Jihan aggressively cringed, flashing back to a super embarrassing trash tier memory. Man, this totally screams of that cursed pig summoning pot from Zamudo. It literally just endlessly spammed annoying pigs. But their pathetic mid-tier rankings were seriously weak, sitting only around levels 20 to 30. Xianhua sharply interrupted his edgy thoughts. Regardless of their stats, their massive numbers are rapidly multiplying. Jihan barely flinched for a second before unleashing a blazing blue aura from his hand to activate his skill. The lizard squad was instantly blasted high into the sky, violently flailing their scaly limbs in absolute, screaming panic. With a casual flick of his wrist, Jihan spun them around midair before slamming them face first into the dirt, sending them straight to meet their scaly ancestors. Not stopping there, Jihan violently thrust his open palm forward, instantly manifesting a blazing crimson sphere that radiated countless blinding freezing sparks of pure, chaotic energy. It instantly fired a massively destructive laser beam straight down into the pit where the pathetic reptiles were mercilessly crushed. The blinding flash quickly vanished, leaving behind a completely sealed crater filled with intensely sizzling, molten rock. Xianhua then curiously asked out loud, "Is that devastating strike actually enough to permanently stop those freaky monsters?" Jihan wasn't overly confident in that flashy ultimate attack either. Man, it would be freaking awesome if that actually worked. But I seriously doubt it. Xianhua solemnly nodded in complete agreement. Of course. But the absolute very second he casually finished speaking, a sinister, bone-chilling cracking sound echoed loudly from right behind his back. A fresh squad of furious lizardmen rushed Jihan at lightning speed with their weapons raised high. He was getting super sick and absolutely exhausted of dealing with these endlessly respawning reptilian pests. They just kept endlessly coming without a pause, so he casually summoned his absolute ultimate right-hand man, Xianhua. The loyal minion lowered his eyes and respectfully replied, "Yes, my glorious master." Then hearing the absolute ultimate command drop, "Go aggressively hunt them down." Xianhua obeyed instantly, morphing into a terrifying slime form before violently dive-bombing the massive lizard mob. Your supreme wish is my absolute command, my glorious master. Naturally, he couldn't just forgive the two cowardly creeps trying to eagerly sneak attack Jihan from behind, leaving the chaotic surface battlefield utterly submerged in thick, suffocating clouds of toxic purple smoke. Jihan fearlessly leaped straight down into the terrifyingly mysterious abyss below. His eyes suddenly shot wide open, completely shell-shocked by the absolutely unbelievable cinematic scene unfolding before him. Unbelievably lurking right at the dead bottom of the pitch-black void was the legendary eight-headed serpent. Orochi Jihan groaned heavily, blurting out his complete and utter teenager horror. What the actual hell is this? Seemingly awakened from its slumber by the annoying sudden noise, Orochi slowly shifted its colossal nightmare-inducing demonic body off the freezing ground. The longer Jihan stared, the more his rebellious mind just completely blue-screened. No matter how you look at that freakish boss, it's exactly what it looks like, right? Xianhua responded in a super robotic, emotionless deadpan tone. I totally don't understand what you mean by that, Master, but Jihan absolutely refused to tolerate that blatant, willfully ignorant sidekick nonsense. I know you totally get it, so quit playing dumb with me. Cornered with zero excuses. Left. The slime reluctantly admitted, yeah, you totally got me. That is undeniably the legendary Yamada no Orochi. A legendary demonic snake rocking 8 freaking heads. Right then he noticed its razor-sharp tail suddenly flashing like a chaotic, blinding strobe light. That blinding light was rapidly spawning endless hordes of prehistoric lizard men. Sweating absolute bullets, Jihan finally realized the true source of this insane dungeon nightmare. They were all literally coming straight from there. Xianhua calmly offered a pretty solid big-brain tactical theory. It highly looks like those creeps are either trying to fully summon Yamada no Orochi or forcefully break the ancient seal hidden inside this cave. Jihan suddenly connected the chaotic dots in his head. Something definitely went horribly wrong during my insanely massive laser blast earlier. And the colossal boss monster fully woke up. Xianhua nodded in complete agreement, actively confirming that is absolutely the case. Master Jihan clicked his tongue, muttering with massive teenage angst. I'm pretty darn sure that overgrown mutant snake would have woken up whether I was here or not, but Xianhua coldly dropped a brutally savage, zero-empathy reality check. This is Japan, Master, a totally foreign territory. You can honestly just completely ignore this mess. Seriously, this isn't your problem at all. Like you just perfectly said, even if you totally mind your own business, that legendary boss was fiercely destined to wake up anyway. The local citizens should desperately try to stop that apocalypse themselves, but Jihan's brutally rebellious hero rejection left his slime sidekick completely and utterly stunned. No freaking way. That's totally wrong. Ignorance is bliss, sure. But if some innocent person is literally drowning right in front of you, don't you think completely ignoring their suffering is totally messed up? Especially when this is a massive boss crisis I can actually fix. Jihan suddenly caught Xianhua's weirdly excited, deeply fanatic tone, proudly replying, I totally understand your noble will, Master. Nailed it. Absolute goosebumps, man. What the heck do you mean? Orochi glares at the sky, sensing party crashers in his secret crib. Dozens of creepy eyes lock onto our guy, but he does not even flinch. Looks like our cover's totally blown. Honestly, we did crash this gig pretty hard. Should we trash the small fry first? Staring down an ancient lizardman army, Jihan yells out, Bossman armor activated, multi-target bombardment mode engaged. He casually double-checks. They are just summons, so wiping them out is cool, right? Yunhua immediately gives the green light. Absolutely. Crimson orbs charge up on the tentacles. Let us wipe this lizard squad off the map. Jihan smirks. Right on cue. Boom. A barrage of red lasers blasts the ground, forcing Orochi to backpedal hard. Seizing the momentum, Jihan recklessly unloads on the snakeheads. Way to tank the heat ray. Orochi flexes his freaky powers, totally blocking the insane barrage. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoes in Jihan's ear. What a citizen of Korea. Realizing it is the boss monster talking, Jihan snaps back. Yeah, so what? The massive snakehead rears up, totally baffled. I never messed with your kind. Why crash our turf? Jihan totally blanks out. Wait, what? Thankfully, Yunhua drops some epic historical lore. 50 years ago, spatial tears wrecked Japan's dark forces. Jihan connects the dots. So being sealed 300 years ago means this guy totally missed the portal chaos. Getting a solid nod from his system, Jihan shifts gears. Okay, maybe we can actually negotiate with this beast. But outwardly, he is not backing down one bit. Just saying, dude, Jihan points at Orochi's glowing tail. Your minions are respawning again. His teen brain rapidly calculates the odds. Technically speaking, you guys totally jumped me first. He plays the victim card flawlessly. Your ugly lizard squad literally attacked me first. Shockingly, the ancient mythical terror just folds. I apologize. Did he just say, sorry? Just leave me alone? I suppose I should totally compensate you for the trouble. Seeing this giant monster actually back down, Jihan puts on his serious thinking face. He scans the pitch-black crater. Those other creepy heads are still completely knocked out. Time to make a deal. Free loot sounds awesome, but I have one big question. Orochi stays chilling. What is your issue? Jihan's vibe turns dead serious. You are planning to eat humans, right? The beast's eyes turn into sharp daggers. He goes dead silent, dodging the question entirely. Seconds tick by before Orochi spits his twisted logic. I am Yamada no Orochi. We forged 8 epic mountains and rivers. Every pathetic mortal must bow to me. Becoming my all-you-can-eat buffet is exactly how they show their ultimate respect. Jihan stays quiet, letting the psycho snake rant, but his eyes dart around. Crap, the second head is waking up. A groggy voice suddenly slithers out from the shadows. Are you humanity's heroic savior? Ghostly blue aura explodes around our boy like wildfire? Heck no, I am no hero. Orochi freaks out as Jihan morphs into a massive, pitch-black titan of destruction. Spirit transformation. Giant fusion. His badass voice booms through the cavern. But I'm not about to let some oversized lizard snack on my species. The giant snake realizes diplomacy is completely dead. He cracks his massive jaws open and roars. A nasty wave of dark purple poison erupts from Orochi's maw, then rot and die. Right before the toxic cloud hits, Manhwa screams the ultimate warning. Toxic breath incoming. Watch out, Master, hearing his system. Jihan instantly spawns a blazing little fireball right at his chest. Boom. The sphere fires a superheated death laser straight at Orochi. Extreme heat beam. Unable to dodge, the beast eats a direct headshot. An agonizing scream shakes the entire crater. Mid-battle. Jihan casually asks, what is up with that black smoke? Manhwa sounds slightly unsure. Looks like some dark energy trying to counter your thermal blast. But honestly, it is no big deal. Master alerted by the warning, Jihan catches another creepy snakehead, glaring suspiciously at his blazing fire energy. The monster rears back, jaws unhinged, unleashing an ear-splitting screech. Then it blasts absolute zero frost onto the ground to cancel out Jihan's raging inferno. Fire and ice collide violently, causing an insane, non-stop sizzling explosion. Jihan instantly goes on high alert against this totally broken counterattack. What the heck is that? Manhwa immediately drops the knowledge. The sealed body mist. That bizarre fantasy jargon totally short-circuits Jihan's teenage brain. A sealed what now, Manhwa's tone gets super intense. It is an absurdly rare ultra-high tier technique. An absolute zero lockdown ability that spreads like the literal mist of death. As a defensive cheat skill, it is seriously overpowered. He mutters under his breath. Power, huh? Is it like those crazy buffs the holy saints use? Manhwa dumbs it down perfectly. Think of it like your broken gamer system. In reality, all innate talents are essentially divine hacks, gifted by Gaia. That triggers a total lightbulb moment for Jihan. Wait if we factor in the freakish powers from those mass church saints. A furious, earth-shattering roar rudely cuts off his genius, plotting, you dirty little rat, you are no mere mortal. How dare you damage a divine vessel? Manhwa starts panicking hard. Master, incoming. Better finish this quick before those other heads wake up. Yamada no Orochi is literally a top-tier deity. Are you just now realizing the insane stats on this 8-headed freak? What is the holdup? But according to the old myths, this guy was not exactly invincible, right? He slowly broke down the source of Orochi's absolute power. Human belief fuels it. Plus, its base divine energy is already off the charts. Once willpower crystallizes into raw strength, that is when its true devastating power awakens. Jihan's curiosity was completely satisfied. Got it. Let us go all out then. He channeled his abilities straight into his brain. Hyperspeed cognitive processing. Maximum overdrive. I have accelerated both time and my thoughts. The whole world feels completely frozen. Golden light violently erupted from Jihan's eyes. Time to formulate a battle strategy. A glowing system window instantly popped up detailing Orochi's exact stats. Scanning target weaknesses and conditions. Yamada no Orochi Snake Deity. Level 181. 90% resistance to multiple traits. Weakness? Sleep. Jihan stared at it, utterly dumbfounded. Its fatal flaw was taking a nap. What the actual hell? Manhwa calmly clarified her master's wild confusion. Mythology states it was assassinated while blackout drunk and sleeping. So the system results make total sense. Jihan finally nodded in realization. Makes sense. So does mental power actually alter its core nature? She analyzed it slowly. Something likely happened during the mythological era, leaving that flaw hard-coded. He nodded. Understood. Even so, Jihan's stubborn pride refused to play dirty. There was absolutely no way he would trash his honor by attacking a sleeping enemy. Making up his mind, he called out, "Yeonhwa." She glanced back instantly. "Yes, master." Jihan immediately threw out his theory. This mist barrier cannot last forever, right? He pointed out the tactical solution. Exactly. Once its mana is completely drained, I can easily nullify the threat. Nullifying extreme heat light also burns through mana. Thrilled, a dark gray aura violently flared around him. All right then. So a 90% resistance is totally useless against overwhelming firepower. This was the answer. Jihan sprinted forward, his tactical path perfectly clear. Meaning if he just maintained raw energy output, its power would eventually collapse. In a flash, he reached Orochi's towering body. "I will beat you to a bloody pulp." Jihan's explosive footsteps echoed in perfect sync with a ticking countdown clock. Right before their epic clash began, 2 system pop-ups suddenly exploded into view. Time sync potion activated. You are forcibly time synced with your opponent. Orochi's monstrous snakehead aggressively lunged forward while Jihan froze in sheer shock. Its furious voice pierced his eardrums. "Negotiations are over. Now I claim your pathetic life." But his mind was still stuck on that previous warning. The mana countdown ticked backward. Deities were truly on a whole different level, yet Jihan refused to quit throwing a devastating punch straight at Orochi. Heavenly Tai Chi. Continuous soul. The beast never expected a counterattack and took that terrifying blow head on. Jihan seized the moment, blasting it back with a brutal finishing strike. Then he spotted another head ambushing him from behind. Without hesitating for a single second, Jihan relentlessly chained his previous ultimate skill. Heavenly Tai Chi Continuous Soul. A massive storm of punches shredded into Orochi's gigantic body. Instantly, 2 heads evaporated, leaving gaping holes behind. Yet Jihan stared in absolute disbelief. Getting violently obliterated, and the other heads were still sleeping. A monster is still a monster, but there is no way I'm backing down. Curling his hand into a C shape, a rebellious, thrilled smirk crossed his face. I have got something extremely fun to test out. Yeonhwa instantly read Jihan's crazy tactical plan from just that single sentence. Master, are you seriously going to do that? Jin Bora, an elite portal agent, once mentioned a brand new blade, the absolute energy of a murder god. Clenching his fist, Jihan felt the savage, roaring energy surge through his right arm. Even if I have never owned this insane power, there is still a way to weaponize it. Let us test this out. He channeled everything into his fist, sparking a blazing blue mana tornado. Hitting the critical climax, Jihan roared fiercely. Let us go. Heavenly Ruin. 1 strike. The target is a literal deity. The system window violently flared into his vision. Heavenly Ruin. 1 strike mind. Art level 1. Obliterates all defenses and guarantees a critical hit. However, this only applies if the user's mana absolutely exceeds the target's current mana. Jihan's eyes immediately locked onto the main point. It completely destroys defenses and lands a guaranteed strike, meaning, I can even blast straight through a god's divine body. With that thought, he unleashed a terrifying punch straight at Orochi. A massive mana tornado ripped through the beast, tearing a few extra breezy holes in its body. The remaining heads were violently jolted from their epic nap, screaming in absolute panic. Unleashing an ear-shattering symphony of monstrous shrieks, the mighty Orochi trembled in sheer terror. Even Jihan was totally mind-blown by his own ridiculous destructive power. Did he seriously just cripple this legend with a single punch? If so, this was insane. He grinned, cracking his knuckles tight, ready to spam that overwhelmingly badass aura all over again. 10 brutal strikes rained down in rapid succession, pushing Orochi to the brink. This completely one-sided beatdown triggered a massive, earth-shattering explosion that absolutely rocked the entire abyss. Suddenly, a familiar sweet ding sound echoed in his ears, snapping his attention away from the raining monster bones. 3 glowing holographic system windows popped up simultaneously. Bossman armor secured. You crushed Yamada. No Orochi. The 8-headed beast unlocking the mythic tier title, Serpent Slayer. This epic title boosts your absolute destructive power against all divine entities. Jihan flashed a ridiculously smug smirk. Does this mean god-slaying is just a walk in the park? Now Enrollment beamed with absolute pride beside him. Being near you? My master. I am always hit with the craziest surprises. Jihan totally flexed, extremely satisfied with his insane performance. Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, this entire epic raid was a wild new vibe. Suddenly, another classic system pop-up hijacked his entire vision. You have successfully absorbed divine energy from Yamada no Orochi, the eight-headed beast. You just acquired its insane faith power skill. Prepare for near-immortal durability, total poison immunity, and the legendary status of Snake Tribe Ancestor. Plus the ultimate authority over 4 mystic tribes, the endless spam of god-tier abilities, literally made Jihan dizzy. Wow, guess this is what happens when we finally pack up an actual divine being. Zion Hoa dropped some ancient lore about seizing distant cosmic energy. Back in the day, absorbing a defeated rival's divine spark was totally standard protocol. That explains this massive loot drop. Hearing that he completely vibed with this insanely overpowered level-up feeling, it was absolutely mind-blowing. Grabbing this much epic loot just by sipping a tiny bit of divine juice, totally busted. This is way too cool. Where do I even check these new specs? With a quick tap, an overwhelming wave of heavily detailed system windows flooded his entire visual field, showcasing his newly awakened hacks. The massive information dump left both of them completely starstruck. Simply epic. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, man, if that monster had woken up fully energized, I would have been totally wrecked. I'm ridiculously lucky to have one-shotted that walking disaster. Zion Ho's awestruck voice echoed through the gloomy abyss. It is absolutely unreal that we hijacked this absurd level of power just from snacking on a fragment of its divine core. Out of everything, the faith power of the eight-headed Orochi and the Snake Race creator title are the absolute sickest. Jihan tapped the glowing screen, already scheming his next big brain move. I totally knew it. With a faith stat, my raw power just auto levels, right? And that creator perk means I can literally spawn an entire custom monster faction. Basically, I get a massive free army of loyal minions. Zion Hoa chuckled playfully, bursting his bubble. Well, actually, your epic golem army is technically way bigger. Jihan smirked, ready to drop some serious strategic knowledge. No, you just do not get it. Sure, I have to constantly handcraft those rocky golems, but once I establish a living bloodline, I will never even need to worry about marriage or kids. Building a self-sustaining, ever-growing biological faction is a totally different, ultra-rare ballgame. A massive comical question mark basically popped over Zion Hoa's head. Wait, isn't mass-producing an endless clay army still way faster than waiting for biological evolution? Jihan's epic counter logic left Zion Hoa completely mind-blown. Exactly. But unlike mindless golems, a living, breathing race possesses actual free will and unique creative potential. He immediately pitched an absolutely genius, rebellious idea. Why not breed a hacker-tier race entirely dedicated to science? Jihan rubbed his chin intensely, calculating this wild scheme. Can we actually do it? Let us test this out. He deactivated his colossal titan form, shrinking right back down to normal. He cleared his throat, commanding, "Activate Snake Tribe Creator." Instantly, a complex character creation holographic menu popped up, packed with insane human-snake hybrid customization settings. Jihan was completely bamboozled by the totally chaotic, ultra-detailed interface. What even is all this? Zion Hoa swiftly stepped in to decode the madness. This is basically your ultimate character customization lobby. He leaned in, insanely curious about the menus. Bro, there are literal job classes here. Jihan excitedly mashed the floating sliders, watching a crazy list of overpowered career paths explode onto the screen. Rubbing his face in absolute disbelief, he gasped. So many options. But wait, I have definitely seen these classes before. As panic set in the ultimate guide, Zion Hoa clutched up. It seems you can literally copy-paste any overpowered skill you have personally mastered onto your minions. Jihan's gamer brain instantly clicked. That totally explains why this roster looks so familiar. This literally feels like rolling an alt character in an RPG, but despite his wild hype, Zion Hoa remained chillingly calm and collected. Honestly, I'm way more fascinated by the basic intellect and spiritual growth tabs. That totally caught his attention, making him gasp. Oh, right. He swiftly tapped those 2 exact status bars. Basically, they were broken system mechanics that instantly cloned and uploaded Jihan's entire worldview and massive ego directly into their brains. Zion Hoa dropped a major lore bomb. This is essentially crafting an artificial soul from scratch. Jihan whipped around completely flabbergasted. Are you kidding? An absolute god-tier skill like that exists. Seeing his hype, Zion Hoa smiled and broke it down smoothly. Spot on? It is exactly like programming a sentient artificial intelligence into a legendary weapon, right? You are literally downloading a fully functional artificial intellect into a newly forged soul. The system probably designed it this way, Master, because babysitting an entire race of literal toddlers would be a total nightmare. Jihan just shook his head, totally geeking out again. Man, this is literally just hardcore game developer stuff, Zion Hoa softly chuckled. Well, you are wielding the absolute authority of a god now, so nothing is impossible, he sighed. The power of a god. That sounds totally ridiculous. All right, let's start making that research assistant you mentioned. I can pick 3 traits. Let's see here. Jihan scrolled through the character creation menu. A massive wall of options popped up. That is a lot. Whatever. I'm just building a lab rat. Soon enough, the final stats screen flashed before his eyes. This works perfectly. Jihan channeled his magic, molding his brand new creation. Absolutely brilliant. Create moments later, Lyraman's flawless form materialized under his absolute control. She immediately recognized her divine maker. It is a profound honor to meet you. Oh, great creator Jihan was still processing his very first creation, but Manhwa chimed in instantly. It is a total success. However, you should think twice before spamming this skill. He smirked and nodded in agreement. True, even though I was just testing it, this creature has a real ego and an actual soul. She might look down on mere mortals. With that thought, Jihan gave her a name directly tied to his own life force. Your name is Lyraman Han. You bear my family name. That single sentence made Lyraman clasp her hands in absolute ecstasy. Such massive grace, her intensely dramatic devotion, made his face completely drop. What the heck was that? Manhwa giggled from behind and offered an explanation. I might have rubbed off on her a little. After all, I am your loyal subordinate, my master. It is basically a semi-permanent state of soul-deep submission. Jihan ignored the creepy vibe to hand out Lyraman's actual work schedule. First of all, you work 5 days a week, 6 hours a day as my head researcher. You will invent brand new magic. Craft mana tools or repair my golems, but first you desperately need to boost your stats. So grind hard and level up immediately. She bowed in absolute submission to his commands. Yes, my glorious creator, whatever you desire. Satisfied, he summoned a swirling magic portal. Perfect. I will open the gateway for you. Go meet Xin Yunhuan to get the rest of your orders. Lyraman sprinted straight toward the rift. She paused to glance back with total loyalty. Yes, my glorious creator. Xin Yunhuan, the absolute top dog among your loyal servants, understood completely. As her silhouette faded, Jihan let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Can I actually pull off building my very own kingdom from scratch? Still, I better be careful when playing God with living things. Wasting no time, he flew straight to the Tantric Buddhist headquarters. The chaotic riot happening below made him groan in sheer annoyance. Here we go again. Kazuma and Tora were desperately hammering away at his unbreakable barrier. Stop messing with me. Just die already. Jihan hovered above them, watching with a highly amused smirk. Could these losers actually pierce his absolute defense? He casually pulled up his status window to double-check. The Emperor and Shadow King barrier. It blocked 100 damage per single unit of mana. He smirked with absolute supreme confidence. Watch this. This thing is genuinely overpowered. 100 damage blocked with 1 drop of mana. They literally cannot break this unless they dish out 100 million damage per second. Am I right? This actually gives me a brilliant idea to crush Zermudo, Manhwa asked with a totally terrified vibe. What crazy scheme are you plotting now? Jihan pumped himself up and took a massive, deep breath. I have to go back anyway after grabbing that tantric artifact. Might as well completely wipe out this annoying mess right now. His magically amplified voice echoed like epic thunder. Listen to my song. The sudden boom practically scared the souls right out of the demons below. Out of nowhere, Manhwa happily called out his totally nerdy reference. Are you seriously quoting the anime Macross 7 right now? Jihan visibly flinched at being instantly exposed. How the heck did you know that, meanwhile, the lizard men on the ground were spiraling into total chaotic panic? What the hell? Why do I suddenly want to bow to him? Our supreme creator has finally returned. It is truly him, but a few quickly screamed out warnings to their entire tribe. Throw up your mental barriers right now. That feeling is a total fake. How could some random human from South Korea possibly become what terrified to stay even a second longer? The entire mob vanished into thin air, executing a massively desperate retreat. Manhwa analyzed the chaotic scene before reaching an epic conclusion. Master, it seems your power mimics the absolute creator of the 4 great tribes. Jihan nodded with an arrogant smirk. The effect is totally badass, right? Right on cue, a furious shriek ripped through the air from below. You damn player, Han Jihan? It turned out to be Hakma screaming his lungs out in absolute rage. You actually have the guts to show your stupid face here. He ignored the petty insult and triggered his info-gathering skill. Target locked. The Eye of the Lesser God. The status window flashed. Nightmare Elder Race. Level 143. Jihan instantly grasped the severe threat level. His level is actually crazy high, and he can passively block my divine vision. Hakma blasted into the sky, hovering right across from him to aggressively interrogate. I am Hakma, an executive member of the Japanese Warhorse Association. You are the arrogant player who dared to mess with one of our staff members, are you not? He attacked first, Jihan argued, trying to be reasonable, but the enemy didn't care at all. Logic was utterly useless here. Oh, really? Jihan scoffed back. Losing patience, the dark horse launched a brutally explosive kick straight at his face. You heard our crew now die. The monster roared. But suddenly the horse demon's eyes bulged in pure shock. What the heck? With just one hand, Jihan effortlessly blocked that devastating strike. Your telekinetic energy matches mine. That's why, he smirked casually. Hey, Pony, is that all you got? That humiliating taunt drove the beast absolutely insane. Dark purple mana erupted. You bastard! Shanhwa chimed in fearlessly, backing up her overpowered boss. Holy hell, this demon horse isn't a total pushover after all. Jihan just flicked his wrist. Get up here, stop hiding down there. That feather-light gesture carried such crushing gravity, the dark horse violently vomited blood. The beast's entire body brutally twisted inward. Gruesome, bone-snapping crunches echoed wildly, sending chills down everyone's spine. Flashing a terrifyingly gentle smile, Jihan whispered, "You're too weak." The beast was paralyzed by dread. The trembling crowd watched him casually break this mighty dark horse like a cheap toy. Pure nightmare fuel. Breaking that icy silence, our guy paused. He suddenly dropped a massive bombshell regarding the recently resurrected Yamada no Orochi. Yeah, I completely crushed that old snake. And by the way, I absorbed his magic too. I'll give you punks one chance. I'm counting to 3. His piercing glare swept the room. Evacuate them all now, or you're getting shipped to the mana factory for endless hard labor. He pointed a finger starting the countdown. 1, 2. Before finishing, Shanhwa suddenly called out, "Master, they've completely vanished," she quickly reported. Jihan threw up a satisfied thumbs up. Sweet job's done. The enemy just sighed heavily. Guess brute force really solves everything around here. The barrier shattered. Watching this absolute madness unfold, Jigen's crew stood there, jaws literally hitting the floor. You're insanely overpowered. They even had Heavenly Society members. Jihan landed gracefully, practically brushing the dirt off his shoulders. I'm easily top 110 gods level, honestly. Not even breaking a sweat. The old man forced a nervous chuckle. Haha. Absolutely unbelievable. Glancing at the huddled group, Jihan's cocky expression quickly morphed into pure confusion. Wait, why is everyone just standing around? I literally told you guys to attack from inside the barrier. Amidst that heavy, awkward tension, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed from nowhere, making Jihan flinch slightly. That is exactly my point. Immediately, a system window popped up. Paper God Zero invited him into the Shinto dungeon. Options included accept or reject. Without missing a beat, Zero spoke up to explain herself. I already spoke with Jigen privately. Please accept my invitation. Jihan pointed toward the phantom voice. You hear that? Jigen nodded frantically. Yes, please go meet the master. I beg of you. With zero hesitation left, our rebel hero clicked accept. All right, fine. I'll go check it out. Instantly, the space around Jihan shattered, dissolving like broken glass. As the scenery drastically morphed, a shadow materialized near a distant torii gate. Welcome. Paper God Zero, radiating an unreadable aura, greeted the supreme ruler of the Korean peninsula. Playing it politely, Jihan bowed his head slightly. An absolute honor to meet you. I'm Han Jihan. She nodded gracefully. Please call me Paper God Zero. Finding that title way too extra, Jihan asked smoothly, Can I just call you Miss Zero? Surprisingly, she wasn't offended at all. As you wish, my lord. Wait. My lord Jihan internally panicked. Shanhwa instantly telepathed him the tea. To her master is an impossibly great existence. She's a spirit, even though she holds God status. Honestly, her magical power feels kind of mid to me. So Jihan dropped the big question. Then why the hell can't I see her level? Shanhwa analyzed rapidly. Master your level reading skill works differently than my mana sensing levels show a being's actual existence, not just raw power. Higher level doesn't always equal stronger. Makes sense, right? If we slapped a number on her, that Spirit Zero is probably around level 100. Maybe even higher. Absorbing this crazy lore drop, Jihan awkwardly confessed, Man, I totally thought you led the esoteric Buddhism sect. Never expected a spirit. Zero calmly shook her head. Do not worry about it. I am merely the last lingering trace of the 8 million gods of Yaoyorozu. Another bizarre name dropped, Jihan was lost. Yaoyorozu, Shanhwa clarified instantly. It literally means Japan's 8 million deities. They actually exist mostly as minor gods. Some are basically just monsters hyped up by human worship. Jihan stared at the girl. So this Zero chick is the absolute last remnant of 8 million legendary spirits. She's telling me not to worry because she's irrelevant. Shanhwa offered another spicy theory. Maybe she's just being humble or it's a massive trap. Master, she could totally be faking a low level on purpose. Jihan locked eyes with Zero. My gut says she is not lying. Seeing him trust her blindly, Yeonhwa smirked with a wild theory. Two options here. Either she is drained right now, or she was always a total weakling. But no way she was always pathetic. You do not run epic syndicates by being soft, plus Japan is a literal war zone right now. She used to be an absolute beast. He glanced at the dead, silent Zero. Yeonhwa paused dramatically. That name holds serious weight. The paper god Zero, right? Yeonhwa nodded deadpan. Spot on. So wait a minute. She is the literal god of paper that is some insane top-tier power. His mind raced with crazy possibilities. Paper literally built human civilization. Sure, everything is mostly digital now, but it still holds epic weight, realizing he zoned out way too long. Jihan quickly hyped her up. You're playing way too humble. A paper god has no scrub-level stats? Zero replied with maddening slowness. You flatter me too much. Jihan dropped the polite act. Let us cut the crap. Spill it right now. Why drag me into this creepy hidden dimension? She hit him with the heavy truth. I beg a massive favor from your divine greatness. Her ultra-formal tone gave Jihan major chills. Oh my god. Who even talks like that anymore? Yeonhwa secretly cheered him on. Hang in there, boss. Just bite your tongue and suffer through it. He nodded subtly. Yeah, I know. So what is the big drama? Zero wasted no breath on filler. Take over the esoteric faction and lead our cult. You will get legendary, ocean-sized buffs. Please. Just say yes hearing this absolute madness. Yeonhwa chuckled in the background. Boss man, your street credit is off the charts right now. Jihan blinked, totally skeptical. Wait, what the heck? Is it really that stupidly simple? Did your fanatic cult actually agree to this wild takeover? Zero shook her head. No sweat. We are basically a free entry club. Jihan finally gave in. Deal. I am taking your quest. Internally, his brain played fourth-dimensional chess. Rejecting her now is massively awkward. Plus, snagging an entire faction of minions is a huge strategic win. Boom. Zero dropped to her knees, bowing hard. Thank you, Supreme One. Jihan freaked out instantly. Dude, seriously. Stop bowing like a maniac. Flash a neon blue system window popped up. The esoteric faction begs for your absolute rule. He smashed the accept button. His shiny new title loaded up instantly. Supreme boss of the Mass Church and esoteric faction Zero handed him a pulsing magical orb. Jihan recognized that epic loot instantly. A barrier orb. He nodded with main character confidence. All right, bet. I've got your back no matter what. Snatched the glowing loot, he immediately barked an order to Yeonhwa. Tell Shin Yeonhwa to drop the newest mecha golems right here. Nobody's touching this crew. Lock down the demon gate and the snake pit too. As the barrier orb shattered into dazzling light, Yeonhwa's crisp voice confirmed. You got it, Wasman. While Jihan geeked out over the glowing dust, the system alarm went off like a bomb. Gigyu scored the third fragment of the Emperor Divine Martial Arts. Zero faded like morning mist in a hurricane. She threw one last respectful bow, whispering her final dramatic goodbye. Stay frosty out there, hero. Unfazed, Jihan gripped the legendary crystal fragment super tight. In a flash, the entire illusion realm glitched right back to the start. A heavy, eerie silence dropped. Boom. The earth violently quaked as a massive obsidian foot crushed the green grass. Hovering totally chill in the clear blue sky, Jihan watched Alpha Golem stomp out of the blazing spatial portal. Only 2 legendary pieces left to hunt. One is definitely in human hands. And the last one is locked away in some hardcore hidden dungeon. His brain went into absolute overdrive mode. If I grab that final loot, the Divine Dragon Army Insane buffs will make me absolutely unstoppable. I need to grind even harder. After that chaotic roller coaster wrapped up, Jihan stretched his arms with a cocky, relieved smirk. Hell yeah. Now that is a wrap time to blast straight back to base. Vibing with that sweet epic feeling of surviving another day, our boy swaggered right back to the ultimate comfort zone. But those hopes shattered instantly. Behind that door waited the Demon Flower's blazing wrath. What the heck did you do? Jihan could only sweat drop and listen, getting roasted the second he got home. His lips trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. He stammered for an escape route. Oh. You mean I have to take responsibility? I never asked you to do all that. That excuse just fueled her absolute fury. I built this chair to work faster, you idiot. Instantly. The mechanical arm snatched him up, hoisting him into the air with a savage growl. Honestly, I did all this for your sake. Right. What the heck are you babbling about? Seeing zero chance of winning this argument, Jihan completely caved in. If you say so. Then I guess it is true. But that confession did not cool her rage. The Demon Flower roared, "Shut up. Because of you, my workload spiked by 780%. Got it. How are you going to fix this? while he panicked, clueless on what to do. A dark shadow suddenly materialized with a mocking smirk. Looks like a total mess, Master. In this critical moment, Manhwa calmly stepped up to take control of the chaos. Manager Yuhua, let me give you a hand. But she refused to listen. It is completely useless, not if we cannot distribute enough computing power. As the tension rapidly escalated, he calmly reassured her. I used to be a monster spirit. Now I am a cyber spirit. Shouldn't I be way more useful now? Plus, Master's Bossman armor still has leftover computing power. Yuhua was hyperventilating from pure rage, her chest heaving wildly. She ground her teeth in ultimate frustration. You always let him do whatever he wants. Zero planning at all. Meanwhile, Manhwa just flashed a radiant smile. Maybe that is just our master's unique charm. The second she heard herself included, she immediately fired back. He is your master, maybe. Definitely not mine. Do not say us. Watching them bicker endlessly without yielding, Jihan crossed his arms and observed. So is the problem solved? Yet a fiercely annoyed reply instantly echoed back. No, not even a little choking on her own frustration, Yuhua endlessly rattled off their towering mountain of problems. We desperately need manpower sentient beings like Manhwa here. The computing issue is just a band-aid fix. How many people do you need? He asked. She snapped right back. If you have a conscience. Guess Jihan raised a hand to pause the chaos. Hold up. Wait a sec. He touched his forehead, digging through deep memories and filtering options. After some intense mental math, Jihan stroked his chin and boldly declared, we need at least 10 people. But that answer thoroughly disgusted Yuhua. A squad like that would not even melt a single snowflake, let alone save us. We need at least 30 people. That insane number left him completely stunned. Seriously. And she was not done yet. Did you know that Lee Ramen Han guy you sent me got kicked out of research and dumped into admin? Jihan grimaced and stammered I had no clue, inwardly screaming. Because I left it all to the manager, Yuhua, who was basically his inner manager, kept interrogating him. Did you create that Lee Ramen Han guy, recalling the crazy event? Jihan nodded in confirmation. Yeah. I crushed Orochi and stole his magic power. That power, in other words, is the ultimate catalyst to turn a mere mortal into a god. In our company's case, he gathered faith and ascended to godhood. But Jihan, he literally defeated a deity, hijacking his divine status and immense power. As a result, he was no longer human, but a walking demigod. Seeing Jihan completely silent, the demon flower narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Are you going to make more? The heavy tension lingered in the air. Absolute silence swallowed the entire room. After deep thought, his voice dropped seriously. No, I will not. Jihan casually scratched his head, letting out a tired sigh. Creating a person like that is insanely difficult for me. Instantly, the words died in her throat, plunging her into deep silence. Facing this dead quiet, Jihan confidently threw out a wild proposal. Then I will just hire more people. Yuhua was baffled. Hire them how before he could even respond, she instantly shut him down. No one from my cult would ever agree to work here. Manhwa chimed in with a teasing grin. You really love that cult, huh? At this point, Jihan simply shrugged it off. No worries, I never planned on asking you anyway. He then locked eyes with his loyal subordinate, calling out to poison Manhwa. He instantly replied, yes. My master right after an epic roster of names was unleashed. Blackstone, Valhalla, Demonization, Hand of Spirit. The big bad bosses of those 4 notorious factions were summoned. Suddenly, a blinding flash shattered the dead of night. 4 terrifying leaders from rival gangs pedaling bicycles like absolute maniacs drenched in sweat. Jihan just stared utterly dumbfounded. Aren't you guys roasting in those massive helmets? One idiot instinctively blurted out, I wear it so my fans recognize me. Jihan slow clapped. Wow, so incredibly edgy. That sarcastic tone finally hit Mai Tai, who snapped his head up in pure shock. Wait, huh? Injan slammed on the brakes with an ear-splitting screech. He dramatically flipped his sweaty hair, hopped off his sad little bike, and dropped into a flawless 90-degree bow. Long time no see, boss. Seeing this utter nonsense. Jihan's sweat dropped hard. What the heck, since when are we besties? Meanwhile, Sunin completely lost his mind, screaming at Injan's blatant betrayal. Are you trying to kiss up and survive all by yourself? But literal seconds after roaring that accusation, the hypocrite dropped into the exact same deep bow. Long time no see. Boss Jihan's brain short-circuited at the ridiculous title. Why is every single villain calling me their boss now catching his total confusion? Manhwa snickered from the sidelines. Hey, desperate times call for desperate bootlicking. It is literally survival of the thickest skin. Besides, shameless flattery is a pretty cheap price for freedom. But Jihan wasn't buying this sudden redemption arc. He scoffed, shutting it down. Snap out of it, I vividly remember the garbage you pulled. Brushing off their fake loyalty. Jihan pointed his thumb at the girl beside him and laid down the law. I dragged you clowns here to act as supervisors. You answer directly to Yeonhwa now. Fair warning, though. If you accept this glorious gig, the paycheck is an absolute joke. Hearing this tragedy, Injan meekly raised his hand. Boss? Jihan shot him a glare. What now? Rubbing his palms together like a nervous rat, Injan squeaked, just how funny is this joke of a paycheck? Skipping the sugarcoating. Jihan dropped the brutal terms and conditions. You get exactly 3 hours of sleep a day. Oh, and complimentary Wi-Fi access. The absolute audacity of that offer made Blackhead's veins practically explode from his forehead. Are you kidding me? Exactly how hard do you plan on exploiting us like literal slaves? Faced with this rebellious little outburst, Jihan did not even flinch. He just calmly dropped the alternative. I could just rot you in solitary confinement for an entire week. 0 work required. Yeonhwa instantly played along bowing with a wicked smirk. As you wish, absolute master. Then she unleashed a verbal beatdown that shattered their egos into a million pieces. Let us be crystal clear here. You guys are nothing but human-shaped garbage. Honestly, I do not even classify you as breathing people. You did filthy things for a quick buck. That is precisely why my master completely crushed you using methods way more villainous than yours. But hey, I am a total sweetheart. I will only squeeze the life out of you matching your current pathetic levels. Met with terrified silence, Jihan finally resumed his pitch. And yes, the miserable wage stays. Sometime later, you will be handling tasks that actually require a brain cell. We are desperately short-staffed here. Corporate briefing concluded. Now it was time for Jihan to really break their spirits. Get this through your thick skulls. No matter how hard you cry or try, I am never letting you go. And I am definitely not treating you any better. Hearing his doom, Sun-In instantly folded like a wet napkin, aggressively rubbing his hands in submission. Why so harsh, bro? Of course, yes, we will grind ourselves to the bone for you, just like loyal little workhorses. The first domino had pathetically fallen. Jihan slowly pivoted his gaze toward Mai Tai Park, waiting for the rest of the gang to crack. What about the peanut gallery? Mai Tai Park had 0 fight left in his soul. He threw his pride right into the trash. Boss, your wildest wish is my absolute command. Lee and John was not about to be out-bootlicked either. I will do literally anything, just please, do not torture me. Operation Recruit Corporate Slaves was a flawless legendary victory. A sinister, triumphant smirk crept across Jihan's face. Without skipping a beat, he tossed the pathetic bunch over to Yeonhwa's tender mercy. Tag you are it? Brainwash them, break them, and put them to work. She looked at the sweaty losers with visible disgust, but eventually caved in. I heavily doubt these street thugs share a single brain cell, but fine challenge accepted. Yeonhwa's fingers instantly flew across her keyboard like a hacker in a cyber thriller. In a blinding flash, heavy digital cuffs slammed right onto Injan's wrists. Listen up, you absolute disasters. From this exact second forward, every single micromanaged order will be zapped directly through these bracelets. Handed this absolute authority, any average person turns into a total tyrant. Especially Yeonhwa. Mark my words. If you useless punks mess up and magically increase my personal workload, I will unleash hell upon you. Firing you means ending you. Snap with a single cinematic finger, Snap Injan, and his miserable crew literally teleported into thin air. Jihan raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by the magical abduction. Okay, neat trick. Where on earth did you just banish them? Yeonhwa smoothed her hair, acting like a terrifyingly efficient boss. Oh, I just needed someone to babysit the clueless fresh meat? And another guy to play warehouse monkey for all our sketchy imports. Plus, we seriously lacked a shady middleman to smuggle packages straight into Zhangzhet. The rest are just disposable pawns. Someone up top practically begged me for a rep who could actually steer golems properly against that annoying Zermudo gang. Dropping that massive truth bomb, she slowly rotated her head and shot Jihan a glare that could melt solid steel. Jihan physically flinched at the overwhelming aura of pure, overworked rage. Mental note, I completely failed to realize my assistant was doing the jobs of 10 men. He awkwardly cleared his throat. My bad guess, we just have to roll with it. Yeonhwa let out a soul-crushing sigh of a deeply underpaid employee and turned on her heel. Whatever. I have actual work to do. Fine, I'm out. Her massive attitude left Jihan seriously questioning reality. Wait, am I the villain here? Xian smoothly calmed him down. Master, you simply dumped all guild chores onto Yahua's shoulders. He smirked, pitching a wild idea. Why not draft some fresh meat for the crew right now? The lizard men. A chaotic memory sparked in his brain. Those Viper Clan freaks, they were absolutely drowning in total desperation anyway. Xian pushed further. Exactly, boss? Flash absolute power and they'll instantly bow. Jihan smirked. Not a bad backup plan. If I flex my max tier 4 tribe ruler passive, will those reptiles actually submit? Itching to test this crazy hack, he snapped his fingers. Summon one right now. Xian bowed deeply. Consider it done, my liege. Flash, a sweaty lizardman, appeared mid-pedal on an exercise bike. Enter KG. Ripped from his hardcore cardio session, he blinked in pure confusion. What the heck, where am I? Suddenly, KG's killer gaze locked straight onto Jihan's smirking face. You, zero hesitation. He lunged forward for bloody revenge, baring his razor-sharp claws. KG roared like a maniac. Enemy of the Viper clan. I will obliterate you. But mid-roar, something severely glitched deep inside his scaly brain. KG choked on his own words. Jihan wasn't an enemy anymore. He radiated the aura of the ultimate almighty Viper god. His bloodthirsty attack fizzled out and he instantly hit the dirt. Shivering like a fanboy, KG squealed out pure praises. Whoa, you are so incredibly magnificent, our absolute deity. He shamelessly groveled at Jihan's feet, bowing like a total madman. Honestly, the whole cringe fest totally creeped Jihan out. Xian, is this freak okay? I literally did nothing. Xian just chuckled smoothly. It's simple, my lord. For ancient tribal gods, fanatics gladly rip out their own hearts just from making eye contact. Jihan shuddered violently. Okay, that is deeply disturbing. Unfazed, Xian went on. Blind devotion requires a bloody price. Through brutal self-sacrifice, their souls fuse with their deity. That is their ultimate twisted euphoria. Those cursed words gave Jihan the biggest existential ick imaginable. Xian broke down the savage truth. Inside gate number 9, human sacrifices are terrifyingly basic daily routines. It's a sick ideological flex practically driven by Odin's chaotic humanism. The supreme ruler of Asgard, literally named the god of madness, hearing that legendary name, Jihan's memory instantly flashed back. Odin, the absolute sovereign of pure insanity and bloody warfare, master of magic and forbidden wisdom, the epic lord of Valhalla, the ultimate warrior's paradise, a savage heaven for fallen souls who praised Odin's glorious name. But seriously, is a divine paradise actually heaven or hell? Xian glanced at the pathetic lizardman. Anyway, boss, does this lizard count as human enough? Watching this reptile cry and beg Jihan just wanted him gone. Let's just dump him on Yahuwah. Xian nodded smoothly. As you wish, master. Brushing off the mega cringe, Jihan completely switched topics. Is the massive guild maintenance finished? Xian snapped into professional mode. Absolutely. Manager Yahuwah handled Mater's reinforcements and totally finalized the massive deployment. Plus, we dispatched an elite squad to lock down Tantra. We're also backing up the golems on the brutal northern front. It's practically an epic multi-species super alliance. Jihan flashed a brilliantly wicked villainous smirk. Ah, my absolute perfect dictatorship. But suddenly, a blinding celestial pillar shattered the space. The goddess of war marched out from the glorious radiance. Did someone page me? Her suffocating, monstrous new aura nearly knocked Jihan flat on his butt. Level 142, already. The goddess of war's insane leveling speed was straight up broken. Faster than an economic crash, Jihan's jaw literally unhinged in absolute shock. How the heck are you grinding so fast you just hit level 90 yesterday? She flexed her terrifying presence. Because I'm violently digesting everything inside my mortal vessel. Just a fraction more and I reach absolute perfection. The sheer terror and awe completely short-circuited Jihan's brain. You're getting even more OP. An unstoppable blazing inferno of determination ignited in her furious eyes. The absolute origin of our ancestral legacy. This isn't just your basic scrub-tier martial arts. Jihan nodded, slowly sweating bullets. Right. It's like a full-body ultimate annihilation style. But the goddess deadpanned instantly. No, you absolute idiot. That is not what I meant at all. Wait, it gets crazier. Jihan stared at the war phantom. What the heck is that? Instantly blazing energy erupted from her hands. And then came the ultimate mic drop. This right here, it is humanity's ticket to straight-up godhood. Gripping that cosmic power, she looked Jihan dead in the eye. This is the ultimate cheat code. A human's path to becoming divine. Jihan's brain literally short-circuited at that insane claim. Hold up. What are you actually messing with me right now? I have seen absolute monsters reach divinity this way. Suddenly, Xian interrupted from the shadows. He had been eavesdropping this whole time. Spot on. Listen closely, Master. Did you know every so-called genius on Earth secretly harbors the exact same twisted fantasy? They all desperately want to become gods. Even the absolute worst nightmares in the abyss crave it. Word on the street, everyone clawing into heaven is chasing godhood. Based on your memories, they are obsessed with hacking divinity. That is the complete lore dump, boss. He finished his super intense, highly dramatic exposition, but Jihan was still hopelessly confused. Okay, cool story, but so what? Zeon sighed like an exhausted teacher. Gods are totally immortal. Sure, they can technically be wiped out by some ridiculously overpowered cosmic force, but on the flip side, they can just casually resurrect. He paused for dramatic effect. Just like Yamada no Orochi, but leveling up into a god basically impossible. First off, the actual tutorial for godhood does not even exist. Is it not insanely rare for a master to body Yamada no Orochi and straight up steal his divine spark? Jihan slowly clenched his fist, quietly sizing up his own crazy stats. So is that it? I mean, my skill set is already totally broken. Like insanely rare. Then it finally clicked in his brain. Wait, is this why the Martial God Legacy is so ridiculously hyped? Because it literally hands you a speedrun guide to divinity. She gave him a deadpan nod. Bingo. Jihan's brain furiously processed the insane info dump. He threw a wild idea at the Phantom. So if you collect all these martial arts and spam them, you become a god. She nodded, looking completely totally serious. Probably. That is exactly why they nerfed it by sealing it into scattered pieces. Jihan smirked like a total mastermind. I get it now. In that case, check out my loot. He casually whipped out another glowing martial god fragment. The Phantom's jaw literally hit the floor. You brought another one. She let out a crazy smirk. You absolute madman. Holding the epic relic, Jihan burst into unhinged laughter. Ha ha ha, bro. You really think a Korean gamer would not speedrun the side quests for the platinum trophy? He casually tossed the ultimate power-up straight to her. With just the two of them left, the War Phantom greedily absorbed the blazing cosmic energy. Instantly, a wild mutation surged through her entire system. What is this crazy feeling? I wonder, does this insane buff have something to do with the mind? Jihan tilted his head, super curious. The mind? The Phantom tried to explain the massive stat boost. It is this absolute crystal clear focus. Like the pros always say, you need the perfect mental state to carry the game. Mastering divine martial arts requires 3 specs: mind, spirit, and body. They must sync up perfectly. That nameless spirit art was definitely the spirit build. The first drop was exactly like that. But this time, it is pure mind. Jihan just leveled up his game knowledge. Oh, so each fragment unlocks a totally different tech tree. Without missing a beat, she confirmed his epic theory. Exactly. As for the last 2 missing pieces, probably raw skills and secret techniques, or maybe a straight-up combat method. No matter how she explained it, Jihan's brain was getting totally fried. Yeah, I am lost. I just spam system skills. I do not actually grind physical training offline. But the Phantom excitedly kept geeking out. 3 souls are already fused if the final 2 pieces get equipped. Before she could finish, Jihan rudely cut in. Will I unlock godhood? She clenched her fist, radiating raw confidence. Hell yes. Maybe starting with the lower body stats. He could only shake his head in awe. I feel so ridiculously overpowered right now. The War Phantom rapidly added more hype. If I consume everything you looted for me, I might actually break the ceiling and rival the top 10 supreme gods up in heaven. I need to grind harder. Can we overclock the time chamber? Her hardcore try-hard energy made him sweat nervously. With my current level, I can push it to 30 times max. But the Phantom shamelessly begged him, please, bro. Jihan looked completely defeated by her obsession. He tried to be the voice of reason. Dude, why do you not just touch grass and rest? But she looked at him like he was crazy. Are you kidding? Grinding stats is my rest? Finally, Jihan threw his hands up and gave in. Fine, whatever. Instantly, she vanished into a blinding burst of golden pixels. Ping me if you need a carry. I'm going back to the grind. Jihan turned to Zeon. You caught all of that, right? Zeon instantly bowed like a loyal system assistant. Yes, sir. I will totally max out the time multiplier in her training zone. Meanwhile, Jihan loaded up his own private training instance. I better grind too, or this broken power is going to wreck me. Day 1 of the hardcore training arc began. Just him in an endless void. The perfect sandbox to test his epic new ultimate skills. First up on the agenda, a completely bulletproof plan, because I just confirmed the impossible. 3 legendary Emperor Chi Wu relics just became skills. They are locked right inside my body. The name, Imperfect Emperor Chi Wu Arts. Plus, it refuses to merge with my other abilities. Normally, my martial arts combo together smoothly, but this badass power stands completely alone. Honestly, that is an absolutely mind-blowing miracle. The system window flashes Emperor Chi Wu Fist, an imperfect raw power from the legendary Emperor. Despite being a martial art, its true terrifying strength lies in one thing: the soul-burning punch ability. It triggers absolute destruction. boosting attack speed and raw damage whenever I consume soul stones. But to Jihan, this ultimate move seems like total garbage. Just looking at these specs, screams trash tier, choosing absolute destruction is just completely laughable. Whatever time to grind, he throws his very first practice strike. Beyond Chiwoo's art, he has an arsenal of unprecedented crazy powers. Raw power-wise, it crushes every divine art I have learned by mashing them together. The results are insanely better than expected. Is this a god tier skill? A massive crater suddenly blasts open. The perfect signature for this brand new Awakened Power Day 1 was just a test drive. Time to make this completely mine. Boom Day 3 of Hellish Training begins. A massive steel wall drops right in front of Jihan. He is dead focused on maxing out his punch power. With one lightning-fast brutal motion, 5 explosive punches smash into the rock-solid barrier under his completely off-the-charts godlike power. It shatters into 100 pieces like cheap glass. This specially crafted steel wall got completely obliterated. Even he is totally shook by this new skill. One single punch did all that, and that was a super alloy infused with heavy magic. This skill's compatibility crushes even the sky-shattering strike. But wait, there is a catch. He already spotted this epic move's fatal flaw. It drinks mana like a complete maniac. 10 quick punches drain half my total mana. Considering my massive mana pool, this martial art is a total mana-guzzling monster. Clenching his fists tight, Jihan pours pure savage determination into perfecting his new ultimate. I need to master this beast right now. Days of brutal grinding fly by. His devastating punch levels up every single day. Boom Day, 10 of training hits. Jihan finally tames this wild beast with insane efficiency boosts. He can now throw 30 consecutive strikes for half his mana, and it hits even harder than before. Absolute annihilation with just one single punch. After a solid month of hellish grinding, Jihan crosses his arms, surveying his total path of destruction. Is my training completely finished here? The imperfect arts of the legendary Emperor Chiwoo, it is insanely overpowered. A great first step, but something still feels totally off. This will absolutely wreck the top 100 fighters later. But wait, is this even real martial arts? They call it that, but no normal human could ever learn this crazy stuff, just as Jihan questions his own sanity. Zeon's smooth voice echoes out of absolutely nowhere. You are totally incredible, my master. You mastered all of this in record time. Jihan just shrugs off the mega compliment. It is just the perk of a gamer's raw stats. Plus, this Emperor's art is basically a cheat code power. Zeon totally nods at that logic. True enough, but he quickly fires back. If you did not grind like an absolute madman, you never would have unlocked it. Anyway, maybe that's exactly why they split it into 5 pieces. Suddenly a crazy realization hits him. Right from the start, I completely doubted the Yunhan Guild's techniques. Burning your own soul just for a power boost, that is completely messed up. Normal martial artists always gather up their aura first. The Yunhan Guild mimics that style, but with a dark twist. At its core, it holds that terrifying soul-burning essence. The puzzle pieces violently smashed together in his head. It literally burns souls without suffering any crazy backlash. I was clueless before, but now the truth is blinding. This is nowhere near your average martial arts garbage. A wild, rebellious thought sparks in Jihan's mind. Or maybe this dark art was never meant for human bodies at all. Ending his inner monologue, he smirks. Yeah, I have squeezed every drop of power out of this. Now I just need to hunt down the final 2 pieces. Time to roll out. With that epic mic drop, he ditches the training zone. Boom dropping right back into reality. Jihan grabs his phone to check the clock. It has only been 1 single day, he mutters in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Zeon's voice chimes in with complete sass. You did that on purpose, did you not? Just admit it, master. It is totally fine considering you are not exactly human anymore. Jihan freezes right with his hand on the freaking doorknob. He blinks, utterly lost by the wild comment. What the heck are you even talking about? His hand twitches as Zeon drops the next massive bomb. Master, your body has completely stopped aging. That news fries Jihan's brain like a total short circuit. Wait, stopped aging before he can even scream out his confusion. Zeon launches straight into the crazy explanation. Exactly, my master. Your physical vessel is totally immune to aging. It is a freaking miracle it has not been patched out, because honestly, super normal, Zeon Hua stated smoothly. Meanwhile, Jihan looked totally pale and completely freaked out. How is this normal? His loyal companion quickly explained the insane logic. Zen means abandoning falsehood. You achieve this through intense training inside a mountain stream. At least that is what ancient masters claimed. Honestly, though, that mountain stream stuff is literally just a pun. Jihan's brain short-circuited. Wait, a mountain stream? But why? Xianhua smirked before dropping the absolute truth. When you smash those two words together, it spells Zen. Jihan blanked out completely. That is incredibly stupid, he muttered. Then, he raided the fridge like a starving zombie, gripping a massive slab of meat. Jihan sighed. Man, I literally did nothing but grind for 30 straight days. 0 food, 0 breaks. Honestly, though, it is a pretty epic level up for a human. Right after that, Jihan hit the kitchen to cook an absolute feast. 30 days without food is pure torture. Peeling potatoes, and he grilled Xianhua. So I am officially a Zen master now. His companion nodded proudly. Exactly. Your epic ascension was prophesied ages ago. In reality, martial arts is just a cheat code to master Zen. To reach the absolute peak, humans must master 3 insane pillars: the cosmic void, Taoist magic, and raw martial arts. Jihan was absolutely clueless about his own power. When the heck did I even become a master? He threw another crazy curveball at Xianhua. Wait, what about the non-human freaks out there? That instantly sparked his interest. Are you referring to demons and monstrous beasts? They have their own twisted methods, ranging from foul diets to actual good deeds. The stew bubbled, looking deliciously perfect, a total contrast to the gross stuff Xianhua mentioned. The foul diets? He gently explained the horror. It usually means consuming unspeakable toxic garbage. However, humans are practically junk food for demons. Jihan felt a violently cold chill. Eating humans? That is literally demonic behavior. Then, Xianhua dropped a wild theory. Absorbing sentient beings might be the ultimate shortcut to extreme power. But Jihan instantly shut that down. Good and evil can both ascend to godhood, so that gross method makes 0 sense. I already knew that. Without missing a beat, his guide fired back. Actually, boss, you literally did the exact same thing. Jihan was still drawing a blank. I did. Xianhua's voice remained incredibly smooth as Jihan plated his food. You completely devoured the divinity of Yamada no Orochi. You stole the god's core boss. It suddenly clicked in his brain. Oh, so that is the crazy cheat code. Exactly. Consuming a living legend is not just physical. You absorb their entire cosmic existence through that. You forced an epic self-evolution. The system's hidden rules. Jihan devoured his stew, absolutely loving it. So non-humans get insanely smart too. Man, this tastes incredible, he concluded sharply. Of course. Even genius monsters are basically toddlers compared to human brains. But they are legendary nutritional supplements. Finally, the massive truth settled in. Got it, he smirked to himself. I am officially a freaking Zen master. He absolutely demolished the epic meal. Totally understandable, since he had not eaten real food in 30 excruciating days. Crashing onto the sofa, Jihan finally chilled after his hellish training arc. Been forever since I tasted pure heaven. Plus, I'm a total Zen powerhouse now. Am I finally sitting at the absolute top tier? From across the room, Xianhua answered, You are definitely an elite-level Zen master now. You absolutely wrecked Yamada no Orochi. Pondering for a second, Jihan nodded. True that. Now only 2 legendary fragments remain. We already tracked one down. Time to hunt the last piece, right? I can forge the ultimate combo if I grab those final 2. That way, the God of War's power will absolutely skyrocket just like my own. Her combat skills are already insane. She will become an unstoppable force if we secure those artifacts. She might even crash the 100-strong and heavenly assembly. Her devastating power could finally rival the legendary 10 gods without any hesitation. Xianhua confirmed the divine artifact's location. Yes, it is currently hibernating after its previous master assaulted the edge of Zermudo's domain, but boss, never forget this brutal war originally ignited right at the absolute gateway of Zen Sea. Xianhua gave him a serious reality check. Our boy had to calculate his next move carefully. The Gate of Dan had already pushed north, steering totally clear of Zermudo territory for now. This whole crazy war kicked off because the Gate of Dan tried to casually annex 3 major regions. Jilin Liaodong and Heilongjiang were prime targets. These 3 zones were completely abandoned, turning into total lawless wastelands. They acted like massive buffer zones, dragging down the overall ranking of Zermudo. With Illith and the Gate of Dan throwing hands, things were getting super messy. Jihan knew charging in blind would basically be a massive fail. Racking his brain, he could not figure out why the Gate of Dan wanted that specific turf. Was this the mystery he needed to crack first? Beefing with Zermudo made sense since they were original regressors, but jumping into a full-scale war without knowing the actual tea, no way. Hearing this, his buddy smirked. Then why not go play Detective? Jihan let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, it is not even that deep, he thought to himself. Wiping out Zermudo was cool, but backing the Gate of Dan was a whole different story. Whipping out his smartphone, he prepared to make moves. All right, fine, I guess I have to call a certain someone. Scrolling through his contacts, he carefully plotted his absolute best move. His target was Borajin. Fearing things might go completely sideways, Manhwa totally offered to handle the call instead. Should I hit her line? Brushing off the panic, Jihan smirked. Totally fine. Watch me. The second the call connected, Bora activated maximum troll mode. Well, hello there, can flying pigs finally exist? Why are you calling me, you absolute gaming addict? Jihan completely ignored the roast. Hey, listen, Bora, it has been a hot minute since we last chatted. But background noises sounded like a literal war zone. Yeah, been forever. I am just a little bit tied up right now. Zero hesitation. He interrupted her excuse and cut straight to the bloody chase. Can I call you back later? I need to meet the Gate of Dan leader, or some high-ranking boss. Hit my line when Free Bora lacked any chance to complain. What the heck? Hey, talk about crossing the line? But Jihan ruthlessly ended the call on her. Phase 1 was a solid 50% success. Awesome. Now I just gotta wait for her callback. Meanwhile, time to handle some side quests. Jihan dialed up Yuhua next. Manager Yuhua, are you swamped right now? She gave pure, lethal grumpiness. What do you want? You know it is my day off, right? Knowing the risk, Jihan still pushed his luck. Know anyone in the mass society who can boost the Golem Corporation? That wild request instantly grabbed her attention. Wait what you actually want to upgrade the golems. Hyped up, he spilled his crazy master plan. That is exactly what I'm aiming for. Like, they are already decent, but wouldn't it be absolutely epic if we engineered something mind-blowingly better? But Yuhua brutally dragged him back to reality. Nothing comes for free, kid. Luckily, cash was zero issue for him. I know, so how much bank do you need? She locked in a meetup. We talked cash face to face. Deal settled. He smirked. All right. Are we rolling out right now? Yuhua kept it super brief. Bet. After a quick fast travel sequence, Jihan finally pulled up to her spot. Chilling in the room, she waved him over. Over here, Jihan scanned the area. This place was insanely empty. Well, her base literally exists in an imaginary dimension. Then he eagerly asked, so who is the mystery V? P. Yuhua smoothly calmed him down. Relax, they wait inside the illusion zone. But seriously, why the golem upgrades? Facing her intense questioning gaze, Jihan stayed dead silent. She exposed her deep suspicions. Honestly, actively jumping into this bloodbath is wild. How can a completely innocent guy just join a brutal war? Clenching his fists hard, Jihan laid out his truth. Zermudo is top-tier dangerous. Same goes for Asuka and their shady allies. I need countermeasures now. Hearing this, she stopped probing and nodded. Understood. Yeah, making that happen is totally doable. Jihan sharply switched tracks. But why desperately need our firepower? Do you not have literal experts under your command? Plus, the Black Stone crew is deploying too. On top of that, his hunger for dominance grew. However, that is still simply not enough. His ambition was off the charts. We must forge something insanely faster and stronger. Slightly panicked, Yuhua warned him. Just stacking raw power will not magically trigger evolution. Right sure our church mastered crazy mystical arts, but Jihan was already 10 steps ahead. He snapped his fingers like a boss. No sweat, I recently crafted something exactly for this. Boom. A holographic system panel materialized. Witnessing its contents? Yuhua gasped. What the heck? A laboratory. He grinned with supreme confidence. Behold my ultimate secret weapon. The Special Vision Magic Tech Research Lab is officially online. Welcome to the absolute chaos of the Special Visual Manatech Lab. White-coated nerds are grinding through insane workloads. Meanwhile, the HDU test subjects keep screaming out their wild sensory overloads. Bingo, this mana formula is total trash. Ha ha ha. Tweak this and efficiency spikes by 3.15% with a super magnetic charge. In Jihan's custom-built zone, anyone tossed into this R&D meat grinder instantly absorbs magical essence or masters crafting skills in record time. Watching his flawless system run exactly as planned, Jihan completely loses it and bursts into an evil mastermind laugh. As a hardcore gamer, my perks totally include in-game skills and hardcore economic simulations. My epic inventions speak for themselves. They are totally fine. They look unhinged, but their stress stats are beautifully managed. Just smash this button and your anxiety drops to 0. Yuhua blinks, totally caught off guard by this wild claim. Seriously, that sounds incredibly sketchy and dangerous. Shutting down her panic instantly, Jihan flexes his confidence. Relax, it is perfectly stable and totally fine. By the way, we are cranking out crazy golem tech for every category. She raises an eyebrow. So, basically, giant magic robots. Yuhua finally sighs, surrendering to his chaotic genius. All right, whatever. If you say it works, I will trust you. No big deal. As long as my crew stays alive. Jihan then smirks, ready to drop his big presentation. This special lab is an absolute cheat code. High-tech projects get instantly completed just by assigning a single nerd to the building. Since a pro gamer built it, a flawless victory is completely guaranteed, right? She still looks slightly suspicious. I guess so. Color me totally shocked. She watches poor Haku violently twitching from the experiments and nods. They actually grasp the wild concepts and keep evolving. Even when they started out as total clueless noobs, this terrifying realization makes her freeze. I have no clue how overpowered they will get. Honestly, I am terrified. Before she even finishes, Jihan bursts into maniacal laughter. Haha. Have you finally realized the god-tier value of this ultimate vessel? His eyes absolutely blaze with rebellious fire as he drops his grand unhinged master plan. We are pushing golem R&D to the absolute limit. I will literally conquer the entire world with my golems. But his cheesy villain monologue just makes her cringe super hard. Ugh, please just stop. Dropping the act, Jihan turns to Yuhua with a chill vibe. Look, I know this crazy pitch came completely out of nowhere. I'm just restructuring my inner circle, and hey, we are riding the same sinking ship. Suddenly, a lingering mystery about Han Sung sparks a burning question in his mind. Why the heck did you attack the master back then? Without a single second of hesitation, she fires back. For pure knowledge. Her brutally honest answer hits him like a truck. Wait, just for knowledge. Yuhua nods firmly, spilling the epic tea. Lolino Miss Chim is a legendary ancient witch who has survived for centuries. Joining the mass syndicate unlocks a massive vault of secrets. And get this, that entire sketchy guild is not even 10 years old. Honestly, working for your chaotic self gives me way more epic data. Absorbing this massive lore drop, Jihan nods and mutters, not bad at all. But internally, his brain is frying. The master's knowledge is so insanely massive, I could not even digest a fraction of it if I grinded all day. It would take 6 grueling months. Lightbulb moment. He throws down a wild new offer. Perfect. Then I am hooking you up with an ultra-advanced pay-to-win reward system. Since you are the boss lady now, Yuhua, crush this job and I will leak every single ounce of the master's knowledge to you. Her brain completely short-circuits. Wait, what? Assuming she glitched out, he breaks it down. I am the master's chosen disciple and the ultimate alpha warrior. I can literally mold her limitless knowledge into solid data. Extracting it into memory orb is child's play. I will slice her brain power into 100 epic fragments and drop them as bounty rewards based on your grinding stats. Matter of fact, here is a free trial. Boom, Jihan yeets a glowing orb straight through the digital screen, and it materializes right in front of Yuhua's face. Slammed with this reality-breaking stunt, she literally turns into a frozen statue. Massive anime sweat drops raining down her face. Before logging off, Jihan flashes a wicked capitalist grin. Keep hustling, and the premium loot drops will keep rolling in. To your absolute best manager, Yuhua, feeling his weirdly intense charismatic support, she blushes hard and quickly looks away. Yeah, I get it. Click. The holographic call dies. Left alone, Jihan starts doing rapid gamer math. Awesome. Now, do I grind my stats until the dimensional gate actually rings? Cut to an insanely gorgeous boundless ocean sparkling under divine sunbeams. High above the water, 2 powerful figures effortlessly hover in midair. Jihan scans the epic scenery, totally hyped. This ocean is 9 miles deep, and the artificial gravity matrix is fully locked in. Welcome to my ultimate custom-built hyperbolic training room. He had spent all his time speedrunning dungeons and brawling. That was his leveling meta. However, after 30 days of brutal grinding, a massive revelation hit him. To truly max out the legendary martial arts of Emperor Shidio, I can totally buff and exploit my other hidden stats. This huge brain realization makes Jihan smirk with absolute thrill. Pure level ups are totally overrated. Transforming is a big deal, but unlike Jihan, Zeonhua looked absolutely terrified. Boss, are you seriously doing this? What about your Bosman gear? Jihan fired back instantly. The stronger your base stats, the crazier the armor's power. Gotta hit that golden invincibility, immortality, and infinite respawns, but that insane stubbornness only made his sidekick sweat more. Is this psycho training even gonna work? I thought you had a real game plan. Jihan just threw a cheeky wink. Trust me, it's gonna work. I unlocked insane physical resistance just from my master kicking my butt. Zeonhua was completely speechless. But before he could even argue, Jihan totally yeeted himself into the ocean. Catch you later? As he plummeted into the abyss, the system started spamming notifications like crazy. Plus 10 pressure damage. Super recovery activated. Plus 500 pressure damage. Supreme healing scaling up. The stat points were flowing in endlessly. Still, Jihan couldn't stop shivering. This gravity magic damage is absolutely brutal. The data streams kept flashing. Endless damage meant leveling up his stamina and recovery skills. Heck yeah. I'm diving straight to the bottom. a few moments later. He smashed into the ocean floor 9 miles deep, but the system kept screaming. Plus 5,000 pressure damage, plus 3,000 recovery strength. Jihan quickly did the math. The damage is totally overriding my healing time to crank up the aura in a split second. Jihan exploded with blazing energy burning like a chaotic wildfire right at the bottom of the sea. A blinding blast of light ripped through the pitch-black darkness. Suddenly the system pinged. Emperor Gigyu, imperfect martial arts mastery level upgraded. Jihan's eyes snapped wide open with pure hype. My skill levels are skyrocketing. My base level, stamina recovery, and martial arts are all grinding up. This spot is an absolute goldmine. He instantly dropped into an epic meditation stance. I am gonna grind like a madman until Jinbora finally hits me up. The second his hardcore training began, the notification alerts just would not stop. Emperor Gigyu, imperfect martial arts, leveled up. The legendary Jinjiang Jiao Ngonchonbu has advanced another rank. Every punch he threw carried the weight of a damn mountain, literally shaking the ocean down to its core. That is the epic payoff of dual-wielding energy. Emperor Chidyu's style hit level 3, and his ultimate Jinjiang Jiao Ngonchonbu skyrocketed to level 8. Combining them unleashed pure chaotic destruction. Honestly, that mega martial art is just a massive mashup of every single broken skill Jihan has ever learned. The ultimate cheat code. But its true badass potential was totally locked, mostly because he spammed magic way too much. Right now, Jihan was sweating bullets just to farm some serious base stats. Meanwhile, the system kept dropping, juicy attribute points getting him totally fired up. Hell yeah, do the martial arts right, and watch the numbers go crazy. This chaotic ocean floor is the ultimate training room. Suddenly his character status window popped up, and he practically grinned like a supervillain. All my stats are totally jacked except for luck. Even though my buffs ran out, my base level is so high now, it does not even matter. I still gotta cram for college entrance exams and casually craft weapons of mass destruction. But whatever. Grinding is way more important right now. He froze, staring hard at the glowing text in front of him. Demigod. And immortality. Just as he mumbled that out loud, the system dropped a super vague hint, demigod, a being with divine aura that is not quite a full-blown god yet. That description was totally useless. Yo system that is way too brief. Want to actually tell me what it does? Fine, be that way. What about immortality then? The system instantly clapped back with a massive wall of text. Immortality. A being that never dies naturally completely shrugs off basic attacks, and only permanently dies if vaporized by some ultra-specific assassin god energy. Jihan's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Holy crap. Does this mean I'm basically unkillable now? But the hype died down pretty fast. I better not get cocky. This world is packed with absolutely busted monsters. He let out a deep breath and smirked. Still, this crazy psycho training totally paid off. While he was busy flexing his ego, Xianho's face randomly popped up on the screen. Boss, we just got a ping from the Jianhui Guild. Jihan blinked, totally thrown off. Wait, seriously. His sidekick nodded, super seriously. Yeah, one of their big shot leaders, one of the 4 great emperors, wants to meet you face to face. But Jihan just scratched his head. 4 great emperors? Who the heck are they? I don't know jack about this Jianhui Guild. Xianho sighed and broke it down. The 4 great emperors run a high council known as the Great Extreme Assembly. Behind the scenes. They are split into 4 massive factions named after Gail Montgomery. Naturally, Jihan tuned out all the boring lore. Yeah, whatever. But literally no one knows what those guys actually do in the shadows. All we know is that those gone faction punks are just hardcore combat junkies, right? Xianhua nodded grimly. Spot on, boss? That is literally all the intel we have. After a grueling back and forth, Jihan finally spat out his agreement. Fine, I will go if one of the 4 great emperors actually wants a chat. He barely just stepped into the underworld, yet here he was about to face a ruthless guild boss, ranked among the top tier and the 10 divine beings. His fist tightly clenched on pure instinct. A gnawing anxiety chewed at his gut. What the hell was about to go down morning sunlight hit the modern city by the Azure River. Just across the street, a noisy crowd was throwing a picnic on the lush green lawn. Rocking a stiff suit and a deeply suspicious scowl, Jihan dragged his feet to the meetup spot. Seriously here, this was the exact spot from that creepy magic text. Arriving at the coordinates, his jaw practically hit the floor in total disbelief. A literal convenience store? Catching his dumbfounded look, Xianhua immediately switched to maximum curiosity. Master, is this really your first time stepping in here? He stammered out a lame excuse. Look, I'm always busy studying grinding games or hanging with Sun, and instantly a snarky, mocking smirk shot right back at him. Shocker, turns out you're just a total loner. Before Jihan could even fire back a roasting insult, a strange voice cut through the air. You are surprisingly early. Stepping from the shadows was Jin Bora herself. He instantly slapped on his cool guy poker face. Punctuality is key, but is this seriously the right hideout? She gave a sharp nod of confirmation. Follow me. Swallowing his endless questions, Jihan quietly tailed her straight into the mundane convenience store, their footsteps echoing down the dead, silent aisle. They marched single file until a hidden door materialized at the dead end, making Jihan freeze. This was no dusty backroom, but a high-tech elevator cleverly masked behind a fake wall. As they stepped into the sleek chamber, Bora pivoted a sly smirk, breaking the heavy silence. You are absolutely dying to know why we built this spy movie setup in the real world, aren't you? Taking the bait. Jihan immediately shot back with a fired-up grin. You read my mind, Bora did not miss a beat. As an agent, it is literally my job. Let us cut the crap. What is the real reason? Waiting for the elevator drop, she kept her cool and started spilling the tea. Sure, we keep this mundane world at arm's length, but we never fully cut the cord. Top-tier authorities are secretly allied with us. Same deal over in Japan, remember? The smug face of Ichimura Ango instantly flashed in Jihan's mind. Wait, is not Japan an extremely special exception? Bora glanced back over her shoulder, totally unfazed. Bingo. Our folks pull strings in this society, but we do not flex our absolute dominance the way they do over there. One mystery down, but the burning question still remained. All right then, what exactly is this sketchy place? Instead of a straight answer, she dropped a suspiciously vague pitch. Just a little hub for mutual assistance. You know the drill when minions swarm a zone, the big bad demons crash the party. Jihan nodded fast. Exactly. She continued, 90% of the time that nightmare is inevitable. Demons treat humans like an all-you-can-eat buffet. But when you are running an entire country managing supernatural kidnappings and slaughters is a massive headache. They casually shatter the laws of physics, plus demons do not give a damn if you are a VIP or a nobody. Your parents could be trillionaires and a rogue demon would still snatch you up and rip you to shreds. Hit with that brutal reality check, Jihan was so thoroughly shook, he could only let out a dumbfounded, totally glitching out. Seeing his brain buffering from the info dump, she just kept rolling with her ice-cold tone. Japan runs a massive dedicated monster division. South Korea, however, likes to keep things stubbornly simple. And so, the Monster Suppression Bureau was born. They hunt down any stray demons popping up out of thin air. Honestly, though, finding overpowered prodigies willing to work a boring government job is practically impossible. This whole department. It is just a few desk jockeys and a handful of grunts fighting minion fodder. Hearing this, Jihan's eyebrows shot up. Then why the hell does this useless bureau even exist? Jinbora suddenly spun around, her eyes sparkling as a wickedly rebellious smirk hijacked her face. After a highly dramatic, totally intentional pause, she finally dropped the bomb, because their genius master plan is to just outsource it to mercenaries. While Jihan's brain was still doing gymnastics, Bora completely ripped the deceptive mask right off this fake convenience store. Bluntly put, this is a literal black market for demon hunters. Freelance badasses and psycho-extermination guilds roll up here, grab bounties, and get paid. Jihan froze, his mind totally short-circuiting from the sheer absurdity. Well, the actual government is running a side hustle in demon hunting. Well, damn, no wonder they do not need a massive official army. Even his legendary master's memories held absolutely zero intel on this shady operation. And from that tiny missing puzzle piece, a wild new theory suddenly sparked in his head. Maybe his master being an outsider sparked it, Jihan couldn't stop his hyperactive teenage curiosity. So why exactly are we crashing this demon hunting party? Bora threw him a look. Because the secretary here is one of the 4 great saints. That ridiculous flex made Jihan freeze in pure disbelief. Just because of that, Bora kept talking. Plus, rumor says she just really loves hanging out in this world, hence this whole setup. He blinked, totally dumbfounded. Man, that is definitely a vibe. But Bora's next chilling warning totally shattered his chill. You seriously better watch your back. Stepping into the elevator, she dropped the heavy lore. The Iron Emperor isn't a top 10 god yet, but she absolutely dominates the top 100. That legendary title completely silenced him. The Iron Emperor, a great saint, and the Manhwa Guild's ultimate boss. Honestly, it would be wild if she wasn't top tier. Our world is split into 9 massive alliances holding absolute power. Each boasts their own supreme rulers. That is maybe 20 to 30 absolute bosses. Beyond the top 10 legends, there are another 10 or 20 elite monsters right behind them. Breaking the heavy silence, Jihan suddenly spoke up. I always play it incredibly safe. Bora immediately roasted him. Playing it safe? You literally threw yourself into the Bailey Lyot meat grinder. He panicked, desperately defending himself. Hey, at least I didn't totally crash that death match with Zomoto. She paused, hesitating. Oh well, Then she hid a savage smirk. Hongyu said you were flexing hard over just sending some basic care packages. Her harsh words directly stabbed his teenage gamer pride. Calling my epic loot drops basic care packages is massively insulting. I single-handedly nuked their entire backline. Realization suddenly hit her. Okay, yeah, I will admit that was incredibly badass. But how did you even bypass their ultimate defense barrier? Jihan totally dodged the question with an arrogant shrug. Hey, I have my hacker ways. Honestly, he just completely trusted his broken gamer body stats and recklessly charged straight in. Sounds completely suicidal, right? Normal chumps teleporting blindly would get instantly obliterated by the barrier. But for his glitched out avatar body, that lethal damage was an absolute joke. Ding, the elevator doors finally slid open, violently snapping Jihan right back to stark reality. A gorgeous receptionist flashed them a picture-perfect customer service smile. Stepping up his fierce guide, smoothly flashed her elite credentials. Special Agent Jin Bora, escorting VIP guest codename gamer under the Secretary's direct orders. The tedious security scans quickly finished. The receptionist gave a polite, elegant nod. Agent Jin Bora's identity is verified. She gestured toward a massive side door. Please enter. Heavy mechanical gears groaned as the absolute lockdown system finally unlocked. Facing that ominous threshold, an eerie system glitch hit him. It felt exactly like a raw spatial teleportation spell. While he hesitated like a new Bora fearlessly shoved it open. The interior was so ridiculously massive, it actually glitched his brain. Besides a giant TV, the void was totally empty. Scanning for loot or clues, his eyes locked onto a blazing shock of crimson hair, chilling lazily right in front of the glowing screen. But the absolute craziest part hit him a second later. His system completely failed to read her hidden stats. Bora casually took a few steps forward and spoke with profound respect. Iron Emperor, I brought the gamer. Sari didn't even flinch. She just lazily snapped her fingers and casually replied, Oh, super fast, good job, you can bounce. Instantly, Bora literally vanished into thin air, leaving zero traces right in front of him. She just kept aggressively munching on her crunchy snacks. So this is our very first real-life meetup, huh? Just chill out. Grab a seat. Jihan internally groaned, completely speechless at this massive disrespect. She wouldn't even peel her eyes off the screen, Sari said absolutely nothing else. She just quietly snapped again like she literally heard his mental complaining. Before he could even process the crazy flex, a massive blob of silver liquid metal suddenly erupted right beside him, forcing a frantic dodge. In an absolute flash, that terrifying ooze morphed into a perfectly molded solid chair right out of nowhere. Witnessing this absolute magic trick, Jihan stood totally frozen. Liquid metal infused with high-tier magic. Sick ability, but her vibe is totally not my style. Still catching her drift, he awkwardly parked himself on the bizarre seat. Thanks. But the absolute second his butt hit the cushion, the chair violently zoomed forward at breakneck speed. Like VIP cargo out for express delivery, he was abruptly rocketed right beside her. Before Jihan's soul could catch up, Sari monotonously repeated herself. This is actually our first time speaking face-to-face. Nice to finally meet you. I am Sari, the Iron Emperor. Let's make this collab epic. Seeing her boss-level intro, he kept his reply sharp. Same here. I am Han Jihan. My cheat skill is gamer. Seeing his hyper-respectful, totally rigid posture, she casually waved it off. Yeah, drop the sweaty try-hard act. Cutting straight to the main quest, she asked, So you were wondering why Manhwa Guild is marching our army north? He hesitated for a microsecond before completely tossing his filter. Jihan dived straight into the plot hole bothering him. Yeah, honestly, some details about this raid feel incredibly sus. Sari blandly replied, Spill it, kid. Given the green light, Jihan instantly dropped the bomb. First off, why are we hyping this up as an all-out apocalyptic war? She blinked, clearly confused. What do you mean? He then launched into a rapid-fire, heavy-hitting tactical breakdown. Look, the enemy is just throwing low-level harassment tactics, exactly like my old aggro strats. Plus, they possess way more territory and insane resources. Demon spawning always scales heavily with population size. Zomoto controls a massive turf, yet it remains dead silent. That is super sketchy. Hearing Jihan's brilliant breakdown, Sari gasped in pure delight. Whoa, a smirk finally crossed her lips. Didn't know you actually used your brain, but her next bombshell made him flinch. All right, with your current status, knowing the ugly truth makes sense, plus rumor says you already met that ancient dark demon. Sari's words hit the bullseye. Jihan froze in total shock. She totally guessed it. He silently marveled. With those crazy deduction skills, she easily ranks among the top 100. Absolute shock was plastered across Jihan's face. Ignoring his panic, Sari casually dropped her next insane theory. Wondering why Zodomo has been so ghost lately? She answered with a chillingly calm, flat tone. It is dead simple. Zodomo's ultimate boss, Tongchan. One of the 10 gods is dead? Jihan suddenly clicked the pieces together. Yeah, I heard those sketchy rumors. The 10 gods possess insane divine magic. They are literally walking reapers of death itself. Each one rivals a true deity. They are this world's supreme rulers capable of fighting the Demon King. But tragically, the Dark Emperor Jinzazan mercilessly slaughtered every single one. Even Zodomo's 5 elite legends teamed up, yet got completely obliterated. Just recalling it made Sari physically jolt upward in wide-eyed disbelief. I know Boss Tangshan ran things decades ago. Shocking that you know that ancient history. This made Jihan squint in hardcore suspicion. Dude, literally everyone knows that old story. That triggered another massive jolt of panic within her. No way. The people who actually know the gritty details are incredibly rare. That is exactly why I'm tripping out Sari, then passionately spilled the epic origins of the chaos. Zodomo buried the truth. Others stayed dead silent to prevent total global anarchy. Jihan's mind raced. My master knew because her power rivals the Elite Alliance, but the insane storytelling was not over yet. She emphasized every single chilling syllable. The Dark Emperor annihilated him. A wicked smirk crept up as she described the epic climax. He, with his bare hands, cold sweat completely drenched Jihan's face. 0 skills used. He crushed Boss Tangshan barehanded? Jihan gasped. Exactly. That flex is why they crown him the absolute strongest beast among the 10 gods. No contest. Giving him 0 time to recover, Sari shrugged casually. Honestly, nobody knows which dark abyss Jinzazan spawned from. After randomly spawning in South Korea, he got into a super petty beef with Zodomo. Then in under 12 hours, he completely stormed Zodomo's massive headquarters. He totally obliterated Boss Tangshan right at the spicy climax. She cracked a wild grin, snatching Jihan's full attention. Then Sari burst into hardcore villainous, gleeful laughter. Can you even believe it? He soloed and shredded through every single ultimate defense Zodomo had. Half the tower gods were present, but he completely ignored them. He just sniped Tangshan. Her smiling face instantly twisted into freezing terror, realizing his absolutely god-tier monstrous strength. Pausing just to totally bait the curious Jihan, Sari dramatically flopped backward onto the floor, silent. She finally dropped the next lore bomb. Even actual deities could not pull that off, so we completely backed off. Rumor says the Dark Emperor just wants a chill, quiet life. After that epic story, he finally connected the final dots. Wait, you marched north just because Boss Tangshan died. She showed 0 hesitation, fiercely nodding her head to confirm. Bingo, that is the actual highly classified reason. She obnoxiously crunched down on a wildly delicious, crispy snack. Sari dropped some serious tactical stats. No cap Zodomo's 10 gods made up 30% of their total combat power. Our squad is exactly the same. The absolute second her final heavy word dropped, Jihan immediately blurted out, so that is why we are not in an all-out war. Sari aggressively cut him off. Bingo. We have absolute nuclear warheads. They do not. Jihan's eyes widened with intense chaotic emotion as she smugly emphasized, they totally outgunned us. But thanks to your insane carry, the playing field is leveled. Now our faction completely dominates. His blazing eyes locked directly onto hers. Jihan completely skipped the small talk. So what are you actually hiding? Refusing to drop a straight answer, Sari dragged Jihan right into another totally wild, dramatic mystery. Do you even know what the 9 Great Gates actually are? Her question sparked massive brain-melting realizations. The 9 ultimate underground syndicates ruling this world, or is it way deeper? Wait, you mean that legendary title holds a hidden darker meaning? She nodded, instantly 0 hesitation. Spot on the 9 Great Gates are absolutely the ultimate apex predators. But that is definitely not why they hold that title. I'm guessing you already know about the rebellious anarchy faction versus the absolute order faction. Your master definitely spilled that tea. Bouncing from one brain-breaking shock to another, Jihan firmly replied, yeah, I know. Sari smirked dangerously. Then let me test you. She dropped every single heavy syllable with deadly precision. Exactly how does the anarchy faction plan to destroy everything? His eyes practically bugged out as the crazy truth finally hit him. Oh, so they just want to nuke the entire Gaia system. She fired the question right back at him. How exactly would they pull that off? Jihan felt his brain freeze. The Gaia system. That epic firewall suppressing all supernatural freaks in this world. The very thing spitting out natural-born prodigies like him. But the real kicker in all this, it totally blocks physical reality from the virtual zone. Plus, the ancient gods combined their raw cosmic juice to actually build it. Jihan was utterly confused. Since most deities are completely trapped, how do they even plan to smash it? Totally ignoring his mental freakout, Sari loudly snapped her fingers and totally shattered his inner monologue. All right, listen up. That is all the free lore you're getting today. He forcefully gulped down his absolute panic at her sudden attitude shift. Use your own teenage brain to figure out the rest. Cold sweat practically rained down his face as he nervously muttered, Iron Emperor. Ma'am? Before he could even finish, she started roasting him alive. I said call me sorry, Koma. That Iron Emperor garbage gives me total goosebumps. Suitably terrified, Jihan immediately backtracked and tried his greeting a second time. Yes, Miss Sorry. He finally dropped the heavy question that had been burning a massive hole in his brain. I get that the 9 Great Gates are super important, but how could they possibly destroy the Gaia system? Without even missing a single beat, she dropped the ultimate lore bomb. The 9 Great Gates, they are literal organizations, right? If just 5 of them team up, the whole Gaia system totally crumbles. The Gaia system is the ultimate shield protecting our reality, and the 9 Great Gates are the very admins keeping it online. That massive plot twist hit Jihan like a speeding truck. Wait, not the gods. A sudden earthquake of doubt shook his core. I thought the deities built that system? Sorry looked genuinely shocked. Oh, so you actually knew gods created it? Yeah, they definitely did. But divine power alone cannot keep the servers running. The 9 Great Gates play a completely crucial role. And my crew. We are snatching up Zermudo's territory while the system glitches out. Every single word pulled Jihan into a heavy spiral. The 9 Great Gates. In the very next split second, his pupils massively dilated. The word gate literally means doors. His teenage genius brain went into complete overdrive. Literal doors leading to where exactly? 9 cosmic doors pushing his raw analytical powers past their absolute breaking point. Jihan finally cracked the insane code. Man, this sounds exactly like a crazy plot from the Club Dumas. 9 doors unlocking the actual underworld. Do these 9 Great Gate factions literally hold the keys to hell? After intensely aggressively processing the lore for several heavy minutes, Jihan suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted his wild theory. The 9 Great Gates are actual physical doors, exactly 9 cosmic portals. Do they drop straight down into the literal underworld or something? Acting like she totally predicted his nerdy detective moment, Sorry did not even flinch at all. Oh, you already put the puzzle pieces together. She fiercely nodded, completely cutting off his rambling. Yeah, you are exactly 50% right, kid. They are definitely doors, but they do not lead to hell. Do you want to know a secret? Honestly, hell is just one tiny little server in this massive universe anyway. The actual physical embodiment of the underworld literally loaned their power to build this firewall. The dramatic revelation instantly made him think of his terrifying acquaintance, Inhai. But the crazy lore drops did not stop there. Sorry casually threw down another epic name. Ban totally pitched in on the project too. Jihan felt his jaw completely drop. Seriously. His brain frantically downloaded this new update. Wow, this is completely new information. She smirked and doubled down. You bet your life it is snarky, kid. He tried to drastically summarize the absolute chaos he just learned. So basically it works like this. There are exactly 9 ultra-rare cosmic doors floating around the universe. They grant absolutely busted superpowers to whoever holds the keys, and since the most insanely overpowered guilds claim them, the entire world just started calling them the 9 Great Gates. Is that the gist of it? Sorry flashed a dangerously sassy smirk at his teenage presentation. Not exactly. But you hit the bullseye on the main points. Still, that is definitely enough brain power for you to grasp the core plot. I totally get it now. Everything is crystal clear. The ultimate endgame is ruthlessly defending those exact doors. That is exactly why this whole apocalyptic turf war blew up. It is a simple matter of a broken power scale, all triggered by the epic death of one of the 10 deities, the legendary patriarch Tongchun. Jihan felt his entire body go completely rigid as the terrible guilt set in. And all because of me, this entire universal war got sparked, all because an overpowered gamer like me just had to show up and break the system. Breaking the heavy tension, Sorry suddenly exploded into a loud villainous belly laugh. Haha, did the light bulb finally click on in that thick teenage skull? Ding, 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 it is absolutely all your fault. Your crazy rival totally kicked the power balance off a cliff. Now my side is launching an all-out war to hijack Zermudo's gate. Even Billy Elliot ditched his neutral stance to join our squad. Plus, the high-class elites of the United States are officially making massive power plays to back us up. Pretty soon, the whole empire will be totally overthrown. Even mighty Asgard will not be able to ignore the absolute chaos unfolding here. And naturally, Jihan's rebellious brain immediately queued up 100 new questions about this insane cosmic drama. I gotta ask. If the Jian Ui Guild and the elites play the good cops of order, who exactly is left? Sorry didn't miss a beat. She laid out the current board, confirming Avalon was on our side. Billy Elliot just joined the squad too, representing Avalon. Britain's Ninth Gate Avalon's queen was a legendary fairy sovereign, The very same who healed King Arthur, leader of the Round Table. It's literally the fabled island of spirits and pure imagination. Lilino's memories were packed with Avalon lore. Jihan bet his life it was because she was a European witch. So, who's leading the rebellion? Unbothered Sari kept dropping truth bombs about the Asgardian faction. Then there's Zomoto and Kemet. Kemet calls Egypt their turf. Jihan caught the drift perfectly. So the other two guilds are playing Switzerland. I'm talking about Chimudi and Sephiroth. She nodded in total agreement. Bingo. Chimudi holds down India. According to his inherited memories, that name was directly tied to the ultimate Hindu trinity. And Sephiroth. They master Kabbalah mysticism. This info dump was frying his brain. Jihan silently cursed. Too damn complicated. But she didn't let him space out. Sari snapped him back to reality, locking onto their ultimate mission. Getting the picture yet? We aren't doing this for our health. We crush Zermudo to maintain world order. Simple. As long as outsiders don't back them, we've got this war completely locked down. Hearing that confident breakdown, Jihan finally let out a massive sigh of relief. That was definitely reassuring. But beneath his chill exterior, his brain was running a mile a minute. Trusting the Jianwei Guild's actual endgame. That was a completely different story. Hell, he didn't even understand those gates. Only the top 100 and the 10 gods held those secrets. Without a single warning, Sari stood up, dropping a totally cryptic line. How about we jump straight to the main event? Jihan blinked, completely lost. Main event? She brushed imaginary dust from her leg, her tone dangerously sweet. I'm a very busy woman. I don't just hand out free answers. Her golden eyes flared with predatory intent as she locked onto him. Let's begin. No more wasting time. Talk about absolute whiplash, Jihan's brain totally blue-screened. Wait, begin what? A sly smirk formed on Sari's lips. I answered your questions. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Still totally confused, Jihan shrugged it off. Sure, shoot. She used to hate her title, but now she claimed it with absolute pride. Perfect. Rank 3. The Iron Empress Sari. Before Jihan could even flinch, a terrifying heat wave melted the entire floor into muddy clay. She declared with absolute authority, I want to see your skills firsthand. Even the ground beneath Jihan collapsed under her monotonous voice. Have you ever heard of the Bangasari? A maniacal thrill stretched across her lips. It devours metal and forcefully fuses it all together. Suddenly her eyes multiplied into dozens of unblinking lenses, capturing every agonizing angle of her grand reveal. Welcome to the inside of my body? Pretty neat, right? Jihan's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Hold up. Bangasari. You mean the legendary iron-eating demon? Melting seamlessly into the wall, she spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. So, try your best to survive and escape. That's the only way you pass my little evaluation. Sound good? The moment she vanished, the entire room morphed into a horrifying nightmare of slimy, writhing tentacles. A freezing sweat drenched Jihan's spine. She just said the craziest crap without even blinking. Xianhua couldn't hide her absolute awe as the squishy walls instantly hardened into lethal traps. Thinking about it, you probably need this level of absolute insanity to crack the top 100. Sari's lethal spikes transformed into razor-sharp steel, lunging toward the solitary human with the ruthless speed of crashing lightning. But Jihan wasn't some weak mob character. System activate brain acceleration. With maxed out analytical processing, his body blurred through the air, performing a deadly breakdance in midair. No matter how terrifying her onslaught got, Jihan dodged every strike with absolute effortless swagger. In a split-second pause during the chaotic brawl, Jihan furrowed his brows. I keep dodging, but these freaks won't stop. Isn't this totally overkill? A rebellious spark ignited in his eyes. He made a completely ruthless call. Time to fight back. Activate counterattack protocol. 17. The legendary Bossman armor materialized instantly. It summoned monstrous tentacles of its own, totally neutralizing Sari's deadly barrage. It violently snapped her lethal spikes like cheap toothpicks, but he wasn't done yet. Jihan barked out his next absolute command. Activate magic fusion. Initiate absorption. Witnessing this insane counterplay, Sari let out a gasp of pure, unadulterated shock. Highly impressive. Truly impressive, the Demon King armor is seriously overpowered, even if the name is totally cringe. But Jihan only cared about one single thing right now. Did I pass your little test? Unfortunately, fate was about to totally screw him over. Jihan's entire body violently shuddered as Sari delivered the final verdict. Nope, not quite yet. Let's crank up the heat just a bit more. The entire metallic domain, her very body began to tremble with apocalyptic fury. I want to see the absolute worst devastation you can dish out. Jihan's Bossman armor was purely liquid metal. Altered to mimic the legendary Metal Symbiote Plus, it literally auto-upgraded by absorbing gear using pure mana and visual sync. Even the Iron Empress was seriously hyped watching this insane flex. Even if the name is corny as hell, yeah, this Bossman armor is ridiculously broken. The entire chamber quaked with unprecedented earth-shattering violence as she taunted him. Just a little further. I want to see you completely unleash your absolute limits. And right then, without Jihan even saying a word, Xianhua forcefully activated the ultimate skill on his behalf. Switching to flight mode? Hovering inside a mind-bending, endless funhouse of eyeballs as a mere mortal, Jihan stays completely chill analyzing the chaos. Space literally warps around him. The Iron Emperor is top tier for a reason. She rivals the 10 gods, a totally different weight class. This entire creepy dimension, it is her actual body. Ever the polite protagonist before a beatdown, he smirks. Hey Iron Emperor, mind if I go all out? Sari's countless eyes narrow, dripping with cocky arrogance. Are you seriously worried about me? A brat who just survived the abyss for a few years. Ha ha ha. Bring it on, kid. Instantly, a lethal crimson glow flashes like a warning siren. Because I'm not holding back either. Zero hesitation detected, no fear found here. Jihan speaks slowly, keeping that rebellious poker face. Well, in that case, he detonates his true inner power, absolute void creation. True to her supervillain promise, Sari does not just sit around while he throws a party in her guts. Fierce laser beams lock onto the lone human, but things do not go her way. The attacks hit a brick wall. Actually, they get completely swallowed by Jihan's overpowered void space. Even with his void shield carrying him, the sheer violence of the blast makes him stumble at ground zero. Brain running at hyperspeed, he makes a split-second tactical call. Rockets engage. Fire, he uses the void sphere to literally tank all the aggro. Jihan dips out of the death trap. Sari's billions of eyes track his every move, but he totally ignores them. Channeling a massive payload of aura into his fist, Zero Mercy allowed Jihan instantly smashes his Mind Art Heavenly Ruin strike straight into the yellow quartz, just like always. A catastrophic explosion tears the place apart as he smoothly evades, but obviously that is not enough to body a boss like Sari ha ha ha. Ouch. That actually stung. Glancing at his shrinking black hole gamer brain, activates. The void is vanishing. Her magic is seriously strong enough to delete it. But the Heavenly Ruin strike definitely hit the mark. He custom built this level, one active mind art, so nobody knows its raw damage better than Jihan. Hold up. Does this mean my stats outrank the Iron Emperor time to spam attacks? Without a single wasted frame, he barks an order. Possum armor swapped to rapid fire mode, right on cue. His mechanical boosters hit maximum overdrive. Screaming like a jet engine, he ruthlessly spams his win condition skill. Heavenly Ruin Strike. 100-hit combo Sari takes the ultimate beating as his endless barrage turns everything into dust explosions. Rock the zone like a frantic carpet bombing. The sheer devastation takes a massive toll on her. A blood-curdling screech echoes, making Jihan sweat. Oops, did I go too far? Jianhua chimes in from the peanut gallery. You totally did. He awkwardly defends his gamer move. Hey, she told me to go all out. Mid-fight banter ensues as Jihan wonders. Wait a second, is her name? Sari literally just ripped from Bunga Sari. He casually confirms. Yeah, pretty much. He sighs in disappointment. Wow, so unoriginal. Suddenly she screams hard enough to burst his eardrums. You little punk. Are you completely psycho? I have not felt pain like this in ages. Cold sweat drips down Jihan's forehead. Uh-oh. Looks like I officially triggered her boss phase. Jihan drops the jokes and locks and rapid-firing commands. Switching to defense mode, Jianhua. Prep the impenetrable fortress. He instantly barks back. Copy that. Activating the impenetrable fortress. Instantly, an aggressively dark aura swallows him whole. High-tech energy veins map across his arms, looking like cutting-edge cybernetic armor. Enter Jihan's edgy midnight form. I crafted this absolute defense just for the upcoming Zermuda War. I mix pure mana with cracked alchemy and magic tech. Meanwhile, Sari is absolutely seething. Veins bulge in her terrifying eyeballs as sheer fury manifests into a crushing gravity, trying to flatten Jihan into a pancake. Being the sole target of a billion hateful stares causes major psychic damage. Holy crap. This is seriously triggering my trypophobia. Right at that cinematic climax. Every single eye flares up at once. Golden pupils contract, detonating with blinding crimson light. Jihan takes a sharp breath. This is the opening he was waiting for. Perfect timing. Without dropping a single frame, he chants his absolute guard, impenetrable fortress. Activate. The second he speaks, thousands of blinding red lasers erupt from the wall of eyes, weaving an inescapable web of death. Boom. A world-shattering explosion ripped through the air, striking exactly where Jihan stood. The earth violently quaked as fire and smoke swallowed everything. Time literally paused. But as the heavy dust finally settled, a brilliant neon blue light pierced through the chaos. A flawless spherical barrier locked around our boy Jihan, standing proud without a single scratch. Thousands of creepy eyes on the wall violently twitched, perfectly reflecting the Iron Emperor's absolute shock. No way a kid just tanked her ultimate strike. But hey, it was all part of his master plan. He tapped into that sweet mental-to-magic conversion device back in Goyang. Fusing his own raw mana with the Bossman armor created this epic shield, plus stacking spatial magic and reinforcement spells, his heart pounded with pure unadulterated adrenaline. Zero fear against the Iron Emperor's overwhelming pressure. Instead, he just threw his head back and laughed out loud. Anything weaker would be a total snooze fest. After all, he was a natural-born genius. Being chosen by the demon carving was no joke. Hearing that cocky attitude, the Iron Emperor literally froze. She went dead silent for a hot second, clearly making up her mind. Those thousands of eerie eyes trembled before slowly shutting tight. The freakish demonic wall started shuddering, and then began melting away like a giant block of ice. Layers of eyes just vanished into absolute nothingness. Honestly, Jihan was pretty mind-blown watching it. A mix of confusion hit him, weight in the blink of an eye. Her terrifying skill completely evaporated, leaving behind a stark, empty white void. The creepy shadow swallowing Jihan retreated, snapping his body right back to prime condition. Suddenly, the ground rippled like water, and the Iron Emperor slowly rose up like a boss. Looking totally ticked off and bitter, she finally grumbled. "All right, fine. You passed the test." Not hiding his massive smirk, Jihan chilled out and replied, "Thanks." She completely ignored the sass and cut to the chase. "So what is your big play now?" "You must have some crazy reason for asking about marching north." Jihan totally took his time. "Well, I just need to verify one tiny detail first." The Emperor raised an eyebrow, super curious, but on guard. "Verify what exactly?" He completely dropped the act and laid out his endgame. "Look, I do not even want to fight, but if a brawl is mandatory, I am ending it fast." She pondered this. "Okay, what is the master plan?" Jihan finally spilled the tea on his strategy. "My original vibe was to perfect the Emperor's martial arts and weaken them. But nope, Zermudo has to go down first. He had obviously done his homework. The heavenly cult leader went missing in action. This is our golden window of opportunity. Those guys are totally in the rebel faction too." He leaned in closer. "Fighting you made me realize something huge. You and the rest of the four emperors are permanently stuck on the Korean peninsula, right?" Her face darkened instantly at getting totally red. She shot him a death glare. "You little punk, you catch on way too fast." Jihan rubbed his chin like a movie detective piecing clues together. "Just as I guessed, but man, that puts our squad at a major disadvantage. Those 10 gods on the enemy team can basically roam wherever they want." She suddenly threw up 3 fingers, crushing his logic. 3 of them can drop in at once. Meanwhile, our side can only send 1. He frowned, super skeptical. "Wait, why the heck is that?" Dropping the beef, she went full serious mode. The Grand Barrier surrounding the Korean peninsula literally locks out anyone who does not belong here. Zermudo has a matching barrier, but keeping that epic shield up requires serious manpower. Dropping it equals declaring all-out war and risking total annihilation. Whoever lowers their shield first takes the ultimate loss. An alternative idea popped into his genius brain. Can we not just swap people out for magic artifacts? She did not even blink. Absolutely not. Sure we could, but it would never be enough power. Instantly, the final puzzle piece clicked for him. I totally get it now. Right now, both sides are just playing a massive game of chicken. It is a total war of attrition, meaning when the real brawl breaks out, everything goes crazy. So then, our best bet is to strike first. The Emperor locked eyes with him for final confirmation. "So, you are personally handling Zermudo. You got skills, kid. But in your current state, not a chance." Jihan flashed a wildly confident smirk. "Relax. I have my own crazy methods. After this, I'm going solo with the raid plan locked in." He spun on his heels to bounce. The Iron Emperor stared him down, actually showing a tiny sliver of care beneath her icy tone. "Just do not die, kid. You are the ultimate wildcard for the Korean Legion." Jihan threw a slick smile, giving a chill nod. "Just sit back and leave the heavy lifting to me." He warped back to base the sky weirdly bright and peaceful today. Shindung pride for the juicy details. "So are you seriously giving up on collecting Emperor Sivyu's martial arts fragments?" Jihan played it completely cool. There are 2 pieces left. Some random guy already snagged one, and the last piece is totally off the radar. For now, I'm going to try sweet-talking the guy holding that piece, though honestly, that sounds like a nightmare. Lolino let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Seriously though, who knew the 9th level was hiding a bombshell like that? Yeah, only the absolute top tiers knew. They kept that lore buried for a literal millennium. Her brain was literally short-circuiting from all the lore drops. So to wrap this up, you are plotting to murder Zermudo. You are absolutely insane. Jihan played it completely cool. Obviously not, dude. She totally lost it, screaming right in his face, "You seriously think they'll just back off?" Shinjung, however, didn't even flinch. He casually tilted his head toward Jihan. "So got a master plan yet?" Suddenly a shady black ooze bubbled up right beside him. Then that totally familiar voice echoed. The boss obviously has a plan, an absolute stroke of pure genius. The creepy black sludge violently jiggled, suddenly morphing into Yanhua's form. That dude's blind loyalty for Jihan was honestly just next level crazy. Our boss possesses an insane arsenal of overpowered video game style skills. He plans to completely wreck Zermudo's crew in the most brutally simple and totally effective way possible. Relano's eyebrow twitched violently. "Just spit out the actual plan already," she aggressively snapped. Sweating buckets under her terrifying glare, Jihan seriously felt the pressure. Shinjung ruthlessly cut through all the annoying filler talk. "Get to the point. What exactly is the master plan you casually skipped over the most crucial detail here?" Yanhua eagerly laid out the strategy. "It is super simple. We will all stack up on status immunity. At the same time, we heavily buff our area of effect mental attacks." Rolano leaned on her hand quickly, spotting the obvious loophole. "Mental skills? Sure, they hit stupidly hard. But do you seriously not know their massive glaring weakness?" Luckily, Jihan already had a backup plan locked and loaded. "Oh, definitely. I totally know it. Therefore, I've prepped some absolute killer counter strategies." Honestly, Rolano's ridiculously deep magical knowledge totally saved our butts here. Hearing her own name randomly dropped, her eyes blew wide open in absolute shock. Wait, what? Two glowing pure white orbs suddenly hovered right above his open palm. "Use these shiny little things as your ultimate reference guide." Shinjung and Rolano grabbed the weird orbs and just straight up swallowed them. The second they gulped them down, both completely froze in pure shock. Like a massive electric shock blasting through their brains, Rolano instantly sat up bolt straight, her face turning dead serious. "Whoa, this actually has some insane potential. Even crazy prodigies could never look down on you now. But wait, isn't this basically a super toxic skill for totally griefing other players? My master goes by the infamous Butcher Witch. As her absolute best student, I totally figured out a way to unleash her signature chaotic moves on a massive, epic scale." Shinjung gave it an honest gamer review. "With this insane cheat code, you can definitely nuke Zermudo's main headquarters. Sure, it feels super shady and dark, but I bet it hits like an absolute truck." Absolute hype suddenly surged through Rolano. "Heck yeah, I seriously think we can actually crush the Bang Shinde this time." Jihan smirked with hardcore determination. "We have to completely obliterate it no matter the cost. That stupid thing is literally what glues the Great Gates together." The one who leaked this massive spoiler to him, the Iron Empress Bungasari. He flashed back to his final tense meetup with Sari. She had basically handed him a crazy quest. "I'm only dropping this intel because you swore to obliterate Zermudo. If you can, please absolutely annihilate the Bang Shinde." Back then, Jihan was totally clueless about the hidden lore. Why though? She severely warned him about the absolutely catastrophic fallout it brings. It is physically blocking one of the massive cosmic portals. If you smash it, that chaotic portal energy will violently explode outwards, literally turning every single thing nearby into total ash. Jihan practically freaked out, nervous sweat instantly drenching his face. "Wait, wouldn't that be insanely dangerous for everyone? Like I will be totally fine, but wouldn't that literally put the entire world in jeopardy?" Sari's vibe turned super dark as she stressed the point. "Beyond dangerous. If that thing fully rips open, it is absolutely game over for us all." But remembering Jihan's ridiculously broken abilities, she instantly chilled out a bit, confidently dumping this massive final boss quest on him. And that is exactly why you need to aggressively smash it, totally wiping the entire surrounding combat zone totally clean. Then you can just construct whatever crazy magical ceiling traps or defensive buildings you want. Don't you already have those weirdly overpowered unique crafting skills anyway? Put simply, once the Bang Shinde blows up into pieces, Zermudo's game is officially over. The real headache comes after, and Sari strictly ordered him to keep that massive portal shut, but honestly, Jihan wasn't totally sure his crafting stats were high enough yet. Just to play it safe, he dramatically pulled a tarot card reading, and luckily the universe said, heck yes. He leaned his elbows on his knees, quietly sorting through the chaotic storm of thoughts in his head. First up, I'm going to totally crash Zermudo's main headquarters, and then I will absolutely shatter the Bang Shinde to pieces. That is our immediate main quest. Rolano vibrated with wild hype for the upcoming raid. Well, if that is the play, You're going to be insanely busy, dude. I better go grind out some personal preparations myself. Jihan and Shinjung locked eyes, giving each other a knowing badass nod. Yeah, I have got a ton of loadout prep to do. Right. I will go ahead and finalize my ultimate build adjustments too. With the whole battle plan fully locked in, he gave his final orders. All right, squad, go gear up and get ready. We will ping each other with status updates later. The room faded out, leaving only a single dramatic spotlight illuminating Jihan's lonely figure. All around him, a massive ring of high-tech machinery hummed with insane power, while two glowing magical arrays slowly rotated in midair. Casting off an eerie, chilling light, Jihan's intense eyes were completely glued to the giant monitors, ruthlessly tracking every single anomaly. Timing it perfectly for maximum cinematic drama. He gave the signal. Hit it, Manhwa. The speakers cracked to life, echoing with pure respect. Copy that, Master. Jihan smoothly added his demands. Call Manager Shin immediately. Pay her out fairly and command her to deploy the masked church to the front line. Manhwa discreetly covered her growing smirk, a wicked grin flashing across her face. We can finally crush Zermudo once and for all. Jihan's fingers confidently danced across the glowing control console, his movements totally flawless. We will see about that. For now, let the show begin. Magic Tower activate immediately. Instantly, the earth violently convulsed. A massive pitch-black monolith violently ruptured the ground, piercing the very heavens. Day one. He dumped every ounce of converted mental mana into pure crafting. By chaining his overpowered skills together, his daily production rate skyrocketed by 5 times. With Shin Yunhwa's buff that hit 10 times the normal speed. Day 5. He mass-produced heavily upgraded liquid metal golems, churning out a staggering 1,000 units every single day. Day 10. Jihan hit a massive roadblock, completely burning through his entire hoarded stockpile of precious crafting materials. He pivoted to forging epic staves, bracelets, and arcane hairpins. They desperately needed specialized magical gear. Day 15. The ultimate prep phase was officially over. Now, it was time to launch the grand invasion deep within the Magic Tower's underground vault. Thousands of lethal metallic golems stood in perfect menacing formation. A literal army. In the massive central chamber, his deep, commanding voice echoed loudly. All right, team, is everybody locked and loaded? Lolino, chilling on Arkadinger's shoulder, threw her hand up. Born ready. Shin dropped into a lethal combat stance. I am perfectly prepped as well. Checking his flawless system interface one last time, Jihan took a deep, steadying breath. All right then, let us begin. He spun around dramatic style and chanted his spell. Dimensional portal. Ancient glowing runes aggressively flared into existence. He thrust his hand straight forward. Half of his hand vanished into the terrifying pitch-black abyss. But before he could take a step, vicious bolts of violet lightning blasted up his arm. The magical feedback shredded his sleeve, making Jihan shudder. His face twisted in serious pain. Lolino, however, remained completely unfazed. She let out a super sarcastic sigh. I totally predicted this. Told you not to touch that idiot. Jihan awkwardly rubbed his arm, trying to defend his totally reckless move. Hey, I honestly thought it would work, eh? He glared into the terrifying void, mentally cursing them out. Those absolute scumbags at Zermudo locked down the dimensional coordinates, totally expected from the legendary Nine Gates faction. Thanks to his Broken Gamer's body passive, Jihan shattered their teleportation barrier. That cheat-level skill nullified the physical pain, allowing him to recklessly tank the massive damage and force his stubborn way right through their lockdown. But honestly speaking, the terrifying magical backlash he just tanked was absolutely insane. A normal human would be instantly vaporized into cosmic dust. Jihan casually rolled his wrist, checking the damage logs from the void. How much durability did the bossman armor lose? The system reported back. Armor integrity compromised by 9.28%. Unbelievable, Jihan totally raged internally. That was enough raw damage to melt exactly 1,000 golems. So far, nothing too unexpected had happened. Totally calculated. Lolino glared at him, entering full angry teacher mode. I seriously warned you. Why do you keep underestimating Yamato, even without their supreme leader, Lord Tongtian? They are definitely not some low-level mob trash. For once, Jihan stopped arguing and totally agreed, nodding his head. Yeah, you are completely right. Time to trigger Plan B. Instantly, his holographic system screen flared to life. He plunged his hand straight into the digital void. A heartbeat later, he yanked out a bizarre egg-shaped artifact, the legendary indestructible capsule. A flawlessly forged capsule made of absolute, unbreakable liquid metal. A completely custom Hanjihan masterpiece gripping the item. He flashed a super arrogant smirk, his eyes blazing with total gamer confidence. With this bad boy, we are practically invincible. Shin was totally unbothered. Figured you would craft something ridiculous. You're basically a demigod now. But will it actually survive the pressure? Jihan shrugged, playing it super cool. Honestly, not 100% sure. But hey, if this fails, I still have a totally backup plan C. And so relax. Realistically, though his gamer's body made his actual physical form practically immortal, and absorbing the mythical Orochi's aura granted him the absolutely broken divine tier crafting skill. It was an ultra-rare endgame ability, only unlocked by maxing out crafting stats and harnessing pure magical energy, allowing the user to literally forge absolutely anything they could possibly imagine. That was the insane loophole Jihan exploited. The skill description said, any known item, which sounded terrifyingly vague, but it literally meant anything in existence. Yet even his overpowered gamer's body had a critical weakness. It wasn't truly invincible because Yonhwa had actually managed to breach his digital mindset before dealing genuine psychological damage. Jihan had heavily debated this fatal flaw with his master. Natural-born awakened beings drew their ridiculous power from the very fabric of reality, the system governing everything, the almighty Gaia. Because of this, their personal abilities could never surpass the planetary system, and supernatural powers born from Gaia could totally disrupt and counter each other. The magic community called it Gaia. But here was the ultimate plot twist: Gaia itself was programmed by ancient gods. Was this a massive problem? Absolutely. That is the exact reason his cheat-like abilities could be shattered. He figured his powers would literally crash and burn if he ever faced an entity packing more server power than Gaia. Jihan had never faced a freak with that kind of power, but out there anything is possible. These insane barriers could completely shatter his skills, hitting him with a devastating fatal blow. That is exactly why Quan Sindung warned him, the real million-dollar question: can this so-called invincible capsule actually smash through that massive spatial barrier? Jihan's eyes flashed with a crazy rebellious spark. I bet this totally works. He gripped the capsule tight, winding up for an epic game-changing pitch. Here I come, baby. The capsule shot forward like a bullet. It slammed dead center into the gate's glowing barrier. Boom. A heavy shockwave echoed. Cracks shattered across the glass like spiderwebs. His muscles screamed, pushing past his absolute limits until his hands violently shook. Blinding magical sparks exploded as the capsule violently grinded against the shield. The cracks blew wide open, forcing the capsule straight through the impossible defense. In a flash, the blinding light swallowed half of Jihan's arm whole. It totally vanished behind the shattered barrier. An urgent voice buzzed in his ear, violently trembling with panic. Master, we are taking endless damage out here. 85 seconds until our HP hits absolute zero. Jihan's heart hammered a frantic beat, but he played it totally cool. Relax, guys. This party ends right now. He cracked the capsule wide open, meanwhile, across the portal. The capsule violently shook before splitting in two. A blinding neon blue aura erupted, tearing through the pitch-black shadows. Jihan let out an earth-shattering roar. Expand and conquer. That turf belongs to me. This entire realm is my ultimate domain. Triggered by his words, the neon glow exploded into a massive shockwave. It aggressively shoved back the suffocating darkness. Over in Zermudo's hostile turf. Sitting at the absolute peak of a skyscraper tower, the ground was totally swallowed by storm clouds. The dead silence shattered. Sizzling explosions and fierce lightning ripped the sky apart. A massive vortex portal violently spun open. Jihan shoved his armored arm straight through the rift. He dropped the payload. The capsule crashed hard into the dirt. Instantly, corrupted dark aura exploded like a tidal wave. The solid concrete melted into a nasty gooey swamp, swallowing the capsule completely whole. That toxic black sludge began violently bubbling, breathing like some freaky monster. In mere seconds, it hardened into a flawless badass teleportation gate. Heavy, menacing footsteps echoed from the abyss. Boom. A massive, pitch-black armored foot slammed ruthlessly into the earth. Following close behind, an entire raging golem army marched out. Miles away, Madame Goldenlight violently flinched. Her lethal instincts screamed of approaching doom. A frosty chill wrecked her spine. She clenched her fists until her veins popped. They have crashed the party! Down in Zermudo, her lackeys stood frozen at the red-carpeted stairs. High upon her throne, the terrifying Madame Goldenlight glared down. After surviving so many miserable failures, she let out a frustrated, heavy sigh. Just as I suspected. Has someone actually sealed my flawless prophetic vision? Down below, fresh blood dripped past the apostles' masks from pushing past their insane limits. Ma'am, massive spatial distortion detected. Our troop teleportation is completely jammed. Total comms blackout frontline connection is dead. Madame Goldenlight gripped her throne aggressively, barking her ultimate command. Bong Shin Tower. Battle stations block that rebel trash and buy us some damn time. She bit her lip, swallowing the sheer panic, desperately calculating her next brutal chess move. Only 3 Jumo elites are guarding Bangshin Tower. The backup is going to take way too long to arrive. We hold those freaks back until they get here. Meanwhile, back at Jihan's magic tower, it was chill. Total silence, like the war was a total joke. But down in the tower's hidden vault, it was absolutely packed with monstrous hulking golems. Jihan scanned his army. A cocky, rebellious smirk crossed his face. Everything was falling perfectly into his master plan. The Mud Squad already crossed over to blow those portals wide open. Witnessing this insanely epic flex, how couldn't hold back his wicked grin. Now that is a massive crowd. Shindung glared over, practically buzzing with wild impatience. Are we seriously still sitting around here? Jihan casually shook his head. Nope. It is go time for us too. She was literally just waiting for the green light. She strutted straight toward the swirling vortex. Awesome. I am crashing this party first. Lolai No just gave a cool laid-back shrug. Letting the muscle go first makes total sense. Immediately, the rest of the crew swaggered forward. All right, squad, let's rip this place apart. In less than a frickin' second. The whole squad leaped through the portal, vanishing into the enemy realm. But the moment Jihan stepped out, his eyes blew wide open, stopping him dead in his tracks. Right in front of him, his vanguard golems were getting completely nuked by an apocalyptic rain of spells. Black smoke choked the roaring battlefield while the ground violently quaked. A rival mage chanted a nasty curse, summoning a wicked thunderbolt right onto a golem's skull, but the golem just opened its jaws and fired a blinding crimson laser beam straight back. Kaboom! An earth-shattering blast vaporized that cocky mage into absolute nothingness. The raging crimson hellfire reflected off Jihan's face, leaving him stunned for a heartbeat. But then, a hyperlethal lightning arrow screamed through the air, aiming straight for his head. Jihan did not even flinch. With godlike reflexes, he casually snatched the spiraling bolt right out of thin air. The second it touched his palm, a sudden spark flared, then died out. Jihan casually flicked away the falling ash. He summoned his royal scepter from the inventory knees, bending slightly. His muscles coiled tight. Then Jihan's posture snapped perfectly straight. He exploded forward like a loosed arrow, tearing through the wind at blinding speed. Jihan rushed the floating mage, the very fool who just fired lightning arrows at him. Closing the distance instantly, he swung his massive scepter high, delivering a brutally devastating strike. Defenseless, the enemy took the full bone-crushing impact. Blasted toward the ground, before he even crashed, a massive golem caught him, its body dissolving into thick, suffocating slime. In seconds, the doomed prey vanished entirely into the golem's chest cavity. Not a single bone remained, trash permanently disposed of. The golem turned, resuming its hunt. Jihan gripped his scepter, hoisting it skyward. Mana erupted, amplified into an earth-shattering roar, pure, terrifying magical dominance. A shockwave obliterated the space, blasting the surrounding mages away. Sparks detonated everywhere. Crimson light swallowed the chaotic battlefield. The mages panicked, breath-ragged cold sweat drenching their spines. Pure survival instinct sparked one shared thought. That insane gamer. Attack him, take him out now. A guy cosplaying the Monkey King stepping on a yin-yang array charged Jihan with a staff. That intensely hairy face made Jihan involuntarily shudder with pure disgust. What the heck, are you a cheap Monkey King knockoff? Catching Jihan momentarily distracted, the fake jabbed his arm. Before the fake could gloat, Jihan twisted his wrist, grabbing the staff, yanking the enemy closer with a smirk. In a flash, Jihan released his grip, pivoting instantly to deliver a brutal uppercut, teeth shattered together. His face twisted in pure agony, Jihan's cold gaze swept the battlefield. He smirked, dripping with arrogant defiance. Who is next? Cold sweat poured down the mages' necks, stepping back. Nobody dared step up, until suddenly they all swarmed him. Lethal weapons aimed at Jihan. The atmospheric tension reached absolute breaking point. Suddenly, ethereal antique clocks manifested before his eyes. Massive gears ground together from the void, swallowing the entire battlefield. Unfazed, Jihan calmly executed his counter. Maximize time acceleration. Maximize time acceleration. With max acceleration, 1 second feels like 1,000 A flash behind him. An assassin struck like a ghost. Blade nearing his neck, Jihan spun, smashing his scepter into the assassin's face. Simultaneously, a massive black snake lunged sideways, fangs dripping venom. He casually reached out, pinching its fatal pressure point hard. Using its body as a whip, he swept away the incoming volley of arrows. Mid-combat, Jihan still had time to casually strategize. Meaning, 1 second felt like a million. Clock hands spun violently, leaving endless overlapping afterimages. Ticking echoed everywhere, each beat smashing enemy hearts like a heavy hammer. Right before the skill ended, everyone trapped inside screamed. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, then suddenly exploded, in a rain of gore. That horrific bloodbath terrified the survivors. Trembling violently, faces pale, dripping cold sweat. Time acceleration. He is a literal monster. He can accelerate time that much. Enemy lines crumbled into chaos. Do not attack alone. Form up. Use massive area of effect spells. Where are the cursors? Their panic caught Jihan's attention. He turned slightly, silently mocking their pathetic limited intelligence. You idiots. Stop obsessing over just me. Suddenly a dark shadow eclipsed half of Jihan's face. He froze. The attacking mages completely froze too. Jaws dropped. What? What is that? The battlefield went dead silent. Suffocatingly quiet. Every eye locked onto the sky above Zermudo. A gigantic gray mana bubble hovered there. Inside, the lower half of Shindung's body had mutated into pitch-black sludge. Her hair radiated a bizarre, intensely colorful, glowing aura. Jihan glanced over. He slowly tightened his grip on the royal scepter. This was his perfect opening. Awesome. While Shindung draws all their pathetic aggro, I can unleash my secret weapon. Shindung unlocked the ultimate form of the divine spirit. Assist merged with 2 martial fragments. An absolutely legendary lost-to-time martial art was finally reborn. Her right hand clenched. Fist cocked back, eyes shut tight. She focused her wild energy into one absolute point. Then she unleashed total hell. The air literally ripped apart. A massive phantom fist exploded from the shockwave. It hit with the completely unhinged force of 1,000 armies. The unlucky scrubs nearby crushed before they could even scream. Sparks exploded everywhere like a freaking meteor shower. That colossal strike slammed straight into Zermudo. The insane impact made the entire sky violently shake. Thick smoke blasted everywhere. But as the dust finally settled down, Zermudo was still standing like a giant brick wall. Its glowing magical barrier was completely intact. It totally blocked that world-ending punch. The desperate mages were pushed to their absolute limits. They charged like maniacs to wipe out Shindung. Do not underestimate the mighty Zermudo. Attack every single muscle in her body locked up tight. A pitch-black horn ripped right out of her temple. Growing longer by the second, her vibe flipped in a flash. Gone was that totally righteous warrior energy. Replaced by something super dark and twisted, like a fallen angel ready to riot. The magic bubble around Shindung violently compressed, shrinking so tight you could literally see the crazy swirling layers. Hitting max pressure, it burst into a creepy neon blue flame, wildly wrapping completely around her edgy new form. A savage flash tore up the night. The legendary mind and palm arts of Emperor Shidio. Boom. Thousands of phantom fists blitzed the mages, crushing those losers before they even got close. The battlefield instantly became a total hellscape of absolute power. One bulky dude looking like a literal pig monster, pale as a ghost, totally drained of blood, sweating absolute bullets. His survival instincts were screaming, mind arts. No way. Damn it, shadows guard me right now. The freaked out sorcerer next to him was shaking burning talismans like crazy. The void becomes real. Be my ultimate shield. Both dudes dumped their remaining mana at the exact same time, throwing up 2 insanely thick barriers with 0 gaps. They floated high up thinking they were totally safe inside. But their try-hard shields were literally useless under that massive fist's insane pressure. The shield caved in, smashing right into that pig guy's ugly mug, totally crushing his snout into a twisted mess. Flattened like a pancake. In a split second, the barrier shattered like cheap glass. He got blasted away, face completely busted, spitting blood as he tumbled through the air, eyes rolling to the back of his empty head. How could this actually be happening? That attack wasn't just raw damage, it totally canceled out their magic skills. As his wrecked body fell, the waiting golem opened its massive arms. Its chest turned to slime, literally swallowing the unlucky loser's whole. Then the giant golem opened its mouth, blasting a hardcore red laser straight through the sky. That blinding beam sliced the heavens, sniping every single target in the air, turning them into instant, brutal, bloody confetti. Explosions chained back-to-back sick flames choked the blue sky. Shindung just chilled in the back, letting her golem squad do all the dirty work. Suddenly, an icy killer intent stabbed her heart. Her insane reflexes sent shivers down her spine. Hair standing up, she glared at the crazy danger zone. 2 dark shadows loomed in the blazing inferno. In a split second, she instantly knew exactly who these creeps were. The 4 great demon generals. Malehan gripped his legendary blue cloud sword. The blade drew a sick glowing trail as he pulled it back. His terrifying eyes locked dead onto Shindung. Magical power erupted, fueling a totally fatal strike. The air around his blade warped like crazy. But Shindung, she just casually tilted her head, staring at the sky. That ridiculously hyped killer blade just barely missed her, leaving a frosty breeze. Lahong's eyes popped. He couldn't believe she dodged his ultimate move. Refusing to take the loss, He flipped a wild 180 degrees midair. The blade flashed again, slashing down with double the ridiculous power. Shindong just smoothly raised 2 fingers. Catching the legendary blade with 0 effort, all that devastating momentum instantly died. It couldn't move a single inch. Lo Hong was totally shook. His blood running completely cold. What the heck? Before the dude could even process it, she yanked him. Dragging his entire body forward, her fist buried itself brutally deep into his gut. His breath hitched his body, instantly curling up from the insane pain. Lo Hong got blasted backward. His violently shaking hand totally gave out. The blue cloud sword slipped right out of his grip. Shindong spun around, building up some wicked momentum. Then she threw a brutal high kick. Her heel crashed right into his spine, hitting the exact same spot she just trashed. Lo Hong folded like a cheap lawn chair and got launched into the distance. Meanwhile, Letho's hand was shaking like crazy around his umbrella. Suddenly he puked up fresh blood. Blood poured out of everywhere. Shindong just floated there in midair, looking like an absolute boss. Her icy gaze watched him totally freefall. In a flash, her eyes snapped to the absolute last loser standing. I stared at Guitar Boy, totally baffled. You gonna make a move or just hug that ancient banjo all day? The dude was completely terrified. You just one-shotted my entire squad. Your power level is absolutely insane. I have never seen a human monster like you. Shin-young dropped the nice girl act entirely. Her stance lowered muscles coiled like a loaded spring ready to brawl. Cool, guess I will just swing first. The lute player plucked a single bone-chilling chord. The cursed melody crept right into my veins like toxic spiderwebs. In a flash, pitch black mana exploded from the music, completely swallowing the space around him in total darkness. She felt her grip slipping. A totally cowardly sonic attack, really. The demonic beats hammered her skull, trying to completely shatter her sanity. Shin-young just sighed and closed her eyes. So lame. Instantly, a massive glowing phantom fist materialized right in front of Guitar Boy. Bam! The sheer impact completely pulverized his ribcage, absolutely vaporizing his precious loot into wooden confetti. His eyes rolled back into his skull as his broken body was violently launched through the air. Joining his defeated squad, he plummeted into the dirt in the most humiliating way possible. Shin-young casually dusted off her hands, dropping the coldest truth bomb of the day. Not even a scratch. You guys are literally 0 challenge. She stared blankly at her own fist, doing some quick mental math about her insane power creep. 3 generals down. Am I just crazy overpowered now, or are they completely pathetic? Honestly, who cares? She flexed again, channeling a massive surge of aura for her ultimate Emperor Fist technique. Thousands of glowing phantom punches overlapped in the sky, blasting forward like a meteor shower of absolute destruction. Boom! The fist smashed into a colossal tidal wave of sand, exploding the dunes into a blinding, glittery sandstorm. Shin-young froze instantly. That giant sand wall wasn't just weather, it was alive and moving with totally sinister intent. The howling winds violently twisted, morphing into a super familiar, bloodthirsty voice roaring from the sky. I have been waiting for you punks. I'm going to grind you trash into dust. The second he stopped yapping, a gargantuan tsunami of sand swallowed the entire battlefield. Nobody was safe. Flying mages and grounded rock golems alike got violently sucked into the chaotic meat grinder of a sand current. Shin-young, annoyed, totally recognized that dramatic shrieking. Oh great, it is the sand freak Lord Changshon? Those super cocky enemy mages instantly turned completely pale, practically wetting their pants in pure terror. Run for your lives, Lord Changshon has lost his mind. Do not get caught in his crossfire. Changshon roared like a psycho, bulldozing every single obstacle as his brutal killer instinct locked onto his real target. Han Ji-han, where the hell are you hiding, coward? Deep inside the chaotic vortex, billions of dust particles twisted together, mutating into an apocalyptic colossal sand dragon. The beast snapped its jaws to devour everything. If I slaughter your lackeys, will you show up? Meanwhile, hiding in the distant woods, Lolino spotted the sky-ripping sand apocalypse. Oh my god, is that psycho Changshon? I thought Jihan already grabbed the epic loot. She groaned, stuck, playing defense for the magic barrier. Portals spewed endless rock golems into the glowing forest. Chilling on Ahauding's massive shoulder, Lolino casually swiped her inventory and yanked out her trusty witch broom. All right, big guy, you ready to crash this party? He gave a totally serious nod. She squinted, scanning the absolute chaotic warzone tearing up the capital city. That crazy sandstorm is juicing up the mana from the magic tower, which means our little seed is growing perfectly sout. Plus you got a massive power-up too, right, bro? Ahauding rumbled in a deep voice. Yeah, all thanks to that epic world tree loot you hauled back. Speaking of, it is time. Lolino blinked, totally caught off guard. Whoa, already that world tree fruit is seriously cracked. I will mutate into the divine wood. Cover my back. She smirked, totally unbothered. You got it, boss. Then hopped right onto her broomstick. The broomstick blasted off like a rocket, carving a sick neon trail straight into the chaotic sky. Gripping her witch hat against the gale, she drifted through the air like an absolute pro. Down below, a howling punched the dirt, and the colossal divine wood erupted with insane speed. Massive enchanted branches skyrocketed, forming a monstrous canopy, while golems locked down the roots. Suddenly, giant roots violently pierced right through the sandstorm, weaving together like giant wooden chains. The brutal wooden net completely trapped the sand dragon, but Changchun just laughed like a total maniac. His sandy body melted like water through the cracks, leaving behind only his absolute chilling arrogance. "Trying to block me?" Loleno hovered close, flashing a wildly wicked, mocking smirk. Obviously, she hovered right on the edge of the magic forest, and Changchun's endless sand sea getting a total VIP view of the chaotic battlefield. Over in the woods, massive roots exploded from deep underground. Sprouting wildly, Changchun's absolute fury totally nuked his sanity. The desert completely boiled over, mirroring his totally unhinged meltdown. "I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you." The demonic red sand spun out of control, swallowing absolutely everything in its path. It morphed into a colossal earth-shattering tornado. It packed enough raw power to crush any idiot stupid enough to stand in its way. Lord Changchun's demonic sandstorm raged harder, becoming an absolutely unstoppable, swirling nightmare. It completely wrecked the dead trees nearby. With just one epic flex, that psycho-obliterated those poor innocent plants just minding their own business. It evolved into a monstrous hurricane hungry enough to swallow the entire wasteland whole, but Lolino Mishim zero fear. She just laughed and muttered, "Honestly, color me impressed." That freaky red sand was literally Lord Changchun's actual body. The creep could disintegrate and steal the power of anything he touched. Finally, his super creepy deadpan voice echoed out. "You totally bloodthirsty little witch. You just hit the heavenly realm, and you actually dare to crash my epic revenge party." His deadly promise dropped a second later. "I'm sending you straight to hell right here, right now, watching this dude's totally unhinged, arrogant tantrum." Loleno just casually steered her broom to dodge. Classic born from dead bodies, that crazy sand demon's whole vibe was just stealing power. Plus, the freak leveled up like crazy while training with that shady cult. This lame magic forest was just a cheap knockoff of the world tree, as if that could ever hold back Changchun. Too bad our girl already had him playing right into her hands. I totally saw this coming." Epic ancient incantations violently ripped from Loleno's lips. "Listen up. You who signed my dark contract crash this party right now. Suspended in thin air. Terrifying crimson eyes promising absolute destruction snapped open. I summon you fulfilling our wicked deal." In the very next heartbeat, a literal demonic horse started stomping out of a terrifying magic circle. Stepping into the spotlight, the Grand Duke of Hell, the Demon Barrett, dropped a casual greeting. "Long time no see? You murderous little witch." Lolino raised an eyebrow, hitting back with maximum sass. "Drop the innocent act, dude. I know you have been stalking Jihan this whole time." Busted, but the giant demon just blinked innocently and straight up confessed. "Well, yeah, you actually caught me." She immediately shifted gears, getting right down to business. "Anyway, looks like you finally snacked on that world tree fruit. Your aura is wildly different now, so spill it. How much juice do you actually have? Be honest." Bound by their dark deal, Barrett shrugged it off. "Honestly, no clue. Maybe like 35%. That completely blew her mind. "Dude, that is literally 3 times stronger than last time." The demon nodded smugly. "You bet?" Loleno's brain went into overdrive. Back when he fought Sungun, he was only flexing 10%. Done wasting time, she snapped back to reality and barked her orders. "All right, cool. Let us get to work." The demonic duke immediately hoisted his legendary staff. Oh, you know it. A blinding neon bright light violently exploded across the battlefield. The raw energy completely bulldozed through Changchun's pathetic hurricane in literally the blink of an eye. Half of that arrogant lord's body was scorched pitch black like a totally massive fatal sunburn. The crucial moment had finally arrived. An epic explosion sent the demonic sand blasting into the sky. Taking massive damage barely fazed him, but his ego totally bruised. Changchun scoffed with burning fury. "You actually dare. You absolutely pathetic bargain bin wizard." Meanwhile, on the flip side of the total chaos, a ridiculously angry, shadowy figure started screaming across the wasteland. "Hold your ground. The second you showed your face, I knew things were going sideways." Catching that supreme shade, Jihan immediately hollered back, "Oh, obviously, I still owe you jerks a totally legendary beatdown." Surprise, surprise. The party crashers were none other than the infamous duo Lord Rangshan and Lord Songshan. Plus some seriously dramatic chick glowing with absolute holy vibes stepped up. None of you are walking out of here alive. It was the legendary Madame Goldenlight literally blinding everyone with her epic aura. Staring down this totally terrifying boss squad, Jihan kept it cool and started scheming. Rangshan, Songshan, Shangshan. And now this golden light lady man, I only know like 2 of these geeks. But that glowing boomer is the real wild card. Who knows what kind of broken hack she is packing? Jihan totally linked his mind to the squad, projecting pure confidence. Guys, we practically own this map right now. As if these losers could actually clutch a comeback, Xion the Poison Flower fired back her thoughts. Even if they drop an ultimate skill, they're totally doomed. Meanwhile, massive earthy golems were slowly patrolling the giant forest, oozing raw nature magic. But just when things felt chill, something massively wrong started ripping through the dirt. Giant creepy pillars violently erupted from the earth, covered in glowing ancient hieroglyphs, and it totally did not stop there, locking the ancient trees in a deadly trap. System Alert suddenly started spamming his vision like crazy. Warning: the 8-pillar seal zone is now active. Mana drain engaged. Spatial lockdown confirmed, energy levels dropping. Flashbacks of their last epic fail immediately hit Jihan's brain. They had totally spammed this cheap trick before, but this time, a cocky, absolutely fearless smirk locked onto his face. Too bad for them, I actually did my homework this time. Before he even had to give the signal, Loleno started chanting her ultimate spell. She belted out the legendary Anthem of Life. Massive waves of neon green energy violently exploded from her core. Rise up and break them, my magic forest. Roots violently pierced the earth. They drank deep from the soil. Thick vines slithered upward like hungry snakes. They coiled tight around the freezing black stone. The ominous pillar was totally swallowed by nature's raw power. Just a split second of this crazy pressure. Crack. The magic pillar straight up shattered. It could not handle the flex. The system blasted a notification. Space restriction lifted. The magical forest has been summoned. Jihan smirked with pure satisfaction. He watched the glowing text confirm his territory's creation. Oh yeah. Everything was playing out exactly according to his master plan. Boom! Lords Ryangshan and Sanshan exploded into motion. They scattered in opposite directions like startled bugs. Jihan braced himself. He knew damn well. This was just the warm-up. To block their counterattack, Jihan blasted telepathic orders to his crew. Sindong, you take down Lord Sanshan. Loleno, you are up too. Miss Chim, keep locking things down with your magic. Master, please handle Lord Changshan. The commands dropped back to back. Poison Flower Xion handle Lord Sanshan. I will personally crush Lady Goldenlight. Next second. Bam. The ground caved in. Sindong blasted off like a rocket, trusting Jihan's strategy without a single doubt. Her absolute target, Lord Ryangshin, the guy was just standing there chilling like he had been waiting all day for this smoke. Her approach speed was absolute nightmare fuel. His eyes practically bulged out of his skull in pure, unadulterated shock. Zero time for villain monologues. Sindong delivered a picture-perfect, brutally savage flying kick. Wham. She easily launched Ryangshin's massive body through the air. He crashed hard into the lush and green magical earth. A massive dust cloud exploded upward. It straight up looked like a mini volcano had just erupted. Flexing her hardcore battle experience, she unleashed a terrifying barrage of lightning-fast iron fists. Punch after brutal punch rained down on Ryangshan's crash zone. Relentless devastation. Boom. Another massive shockwave tore through the entire area, and this one was way bigger than the last. Time for a quick death check. Sindong floated right over the pitch-black smoke screen. She lightly touched down on the vibrant green grass. But the very next heartbeat, Ryangshan's razor-sharp spear violently tore through the wind. Swoosh. She casually blocked the deadly blade with her bare hands. Her expression was totally deadpan. Zero panic. Ryangshan already knew breaking her defense would be tough. Not sweating it, he smoothly pulled his weapon back. He instantly followed up with a storm of horrifying slashes. Terrifying spear aura flooded the zone. Sindong read his moves perfectly. She flowed straight into the legendary Tai Chi stance. The techniques activated like a flawless system. In the blink of an eye, Sindong completely neutralized his furious strike. No need for a hard block. She effortlessly redirected the massive kinetic force. The poor ground behind her completely ate the devastating impact. Finally, the dude confidently stepped out of the gray dust cloud to talk smack. Soul incarnation art. Even within the elite Jumo army, almost nobody ever reaches this crazy level. So weird. Breaking her silence, Sindong dropped her own cold conclusion. Are you calling this illogical? Ryangshan bluntly clapped back with pure arrogance. Heck yeah. Way too many of you punks can use the soul incarnation art. That is absolute nonsense. Suddenly something clicked in his arrogant brain. He scoffed. Oh, so that is how it is. His sharp predator eyes totally figured it out. You learned the cursed martial arts of Emperor Chiu. That explains a lot. However, that little trick will not save you from my wrath. Rongshan unleashed another brutal assault right at her. You have officially crossed the line this time. For your unforgivable crimes, I am wiping out you and your entire crew. She dropped into a fighting stance and smirked. Just try it. Without warning, a colossal blue aura exploded around her. She looked like a literal Super Saiyan. Triggering her signature move, sky-high firepower violently erupted. Her absolute killer intent was overwhelming. Wrapped in a terrifying hurricane, Rongshan's razor-sharp spear clashed against her aura without backing down an inch. Round 2 kicked off with explosive fury. Both sides threw down hard. Sadly, Sindong's devastating punch was blocked so brutally that bones practically creaked. Yet her icy expression did not flinch once. If the hands are blocked, let the legs do the talking. Right as his deadly weapon shaved past her face, Sindong fired off a savage kick that packed lethal power. Seriously, who is even counting these earth-shattering explosions anymore? Both powerhouses blasted high into the sky. Obviously, that scratch damage was nothing to them. They totally stuck the superhero landing unharmed. Meanwhile, she locked onto the crazy scene playing out before her. This is not natural manifested energy. The vibe is totally off, catching her muttered words. Rongshan's aura spiked to demonic levels of aggression. This is the true form of the wind spear. The east wind exists solely to grind enemies into dust. Let me show you absolute despair. I am completely one with the storm. Across from him, Sindong erupted with unstoppable battle aura, ready to wreck everything in her path. He spat out every single word with toxic venom. You have zero chance of survival. The savage gale matched his cold, unbothered rhythm. You are totally doomed. Not shrinking back one bit, Sindong flashed a freezing glare and challenged him. Then show me what you got, tough guy. Enough talking. The two monsters instantly clashed again, restarting their apocalyptic turf war. It was the classic matchup. Brutal close combat brawling versus a long-range spear. Naturally, the poor earth below them was getting absolutely shredded. Immediately after trading that colossal shockwave, they both bounded backward, respecting the lethal rhythm of the fight. Sindong stuck her landing with flawless precision, but right then a huge red flag popped up in her mind. So weird. He straight up countered all my attacks. Her glowing amber eyes narrowed fiercely. It is like he is reading my damn mind. Rongshan casually swaggered forward, dripping with absolute disrespect. Is that all you got? Giving her 0 seconds to breathe, he unleashed another terrifying cyclone strike right at her face. Then just die already. Faced with an absolute powerhouse, she kept her cool, clenching her fists, but then a freak twist of fate made Xinyan's eyes blow wide open. In a flash, Rongchuan's razor-sharp blade clashed against her. Insanely, his weapon bulldozed forward like a runaway freight train, violently shoving her back. Feeling that raw, overwhelming pressure firsthand, Xinyan totally froze in her tracks as reality hit her. I get it now. This guy is... Bam! Before she could even finish that thought, a perfectly timed strike sent her flying. The devastating hit launched her like a ragdoll, slamming her body brutally into the cold, unforgiving dirt way off in the distance. The earth-shattering impact kicked up a massive, suffocating dust cloud, swallowing the entire battlefield. And right at the impact zone, terrifying cracks began splintering across Xinyan's battered body. Feeling that terrifying physical shift, she totally panicked and checked herself. Honestly, she couldn't even tell if her healing factor was kicking in. But Xinyan wasn't about to waste another second. She snapped right back onto her feet. From the corner of her eye, a deadly vibe flared up from her blind spot. Rongshuan was already rushing in hellbent on wiping her off the map. She clenched her fists tighter than ever, dropping into a rock-solid defensive stance. Pure rebellion flared in her thoughts. Screw this, I'm sniping him from a distance. Not even pausing for a single breath, Xinyan refused to just stand there and be a punching bag. It was time to unleash absolute hell. Too bad Rongchuan just casually leaned back, dodging her strike and effortlessly blocking with his polearm. But Xinyan wasn't sweating it. This perfectly chaotic mess. It was exactly what she planned, just like I figured. This creep has my entire playbook memorized. Done playing nice, she wildly flipped her combat strategy on the fly. She stomped the ground so viciously it shattered into massive spiderweb craters. Shards of icy earth and grass violently erupted, totally wrecking Rongchuan's perfect charging path. Right then, a blinding blue flame exploded around Xinyan, blazing with an untouchable, rebellious heat. Her eyes locked on perfectly. This is my absolute golden ticket. While the jerk is blinded, tapping into her ultimate combat intuition, she instantly triggered her most devastating move yet, Blazing Leaf Strike. But her sick combo totally failed by a single millimeter. This monster just teleported straight to her flank. Moving with terrifying speed, he swung his massive blade down like an unstoppable guillotine. After putting up such a crazy fight, Rongchuan had finally crushed her under his overwhelming dominant pressure. Triggering a massive blast just to squash the pest that had been annoying him, Xinyan was totally wrecked. She was sprawling on the dirt, completely swallowed up by the thick, eerie fog. And right now, crack! Her armor splintered rapidly, followed by another sickening snap. Terrifying fissures ripped across her entire body. Taking all that heavy damage had Xinyan so paralyzed with shock, a pained gasp forcefully escaped her lips. Ugh. Her deep emerald eyes, usually calm as the ocean, blew wide open in total disbelief. Even while laying helplessly trapped inside that massive crater, Rongchuan just stood there like a statue. It totally tripped her out. He's not throwing a follow-up strike. Scowling hard, she spat out her words with pure, unapologetic teenage venom. Are you seriously going easy on me right now? And this absolute jerk just casually replied like it was an undeniable fact, spot on. Your pathetic death right here is an absolute certainty. Xinyan's lips twitched wildly. This guy's arrogance was off the charts. Then he dropped another insanely cocky line, so I suppose I can humor you and wait a tiny bit longer. Instantly, Xinyan smirked, flashing her signature rebel attitude. Never judge a book by its cover, moron. You're so unbelievably dumb. She was totally shedding the image of a defeated, beaten-down victim. A terrifying pillar of sapphire fire erupted from her core, violently torching the entire combat zone. Out of nowhere, Xinyan rocketed high into the heavens, blasting far away from that crater. Floating suspended against the endless sky, she drawled out with chilling, badass calmness. I gotta hand it to you. Your vision is... freaking terrifying bam. Her next aerial stomp was so explosive it launched her downward like a heavy-duty missile. But if that's your absolute limit, you're never landing a hit on me. Taking all her taunts in stride, the furious hurricane surrounding Rongchuan just mutated into something way deadlier. In seconds, he wove a massive lethal trap of wind, perfectly waiting for his rebellious prey to dive right in. With her target locked, dead ahead, Xinyan had zero choice but to kamikaze straight into the trap. But boom. Total failure. A devastating explosion ripped through the sky, violently launching her backwards into the stratosphere. Thank God for her insane reflexes. Xinyan managed to stick a perfectly balanced superhero landing right onto the grassy dirt. Staring down her flashy acrobatics, Rongchuan finally let out a super sarcastic sneer. You talk a big game, kid. The raging cyclone around him viciously morphed into a razor-sharp giant spear. Time to end this pathetic little rebellion right now. The monstrous energy blazing from him lit up the zone like a dying star. The lethal danger in the air was straight up suffocating. Realizing the scales of fate were totally tipping against her favor, a bone-chilling realization hit Xinyan. Man, I guess I'm completely out of options. She bit her lip hard, locking in her crazy gamble. Looks like I gotta pop my ultimate trump card. Instantly, an insanely wicked aura blasted out of her, climbing to freakishly high levels. Right from her core, a catastrophic pulse of raw, raging mana started violently expanding. Xinyan's eyes sparked with a lethal gem-like brilliance under the glaring sky. Even crazier, her entire lower stance violently leveled up visibly, bursting with supercharged power. And finally, her whole body completely erupted into a storm of terrifying lightning. It was a legendary voltage ready to utterly vaporize any idiot bold enough to step up. I completely lost count of the rounds, but with the tension absolutely maxed out, both fighters clearly decided to bet everything on this one final clash. The Orb Sovereign totally lost it, unleashing an infinite barrage before Xinjung could even strike. Those epic slashes literally sliced through space and time, shredding the very fabric of reality. Too bad, man. Besides creating some crazy shockwaves behind her, the attack totally missed. Xinjung simply vanished with absolute lightning speed. Pushing her legs to the absolute maximum limit, she generated massive shockwaves that totally shattered the ground beneath her in just a split second. She completely bypassed the Sovereign's deadly spear. His slow reflexes just could not keep up with her insane agility after that absolute beatdown. He took that monstrous kick straight to the face. The impact shattered the earth, sending massive shockwaves and thick dust into the air. When the smoke finally cleared, Zongchan was left completely wrecked in the crater. All his previous tough guy energy completely gone. He gasped for air, struggling just to spit out the words. Cuff. How did you... Staring down his totally defeated enemy, Xinjiang did not even flex. He just smirked and dropped a cold truth. Sometimes speed is the only answer you need. Hearing that, Zhangchan busted out laughing. Ha ha ha, very impressive. A cocky grin somehow forced its way onto his battered face. But hey, we are not losing right here. She completely froze, utter confusion scrambling her brain. Suddenly, the divine tower guarded by Zhang Jian's massive sand body erupted with a blinding pure blue light across the battlefield. Zhangchan did not even have to say a word. The tower instantly shot an overwhelming wave of pure energy straight into him in just a split second. He stood back up like that brutal attack never even happened. His killer intent skyrocketed as he snapped back into a fighting stance. He locked eyes and growled out his warning, "You Eastern trash. Give up any hope of leaving this place alive? Now let us rewind slightly right before Lorraine." And Miss Jim threw down with the Spider Lord Sun Shan. As the ultimate boss, her voice oozed with massive ego and total arrogance. "Your pathetic reputation precedes you, but we are literally in the heart of the capital. Did you seriously think you still had a chance?" However, Lorraine could not care less. She just sighed, completely done with this drama. What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Are you blind? Your little minions got totally wiped out? Sun Shan's demonic aura flared, and her nasty venomous cackle echoed through the air. Hoo hoo hoo. Sure, my pets might be weak now, but they will never truly die, seeing her shift into attack mode. Lorraine went into full tactical mode. Lord Sanshan, a mutant spider demon that fully evolved into a Yosang monster. Sanshan was standing right on that web. But the edges seemed to fade into nothingness. She definitely laid her spiderweb trap in a super confined space. Ignoring Lorraine entirely, she kept running her mouth. Last time those gamer punks attacked, they caught me off guard. But right now, I am fully prepared. Listen here, you little witch, you are totally trapped in my domain. Too bad the girl facing Sanshan was a legendary murder witch, not some random nobody. Oh, how impressive. She threw a sassy side glance at Barrett, the literal Grand Duke of Hell. But you do realize I did not come alone, right? Shockingly, the Spider Queen just let out another obnoxious booming laugh. Ha ha ha, do you seriously think that demon can save you now? I know Barrett is one of the 72 supreme demons, but even his presence is useless here. My cursed blood web has already swallowed this entire space. Lorraine just gave the most sarcastic, ocean-wide smirk ever. Is that actually true, Barrett? The demon rubbed his chin, nodding super casually. Yep. That blood web is an incredibly overpowered special item. Honestly, even I cannot do a single thing about it. Did you know it is not just an item? It literally acts as a massive magical barrier. It is terrifyingly strong. Lorraine just stared at Barrett with utterly dead, unamused eyes. You absolute liar. He just kept playing innocent. Who exactly are you calling a liar here? Those two completely ignored the so-called Spider Lord, chatting like they were at a cafe. Ho ho. You know, I never ever tell lies. As expected of an arrogant boss villain, how could she possibly stand being totally ignored like this? She lost her mind, screeching in pure rage. You lowly little witch, how dare you insult me? Are you going to keep mocking me while I drain every single drop of your blood? Instantly, violent streaks of blood-red spiderwebs blasted everywhere. They aggressively wove a massive, inescapable death trap across the entire sky. In mere seconds, the horrifying webs threatened to consume the exact spot where Lorraine and Miss Jim were hovering. Witnessing this total enemy lockdown, Barrett just busted out his signature goofy laugh, completely unfazed. Ho ho, oh my goodness. Seems like I acted way too humble. His staff suddenly flared with brilliant cleansing light as he bragged. I can still use 35% of my main body's raw power. You know. Suddenly, the quiet earth violently bulged upward, sending shockwaves of dust everywhere. A colossal, creepy arm exploded right out of the ground, looking exactly like a zombie waking up in a horror movie. That thing was dozens of times bigger than them. So easily grabbing those annoying skywebs was an absolute piece of cake. Without even breaking a sweat, Barrett's demonic hand completely severed the magical connection to the host. It did not even pause. The giant fist swung wildly, aiming straight for Sanchon, the true core of this entire mess. Of course, the boss was not going to just stand there. She instantly unleashed her ultimate weapon without a single second of hesitation. Her steel-hard spiderwebs shot out, perfectly binding that giant monstrosity, right in its tracks. But the real horror kicked in a second later. Those eerie webs actually started melting everything they touched. In mere moments, the massive arm that used to terrify all of Barrett's enemies literally dissolved into thin air. Watching his attack fail, he dramatically sighed. See, I told you this blood web was super annoying to deal with. Right, this is totally way beyond my abilities. Lorraine obviously was not buying it. Stop lying already. And just like that, they started arguing endlessly, completely ignoring Sunshine's dying patients. I am literally telling the truth. Oh yeah, sure you are. The Spider Queen was foaming at the mouth, screaming furiously. You pathetic little bugs. I will drown you in blood and torture you for all eternity. But before she could even finish her epic villain rant, a massive plot twist dropped. Wait, what is this? Barrett's colossal zombie arm was still standing tall and menacing even without its hand. You'll get this, her ultimate blood web weapon, totally turned into solid iron. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, boom. An earth-shattering roar ripped through the air. The totally chill battlefield started violently bulging up like a massive earthquake just hit. And it was not just one, a whole pair of absolutely massive freakish hands crashed the party. Taking the spot of their busted buddy, they charged straight at Lord Sunchan like absolute madmen. Tapping his trusty cane against his shoulder, Barrett totally deadpanned with maximum sass. Oh man, this has got to be a crazy coincidence, right? A legendary mythic artifact turning into plain iron, his chill vibe instantly flipped to dead serious. I mean, there is zero chance I did that right. Meanwhile, a totally gross, sticky red and white sludge dripped down. It looked like a chunk of rotting meat violently strangled by razor wires splitting wide open. Sunchan ground her teeth so hard they nearly snapped, glaring like an absolute psycho. A split second later, she balled her fists and squeezed tight. Snap the savage wires choking that gray pillar exploded into tiny pieces. Her creepy demon spider finally caught a quick breather while that absolutely disgusting meat block totally shrunk back into hiding. But hold up. A mystery cannon from out of nowhere was already locked and loaded, totally itching to blast its first epic shot. It aimed right at Sunchan. She totally sensed the bad vibes and started backing up. Boom. The first massive shell fired, but she was one step ahead, popping a sick red energy shield. The brutal barrage of bullets crashed into it, completely failing to pierce her epic barrier. But let us be real, against that insanely overpowered, firepowered nasty cracks quickly started ripping through her shield. This totally pissed Sunchan off. She ground her teeth, pure rage literally trembling through her entire body. In a flash, her perfect little hands morphed into these freaky, vein-popping, demonic claws. Her skin turned a totally sick, blood-drenched crimson. Her eyes rolled completely white as she screamed, "You hellbound chained demon. You actually dare to attack me." And with that, she blasted an epic straight-line fireball right back at them to totally wreck their heavy artillery. That disgusting meat chunk was ripped perfectly in half in seconds, riding the high of her sick comeback. Sunchan mercilessly taunted her enemy. Your turn, loser. But mid-flex, her eyes totally bugged out in pure panic. She gasped in absolute shock. What the heck? Turns out destroying that one hot iron block was useless. 3 massive cannons were now aimed dead at her. And get this, that melted iron block instantly healed itself, snapping back together like magic. It morphed into a 4th cannon. Yeah, running away was absolutely not an option anymore. Barrett casually stroked his thick beard with his crazy veiny hand. A hellbound chained demon, huh? You are not exactly wrong, but seriously listen to me right now. Honestly, why are you being so totally toxic? We are definitely going to hang out in hell later anyway. Boom, all 4 cannons locked on at once. The sick mechanical roar totally cranked up the epic cinematic tension. Desperate to not get totally vaped, Sunchan desperately popped her red energy shield again. But seriously, it could not handle that heat. Massive cracks started spiderwebbing across the barrier in literal seconds. Smash It completely shattered into a million pieces. Blazing light beams crossed over each other, creating an absolute cinematic masterpiece in the sky. Barrett just stood there soaking in the epic view, dropping a super sassy comment. Finally, an optimist dares to mock me, just as I thought they are total lightweights. Right then, Lelena totally killed the vibe, declaring coldly, the battle is not over. Barrett raised an eyebrow, super confused. She was absolutely right. Proof Sunchan and her freakish demon spider, who should have been totally atomized, were literally gluing their chunks back together. In a flash, she was back to normal, completely untouched. Talk about a crazy cheat code. Barrett did not even sweat it. He just casually analyzed the scene. Is this the epic power of the Bonzi Tower? Lolino chimed in, nope, throw the mother of golden light into the mix. And yep, up in the crystal blue sky, the glowing halo and elegant shadow of the golden light lady totally appeared. Barrett growled his warning. We need to focus on her first. Leleno completely agreed. She was actually super hyped about it. You bet. I'm about to drop my secret weapon, but before they could act, a totally ear-piercing screech jump-scared them. You actually dare to piss me off? Sunchan was screaming like a literal maniac. I will melt you down into a puddle of blood? And honestly, it looked like she actually pulled it off. A nasty blob of blood started dripping drop by drop. It hit the grass and pooled into this gross, liquid mass. Suddenly, like some cursed magic trick, the blood puddle started violently boiling and bubbling. Weird blood drops totally levitated out of the red sludge. Yeah, that gave off some seriously massive red flags. Barrett and Lolena were barely spooked at first, totally just chilling and chatting up above. He actually praised her. Wow, you totally busted out your ultimate technique. She just gave him the brutal truth. Fighting a total zombie who respawns after getting killed is literally zero fun. But whatever, no big deal. Just then, Barrett totally took the lead. I will handle this nasty blood mess. You go deal with that golden mother. Lolino instantly agreed, happily chirping back. Okay, cool. But then she randomly smirked. Actually, wait. We totally do not need to do that anymore. Barrett was super confused and turned to look at her. Even he had to admit it. Yeah, that is a pretty epic plot twist. Humans are seriously wild, right? Then Jihan looked totally ready to crash the party. He just stood there chilling, listening to his awesome system prompt. This power is literally immune to all attacks. Even if it hurts like crazy, you take 0 damage, I can totally create or heal literally anything. And now I'm totally testing this sick new power out. Facing off against the Golden Light Lady, he actually pleaded, "Oh, Holy One, time to crash this party." The lady played along, instantly agreeing. Do your worst. Bring it on right here, right now. Jihan ditched his heavy bossman armor, swapping basic spells for raw, unfiltered magic. His rebellious gamer brain went into absolute overdrive. Sure, I can easily equip items just like a virtual video game character, but reality hits way different out here. Take accessory rings, for example. In real life, you could rock 10 rings or even 20 of them. Stack 2 on every single finger, but this stupid system window, it hard caps me at 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 bracelets. What a total buzzkill, a strict system limitation forcefully imposed on me just because I'm the main player, and looking at it, that clunky bossman gear is totally classed as a full-body suit, so while wearing that massive metal tin can, I totally could not equip any extra armor besides tiny accessories, so I drastically changed my approach. Jihan grabbed a legendary silver circlet known as an equipment ring. He boldly slammed that shiny silver band right onto his head, the ultimate buff to boost his core mental power. Mental destruction boosted by 100% plus 15% critical hit. But he wasn't done exploiting the gear system. Slipping 2 massive rings directly onto his 2 index fingers, boom. These rings amplified his spirit, boosting mental damage by another 50% plus 25%. More critical chance. Going totally crazy. Jihan slapped on a necklace, gloves, a chest plate, and epic boots. His mental devastation skyrocketed to 750% with a 225% critical rate. For the grand finale, Jihan whipped out his badass 2-meter folding battle staff. Now completely draped in pure menacing black armor, his badass intimidating aura multiplied infinitely, making him look unstoppable. Feeling totally refreshed, he smirked and thought, final boss preparation, 100% complete. Meanwhile, deep underneath the shattered battlefield ground, terrifying dark shadow clones forcefully spawned from Jihan's slime armor. They rose up like literal demons. Ever since he arrived on this battlefield, Lady Golden Light literally took 0 action, just silently observing him like a hawk. Curiously, Jihan stared right back from a distance, muttering to himself, "Is that Xeon's poison? Why does the Great Mother of Light look like she's just playing spectator?" From what I know, the Mother's absolute main class is pure support. It looks like she is channeling the Bonson Tower's magic to buff her 10,000-man army. Jihan relentlessly questioned this, unable to find an answer. Because of that massive buff, she physically cannot move a muscle. Am I right? His eyes locked onto her wheels, turning in his head. A squishy support player? Is that her fatal flaw? He casually snapped his helmet staff apart, brewing up a wild, rebellious plan. He smirked. Let's try aggressively interrogating her with a massive beating. He violently aimed his staff forward, accumulating insane amounts of pure energy into it, blasting a violent storm of blue lightning all around. But completely contrasting his wild, aggressively harsh lightning, the divine glowing aura radiating from the Mother remained eerily gentle and peaceful. Finally realizing a few crucial details, Lady Golden Light coldly analyzed him from afar. It was the absolute result of her divine ability integrated to protect the world. Suddenly, she completely changed both her gentle expression and her tone. However, you filthy gamer, yeah, I can absolutely never forgive your pathetic existence. Right then, Jihan loudly roared out his ultimate skill, Gehenna's mental transcendence. A catastrophic apocalyptic sound wave instantly detonated the second he finished speaking. Immediately, the entire sky was brutally swallowed by terrifying hazy black waves, completely blotting out the heavens. Right before Gehenna's apocalyptic attack landed, Lady Golden Light's face twisted into a deeply haunting, mysterious stare. The Golden Matriarch possessed the eyes of fate, blessed with absolute divine prophecy. She was the chosen disciple of the heaven-reaching Grandmaster, the ancient founder of the Severing sect. Long after the era of Genesis, during an age of absolute bloody chaos, sentient beings were pathetically weak, fragile meat waiting to be slaughtered back in the primordial ancient times. The vast majority of life was trapped in a brutal, endless struggle for basic survival. Colossal, nightmarish beasts recklessly roamed the earth, even though they completely lacked any actual brains. Just merely surviving among those terrifying monsters was an absolute bloody war for life and death. But then one fateful day he finally descended, the legendary heaven-reaching Grandmaster. Reaching heaven literally meant connecting to the highest heavens above a glorious title he boldly claimed for himself. Yet ironically, despite that majestic name, the legendary faction he birthed was called the Severing sect. Meaning to sever all ties, he created this sect with one burning desire to cut the very chains of universal suffering. Under his absolute guidance, countless souls, not just humanity, all proudly gathered under his sacred banner. Today, surviving across thousands of brutal years through the endless rivers of time, they have evolved into one of the 9 absolute world-ruling powers. Even though the great Grandmaster has long vanished his blazing ideals and legendary dream, still burned like explosive hellfire inside her Lady Golden Light, completely weaponized that ancient grief, focusing a millennium of blinding hatred entirely onto Jihan. This is exactly why I can never forgive your existence, here at the fading twilight of the legendary mythic era. A divine ability named the world-protecting miracle was forged by the combined power of multiple gods. For thousands of long years we guarded this realm, defending it from arrogant, bloodthirsty humans like you, carefully sheltering all intelligent, non-human spirits. And yet you, an ignorant, rebellious brat, you dared defile our sacred sanctuary. Lady Golden Light's celestial hair tie began to snap. It completely shattered, unleashing her majestic flowing hair into the wind. That broken band instantly transformed, morphing into a blazing divine golden laurel wreath floating right above Lady Golden Light's head. She had finally awakened her absolute ultimate boss form, the Golden Matriarch, the radiant dragon of destiny. Shattering her usually peaceful, gentle facade, she unleashed a terrifying roar. "Let me sever your pathetic destiny." But Jihan just smirked, gripping his battle staff tight. He instantly chanted his counterspell to crush her divine power. Gehenna's mental breakthrough. The Golden Matriarch finally showed genuine, terrifying panic. That brat is launching a direct psychological strike, manifest right now. The supreme power of the God-sealing tower. Instantly, reality itself warped and inverted. Apocalyptic golden tornado violently shredded through the battlefield. It condensed into a blazing carpet of divine fire beneath her. In a split second, the Golden Matriarch completely vanished from sight. Plot twist. She had teleported away, leaving her golden halo behind as a devastating energy siphon. It aggressively drained Johan's spiritual force, while that apocalyptic tornado rushed straight for his throat. This was the true horror of the God-sealing tower, the ultimate taboo. A catastrophic ability capable of sealing absolutely anything in existence. Blood-curdling screams tore through the earth below. One soldier shrieked in pure terror before dissolving into a gruesome crimson puddle. The abyss of the Dark Tower swallowed them whole. Just minutes later, the devastating vortex abruptly vanished. Lady Golden Light whipped her head around in absolute shock. She ground her teeth in blazing fury. "Hanjian, to think you possess this much raw power, but I will unleash the true might of the Wind God Tower and crush you right now." Gehenna frantically recalled her 3 mind-shattered elites back into the tower. Suddenly, an eerie emerald glow flickered, hovering menacingly in the air. The light erupted across the barren desert, greedily devouring the surrounding aura to recharge. A heavy sense of dread crept into her mind. If I unlock the tower's full potential, those 3 will recover in just 15 minutes. But Gehenna knew the terrifying truth. The Wind God Tower was a legendary divine prison. It once sealed the supreme gods of Mount Gonryun, who dared to wage war against Zermudo. For thousands of years, it had absorbed Zermudo's miraculous divine resurrection powers. This ultimate world-class relic possessed an unfathomable and terrifying cosmic strength. It rivaled the legendary Dangun Divine Sword, an ancient heirloom of the Korean Peninsula's heavenly palace gate capable of granting its master absolute immortality. The tower constantly drained its sealed spirits to flawlessly heal and resurrect Zermudo's followers. And the heavily veiled girl facing Jihan. Right now. She was Zermudo's terrifying demon lord. She possessed a flawlessly unique anomaly, born completely blind to this world yet cursed to see the absolute future. Her gaze pierced through past present and the very fabric of space-time itself, far beyond any fragile mortal sight. With a single thought, her absolute temporal vision activated. This supreme talent made her the Grandmaster's ultimate disciple, mastering celestial arts to reach absolute godhood. Yet now, absolute panic distorted her normally stoic face beneath the veil. This arrogant kid was entirely different. I literally cannot foresee a future where I successfully block his overwhelming strike. This would be the most traumatic battle of her entire life. Even her omniscient eyes could barely track the gamer's chaotic movements. She could only glimpse 1 to 10 pathetic seconds ahead. That massive blind spot was exactly why her elites were violently blown away. It left her completely powerless to support the rest of her almighty army. An entirely unfamiliar, suffocating terror invaded her shattered mind. No matter how violently she abused her foresight, she could not block his devastating mental siege. Jihan flashed a cocky, arrogant grin. "Oh, are you seriously trying to resist my mind crush?" Manhwa formed a telepathic link with him. She is desperately siphoning raw mana straight from the Wind God Tower. That is the only reason your mental destruction failed. Jihan narrowed his eyes in complete confusion. Shouldn't a critical strike have violently shattered her pathetic barriers, a true critical hit ignores all basic defenses. Then the terrifying truth hit him like lightning. She was violently redirecting all of his explosive damage straight into the tower's captive spirits. Aha! So that is your dirty little trick. Cold sweat dripped down Gehenna's pale neck. He figured it out. She fundamentally lacked the power to block his catastrophic mental siege. Her only miserable lifeline was sacrificing those sealed souls. Now she was backed into a deadly corner, relying on that cowardly meat shield tactic. Fine, but it absolutely will not last forever. She could vividly feel the absolute agony of the trapped souls. Just one single strike had completely drained 10% of her sealed arsenal. Even a peak-level World Guardian could not awaken this monstrous power in just a few years. As the supreme commander of Zermudo, one of the 9 great factions ruling this world, Gehenna was absolutely certain of this fact. Therefore, she intimately understood the terrifying true nature of Gaia. Almost all human supernatural abilities originated from Gaia's will, yet her all-seeing eyes detected something utterly unnatural about this kid. His bizarre power shattered every known law of existence. Her grim foresight calculated the horrifying math. If Han Jihan landed just 10 more brutal strikes, the legendary Wind God Tower would violently crumble. The tower was a majestic force of nature on its own, but aggressively siphoning those captive spirits made it an unstoppable nightmare. Losing 108 of those precious souls meant her ultimate fortress was bleeding power. Gehenna had to mercilessly execute Jihan right here, right now. I absolutely cannot let this monstrous brat cast another spell. Activate absolute foresight. Countless possible futures flashed before her eyes like a hyperspeed film. She gulped down a heavy lump of anxiety. I cannot physically defend against another mind crush. But through the temporal chaos, she found one microscopic opening. I must violently counterattack and completely deny him any chance to strike back. A chilling divine countdown echoed in her mind. 120 seconds if I fail to annihilate him within that brutal window. Then I will be the one utterly destroyed, commencing deathmatch with Han Jihan. True foresight forcefully burned through mental stamina far faster than any elite magic her dark faction valued. After peering into the chaotic future just 12 times, she felt her absolute mana reserves running dangerously dry. Could she really slaughter this overpowered freak in such a microscopic time limit? Even a supreme oracle like her had zero confidence. She slowly raised her trembling hand, questioning her own sanity. When did I last feel this suffocating dread about the future Jihan kept his terrifying focus locked in? She is finally making her move. Gehenna screamed out to the blazing heavens, "Witness your doom. This divine light will erase your very existence." The calm halo abruptly erupted into a raging cosmic storm. A devastating death ray blasted straight toward his current coordinates. Lady Golden Light's overwhelming aura exploded like a localized supernova, violently threatening to devour the entire battlefield. Yet amidst this apocalyptic pressure, Jihan stood like an immovable mountain. His iron grip on the staff never once wavered. In that split second, Manhwa's urgent voice echoed. Activate the magical barrier. Instantly, a brilliant arcane shield flared to life, enveloping Jihan and violently repelling the devastating beam. A single drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. He furiously furrowed his brows, glaring up through the smoke. Unbelievable. Even with time acceleration and thought processing fully activated, hearing Madame Goldenlight's voice at a perfectly normal pace means one terrifying thing. She must be moving at the exact same speed as me, right? At that exact second, Manhwa's urgent voice screamed out, "Master!" Jihan felt a fatal premonition creeping in. Crap, I gotta run. A massive surge of magical power was coming. The overwhelming attack energy forced him to scream out, "Short-range teleport!" He rematerialized in midair, his long cloak whipping violently in the wind. But suddenly, another beam of destructive light ambushed him, leaving Jihan's eyes wide with absolute shock. In a split second, a spherical barrier manifested around him. It desperately clashed against the crushing devastation that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Panic flashed through his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his temples. What the heck did she actually predict my teleportation spot just to strike me? With zero time to hesitate, Jihan reacted instantly and roared, "Short-range teleport." Streaks of blinding blue light flashed across the sky, tearing through space like a relentless barrage of arrows. And the very moment he stabilized in the vast sky boom, a brilliant golden light erupted right in his face, making his eyes snap wide open. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Thank goodness he managed to summon that spherical shield just in time to protect his body from imminent doom. Shock painted his face as things moved way too fast. He couldn't help but yell out, "What the heck is this?" The aerial assault grew even more brutal. Blinding streaks crashed down like falling meteorites, carrying the crushing weight of pure, absolute destruction. Madame Golden Light sat perfectly still, holding total control in the palm of her hand. Giant light beams sliced the sky like divine swords. Jihan gritted his teeth, dodging fiercely. But her attack power was terrifyingly absolute, trying to swallow him whole. It spun violently, rushing straight at him with such nightmarish speed that dodging was utterly impossible. Barely in time, Jihan threw up a magical barrier around himself. He furrowed his brows, glaring intensely at the giant light suppressing him. Even though my magic shield is blocking it, this is going to turn into a pure clash of magical firepower. Suddenly, Manhwa's voice echoed, analyzing the enemy right before them. Madame Golden Light is the top oracle in Zermudo. She's definitely using her foresight to track your exact location. Jihan froze for a split second. Wait a minute, aren't I completely immune to foresight? Manhwa softly replied, assessing the intense situation. It seems bypassing your foresight immunity is entirely possible. Just like that previous incident with the mask cult, Jihan suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Back when I defeated Shin Manhwa of the mask cult, there was a moment when my mental immunity was nullified because we both shared the same innate power. This was definitely the exact same scenario. The golden light pressed down furiously, but Jihan stopped playing defensively. Fierce determination sparked in his eyes. But even so, she can't perfectly predict every single future event, and my mana pool is far from empty. The moment he finished speaking, spiral magic circuits exploded all over Jihan's body, spreading wildly outward from beneath his feet. Full mana deployment. He summoned a colossal barrier, sucking in all the hellish mana he extracted from Baal and Berith's seals, combining it with the mana generating right now. Her ferocious assault was completely halted by his massive, magical veil up in the blazing sky. A deep blue sphere appeared spinning in midair like a miniature planet. Madame Golden Light looked up. Sweat trickled down, but she feigned calmness. Jihan made a sharp guess. Is that why she can't see the future? She used the Divine Tower's power for that strike? Can she really generate such dangerously high-level magic? Jihan's resolve hardened against the overwhelming odds stacked before him. If I only defend, she won't be able to defeat me. Suddenly, the golden light around her morphed into a giant dragon's head. Massive claws emerged with a sky-piercing aura. A long dragon body twisted through the sky, golden scales glittered like countless miniature suns hovering around. In her dragon form, she roared with thunderous authority. The gamer Han Jihan, I refuse to acknowledge your profound power, but your rebellious arrogance ends right here. A deafening roar shattered the sky. A massive sphere of blinding light blasted from her mouth, swallowing space and threatening to tear his eardrums apart. Han Jihan. The dragon's energy pierced straight into Jihan's giant sphere. Space trembled violently. Right at the volatile boundary of their apocalyptic collision, light and darkness tangled together, shooting out brilliant deadly sparks. It created a suffocating, world-ending tug-of-war. An energy cascade like a waterfall of fire slammed into the sphere, hitting critical mass it couldn't withstand the pressure, and detonated into a massive sea of flames. Shockwaves shattered the air. Amidst the total destruction, Shindong stood proudly in the raging inferno. Meanwhile, Loleno gripped her hat tightly to withstand the explosive shockwave. A giant pillar of fire erupted skyward. Red and gold light bathed the battlefield. As the swirling dust and smoke began to settle, a blurry face emerged from the gray ash. Cold sweat drenched Madame Golden Light. Her body stiffened in absolute terror at what was revealing itself. Pure shock painted her face. Her voice cracked in horror as she muttered continuously, How is this even possible? Why couldn't I see this? This is impossible." Suddenly rustling sounds echoed from behind that glass-like barrier. Eyes widened dramatically beneath the red hat. A stunned gaze that just realized an absolutely undeniable truth. The thick dust finally faded away. Jihan emerged. His clothes were completely shredded, but he radiated an unshakable badass aura as he walked straight out of the explosion. Seeing him, Madame Golden Light trembled in utter disbelief. "How is this possible? How are you still in one piece?" They faced off in the murky sky, tension ready to explode. Jihan smirked coldly, radiating an edgy vibe that made his opponent even more anxious. But internally, he was pale as a ghost. As Yunhua reported, mana reserves at 8.2%, he was almost toast. He literally shivered, cold sweat dropping fast. That was thousands of years of pure stacked power. Jihan instantly flashed back. Honestly, the craziest part was that he actually overpowered that insane force head-on. Qianhua smirked, basically saying his master was totally built. Different. Right. He frowned hard, his mind totally racing. Still, it would have been game over without tapping into that massive hell mana. The anxiety was real amidst this heavy tension. Qianhua's voice cut through with total certainty. That guy was definitely watching them. Demon Lord Barrett? During the intense clash, Jihan locked onto Barrett's totally arrogant and overconfident vibe. That creep was probably enjoying the show. Anyway, she looked totally gassed out. Qianhua completely felt the exact same way. Seriously, she was literally too drained to even keep her power levels up. But me? I have got energy for days. Even with my mana production towers dropping to 8%, the hell mana just keeps flowing endlessly. He was literally shook. That was totally insane. Jihan flashed a highly hyped, excited smile, literally vibrating with energy. So should we actually try to capture her? Trade for epic loot. He crouched down, furiously digging for the perfect item. Finally, Jihan smirked with pure satisfaction, pulling out an epic staff. Nailed it instantly. Jihan hovered midair, gripping his classic Hermes staff, Gehenna's spiritual overload. Massive power absolutely erupted from his weapon. Lady Golden Light lost her cool vibe, completely drenched in cold sweat. The next second, a blinding blast struck. She covered her ears against the deafening noise and insane pressure. But suddenly, that overwhelming energy just fizzled out and weakened. Jihan watched massive cracks spiderweb across the sky. Something totally sketchy was happening. What the heck? He was completely stunned. The entire virtual reality was literally crashing down. Massive glitches tore through the sky, shattering like gigantic glass panels. Out of nowhere, a terrifyingly massive shadow plummeted straight out of the broken system. It was a figure rocking imperial robes, dropping down with an absolute god-tier aura. Jihan stared up, completely mind-blown. What in the world? When he clearly saw that face, a totally shocking realization hit him. Gongsun Wan. The shattered sky fragments literally dissolved into some intensely glowing, dramatic clouds. Without a single word, she dramatically flicked her sleeve. Boom! A massive counterattack blasted out effortlessly, deleting every single ounce of Jihan's hard work. The devastating impact forced Jihan to violently skid backward. The brutal shockwave left him completely wide open, totally unable to counter. Gongsun Wan stood like an absolute boss in the smoke. Jihan thought, dang, she was insanely overpowered, a true commander of 10,000 troops. No wonder she was Tangchuan's top-tier disciple. Qianhua suddenly popped up to assess the chaos. They dragged this out way too long. Jihan scoped out the battlefield, flashing a rebellious smirk. Yep. Playtime was officially over. Floating midair, Jihan gripped his staff tightly. Staring down Gongsun Wan, he kept his cool and strategized. If she showed up, didn't that mean her entire 10,000-strong army was incoming? Across the sky, Wan's ice-cold, totally boss-level voice echoed out, "You dare invade our turf." The atmosphere literally froze. Then her rage exploded, eyes glowing with pure, terrifying killer intent. "You random wanderer, are you ready to pay for this massive crime?" The system beeped. Warning ultra-suspicious dark aura detected. Jihan instantly felt an insanely dangerous vibe. Every single one of his survival instincts was screaming red alert. This chick was pure nightmare fuel. He reminded himself she was part of the top 10 factions, that elite status made her totally overpowered. The pressure was totally suffocating. Jihan whispered a command. Qianhua immediately caught on and replied. Yes, Master Jihan's eyes flashed with intense focus as he yelled the command, "Activate emergency retreat." Instantly, Qianhua's system voice confirmed emergency tactical retreat, fully executed. All those massive alpha golems literally melted down into puddles. In the distance, Xinzheng and Lolino instantly caught on their glares, turning ultra cautious. Lolino nodded super seriously. Understood, high above Gongsun Wan floated toward Lady Goldenlight. Her voice echoed softly, dripping with weird respect. You battled hard, Lady Goldenlight? The madam looked totally moved. Lord Jinchan's forces. Before she could even finish, Wan blasted a blinding magic light. Just fall back and take a break. That flash morphed into an insane golden magic circle. Lady Goldenlight literally shrank into a tiny spark and vanished inside. The spell ring pulsed with ridiculous god-tier mystical energy. Watching from afar, Jihan was totally geeking out at the crazy visuals. His eyes widened in pure awe. Whoa, the legendary divine pagoda. What an insanely rare artifact! Suddenly Wan whipped around with pure rage. Her voice boomed like thunder. Nameless wanderer. Han Jihan, I will drain your soul and crush your pathetic body. Then I will seal you forever. As she screamed, her eyes snapped wide open, glowing with absolute madness. A blinding dominant light erupted. The raw pressure was suffocating. Facing this insane flex, Jihan flinched, completely caught off guard. What the? System alert spammed his vision. Dark aura tracking demon eye locking on. Suppression state active resistance. Totally failed. You're locked down for 3 seconds. What the heck? He yelled. Instantly, Sun Huan launched herself straight at Jihan. He was totally paralyzed. No way, what kind of overpowered incense skill is this? A crowd control move with a guaranteed 100% hit rate. That is completely broken. Xian's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, snap out of it. Yeah, I know. Jihan's mind raced. My body might be totally frozen, but my mana is still flowing. He unleashed a monstrous counterattack. The sheer aura warped space itself. Eat this supreme mind arts. An epic explosion ripped through the sky, blinding light and dust blasted everywhere, but suddenly, bursting right through that thick smoke, her hand shot out like a missile. Zero warning. A brutal punch landed squarely on Jihan's face. The system alarms blared frantically. Damage taken, massive damage incoming. 39,813 chain of life, activated damage successfully transferred to the linked clone. Jihan was blasted backward, flipping through the blinding sky. He grabbed his jaw, cursing silently. Damn it. That hurts like crazy, but thank goodness this chain of life spell actually works. It automatically routes all damage to a backup clone. He smirked at Sun Huan, who was hovering silently. Nailed it. I prepped this the second I saw that cute little tower of yours. You jerk. Ignoring his trash talk, she charged forward at insane speeds. She was gearing up for another devastating strike. But right then, explosive blue energy flared wildly around Jihan's fist. He rocketed straight at her for a head-on clash. Heaven-shattering strike. She violently halted her charge. The sheer kinetic force of his all-out magical haymaker actually sent Sun Huan flying backward, but she easily regained her balance midair. Glaring at him, her voice dripped with murderous warning. You... Han Jihan's floating in the sky. Jihan's face twisted in pure shock. Why didn't that attack work? The system immediately analyzed his power output. Mind Art, Heaven-Shattering Strike. Currently activating level 1. An original art created by Han Jihan. It guarantees a perfect hit and pierces all defenses. But it only works if his mana is higher than his opponent's. Right now, Jihan was totally freaking out over her ridiculous power levels. A one-hit defense-piercing finisher, and it did 0 physical damage. Immediately, he dropped into an imposing martial stance. His clenched fists ignited in blazing blue flames. Fine then, he declared coldly. Standing amidst a blinding torrent of energy, his eyes burned with pure teenage rebellion. Time for an all-out maximum power assault. In a flash, a massive barrage of darkened fists rained down on her, but she calmly dodged every single strike, like it was nothing. Boom, opposing auras violently clashed, sparking brilliant white explosions that ripped the sky apart. Yet Sun Huan stood tall and completely unfazed. Absolute dominance. Witnessing this epic failure, Jihan panicked. Not even a scratch. Wait. He remembered the impact. A magic circle blocked my attack. So my strikes and skills are working. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. Just then Xian warned him, "Please be careful." Beaster? He reminded Jihan that Commander Jinchan is an ancient dragon, a legendary beast who literally invented her own martial arts. "Oh, come on," he groaned. "A dragon using martial arts and evil eyes, isn't that basically hacking?" Xian calmly roasted him. "Dear Master, that sounds like major cop-out talk from a so-called expert." But before Jihan could argue swoosh, Sun Huan blitzed in like lightning for a lethal counter. In a split second, Jihan intercepted her wrist. He instantly readied a high-voltage punch to her face. But terrible luck. She caught his fist with terrifying precision. Using his own momentum against him, she yanked his arm, totally shattering his balance. Boom. An earth-shattering clash. The intense pressure nearly ripped the atmosphere apart. Then, eerie silence. Sun Huan stared blankly, her iron grip leaving Jihan dizzy. A reckless teen thought flashed in his mind. Counterattack. It all happened in a fraction of a heartbeat. She drove a brutal knee straight into his gut. The devastating impact launched him backward. Sirens blared 12,452, damaged chain of life. Active damage, routed to the linked clone. Sliding back, Jihan gasped for air, totally ticked off. "Damn it, you really are a monster." Suddenly a crazy idea hit him. But guess what? His fist ignited into a blinding emerald glow, gathering ridiculous amounts of raw mana. Triple core burst. A massive shockwave detonated, blowing Sun Huan away. Amidst the chaos, Jihan quickly checked his comms. "How are Xion and Master doing?" "Both have made their moves," Xian reported instantly. Jihan smirked like a true rebel. "Perfect. An emergency tactical retreat is not running away." He justified it with absolute teen confidence. "It means surviving just long enough to make an epic exit." Immediately, a massive storm of thick black smoke erupted. A glowing yin-yang symbol spun, wildly radiating chaotic purple and orange energy. The mystical fog rapidly descended upon the battlefield. In seconds, it completely swallowed the distant yin-yang seal. "Warning," Xian announced. 1 minute and 43 seconds until the escape plan self-destruct sequence initiates. Seeing this, Sun Huan roared in pure fury. "You rely too much on your pathetic guardians?" Her voice dropped to a bone-chilling threat. "Let me show you just how fragile your little life truly is." Jihan braced himself. She's coming. A dark blue energy mass flared up. Activate max mana shields. Deploy spatial distortion field. But out of nowhere, a shadow blitzed through the chaos. Sun Huan's terrifying hand materialized, crushing Jihan's throat and pinning him down. He was totally trapped. And then, kaboom, a blinding white explosion wiped out everything. The ground violently shook as massive dust clouds roared into the sky. Boom. Sun Huan crashed from the heavens like a meteor shattering the earth. Through the clearing smoke, her glowing red eyes radiated a terrifying chill. In a split second, she choked Jihan, slamming him into the dirt. Pinned down his mind, raced. What the heck is this insane speed? Sickly long claws suddenly ripped out from her slender fingers. Her voice echoed, like ice. Dragon Fang art. 1 strike kill. The suffocating pressure was insane. Her deadly claws violently slashed at Jihan as she mocked him. "Die with honor, you're lucky to taste this ultimate strike." Pure survival instincts kicked in as he threw his hand up to block. An earth-shattering boom ripped space apart, blasting black demonic energy everywhere. Dark energy erupted from him like giant demon claws shooting out in all directions. They completely wrapped around Sun Huan, totally trapping her. A gross sticky slime violently lashed out, crushing her arm. Suddenly, an intense light exploded around Jihan. Bam! A devastating punch packed with explosive power smashed directly into her chest. The insane impact sent Sun Huan flying like a ragdoll. The earth shattered, leaving a massive crater from their epic clash. Her body brutally crashed miles away, kicking up a massive storm of dust. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Jihan stared in pure horror at his own hand. Only 2 fingers were left. Panic hit him hard. "Not even my broken system stats could block that you dare fight me like a rabid dog," she screamed. A terrifying attack that actually pierced divine armor. Suddenly, a blinding golden aura erupted from his totally mangled hand. He whispered a legendary incantation. Soul Seal. Ultimate Judgment. "Man, I got insanely lucky. I only survived that brutal hit because of that Bossman armor shard right there." Xian Hoa's desperate voice echoed in his mind. "Master, you need to watch out." "That Dragon Fang art is a guaranteed kill. If she hits your head, even a respawn is impossible." He looked down, totally frustrated. "Darn it. I totally should have brought Sun In along," he quickly replied. With the Life Giver's immortality buff, even a blown-off head could easily regenerate. Jihan fiercely gritted his teeth. He heavily panted as suffocating pressure exploded all around him. He cursed, "Whatever, I guess I will just fight with what I have." Inside his brain, blazing gears of light violently spun together, creating an insane high-speed tornado of pure hyper-focus, stacking massive brain power boosts, transcendent cognitive magic. The entire battlefield completely froze. His clothes floated in dead silence. Time basically stopped leaving only his insanely fast-racing thoughts. Right now, my brain is moving millions of times faster than reality. Think, man. Think Dragon Fang art. The will to kill. I need to break down that ultimate strike. If my critical strike can pierce her armor, it completely nullifies her divine energy. It is a brutal direct physical attack that heavily damages a player's core godhood. It looks similar, but the core mechanics are totally different. Even if I cast a death strike on myself, my system avatar stats would not just vanish. Plus, canceling out divine power means this move cuts straight through magic shields and mana. This is literally the most broken perfect critical strike. The only catch: no long-range attacks. It totally relies on insanely fast close-quarters combat. Oh, and one more thing. It is vulnerable to purely physical hits, but mind control hacks totally useless against its absolute canceling aura. So basic buffs and debuffs will not do. Jack's eyes gleamed with absolute predatory focus, a solid battle plan locking into place. Bingo. I've got a master plan. Falling back temporarily is no big deal. He mentally dialed up his shadow ally, Poison Flower, Zeon Hoa. "I am ready, boss," he replied instantly. Since their souls were perfectly linked, Zeon Hoa easily synced with the hyper-speed cognitive magic. A rapid command flashed through his brain. "Recall the Bossman armor. Command half the liquid golem to attack. I'm diving straight into close combat. Back me up." Zeon Hoa fiercely agreed. "Roger that." Executing now. Plan locked and loaded, he instantly snapped out of his hyperfocus mode. Jihan's aura exploded with intense concentration. "I might not be a martial arts master, but I am not some weakling you can just bully anymore." Boom. An absolutely massive wave of magic power violently erupted from his body. "Here I come." But right before he charged, he totally froze. A super creepy sound echoed from where Sunwan was standing. Bamshi blasted off the ground, rocketing straight toward him like a missile. Jihan desperately channeled all his mana into his glowing fist. In a literal flash, she teleported right into his face. Her razor-sharp claws dripped with an absolutely insane, bloodthirsty killing intent. The clash was epic. Their fists collided in a devastating symphony of destruction. Suddenly, through the thick smoke, her deadly hand split open. In that split second, his gamer instincts completely read her deadly pattern. Jihan took a calm, deep breath. Willpower shield activate. Boom. An overwhelmingly dominant aura exploded around his body, erupting like a raging tsunami, finally breaking free. His hands moved in an absolute blur, drawing a brilliant, sparking magic circle right in thin air. Sunwan's eyes widened in pure shock. While she was stunned, a devastating shockwave ripped through the air, violently smashing straight into Sunwan's chest. The sheer impact ruptured the earth. She was violently dragged backward, her feet carving massive trenches through the dirt like a raging tornado. Standing dead in her tracks within the swirling smoke, she gasped in pure disbelief. "Well, aren't you a massive surprise?" Her messy blue hair whipped around as she heavily panted. "Tell me, you little brat, how the heck did you actually defeat my Dragon King?" But right as she spoke, her glowing eyes violently shook. She had just noticed something absolutely terrifying. Brilliant azure and golden light cleaved the heavens and earth. Right in the epicenter stood Jihan, radiating absolute defiance. Behold the Heavenly Father's fist, the legendary trinity of heaven, earth, and man. He flashed back to the ultimate defensive stance of the Heavenly Fist. Once the heavenly martial arts reached absolute perfection, wouldn't an omnipotent block be totally overpowered? After endless scheming, they finally cooked up this insanely broken counter move. One hand reaching up to grasp the heavens, the other pointing down to command the earth. Channeling aura through both palms created a universal shield, an impenetrable barrier born from the very cosmos. But infuse it with pure willpower. Bam, you get an absolutely indestructible fortress. Jihan smirked. At its core, martial arts was just hacking the universe's rules with sheer determination. By using these skills, wasn't he basically stamping his ego onto reality? I have grinded this technique flawlessly, pouring my entire soul into it strictly for the sake of surviving. In gaming, one trashy bug or sudden lag spike could completely ruin your run. Real life is exactly the same. That is precisely why you always need a super solid backup plan. System text burned brightly into Jihan's mind, engraving itself into his very soul. The Trinity system crafted by Han Jihan. A supreme defensive art capable of reversing and repelling any strike. Heck yes. This insanely overpowered skill was practically tailor-made for my limitless mana pool. But it had fatal flaws. Jihan was completely rooted in place and he couldn't hit back instantly. Basically, 0 counterattacks. His eyes snapped completely open. His piercing gaze sliced through the heavy darkness alongside his racing thoughts, but the defense was fully guaranteed, meaning it could literally block anything, witnessing his cocky stance. Sungwan lowered her head and growled, "Guess I can no longer underestimate a punk like you." Slowly, she glared upward, her eyes burning with a bloody infernal crimson that illuminated the pitch-black night. "You filthy rule breaker. You are exactly like that guy before you level up anymore. I will completely obliterate you." Jihan blinked, totally baffled by her weird accusation. "A rule breaker, huh?" But then he casually fired back at Sungwan. "Hey, lady, before you try to vaporize me, shouldn't you babysit your divine army first?" A gigantic hexagonal barrier suddenly engulfed her precious tower. Along with the alpha golem sludge surging like awakened demons, that pitch-black ooze aggressively expanded, seemingly devouring all living things, right from the earth. Emerald sprouts suddenly erupted. They aggressively coiled and mutated, rapidly fueled by the sky-piercing spiritual energy in a mere heartbeat. That magical barrier was quickly getting swallowed by a forest of vibrant green. The cosmic vines viciously choked the demonic sludge, clinging tightly onto the Dark Tower's failing shields. Sungwan was completely helpless to stop the chaos frozen amidst the total destruction, her hateful, razor-sharp glare locked intensely onto Jihan's grinning face. She screamed in absolute fury, totally abandoning her divine tower's safety. Crushing you is far more important. Violent torrents of dark blue aura furiously erupted all around Sungwan. Her frosty voice echoed, blending perfectly with her awakening hurricane-like, killing intent. Therefore, her long hair whipped wildly as she declared with terrifying dominance, "I will utterly crush you right here and now." Alpha Golem sludge coiled around his boots, acting like a grim warning. Jihan's eyes narrowed defensively. He cursed internally. A freaking boss fight. This psycho chick has totally lost it. Brilliant blue energy violently exploded from his body in pure defiance. "Come get some if you dare." He mentally braced himself, activating the Grand Trinity stance. Seeing his fearless, cocky taunt, Sungwan shrieked in absolute wrath. "Fine then, have it your way." The second she spoke, Sungwan's body launched forward like a blurry lightning bolt. Then in a split second, their fists collided with the devastating force of 2 raging hurricanes. The cataclysmic impact unleashed a massive shockwave everywhere. Space detonated in a blindingly radiant flash. The very earth trembled violently beneath the terrifying pressure of their epic clash. She gritted her teeth against the crushing pressure. Meanwhile, Jihan was sweating internally. Our spiritual energies are colliding. The strain rattled his bones as thoughts raced. My Trinity martial arts. It strictly specializes in defense. Conversely, her psycho aura is purely optimized for offense. After all, it is a power capable of totally nullifying divine abilities. But even if my power seems divine, nothing is fully confirmed yet, which is exactly why she still cannot shatter my ultimate defense. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, yet Jihan's eyes burned with unshakable determination. "I actually blocked the first strike. If I just hold this balance, I will win right." As expected from Lord Jinshin, he glanced at Sungwan in pure awe. Truly, the terrifying aura of the Abyss Army's commander. After a tense standoff, she finally spoke. "You truly are a total rule breaker." Without wasting another second, Sungwan conjured brutal lightning strikes, unleashing fiercer attacks toward him with an ironclad threat. "But I will not let you escape that easily." Her wrathful screams echoed violently. "A pest like you will be annihilated right here, right now." Meanwhile, his eyes gleamed with cold, unyielding resolve, extending his hands to catch the incoming devastation. They violently crashed into each other, fighting fiercely. Sungwan relentlessly threw devastating punches. Their palms violently collided. Explosive energy immediately erupted, forming a terrifying magical tornado. The earth-shattering blow triggered a massive earthquake. The ground violently shattered. Chaotic energy exploded outward, mercilessly shredding absolutely everything in its path. The brutal shockwave sent Jihan skidding wildly backward amidst this nerve-wracking chaos. Yanhua's voice suddenly chimed in. The boss needed a quick breather from the massive recoil. Jihan smirked inwardly. "Got it?" The epic deathmatch raged on, neither yielding. Jihan broke the tense silence. His voice chillingly calm. "Yeah, you're strong. You have lived for thousands of years, and I am not even 20. Winning this is crazy hard." He mentally scanned the enemy's wild stats. Strength, insane skills, and combat vision. With my current kit, I cannot crush her. A true powerhouse, a legendary top 100 ranker. But then his core mana violently erupted. He aggressively redirected a monstrous counterattack straight at Sun Quan. Flashback hit Jihan hard. Sure, his heaven-shattering strike was a god-tier move meant to literally rock the entire globe. But it was not some unbeatable cheat code. The Dragon Tribe's aura casually canceled powers, completely paralyzing a gamer's physical avatar. But it could never cancel pure physical force. Jihan leaned back, roaring like an absolute beast. You heavily underestimated a gamer's hardcore grind. Never mock our insane stubbornness. Catching her slight slip-up, he dumped all his stats into one savage headbutt aimed right at Sun Quan. Eat this skull crusher. The ambush attack was way too fast. She failed the dodge roll and tanked massive critical damage. Blood sprayed from her nose. Jihan smirked, flexing total swagger and toxic confidence. Did not expect this raid to get so ridiculously messy, huh? His gamer brain was constantly crunching the math. Maintaining the heaven and earth unity naturally blocked all other skill casts for 30 seconds. But in this brawling meta that debuff meant literally nothing, Jihan aggressively pulled his fist back, clenching it tight with fiery determination, shifting into heavy attack stance without missing a single frame. He launched a devastating blitz tackle. The brutal energy wave violently rattled the entire dimension, but his jaw dropped when she casually parried his strike with a lightning-fast kick, instantly. Sun Quan backflipped out of his aggro range, cleanly repositioning directly into his blind spot. In response, Jihan flashed a cocky smirk, taunting her. How did that reality check taste? She gritted teeth, spitting pure venom. You are no basic NPC. Jihan shrugged, totally unbothered, dropping an ice-cold punchline. Call me an anomaly or a glitch, whatever, but in this raid, Adam, I take the win. Right then, Sun Quan violently whipped her head around, eyes bulging in absolute horror. Wait, what? Over there, demonic vines aggressively choked out a massive black orb. She froze completely, voice violently trembling in panic. How is your speed stat this absurd? Jihan laughed out loud, thoroughly amused. Speed is everything. I hit like a freaking supernova. Toxic black sludge ominously dripped onto the battlefield. Suddenly, a familiar robotic prompt chimed in. Master, the setup is ready. Jihan glanced, grinning like a menace. Epic perfect timing. Manhwa accurately called the extraction phase Master Tactical Retreat initiated. Before the sentence even ended, a blinding light violently erupted from the massive dark sphere. Completely triggered, Sun Quan violently lunged forward like a raging boss monster. You little punk! Jihan casually raised his hand, charging his spell while mentally roasting her. I already figured out your stupid dragon's lame hitbox. He yelled out, dumping max mental points. A brutal energy tornado crashed down, violently stunning her mid-animation. The earth-shattering boom totally rocked the server. He coldly calculated. Sure that cheat-tier dragon casually blocked magical abilities, but it absolutely sucked at tanking pure raw physical damage. Obviously, my current stats cannot zero out the beast's HP, but it totally buys me enough frames to safely bounce right. Jihan threw up a disrespectful peace sign. GG losers. Manhwa instantly fired alerts. Spatial warp is charging up. Brilliant golden beams violently slashed through the crumbling black rifts, tearing up the dark dimension. The massive orb finally hit its max limit and violently exploded. A chaotic blinding flash completely swallowed up the entire battlefield. Hellish crimson flames raged out of control, practically devouring the dead night sky. Right inside the absolute core of that hellfire, a tiny silhouette was literally dancing. Sharp high heels arrogantly crushed the burning ashes. Her rhythmic footwork and widely smooth hand signs looked exactly like a demonic rave. Loki flashed a wicked smirk. Crimson fire danced in his freezing, dangerously captivating eyes. Feathers drifted silently to the ash-covered ground, drawing the tiny figure's attention through the blazing inferno. A murder of jet-black crows swarmed. Suddenly, an eerie, bottomless abyss ripped open beneath them. A terrifying silhouette slowly materialized from the dark void. It was Odin himself, the foolish yet brilliant one-eyed sage, the mad commander of absolute warfare, ruler of the 9 realms, the all-father supreme king of Asgard. Loki's voice dripped with sarcastic surprise and pure rebel arrogance. Oh, to what do I owe the pleasure? Checking up on your pathetic little brother? My dearest sibling. The All-Father glared with earth-shattering intensity, his voice, absolute zero. Loki, I gave you strict orders to back up Siamoto, did I not? Shrouded in the dead of night, his smirk dripped with pure teenage rebellion. Oh, I definitely put in the work. In beautifully toxic ways, too. I completely trashed those belly root factories. Not to mention orchestrating an absolute masterpiece of sabotage right behind the doors of Danis. I even took a cheeky little peek at Japan. Loki playfully examined his nails before Odin's crushing voice shattered the mood. That crazy gamer kid actually launched a massive strike on Zermudo headquarters. And he aimed his crosshairs straight at Bangshan Tower. Shadows danced across his overgrown bangs. He casually dropped the bomb. You have definitely been swallowing some fake news, old man. That deadpan tone said it all. You totally activated the Lysaf, did you not? Odin did not even flinch before confessing. Spot on. According to ancient Norse legends, the Lysaf is the ultimate god-tier throne, a divine seat where the war god perceives the entire universe. But booting up that relic comes with a brutal price tag. Loki's eyes gleamed with a toxic cocktail of arrogance and pure sarcasm. Oh wow, big bro, you are really sweating bullets this time. Flexing your divine juice is tough with Gaia's nasty little roadblocks, huh? Standing back to back, Odin's voice rumbled like thunder. Zermudo is already making their move, yet Loki remained obnoxiously chill. No way those Zermudo goons must be completely losing their minds. His cocky expression suddenly shifted into deep calculation. But what about the 9 legendary gates? What kind of crazy moves are they pulling? Odin shot back with icy absolute authority. How on earth would I know what goes on in their heads? I can only watch the board and predict their next play. Loki spun around with an absolute troll of a smile. In a flash, his short hair flowed down like a rock star. With a razor-sharp glare and pure swagger, she teased. That is our big brother's ultimate hidden talent. Why would such a high and mighty god ever need help from his cute little sister? The old man just grunted his command. Take Thor with you on this little field trip. A wicked plotting grin stretched across her face. Thor totally hates my guts and you know it. But honestly, I am utterly obsessed with him. Odin stared dead into the blazing inferno. His commanding voice echoed. Go down there and supercharge Thor to the absolute limit. Then violently smash Donwi's gate to absolute pieces. If Zermudo joins the main stage, the 4 divine beasts will definitely crash the party, and I crave the blood of at least one of them. Loki crossed her arms with a devilish smirk, profiting off pure chaos just like that classic Eastern proverb about the sneaky fisherman. Odin gave a firm, heavy nod. Spot on. Loki dramatically bowed. Scheming as always, big bro. Your twisted little mind is truly top tier. Seriously, brother, your toxic genius gives me absolute chills. But what is the real endgame here? Surely we are not just kicking down Donwi's door and calling it a day, right? Odin's gaze remained ice cold. That is exactly your job. Loki let out a chaotic laugh. Oh, I'm totally down for it. But wait. Thor has not ditched his divine status yet. That stubborn meathead. What the heck did he actually do with his godly powers? The Allfather seemed to melt into the creeping shadows. Before dropping an absolute lore bomb, Thor voluntarily stripped away his own divine spark. Because of that reckless stunt, his legendary weapon has been seriously nerfed. Loki's jaw practically hit the floor. No freaking way. A grim nod was her only answer. Big facts. The trickster let out a heavily exaggerated sigh, faking total dramatic disappointment. Did his massive ego finally crash and burn? I never thought he would actually throw away his godhood. Odin slowly lowered his weary head. His knuckles turned white around his ancient wooden staff. His cinematic voice sank into a haunting whisper against the dark. Eventually, everything must face the winds of change. Right. The atmosphere instantly froze over. Loki shapeshifted into a withered, terrifyingly old form. Her eyes swirling with a toxic blend of ancient nostalgia and pure, unadulterated venom. You nailed it, Odin. My sworn blood brother. And the absolute rat who betrayed me. Looking at your tragic face, I swore thousands of years had not changed you one bit. The Allfather completely brushed off the dramatic shade. Thor will be hunting you down very soon. Consider this mission your responsibility. Loki let out a snarky chuckle, totally eating up the drama. Fine, fine. As if I could ever ignore my precious big brother's commands, Odin dissolved into the void with one last icy remark. That is all I demand of you. A massive murder of crows violently took to the sky. The shadowy remnants vanished completely. Loki angrily stomped her designer boots into the dirt, the sharp scuff echoing loudly through the suffocating midnight silence. She clicked her tongue in pure teen frustration, while that legendary fire kept raging against the dark. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, massive apocalyptic black holes ripped through the very fabric of reality, staring into that void. Revealed nothing but absolute horrifying emptiness, a bottomless pit of pure despair. Suddenly, an apocalyptic earthquake shattered the silence, the raw decibels threatening to rip the sky apart from within that cosmic nightmare. A colossal floating island violently ripped its way to the surface, defying gravity as massive boulders floated into the stratosphere. Then an eerie, terrifying calm swallowed the atmosphere. The heavens turned a blinding, innocent blue, leaving behind a sickening hollow crater, but then, plot twist. A devastating beam of pitch-black energy erupted from the abyss, splitting the very tectonic plates. Hurricane-force winds began to scream. The abyss of the magic tower had awakened, a monstrous magical array of ancient runes ignited like neon fire. A chilling blue aura traced the legendary carvings. The planet trembled. The glow escalated into an absolute supernova, detonating in a blinding flash that swallowed the entire dimension, and right in the heart of that blinding chaos. A heavy boot slammed down Jihan's triumphant shout echoed out, "Heck yeah, we actually pulled it off." Right at that moment, Lolino perched perfectly on Ahoting's shoulder. Her sarcastic voice sliced the air. "Nailed it. Though honestly, I totally thought that plan would crash and burn." Jihan blinked, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, what? Then why the heck did you agree to it?" She shot him a smug side glance. "Because even if everything went sideways, I knew I wouldn't die. Besides, it's not like we had a 10,000 strong army backing us up." Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice crashed the conversation. "Exactly. No way a witch like her bites the dust in a dump like this." Startled, Jihan snapped his head around. "Hey, Barrett." The demon casually hummed back. "Yeah, what's up?" Jihan immediately demanded answers. "Why the heck are you stalking us all the way out here?" "Because my summoning contract is still active, kid. You can't just casually crash somebody else's secret base like you own the place." Barrett actually hesitated. "Well, look at it this way. It's practically part of our exclusive contract deal, right?" "No biggie, totally normal." Jihan broke into a massive sweat, shouting back. "There's absolutely nothing normal about this." The demon simply replied with a raspy, unapologetic tone, "You're the one who signed off on my summoning, so chill out and drop the attitude." Jihan froze in his tracks. Suddenly, the system interface exploded to life. Maximum demonic summoning skill acquired. You can now summon the demon Barrett without draining extra mana. Target Barrett will absolutely obey the summoner's commands. The ultimate authority now belonged entirely to the master. Staring blankly at the glowing blue notification screen, Jihan was utterly paralyzed with shock. Whoa, scoring an overpowered skill by sheer accident. Actually, this might be incredibly busted. He awkwardly cleared his throat. "Fine crash here if you want. But listen up. You are totally banned from the restricted zones." Barrett flashed a wicked grin. "So generous, I love it." The demon instantly spun around, strutting off decisively while Lolino watched with narrowed, suspicious eyes. With the demon drama handled, Jihan sprinted over in a panic. "Shinjung, are you hurt?" She blinked, mildly surprised. "No. Those celestial soldiers were way more pathetic than I expected." Jihan flashed a proud, encouraging smile, leaving her slightly stunned. "Now the truth is you've just leveled up like crazy." Shinjung's expression suddenly darkened into serious thought. She clenched her fists tight, muttering softly. "Makes sense, I guess. So, is the mission officially wrapped up?" He gave a firm nod. "Yep." Without wasting a single second, she spun on her heel, dropping her final words. "Cool, I'm heading out to run a battle analysis. Ping me if the world ends again." Leaving Jihan standing there like an absolute statue. Ha! Soon after, Ahoting quietly dipped out as well, completely shattering any illusion of a team celebration. Lolino strolled up with a smirk. "They're a bunch of hardcore loners, aren't they?" Jihan sighed heavily. "Yeah, no kidding. I totally thought we'd throw an epic victory party, but they couldn't care less." She kept her voice low. Hoding literally gives zero hoots about stuff like that. And honestly, Shinjung is exactly the same. Jihan couldn't argue with that logic. True that. But hey, what about you, Master Down, to celebrate? I'm officially an adult, now I can legally drink. Her face lit up with calculating mischief. Throwing back shots with my own disciple? Then she burst into uproarious laughter. What the heck, that sounds like a blast. Drinking with a student is a first for me. They swaggered off together, chatting away. Jihan blinked in surprise. Wait, you seriously never had other disciples? Lolino replied with pure, unadulterated arrogance. Not quite. It's just that absolutely nobody else was worthy of the title. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the moment. Master Epic emergency. The Golden Turtle Island is literally moving. They both whipped around, completely dumbfounded by the apocalyptic sight. Jihan's jaw hit the floor. What the heck, that thing can actually move. Meanwhile, Lolino looked like she just solved a massive puzzle. Whoa, the crazy myths were actually true. He mindlessly echoed her words. What myths? She immediately broke it down. Yeah, the Golden Turtle Island? Legends say it's a floating fortress straight out of the mythical age. So that's why it's named like that, right? The ancient characters literally spell out island. Jihan scratched his head, forcing an awkward chuckle. Well, honestly, I had no idea it was an actual literal island. Suddenly, the ominous image of the 9 gates flashed in his mind. His brain went into overdrive. What does this mean? Was the Bangshin Tower secretly built on top of that thing? They trapped the ascendants inside the tower just to drain them like massive living batteries. Right. And whenever their twisted allies died, they used that same power to revive them. His eyes instantly darkened with fierce intensity. His voice dropped to a deadly serious tone. This is no ordinary 9 gates. Lolino urgently chimed back in. There are way more floating islands out there than I thought, like Laputa from Gulliver's Travels and even legendary Avalon. One of those 9 gates is definitely a massive flying island too. Hearing this insane lore drop, Jihan practically screamed. Wait, Avalon is a flying island and freaking Laputa actually exists in real life. Her voice was deadpan. Duh, Avalon the ultimate fairy utopia. It is a literal divine realm, ruled by Morgana the Fairy Queen and First Grand Witch, an ancient flying fortress, and yeah, Laputa is totally real. It is just playing hide and seek. His brow-furrowed brain running on overdrive to piece this crazy puzzle together. Wait a second. Avalon is a super old-school faction, right? So why the hell is Laputa running away? Does it have a master? Ellie's old man joined the party too. At least that is what Sari claimed. The Golden Turtle Island moving now major red flag. We are talking all-out war. Kaija might literally get wiped off the map. This entire mess is on you. Jihan's voice dropped. So the Golden Turtle is actually rolling out to the front lines? Loleno flashed an icy, unfazed smirk. Oh really? Are we actually doing the whole total war thing? Sparks flew as they brainstormed. He stepped up. Word is the 9 gates are critical. We absolutely have to protect them. Hold the line at all costs. There is supposedly only one hack into the Gaia system. Loleno chimed in. They ditched their main base just to mobilize it. Obviously, it is their ultimate weapon and an impenetrable fortress. A heavy silence dropped. His eyes widened, a terrifying realization hitting him. Meaning this is a fight to the bitter end. Her tone turned frosty. Unless they're hiding an insane trump card. He rubbed his chin. A trump card. But Grandmaster Yasu bit the dust. What is left? Loleno smirked with a perfect suggestion. Why do not we just ask? Jihan blinked, totally thrown off. Ask who? She shrugged. We literally have 2 prisoners, right? A wicked spark lit his eyes, though doubt lingered. Genius. But getting them to spill the tea will not be easy. He narrowed his eyes, recalling Zamu's exact threat. Zamu's voice echoed in his head. Golden Turtle Army. Bring me the soul of their boss, Jinchun-jun. He sank deep into the strategic rabbit hole. The secret rituals of Zamu and Yasu. Wait, did he not say if I absolutely wrecked Jinchun-jun he would bow to me? Okay, we can totally negotiate with that. Jihan's voice turned lethal. ETA on the Golden Turtle hitting the mainland. The system panel chimed. Western Sea. Projected arrival at Ganghwa Island, 245 hours. His expression instantly darkened. That is way slower than I expected. Lolino crossed her arms, probably because it moves at a literal snail's pace. Or because it is freakishly massive. Jihan cleared his throat aggressively. All right, hit the books and memorize the manual. Master, please trigger the summon. I am calling in the Sindung troops. We have exactly 10 days left. Time to gear up and plunge straight back into the bloodbath. The response was absolute. That is the game plan. Things just got insanely messy, but with the Danwei Guild backing us, we will survive. Jihan's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Yeah, exactly. Internally, he groaned. Did I seriously just kick the ultimate hornet's nest? Zamu's chilling voice shredded the silence. Jinchun's army's marching. I can feel the tremors. Yasu's response was rock steady. You actually crushed him. Standing behind them, Jihan cracked a super awkward smile. Hey, you're doing a stellar job. Zero reaction. Just the frantic, sweaty sound of button mashing. Both Zamu and Yasu were terrifying level 185 anomalies. And this tiny room was their magical prison. He just stared at the absurd scene unfolding, muttering to himself. I am not totally sure, but are these ancient gods seriously playing Zelda? The system practically flashed their monster levels above their heads. He had not bothered checking before, but their stats were absolutely busted. They packed the firepower of an entire 10,000-man army. Out of nowhere, Zamu glanced over his shoulder. Your gameplay is not trash, Yasu chimed in softly. And your prisoner accommodations, actually 5-star. What is the deal? Still have not dragged Jinshin's army in here. Shaking off the weirdness, Jahan fired back. I will bag them soon enough. Actually, I just cooked up a sick strategy during my last explosive stunt. But I am here to pick your brains. If I'm going to obliterate Jinshin's forces, I need prime intel. The two captive legends paused their game-locking eyes. Zamu grumbled under his breath. Intel, huh? Jihan gave a slow, deliberate nod. Exactly. You guys clashed with Jinshin before. That experience is a massive cheat code. Zamu finally relented with a heavy sigh. Fine, spit it out. What do you want to know? Jihan immediately laid out the brutal truth. No biggie, but Zomoto is officially on the move after we completely wrecked the Shadow Tower. It abandoned home base and is rolling straight for us. ETA is exactly 10 days before impact. The vibe in the room instantly nosedived into heavy tension. I am aware, Zamu replied coldly. Yasu did not even blink. So what? Jihan's gaze turned razor sharp as he broke it down. Grandmaster Yasu has been dead for ages. What kind of insane logic makes them drag the entire Zomoto fortress out here? Are they hiding some kind of apocalyptic trump card? The two gamers suddenly whipped their heads around, staring daggers at him. Jihan froze, completely caught off guard. The room's temperature practically hit sub-zero. Zamu's voice echoed with intense, terrifying reverence. Grandmaster Yasu was the sole controller of Zomoto. Yasu's icy tones sliced through the air. He literally had the power to ascend as a god, yet he refused. Yes, he is dead, but his overwhelming influence never vanished. Do not even think about underestimating Zomoto's raw power. Absorbing the heavy lore drop, Jihan tilted his head. Wait, is Zomoto genuinely that overpowered? Both legends nodded in absolute grim synchronization. Without a doubt, it is devastatingly strong. Yasu doubled down on the warning. Beyond strong. It is a massive mobile fortress designed specifically to vaporize the enemies of the anomalies. Jihan's mind raced, connecting the terrifying dots. I get it now. It is the ultimate superweapon. And the Danui Guild definitely has their hands on this intel, right? Snapping to reality, Jihan flashed a cocky smirk. If that is it, consider it handled. Meanwhile, Yasu coughed nervously. Just watch your back. Zamu's expression turned dead serious. There are still massive blind spots. Catching the heavy anxiety in his tone, Jihan offered a soft grin. Thanks for the heads up, man. Meanwhile, 4 legendary figures gathered at the Supreme Command War Room. Sari suddenly busted out laughing, dripping with absolute smugness. Oh, they are totally triggered. This is epic. Jihan really cooked this time, but villains do not just rage quit. They definitely have some twisted backup plan, especially after ditching the 9th gate. The Wood King spoke with terrifying authority. What is the intel on Liaoning and Jilin? She casually answered. Leaning back, totally chilled out. Zermuto's forces are completely wiped off the map. However, they slapped down a massive magical barrier between Hebei and Liaoning. The Goblin King leaned forward, his aura deadly serious. A proper bloodbath. The first real clash in 1,000 years, he suddenly roared with chaotic glee. Awesome. Finally done with all these boring side quests. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. That crazy bird really went for it. This stalled war, it ends right here. As those heavy words dropped, a deafening silence instantly paralyzed the remaining 3, shattering that intense quiet. Another king muttered, "Let the Golden Prince lock down home base. We already read Asgard's moves." Sari propped up her chin, groaning like a bored teenager. That psycho war god is cooking up some toxic villain plot again. I seriously hate rabbits. He shrugged carelessly. Whatever, our objective stands. Protect the world on the Guild King's orders. Suddenly a hand shot straight up into the air. Grabbing everyone's immediate attention, it was the legendary Water King. He asked with a chillingly calm voice. So do I take the first swing? The others immediately nodded in agreement. That is the master plan. Bet. Sounds solid to me. Epic. And so the Danui Guild strikes. The ultimate war officially begins beneath a deceptively clear sky. Inside the command center, fingers flew across keyboards in an absolute frenzy of tactical chaos. Jihan's mind raced. Crank production up 10 times. His eyes blazed with savage excitement. Time to feed Zermuto a massive golem army. Yuhua muttered salty curses behind her monitors. Damn it all! This is what I get for getting captured by you. He sighed, rolling his eyes. Quit whining. Did you seriously think they would casually retreat after fighting Danui? Even without being my minion, your entire guild was already hardcore doomed. Right. She dropped her gaze, her voice fading out like a defeated NPC. Whatever. What is your status looking like over there? Jihan gave the tactical rundown. My guild is gearing up. We are deploying backup forces and completely maxing out our damage output right now. Dunwee is throwing us a massive buff too. Just flank them from the shadows and try not to totally die. Copy that, Yuhua groaned. Suddenly Yeonhwa's crisp voice cut through the comms panel. Boss, I am back online. Jihan immediately turned around. Spill the tea. What did they say? Yeonhwa explained perfectly. They declared an all-out, no-holds-barred war. Just troop support. That single phrase struck like a massive lag spike. Jihan froze completely, his eyes wide with absolute shock, as a sudden twitch broke his statue-like state. Wait, what the heck does that mean? Yeonhwa flashed a deceptively soft smile. It means we do not need to fight the boss ourselves. That is their direct order. Jihan stared at her, totally mind-blown. The Do Guild is absolutely overpowered, sure. But if we join the raid, casualties drop massively. Are they seriously telling us to bench ourselves? Yeonhwa replied with stone-cold logic. There is definitely some toxic guild politics playing out behind the scenes. He exhaled loudly, sounding thoroughly annoyed. They probably want all the epic loot drops when Zermudo gets crushed. Not that I even care about their trash items. Yeonhwa raised an eyebrow, her tone turning razor sharp. Boss, do you really think we should just ignore a massive loot pile like that? Jihan paused, scratching his head. I mean, kinda? My inventory is pretty stacked already. Yeonhwa's voice dripped with savage provocation. Really, because did you not literally steal your elite bossman armor from those annoying syndicate guys who ambushed us? Rage quitting before the raid even starts is pathetic loser behavior, especially when god-tier loot is waiting. Defeated by her logic, Jihan sighed heavily. Fair point. So what is your devious little master plan? Yeonhwa smiled brightly, pitching her strategy like a pro gamer. For now, we play nice and actually follow their ridiculous benching orders. Then we secretly prep a massive stealth attack and snipe the final kill when the boss is one shot. How does that sound? Jihan stroked his chin, his brain instantly calculating the ultimate kill-steal strategy. Honestly, playing the camper seems like the most cracked option right now. A total kill-steal. Oh, I absolutely love playing dirty. Suddenly, Yuhua interrupted through the comms. Yo, those broken relics you dumped on me, full system restore, and sync complete. Hearing this, Jihan locked onto his screen, eyeing the legendary slates loading up. His eyes lit up like fireworks. Jackpot, he thought. Time to unleash hell with these. The mythic tier left Gauntlet. An epic artifact controlling time itself, and sitting right beside it, the mighty Guon disc. The mythic Bong Cheon. Absolute master of spatial manipulation. And the grand finale. The legendary Hongjin forged from a commander's sacrificed flesh and soul. It binds to its master mutating surrounding weapons into an infinite, terrifying swarm of red threads. One touch from those crimson strings, your soul, flesh, and energy get completely drained, feeding the master. The only catch, you need an intelligence stat over 500 to even wield it. Jihan casually slammed the control panel button. A massive surge of energy erupted. He smirked, realizing they were literally weaponizing human thought energy into raw magic. That freshly brewed mana solidified straight into magic crystals, shipped off to the Abyss auction, or pawned off for top-tier crafting materials. The Abyss auction was definitely a sweet business partner. But this magic factory never sleeps. It just keeps stacking up. Looking at the insane energy yield across the Korean peninsula. The global output must be absolutely terrifying. Yet honestly, no one could hack human consciousness into mana as flawlessly as our boy Jihan. Still, you can't cheat time or population limits forever. It was finally time to unleash the heavy artillery. These toys were about to give our squad a massive edge. Meanwhile, at the absolute meat grinder of a front line between Zermudo and the Order, a merciless blade sliced through the air, crimson blood sprayed across the battlefield. Sunin's arm was cleanly chopped right off. A blinding flash of pure agony hit him. Heavy drops of blood drenched the shattered earth. He winced, but then a cocky, rebellious smirk crept onto his face. His voice dripped with absolute sarcasm. 3 against 1. Isn't that playing a little dirty, boys? Latho scoffed, his face twisted in ruthless amusement. You seriously looking for fair play in a damn war? Lehigh chimed in, practically rolling his eyes. You're the anomaly making things unfair here, kid. This arrogant trio, Hong Tho and High Old Timers, dragged out of retirement and revived by the Bongshin Tower. Their fourth guy Thon wasn't so lucky. Jihan completely sealed him up, turning him into a glorified mana battery. Sunin let out a dramatic sigh and chuckled. Magic is basically just organized cheating anyway. Right on cue, his severed arm violently snapped back onto his shoulder, healing perfectly. He lazily rolled his shoulders, stretching like a teenager waking up from a nap. He knew the cheat code. As long as he stood on faction territory, his immortality buff was locked and a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from his body, leaving Hong and Tho sweating bullets. Panicking at the power spike, Tho lunged. He cracked a lethal whip straight at Sunin's face, but our boy didn't even flinch. He snatched the whip barehanded. Boom, a shockwave shattered the ground, kicking up a massive smokescreen. Using the dust cover, Sunin rocketed straight toward Hong. 1,000 spears materialized, aiming for his heart, but he charged right through the kill zone. A glowing magic circle flared from his palm, blocking the onslaught. Another blinding explosion he completely bypassed, Hong zeroing in on the final target. Hai swung his dual swords with lethal precision. Sunin's brain worked in overdrive. Whip for long-range spears for mid-range, and dual swords for close combat. A flawlessly annoying team setup. So what's the play? Tank the damage. He deliberately sacrificed his shoulder to the blade, using the momentum to plunge his fist straight through Hai's gut. A massive fatal hole blasted right through the guy's stomach. Sunin smirked down at the carnage. Checkmate. Exactly as I calculated. Hai was instantly deleted from the fight. Glowing cracks shattered across his entire dying body. Right as the guy crumbled to dust, Sun cheerfully announced, "One down," watching their buddy get sent to the afterlife. Tho and Hong screamed in rage, "You absolute bastard." The all-out war raged on. A raging inferno of destruction swallowed the entire landscape. Sunin's face was painted in blood, the heavy toll of an insane solo carry. Thankfully, the tide was turning. The enemy horde was finally thinning out. He glanced toward the horizon. A colossal magnetic barrier blocked the sky, shielding towering silhouettes inside the absolute defense of the Golden Turtle Island. They had pitched that magic tent days ago. Enemies were turtling up hard. In a pure one-on-one brawl, the Danwei Guild completely outscaled them. Golden Turtle Island was just spamming the Bongsun Tower's revive hack. But infinite lives aren't actually infinite. Once their mana tank hits 0, it's game over. This was turning into a brutal battle of attrition. Danwei versus Golden Turtle. A hardcore endurance test to see whose magic bar breaks first. Thanks to Jahan's insane supply drops and Barrio crashing the party, Danui's firepower was going through the roof, and then Asgard dropped into the server. Loki specifically stirred the pot. They dodged direct combat to avoid taking aggro, but they quietly geared up the dwarves with state-of-the-art modern weaponry. It completely balanced. The meta Sunin's mind ran the combat analytics. As long as that island barrier held, they were hard stuck. Asgard's overpowered weapons were safely walled inside. The grind was hitting a brick wall. How much longer were they going to drag this out? Staring down the colossal shield, Sunin muttered, "They're just playing defense and funneling all their troops to the main island." Suddenly a voice dropped in from behind him. Bingo. Si-jun floated down like an absolute boss, landing perfectly in front of him. Surprised by her sudden spawn, he raised an eyebrow. "What's the play?" Si-jun didn't skip a beat. "Incoming intel." She casually tossed him a glowing data orb. Golden Turtle Island took critical damage. They just went airborne. Next stop, Seoul. Sunin narrowed his eyes. Was that flying freak show actually real? She nodded deadpan. He paused, then shot Sejun a look. "So what is their play?" She relayed their exact words. "We completely shatter this huge thing first. That is their call. They want to hijack this battle." To Sunin, this sounded utterly insane. Ace's armory locked inside some massive impenetrable barrier. Are they joking? But Sejun's next words hit even harder. "One of the 4 greats is handling this." Sunin rubbed his chin, decoding their plan. 4 greats, the 10 gods. She shook her head. No, a lower tier. His stomach dropped slightly. Could a lower tier actually pull this off? He seriously doubted it. Even a top tier among the top 100 could not one-shot a massive barrier like this. Suddenly, a colossal fireball ignited the sky. From afar, it looked like a literal sun ready to swallow the whole combat zone. Blazing rings of fire erupted around them. The flames violently spread at a terrifying speed, leaving Sunin completely speechless. Absolute madness inside the enemy barrier. Pure chaos erupted as terrified screams echoed from every single direction. "What is this? It is fire." Enemy attack. She summoned a fierce gale to cool the surrounding flames. Sejun gritted her teeth. "Not just them. Our own camp is taking heavy damage too. I had only heard rumors of the 4 greats. I never expected this." The raging fireball morphed into a dimensional gate. From the abyssal darkness, a monstrous beak pierced through the portal. As its massive body emerged, absolute doom was practically guaranteed. The 3-legged crow spread its majestic wings. It inhaled deeply before unleashing a devastating strike. Its colossal wingspan blotted out the entire sky. Sunin stared in awe. The 3-legged crow is one of the 4 greats. A mythical beast, the divine sun-eating bird akin to a phoenix. It dive-bombed the massive target without a single ounce of hesitation. In a flash, it reached the exact strike zone the guild ordered. It unleashed a furious barrage upon the barrier, overwhelmed by the cosmic bird's sheer legendary power. The indestructible shield finally cracked open. Seizing the moment, the beast tore through the shattered defenses and invaded enemy airspace. The crow's deafening screech promised absolute carnage. Demonic flames ruthlessly incinerated everything caught below it. Agonizing screams ripped through the battlefield, the very earth. And giant pillars were literally melting into sludge. Stop it, however. The fiery beast showed absolutely zero mercy. It relentlessly attacked until everything was reduced to ashes. Seizing this golden opportunity, the Allied forces charged the shattered barrier. They advanced rapidly, wiping out the remaining enemies. Sunin watched the flawless execution from afar. Seijin could only gasp. This is insane. I definitely should have arrived way sooner. Sunin quickly analyzed the battlefield. Golden Turtle Island must possess some epic hidden trump card to challenge the four greats. Right now that seemed totally impossible. She glanced at Sunin. So what is our next move? He smirked. You are up, boss. Hearing this, Seijin instantly tried to dodge the responsibility. Hey, I'm on communications duty, cut me some slack. Sunin did not skip a beat. I am busy playing defense, so I'll pass too. Suddenly a random thought flashed through his chaotic mind. His attention drifted away. I wonder how the main battle is holding up. Meanwhile, Loki watched the slaughter from high above for a legendary god. Watching pathetic mortals send each other to the afterlife was basically peak reality TV. He muttered under his breath. I totally thought Sari would show up instead of the crow. He turned to Thor. Thoughts, big bro. Can they actually win? Thor, Asgard's greatest reincarnated deity, scowled deeply. Do not call me brother. You are not my family. Loki smoothly shifted his tone, dripping with playful sarcasm. Still salty over ancient history, man. If I held grudges like you, crazy old Odin would be my prime target. Am I right? Thor just sighed. Everyone has literally gone insane. Seeing his brother's sheer misery, Loki burst into obnoxious laughter. Being totally unhinged is basically our job description as supreme gods. Come on. Is not our weird brotherhood the craziest part? Whether it is that lunatic Odin or a chaotic genius like me, we totally live for the drama. None of us are right in the head. Thor completely ignored him, radiating pure ice. Just shut up. Refusing to quit, Loki casually shifted into a stunning female form and leaned in close. Lighten up, big bro. The times have totally changed. You know, he whined playfully, should I call you big bro, like in those dramatic soap operas? Big bro disgusting didn't even begin to cover Thor's reaction. He growled back. Should I end you before this war even starts? Loki backed off, still smirking. Don't be salty, bro. Then he suddenly flipped the switch to serious mode. The three-legged crow, it's hiding now, but when Golden Turtle Island and the Danwi Guild clash, bam, it shows up. Let's start there. Thoughts? Thor gave a massive sigh, reluctantly giving in. Yeah, fine, whatever. Meanwhile, near the Korean peninsula's waters, a massive floating island was creeping closer. Target locked on the southwest border. Boom. The floating landmass violently smashed into Korea's defensive barrier. A massive crack shattered the shield. The flying island violently shook without warning. Deep from within its core, toxic black aura erupted. It ripped right through the peninsula's magical grid, instantly hijacking the local weather system. Thunder roared. Apocalyptic storms spawned everywhere. It absolutely trashed everything inside the dome without a shred of mercy. Just like that. The Korean peninsula was getting easily wrecked. Meanwhile, in some sketchy villain control room, the masterminds were chilling and chatting. Golden Turtle Island finally breached the Korean peninsula. Watching the absolute destruction unfold, excited villainous chatter echoed through the room. Pierced right through their pathetic shields, totally neutralized. Sari smirked, clearly enjoying the chaotic show. The pressure inside that dome must be insane right now. Another voice quickly agreed with her. Exactly as planned, they completely delivered the hype. Sari kept gloating. If they just rushed in blindly with zero prep work, we would have been so bored, but everything is perfectly on track, so let the real games begin. Jumping up from his seat, the Goblin King was totally hyped. Time to wage some epic war. With zero obstacles left, the One King kicked back in his chair and declared, "Awesome. I'll return to my true form and spread my roots everywhere." He checked the massive monitor. A glowing red arrow locked onto the Korean peninsula. Down there, relentless savage storms were hammering the earth without a single pause. The legendary EC Dragon King rose majestically from the chaotic waves, facing a massive sphere of pure darkness. Savage lightning and pitch-black skies dragged Golden Turtle Island to a whole new location. The floating fortress had finally arrived. The dark cloud territory. Dropping down from the gloomy abyss, a massive pillar of gray clouds plummeted toward the uncharted earth. It crashed right near Gangwa Island's coast, completely mysterious. The second that cloudy pillar slammed into the dirt, an inky blackness swallowed it perfectly, matching the raging storm above. That weird cloud instantly morphed into a literal bridge connecting Golden Turtle Island straight to Ganghwa Island. Through the dark portal, endless creepy shadows began violently shoving each other. A massive goblin horde shrieked in absolute madness. They were itching for a fight. Thousands upon thousands of the ugly beasts flooded down into the dark territory. Ganghwa Island was about to get steamrolled by this freakish goblin army. In just seconds, the whole place would be completely wiped off the map. But right before total doom hit, absolute magic happened. Mokri erupted from the very earth. The epic soul altar tree of Ganghwa Island stood tall. The monster squad charged in totally ready to break stuff, but the massive tree was already growing, spreading its colossal branches at lightning speed. Swarms of ugly beasts scattered everywhere, their numbers completely off the charts. They charged straight at Mokri with pure, murderous intent. They unleashed a barrage of savage strikes against the bark, but the giant tree literally didn't care. It completely tanked the hits without even flinching. But payback is a beast. The tree's gargantuan roots suddenly whipped up. It yeeted the goblins into the stratosphere, wrapping them up like tight little burritos. Not just that the roots violently body slammed them into the dirt, the tree had fully morphed into its absolute most massive, overpowered form. The stupid goblin horde kept charging only to get instantly wrecked. A booming voice announced, "The Emperor of the Abyss, the Ninth World Tree, Korea's Soul Altar, Han Jahan." All this epicness was being watched through a mystic lens far away in the Zermath hub. Deep inside the main control room, Lady Gumguang and Sun Wan were totally shook. One gasped in shock. Locating the soul altar was just step one. Did those punks already weaponize it? Lady Gumguang tried to play it cool, analyzing the mess. Since that massive plant didn't pop up in my prophetic visions, they must have burned all their energy, blocking my foresight. Hearing this, Sun Wan completely lost his chill, yet epic failure was still knocking at their door. He barked out orders. "Changchon Dongchon, move out now. Hit them everywhere at once." Zero hesitation. The duo glitched out of the room instantly, teleporting straight onto the Ganghwa Island battlefield. Sun Wan roared his command. As the envoy of the Golden Turtle Island Lord by the Supreme Order, the two divine forces shall now fuse into one awakens. Hearing the call, both warriors shifted into pure spiritual energy and violently crashed together. A massive explosion rocked the screen-blinding Lady Gumguang and Sun Wan. From the epic smoke, an entirely new mega-buffed body emerged. Their power levels literally broke the scale. A voice whispered, "This is the ultimate secret weapon." The ace up Golden Turtle Island's sleeve, the Red Wind Guardian had officially entered the chat completely battle-ready. He blasted forward like a meteor, charging straight toward the Soul Altar Tree to take on Mokri. Wind Warrior, tear it up. Red Warrior, let's thrash. Combine. His two inner halves roared in perfect sync. A phantom voice echoed. Crimson Sun formation. Gale Shield. Formation. The Crimson Wind Guardian took the high ground, summoning massive writhing vines to strike. The Guardian was out for blood. In a flash, a brutal amber streak ripped through the air. Suddenly, the isolated peak holding the Guardian was totally engulfed by slithering earth-toned vines. Wait, is the terrain actually shifting? Crazy. The colossal heavy mountain was literally inching its way toward a massive ancient tree. Beneath the violently boiling rapids, a shadow scoffed with pure disgust. "You think one pathetic trick is enough to step to me?" Boom. Two insanely long antlers burst through the surface, followed by wicked gray spikes erupting from the depths. They smashed directly into the mountain's thick vine armor. It was an absolute deadlock. The aquatic thorn whips lashed out, choking the mountain's base to drag it down, but the peak violently yanked backward, retreating to Mokri's defensive zone. An intense, nerve-wracking tug of war kicked off. Those wicked gray spikes locked their fatal grip on the jagged peak. Mokri's stance wavered, big time. The ancient tree roots groaned, ready to snap, while the floating mountain above was rapidly losing its juice to fight back. But plot twist, Mokri was actually channeling insane subterranean energy, secretly summoning a massive surge of spiritual lightning from deep underground. Suddenly, a barrage of mysterious black silhouettes blasted out from the miniature mountain. They ripped through the sky like literal heat-seeking missiles. Those shadowy smoke trails, they were actually Mokri's elite disciples. They soared skyward to absolutely demolish the beast horde. An explosive, fiery showdown had officially begun. The momentum was totally shifting in favor of Mokri's crew. One fierce warrior aggressively drew his bow, locking onto his monstrous target. Zero hesitation. He let that arrow fly, nailing a demonic bear dead center. The beast was instantly swallowed by blazing inferno flames, roaring in absolute agony. The chaotic orange blaze mutated into a toxic midnight purple, crashing down from the heavens. Meanwhile, another badass squared off against a frenzied minotaur swinging a massive axe. The crushing axe blade slammed straight down, burying into a fighter's leg. But plot twist. The minotaur was the one totally shook its brown hide, instantly flashing a sickly purple. Jinseokei didn't shed a single drop of blood, paralyzing the beast with fear. He dropped into a slick stance, thrusting his arm forward to unleash a massive surge of aura. Instantly, the brutal shoulder wound from the monster's strike completely regenerated in mere seconds. Both his torn skin and ripped clothes were flawlessly restored. Like magic, Jinseokei casually pulled his arms back to his waist with total swagger. He let out a cocky smirk and a soft scoff. In a flash, he launched his fist straight forward. Boom. A fatal finishing punch. Another beast dropped dead before it even knew what hit it. Jinseokei casually absorbed the fallen monster's lingering soul energy. Then another fighter touched down beside him. The ultimate dynamic duo was ready to rock. Hard as rock. Tough as steel we ride together, Jinseokei had just wiped out his targets and was backing up his buddy. He casually tossed 2 mystical tomes into the air. They blasted open. A phantom vortex erupted from the pages. From its core, blazing golden lightning rained down mercilessly, striking the monsters. Those terrifying beasts were instantly reduced to unrecognizable, crispy charred meat. Jinseokei exhaled a slow, heavy breath. His piercing gaze locked dead ahead. Suddenly, a massive dark-furred snout blocked their path. Thick white smoke snorted from its giant nostrils. A colossal minotaur 4 times their size glared down with a twisted, mocking grin. Well, well, strong, silent humans. It's been way too long since I've tasted a snack this epic. Jinseokei scowled in annoyance. Is this our prey? His buddy smoothly adjusted his glasses and replied, same boring old-school cannibal routine. Typical savage mythical mutt behavior. Staring down at the tiny punks, the giant minotaur couldn't hide his arrogant smirk. He instantly barked orders at his crew. Fantastic, simply fantastic. These 2 are all mine. Everyone else back the heck off. The beast sickeningly licked its chops, radiating pure creep energy. Go ahead and try to fight back, you pathetic mortals. With that, the massive brute casually raised his twin battle axes and roared with absolute hype. Please entertain the almighty King Ezra Gwyn. He crossed his axes into a brutal X. Instantly, a sinister neon blue glow erupted from the center. That creepy light rapidly expanded, totally blanketing the sky. The blinding beam locked onto the 2 friends, pressing down hard. Jinseokei's reflexes were insane. He instantly unleashed a hardcore magic sigil he had locked and loaded. Auto-targeting lightning array activate, those blinding golden thunderbolts from earlier surged back to life with a vengeance. The lightning violently shattered that demonic blue glow. Capitalizing on the chaos, Jinseokei dashed forward at supersonic speed. He buried an aura-charged mega punch deep into the minotaur's gut. But suddenly, his eyes went wide with pure shock. The colossal minotaur hadn't even flinched. The beast flashed a sick, mocking grin. Is that all you got, kid? He viciously swung his massive axe in a deadly arc. It was a terrifyingly fast and brutal slash. Jinseokei's insane reflexes kicked in, bending over backward matrix style to save his neck. But his luck ran out as the strike grazed him. A deep gash ripped across his forehead, splattering bright red blood. Refusing to lose his cool, Jinseokei executed a slick backward flip. He wasn't done yet. He cranked his arm back, winding up for another explosive strike. This time, Jinseokei channeled every ounce of his savage aura, the Phantom Spirit Breaker. Fist slammed directly into the beast's gut. Bingo. The massive minotaur stumbled, violently rocked to its core by the critical hit. Its fang-filled jaw snapped open, violently, hacking up a pool of dark blood. His buddy had been secretly charging up support magic in the shadows, while Jinseokei played the bait. As the minotaur crashed down, his partner didn't waste a second, chanting with epic authority. "O divine Punisher, incinerate my foes to ash." The heavens answered his hardcore prayer, unleashing a catastrophic storm of golden lightning that absolutely wrecked the helpless minotaur. Bro really celebrated too early. Did we actually take him down? Jin recoiled in absolute terror. He spun around, totally losing it. Hey, stop making that stupid noise. He whipped his head back around, staring wide-eyed at the smoke clearing right in front of them. The big bad ox boss. Literally 0 scratches, the monster launched a surprise attack, but Jin somehow backflipped away just in time. He tumbled backward, slamming his boots into the dirt. He created some desperate breathing room away from the beast. White steam hissed from the demon's massive snout. A disgustingly arrogant laugh echoed through the chaotic battlefield. You actually thought that tickled cute. Jin was sweating bullets now, totally losing his cool against this absolute tank. This is absolutely insane. How is this absolute freak still moving after a massive hit like that? The ox flexed his fangs with a sick grin, dropping the lore. This legendary body carries the direct bloodline of the great Ox King. I have reached the unbreakable diamond state. Your pathetic little magic tricks cannot even put a dent in my armor. Though the monster smirked, I will admit one thing. That weird martial arts combo of yours actually stung a bit. Guess I should remember that. But playtime is officially over time to send you edgy kids straight down to the underworld. Boom. The boss slammed his twin axes down, flooding the zone with wild mana. Deadly sonic waves blasted out, forcing the boys to desperately duck. Those crazy light and sound waves sliced like invisible ninja stars. Blood instantly exploded from both of Jin's upper arms. His buddy cast a quick magic shield just in time. But the ox boss? He zeroed in on Jin, going straight for the team's front line. The demon shrieked, dive-bombing from the sky like a literal missile. Trapped by his bleeding injuries, Jin could only throw up his battered arms to protect his skull. Slash, the merciless heavy axe, crashed down with a sickening thud. Jin's eyes nearly popped out as he tanked the devastating impact. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his totally bruised face. This monstrous beast was packing some serious unmatched firepower. With one final burst of adrenaline, he yanked his body backward, barely escaping the fatal range of those killer twin blades. His friend totally freaked out, seeing the bloody mess, screaming his lungs out in absolute panic. Jin, now it was his turn to look like a completely helpless deer caught in the headlights. The ox's giant axes spun like deadly helicopter blades, closing in on the mage in a flash. Trying to act cool, he desperately floated 2 spellbooks forward. A massive magic circle lit up to block the raging axes. Epic fail. Those razor-sharp blades instantly shattered the magical barrier with just one brutal touch. The mage was absolutely stunned, jaw hitting the floor while sweat rained down his face. In less than a second, the savage axes totally shredded his precious pages. His beloved grimoires flopped uselessly to the dirt, their ancient spells evaporating into thin air. He stood totally frozen in pure agony over his shattered mental magic weapons. That was literally 50% of his power, dominating the fight. The ox monster laughed psychotically. Nice. He stomped his heavy boots toward Jin, loudly declaring his next move. I'm going to swallow you whole. Jin's arms were completely trashed, dangling uselessly by his sides. Our boy was quite literally hanging by a thread. The beast glared down with glowing, mocking red eyes. Rivers of cold sweat washed over Jin's face. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, absolutely drowning in ultimate pure panic. But right at the climax, a total badass named Xinjiang stepped into the chat, ignoring the massive danger. She casually dropped an epic offer. I will carry you guys, but like any true pro, she definitely did not forget to set her boundaries up front. We will talk price later. Jin, caught between pure terror and massive curiosity, stared at this mysterious girl. Who the heck are you? The mage was super suspicious too, blurting out the obvious question. Wait, how long have you been hiding there? But the craziest part, the massive ox boss suddenly looked totally stressed out. The giant demon started sweating bullets, grumbling in deep frustration. What I literally could not sense her aura at all. Xinjiang kept her cool, acting like she owned the place. She slowly parted her lips to drop the bomb. The price: I want your absolute best martial arts techniques. You totally get what I'm throwing down right now. Do you not? She calmly completely exposed Jin's biggest secret. Your raw power strictly comes from your martial arts. Am I wrong? Come on, you know exactly what I am talking about. Hearing her totally nail his secret, he dropped his head with a heavy, dramatic sigh. Meanwhile, the angry ox boss stomped even closer. The beast flashed an incredibly sinister grin, mocking her confidence. You actually seem quite strong, little girl. Must be my lucky day. I seriously never expected such delicious prey to just keep delivering themselves to my plate. Completely shattering the monster's arrogant joke, Xinjiang stared back with eyes like absolute ice. She asked one simple question. Is that really all you have to say before you die? The boss literally froze, his ugly smile completely vanishing. Wait, what? Xinjiang slowly tilted her head up, her gaze piercing right through his massive soul. With a terrifyingly cold expression, she doubled down. I'm asking if those are your final words on this earth. The giant dude threw his head back, busting a gut at her stubborn glare. Smirking, he swung his massive axe and sneered. A puny human like you talking trash to me, I'm gonna grind your bones to absolute hamburger meat, you little brat. But joke's on him. That gigantic axe crashed down only to be stopped cold. By her 2 bare fingers, dude's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. He could only choke out a pathetic, No way. Standing right under him, Xinjiang casually channeled raw magic into her fist. She smirked and declared, "Your lame last words have been officially recorded." Jinseo OK and the crew completely lost their minds, jaws hitting the floor. They stared in pure shock at this tiny, overpowered girl. An insanely terrifying aura was exploding from Xinjiang's entire body. Raw power surged through her veins, turning her hair blazing blonde in a single flash. Her voice rang out, totally deadpan, but dead serious. Baekeng, just back off. You're bleeding out. In a split second, the giant dude was flipped upside down, totally at Xinjiang's mercy. Watching this absolute madness, Jinseo OK collapsed, laughing like a total maniac. Holy crap, someone actually hit the avatar state! His buddy rushed over, screaming, "Dude, what even is that?" Smirking like he knew a crazy secret, he whispered. "The divine avatar. You only unlock that cheat code when you hit max level in martial arts. Can't believe it's actually real." Meanwhile, Xinjiang was chilling upside down on a massive tree branch, eyes shut tight. Her body pulsed like a crazy human radar. Bam, in under 3 seconds, she totally downloaded everything that just went down with Mokri. Her brain went into overdrive, making her bite her lip. Their power level, it's just one tiny step below the legendary 10 gods. 325 targets, and they're all packing mythic beast energy. She smoothly flipped over, landing perfectly on her feet on the thick branch. Staring into the distance, she spotted tiny sparks of fire flashing in the dark. That meant Mokri's epic showdown with the Red Wind Guard was still raging on. The creep was hiding in the shadows, creeping around and giving orders to his low-level goons. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, Xinjiang figured it out. The 10 gods hadn't even spawned yet, and nobody was going all out. If they kept playing this waiting game, casualties would skyrocket. She tapped her chin totally deep and thought, "I have zero clue what's actually happening," she muttered. "Han just told me to crash the party and fight. What the heck is that guild planning, whatever? I'm the muscle here. Let the nerds handle the strategy." Shaking off the boring details, she let out a long sigh. Her vibe shifted instantly. Dropping into a deadly crouch, her eyes turned ice cold. "My job is stupidly simple. Just smash the bad guys. I'm going to obliterate every single one of them." Before she could even flex, some random trash mob tried to test her. A creepy demon cackled, "You're too weak, little human, taste my holy flame." The idiot was still gloating when his entire body was cleanly sliced straight down the middle. One tick later, the dude exploded into bloody confetti in the wind. The other monsters got absolutely wrecked just as fast. A few lucky ones only managed to squeak out a pathetic, "What the?" Deafening screams echoed everywhere as pure panic dropped on them like a bomb. The black and white twin snake wasn't sticking around for this massacre. He scrambled away, running like a totally terrified coward. "Nope, nope, nope. We need to dip right freaking now. Half my brain sees the past, the other half predicts the future, and I literally just saw my crew get wiped out along with my own brutal death." But his nightmare was already real. Before he could even blink, a crazy deadly aura locked right onto his spine. Being a sneaky rat, he spun around, blasting a massive cloud of toxic gas to blind his attacker. He shrieked, "Get the heck back." Out of breath and totally gassed out, his dizzy eyes darted through the thick smoke. Wait, did I actually lose them? Cut to somewhere else, Xinjiang was finally letting her absolute limit break power off the leash. All that brutal bone-breaking training wasn't for nothing. I've finally unlocked a fraction of the Crimson Emperor's legendary combat arts, and this crazy blazing white flame is the proof. Time for a totally epic field test. Without giving it a second thought, she blasted straight up into the stratosphere like a rocket. But wait, a freaky new aura just pinged on her radar. It was that annoying creep from before. Han Jihan's sketchy lackey Xinjiang had zero clue where this dude even spawned from, but the sudden freezing chill down her spine screamed one word: ambush. With totally insane cat-like reflexes, she just barely blocked the heavy strike. Still, that blade was ridiculously sharp, actually biting right into her battle-hardened skin. Boom. A massive explosion detonated right in her face, blasting Xinjiang completely out of the sky. She crashed like a meteor straight into the forest. The insane impact blasted a massive crater right at the mountain's base. Before Xinjiang could even gasp for a single breath, the psycho was already diving back, and the Red Wind Guard leveled his deadly spear right at her face. "Playtime is over, brat. You're taking your last breath right now. Just die already." In half a heartbeat, Xinjiang exploded upwards, launching herself into the air. Below her, the spear unleashed a totally vicious shockwave of demonic energy, shredding everything in its path. Meeting it head-on was Xinjiang's fist, supercharged with absolute pure raw power. The epic collision violently ripped through the air, blasting out a ridiculously intense shockwave. She smoothly danced around the deadly spear tip. Spotting a tiny flaw, she perfectly parried his attack away. That split second was the golden ticket. She locked right onto his fatal blind spot. Bam. Her fist buried itself straight into his gut. But his spear still managed to slash viciously across her leg. Both fighters instantly bounced back, resetting their deadly stance. The red wind guard grabbed a fatal neck wound, but then he completely paused, staring at his opponent. Freaky black smoke was literally hissing out of Shinjung's leg wound, completely blocking her healing factor. Her face tightened, eyes narrowing with some serious suspicion. This creep leveled up, she thought. He was definitely never this insanely overpowered before. Did he pull off some weird twisted fusion power-up? Suddenly, her blood ran cold as she heard two totally distinct, creepy voices echoing from the monster in front of her. How the heck did his stats spike this fast? This is literally impossible. The dude was having a full-blown split personality meltdown, literally arguing with himself. No way. Did this absolute psycho actually unlock the cursed fighting style of the legendary Chaos Emperor? That's seriously impossible. There's no way the Chaos Emperor's forbidden arts were this ridiculously broken. Cold sweat drenched him as he muttered like a lunatic. General of the Sky. You only say that because you have never seen Emperor Chi throw down. In his mind, that guy was pure nightmare fuel. Just a single strike from him could completely shatter the earth, shifting tectonic plates like it was absolutely nothing. It took the ancient legendary kings teaming up just to seal that monster away. Shin-Yung stared at the absolute madness in front of her. Seriously, those ancient legends were basically walking cheat codes. Still, his little panic attack gave her the perfect opening. But wait, getting the intel that Emperor Chi-Yu, the ultimate ancient god of war, got sealed away. That is top-tier gossip. I cannot believe he just blurted out that massive secret. Wait, they fused but still cannot use telepathy? What a joke. That fusion must be glitchy as hell. Okay, maybe this chump is slightly stronger than I calculated, but whatever, I am still going to completely wreck him. Fueled by pure teenage rebellion, her mana violently exploded. While he was losing his mind, she closed the distance instantly. Wham, a brutal kick straight to the face. The red guard did not even see it coming and panicked hard. Boom. A massive crimson hurricane violently erupted out of nowhere. The blood-red tornado swallowed him whole, violently ripping apart the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Shin-Yung stood there like an absolute boss, her leg radiating a blinding, scorching blue flame. And guess what? That blazing blue fire did not even flinch against his pathetic red storm. Inside his head, the inner spirit begged the Sky General to swallow his massive pride. Are we seriously doing this right now? We have zero clue how much of the Emperor's power she actually absorbed, but if we keep playing nice, we are completely dead. Desperation kicked in, forcing them into a brutal final choice. Fine. Then let us do this the hard way. We are officially out of options here. I am going into a deep slumber. For the next 10 solid years, I will not wake up at all. Bitter rage clashed with desperate comfort. I will slaughter Han Ji-han no matter what. I got this. In that case, I'm crossing the absolute line. The raging cyclone suddenly exploded with apocalyptic force. The red wind guard had finally stopped holding back his terrifying aura. Sickening demonic energy pulsed out in violent shockwaves. Shin-Yung instantly locked onto that vile deadly shift in the air. Their powers had officially perfectly synchronized. He roared like a cornered beast. Time to permanently delete this arrogant mortal. But before he could even strike a cool pose, bam, a barrage of fireballs smacked him completely, killing his edgy vibe. He stood there totally dumbfounded. What in the actual heck just happened? A blinding light pierced through the heavy smoke. A glowing ethereal leg stepped off the thick fog like it was solid ground, launching straight at the terrified guard. Her speed was absolutely cracked. The glowing strike was literally inches from his face. Sweating bullets, he frantically dragged every ounce of defensive aura out. Boom! A devastating shockwave shattered the entire sky. But wait. The guard's mighty spear was actually trembling from the massive impact. His brain completely short-circuited. How was a basic dirt-tier mortal doing this? How could she casually wield such god-tier power? Bam, an absolutely overwhelming force blasted him into the stratosphere like a ragdoll. Drained and utterly defeated, the red guard went into a pathetic freefall, still totally glitching out over getting wrecked this badly. Oh, but Shin-Yung was not even close to done yet. In a split second, she teleported directly right in his face. That terrifying speed was completely off the charts. Wait, did she seriously just level up again? Mid-fight. She is fully manifesting her aura. What kind of sick hack is this? Even for the legendary Emperor's martial arts, this absolute nonsense breaks all the laws of reality. Crash. He violently slammed into the open ocean, sinking rapidly down into the dark, freezing depths. But this stubborn wind guard refused to tap out. He viciously spun his heavy spear underwater. Surging power ignited the weapon in a blazing blood-red aura. A massive, perfectly balanced yin-yang phantom suddenly materialized behind him. Boom! One spear instantly multiplied into 3 deadly phantoms. He pulled back into the ultimate strike stance. All his rage compressed into one single terrifying second. A devastating horizontal shockwave ripped right out of the ocean. The entire freaking ocean was sliced completely in half like cheap paper. Giant tidal waves violently parted, revealing his target hovering in the sky. The Red Guard levitated menacingly above the roaring water. Time literally froze as his ultimate final attack launched forward. Plot twist. His target did not even get a scratch. Shin Yung aggressively closed the gap, raising her glowing leg high for a brutal downward smash. Despite all his flashy ultimate moves, the guard was completely defenseless against this absolute beatdown. Wham! He was violently cratered back into the raging ocean. The sheer impact caused massive shockwaves, making it literally rain backwards. Tsunami-sized waves viciously crashed against the distant coastline. But somehow that ridiculously stubborn Red Guard was actually still breathing. But his arm was totally gone. The dude in front of him practically leaked pure, terrifying nightmare fuel. Reality hit him hard. He had not mastered the ancient arts at all. But how the heck did this guy reach such an insane level? A cocky smirk crossed the enemy's face, totally throwing him off guard. What is so funny the smug fighter actually bothered to explain? I am laughing because the boss was dead right. You ancient abyss creeps never know when to shut up. Watching you panic is just pure entertainment. She slid her foot back, striking a killer battle stance. You want answers? Come and beat them out of me. The Crimson Guardian absolutely lost his mind. You arrogant mortal trash. You want to fight witness my absolute power? Gritty brown sand violently poured from his body. His aura exploded as he morphed into a freakish new form. He thrust his remaining arm forward, summoning a roaring tornado. Who knows what this Crimson Guardian was plotting, but it looked incredibly bad. He focused all his raging energy straight ahead. In seconds, his legendary spear was engulfed by a raging cyclone. It was the ultimate signal to strike. Neither hesitated for a single second. They clashed with earth-shattering force, testing the absolute limits of their powers. Suddenly, her silhouette literally vanished into thin air. A phantom breeze drifted past without making a single sound. In a split second, the Crimson Guardian was brutally pulverized. Even his legendary spear shattered into a million useless pieces. The crushing impact sent the Guardian flying backward. His body violently staggered as he let out a pathetic scream. Beneath that intimidating mask, his eyes widened in absolute terror. He was completely and utterly speechless. Hovering midair, the warrior girl completely shed her original form. She transformed into a godlike entity, radiating overwhelming energy. Her irises dramatically changed color, exuding an icy, wildly unpredictable aura. The Crimson Guardian shook like a total coward. How on earth is she that fast? She smirked coldly. Let me dumb it down for you. My internal system has fully evolved into a dark flame vessel. It constantly triggers explosions practically like a raging supercar engine. It generates insane speed. A normal loser would literally explode, but my dark flame vessel handles the heat just fine. However, she purposely kept the juiciest secrets totally hidden, because that was definitely not her only trick. Rolling with Jihan's squad came with insanely overpowered perks, like having a literal, unbreakable gamer body. It allowed her to tank this catastrophic power effortlessly, though she kept that cheat code to herself. Meanwhile, the Guardian heard his armor cracking from the devastating blow. Total panic consumed the Crimson Guardian. Wait, what? How is this even possible? Before he could blink, his entire body violently detonated. A massive blazing inferno swallowed the sky. A colossal shockwave blasted debris straight toward the nearby floating island. She casually glanced back. 2 of the elite 10 gods were already trashed. Now let us finish this. Without missing a beat, she blasted off and vanished into the horizon. Eerie silence choked the air. Massive, creepy tentacles violently gripped the floating island. Meanwhile, inside the shadowy Zermudo conference room, only 2 figures sat at the legendary round table. Sun Guan sat cross-legged chilling like he was in a deep Zen trance. Lady Golden Light broke the silence. The barrier squad confirmed the chaotic harvest. The Crimson Royal Army is totally wiped out. Her eyes snapped open with blazing fury. Those are the 4 pillars of the Danwi Guild. How did we lose to a gamer's pathetic sidekicks? And the prophecy feed is still blocked. Lady Golden Light sighed. Yeah, I am completely flying blind here. Sungwan frowned hard, letting a tense, heavy silence fill the room. The Golden Light Mother was literally their absolute best prophet. However, the enemy squad was stacked with top-tier seers, the blazing 3-winged crow Sari from the Golden Tribe, and the lethal Wood Tribe Snake Boss, plus they had the legendary Earth Tribe Elf. The absolute strongest prophet in the entire Danwi Guild Taking a breath, she coolly asked, "What about the rest of the 10 gods?" The old lady shook her head. "They are fighting with everything they have, but it is dragging on way too long," swallowing her raging fury. Sun Quan coldly proposed a backup plan. "We can stall them with the barrier squad and Ezreal." But noticing her awkward hesitation, Lady Golden Light chimed in. "Honestly, we totally underestimated the entertainment saint." Right on cue, Sun Quan dropped a heavy question. "If I completely black out, how much time does that buy us?" The prophet quickly crunched the numbers. At least 2 hours. But if the true Heaven Squad stays, we only have 30 minutes until total doom. The room fell dead silent. 30 minutes? If Zermudo falls in 30 minutes, the entire ritual goes up in smoke. Sun Quan gritted his teeth, eyes practically glowing with defiance. "That is absolutely not happening. I will hold the line." Out of nowhere, extremely weird, purple flames erupted right in the middle of the room. Boom Thor and Loki warped in out of thin air, looking totally hyped. "Looks like you guys are totally drowning in trouble. Need a little divine intervention?" Sun Quan completely ignored the trickster locking eyes intensely with the guy next to him, Thor. "Did you seriously throw your legendary honor straight into the trash?" Thor cast his eyes down a heavy, sorrowful aura surrounding him. "For the survival of Asgard, and to survive Ragnarok." He let out a massively deep, weary sigh. "If you crawled all the way here looking for an alliance, then I am definitely putting you to work." Before the Thunder God could even open his mouth, Loki practically jumped with joy. Oh boy, are we finally talking real business now?" The trickster smirked, leaning uncomfortably close to Sun Quan. "We have a massive laundry list of demands for you guys." He threw out a ridiculously devious wink, like handing over the ultimate authority of the 9th gate. Catching his twisted drift, she forcefully ground her teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. You little rat Loki totally ignored the threat strutting over to Sun Quan with a fake, dramatically shocked gasp. "Never expected you to stash the gate here, but time is ticking and we cannot force our way in." Getting cold feet. "Are you seriously going against E.G. Drezzo?" He slammed his boots onto the desk, smirking. "If you pull off a win here, you won't have the juice to defend your turf. The belly squad is already blitzing the gate. If we get wiped out, you are totally screwed too." Sun Quan clenched his jaw tight desperately, holding back his explosive fury. He finally snapped back. "If Belly captures that gate and steals its core authority, flipping the script becomes absolutely impossible, even though a total reversal is what we desperately crave." Loki tilted his chin, flashing an arrogant grin. "But I am not losing today. You cannot expect me to take the fall." "Right. So hand the authority over to us." A heavy silence fell. Lady Golden Light finally shattered the quiet. "Fine. However, only after this bloody war ends." Sun Quan panicked completely. "Holy Mother of Golden Light." Loki leaned in, mocking her with a chuckle. "Oh wow, Holy Mother. You actually wield that kind of power?" She didn't even blink. "Exactly, so do your damn job." Right on cue. The trickster snapped his fingers instantly. "Deal. We have an agreement. Just watch us." Got it. And then another sharp snap echoed Loki, and Thor vanished into that same wild purple flame. Sun Quan stood absolutely stunned by her crazy gamble. "Mother of Golden Light, what are you thinking?" She offered zero excuses, replying with freezing calm. "Once the sacred ritual finishes..." Sun Quan's eyes went wide with pure shock. Right now, she finally teased her massive master plan. "If this crazy ritual actually reaches completion, even those monsters cannot touch us." Ordermoto Sun Quan frowned, still totally pissed off. "Yeah, sure, if the ritual actually ends..." She closed her eyes. Her consciousness drifted into a totally different dimension. The floating island materialized as Sun Quan ordered. "Kick off the ritual." Hell yes. The frontline squad moved. Meanwhile, at the Earth Emperor's altar, the ultimate yin-yang grid was already locked in. Someone gasped in awe. "It is starting." And just like that, a massive historical turning point kicked off. The voice belonged to the Supreme Earth Clan commander, the Goblin King himself. He glanced sideways, genuinely curious. "Jin Zazan, so you're sitting this out?" Zazan merely flashed a cool, rebellious smirk. "Even though this is my literal hometown, I have zero emotional attachments here," he warned. "Plus, if I actually unleash my true power, you know your precious Grand Gaia system would totally shatter, right? If those cosmic gods want a show, let them watch." The Goblin King flared his aura. "I know you could easily trash Dermido. You are the monster those outer gods' fierce spiritual energy exploded around his body. But you are seriously just going to watch. Does the ancient Banicula and the furious Korean rage mean nothing to you?" Zazan did not get mad. He just smiled and dropped a heavy sigh. Totally unbothered, he casually replied, "I don't give a damn." That brutal honesty left the Goblin King speechless. "I only care about when the 9th gate opens." He completely ignored his companion. "Fine. Stay benched. I will defend this turf, the realm King Danwei forged. Until my king returns, I will guard this holy dirt forever." Zazan felt a twisted pity for the Goblin King. What an absolute idiot. How many centuries has it been since Dangun Wangum actually died? No surprise there. Goblins have always been hopelessly stubborn. He turned away lazily, waving his hand. "Good luck out there. Ping me when that gate pops." Left alone in the dead silence, the Goblin King roared. "Come to me, three-legged crow glaring at the yin-yang matrix," he bellowed. "The third of the great four has spawned. This place holds King Danui's final blazing will. Meanwhile, elsewhere." Jihan was intensely analyzing the chaos between Dermado and the Danwei Guild. I can feel both sides plotting some shady tricks. Who's going to cross the line first? He couldn't hide his utter shock. "By the way, I bought Yun Shinjung some solid time. She has definitely leveled up like crazy mind-blowing that she crushed 2 10,000 Legion elites. But suddenly Jahan's gamer instinct triggered. Dermado hasn't made his real move yet." On the video feed, Lolino buzzed with hype. What a wild plot twist. I never imagined the world tree had a mobile spirit. That divine tree definitely needed its own godhood from the start. Yuhua pitched her hardcore theory. It boils down to two options. Either it never had godhood initially, or one of the four great lords hijacked its divine core. Jahan flicked his joystick, jumping into the chat. There might actually be a third crazy scenario. Maybe they were the tree's original soul, and after being ripped apart, they are desperate to reclaim their true body. Bam. A massive system alert flashed. You gain 2 epic abilities, Transcendent Creation and Special Creation. A voice echoed out. Will we even make it in time? Lolino Miss Bird is seriously a total cheat code. He let out a hyped-up laugh. Thanks a million, I will go all out. If Jihan's Tarot Red was legit, Gelmoth is totally scheming some hardcore revenge right now. That makes perfect sense. He locked his eyes onto the monitor. The brawl around the soul altar was getting violently intense. It is game over if the enemy guild sniffs out their sneaky strategy. Jihan whispered a fierce vow. I am diving in with my full gamer mode activated Yun Shinjung Danwei Guild. You guys better hold the damn line. Inside the magic array, Mokri stood his ground. Explosions painted the sky with blazing infernos. Suddenly a bizarre cluster of flames ripped through the clouds above. In a flash, a colossal three-legged crow burst out. Its deafening screech shook the heavens. Flapping its massive wings, it flexed its absolute power, whipping the hellfire below into a violent frenzy. Monsters burned to ash. Bearing razor-sharp talons, the beast dove toward the floating island. It locked onto the divine tree, cackling like a maniac. Damn you, Zomoto. I have wanted to burn this place since my days ruling Bongsun Tower. Today marks your doom. The demonic bird slammed its full power straight into the protective barrier. An earth-shattering blast erupted. Blinding light swallowed the sky completely out of control. Soon enough, jagged cracks fractured the shield. The vibrant blue sky suddenly twisted into an eerie, pitch-black void. Thor glanced at Loki. Is this really our endgame here? Loki smirked. Is there a better time watching the chaos unfold? Thor gave the nod. Just do your thing. Loki grinned. You got it, brother. Clasping his hands together, Loki's physical form instantly began to warp and shift. A blinding golden flash hit Loki, transformed completely into the legendary spear Gungnir. Odin's divine weapon, Thor grabbed the shaft and shook his head. Oh, Loki, you ultimate trickster. Thor stared at his iconic hammer. Now with this spear, this crazy plan might actually work. If we follow the Allfather's blueprint, I can reach it. He raised the mighty hammer high. Sparks of lightning crackled, surging violently before transferring straight into Loki's spear form. The spear supercharged with pure thunderstorm energy, Thor aimed at the battlefield. Eradicate them. Ancient god. In a heartbeat, the spear shot forward like a lethal meteor, tearing through the very fabric of space. The sonic boom deafened everything. The three-legged crow panicked, but dodging was no longer an option. A massive hole blew right through its chest. Trembling in pure agony, the beast quickly snapped back, spreading its gigantic wings. You think I will quit that easily? The monster rocketed upward. I am the Eastern Phoenix, the fiery emperor of the skies. Glaring at the warrior who just wrecked it, shock and terror flashed in its eyes. Then a furious roar rattled the sky. Dai Thor channeling its core, it materialized a devastating orb of apocalyptic fire. Thor gripped his lightning hammer, shifting into a battle stance. Without a second thought, he hurled it straight at the beast. The phoenix fired its doom sphere simultaneously. Both terrifying forces hurtled forward, locking onto a deadly head-on collision. Against the pitch-black backdrop, the epic clash triggered an apocalyptic world-shaking explosion. The battlefield turned into a fiery pressure cooker. Neither god nor monster backed down, but suddenly the crow shrieked in absolute terror. Out of nowhere, the spear struck again, piercing the giant beast before magnetically snapping back to Thor. Gungnir never misses. Thor smirked. It always returns to its master. Did you skip history class watching the battered crow gasp for air? Thor recalled his hammer. His expression went dead serious. With brutal precision, he launched his weapon one more time. Wham! The hammer smashed into the crow's skull like a falling meteor. A sickening crunch echoed, totally concussed. The massive beast plummeted like a kite with a snapped string, seizing the moment. Thor tightened his grip on the spear, crouching to launch himself. But wait. Space rippled violently. Bizarre runes materialized beneath him, catching the thunder god off guard. Thor whipped his head around, completely stunned by the distortion. Instant teleportation. In a blink, he was dumped into a vast, endlessly scorching wasteland. Wait a minute. Dark magic Thor instantly flared his divine aura, summoning his trusty hammer back. The weapon smacked into his palm. He scanned the area like a hawk. This is top-tier illusion magic. Is not this your whole brand, trickster? Still a spear, Loki complained. Bro, I am literally a stick right now. Want me to turn back your call? You are the battlefield boss, brother. Thor paused, weighing his options. That cursed crow's not dead yet. We stay. I will just smash this illusion with raw power. Just as he said that, Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously. A mysterious figure had spawned right in front of him. The king of Yulda Hongildong. Giving off absolute bad boy energy, he stood with his hands casually shoved in his pockets. He locked eyes with the god. Why is a foreign deity crashing the Korean peninsula? Absolutely unacceptable. Without waiting for an excuse, Gildong flashed a rapid hand seal. Muttering an ancient incantation, his hand postures shifted fluidly. Then he slowly pulled a sword straight out of his left palm. Blazing blue lightning hissed and sparked with every inch drawn. Yuldo's legendary cactus-shaped blade, glowing with weird, cryptic runes, leveled directly at Thor's chest. I am Hongildong, he declared, voice echoing with pure teenage defiance. King of Yuldo, and I will crush you, foreign god Thor. The Thunderer just let out a bone-chilling scoff. Oh, right. Hongildong, Danwi's little master of illusions. I've heard the rumors. They say you are actually decent with magic. A wicked smirk crawled across Thor's face as he mocked the mortal. But seriously, what is up with that pathetic little sword? You are really going to swing that toothpick at me. The god sneered, eyeing the bizarre blade. Cute. But Loki, sealed inside the divine spear, immediately killed the vibe. Bro, focus. We do not have time to play around. You need to finish off that crow right now. It is bleeding, but still kicking. Let a god with phoenix blood breathe, and it will just resurrect. But Thor's warrior pride would not let him back down from a direct challenge. Raising his legendary hammer, crackling with pure lightning, he readied a devastating strike. Relax, this punk is going down fast. With monstrous force, Thor hurled his weapon straight at his target. In a literal fraction of a second, the crushing hammer was inches away from completely obliterating Gildong's smirking face. But then, total, absolute madness. The legendary weapon just phased right through the kid, dealing 0 damage. Mid-air, the sorcerer's entire body practically melted away into nothingness. Assuming the coward just ran away, Thor's blood pumped with adrenaline. Typical magic nerd was that dark sorcery. But before he could even blink, a phantom whisper brushed against his ear, making the mighty god flinch. Bingo. Pure dark arts, baby. Out of absolutely nowhere, the trickster king had materialized right back into the fight, totally bending the rules of reality. Too bad your godly eyes cannot catch it. My 7-branched sword just unlocked a whole new level of insane power. And you're about to get completely wrecked. Suddenly, the battlefield morphed into an absolute cinematic nightmare. It was not just one cocky sorcerer anymore. Dozens of perfect clones popped into existence, completely boxing in the god of thunder, finally realizing he stepped into a massive trap. Thor's cocky attitude vanished, replaced by deadly rage. So many damn illusions. Wait, these fakes actually have aura and souls. I will not be able to spot the real one unless I blow them all to hell. Gripping his divine spear, he thrust it toward the heavens with a primal roar. Lightning, thunder, rain, down on these pests. In a blinding flash, thousands of devastating thunderbolts nuked every single clone in sight. Epic explosions violently shook the earth as the fakes were vaporized into absolute nothingness. The apocalyptic barrage finally ended, leaving behind a creepy dead silence across the battlefield. Thor thought he had won, but out of nowhere, creepy little cracks spiderwebbed across his divine armor. Bizarre glowing mushrooms sprouted from the metal, multiplying at a freakishly fast pace. In seconds, his entire body was completely hijacked by a toxic fungal bloom. The thunder god froze in utter confusion. Then that annoying teen voice echoed again. "Oh, this is gonna sting. My dark arts rip straight into your nervous system. Is not the pain. Just beautiful." The desert sand violently swirled into a vortex, and a creeping hand shot right out from the dunes. Witnessing this absolute mind-bending sorcery, the mighty Thor was paralyzed, eyes wide with pure, speechless horror. Gildong dragged himself out of the massive sand trap and brutally locked his grip onto Thor's ankle. "Surprised you are still trapped in the illusion?" The rogue king practically beamed with cocky pride. "That is right. Welcome to the mindscape. You cannot break out alone." His demonic grip around Thor's leg crushed harder. "This is my absolute domain. The moment Yoldo deployed me, you were doomed to..." The playful teen smirk twisted into something straight out of a horror movie. "I swear on my life, your soul's getting erased today." Hearing this little punk's death threat, the god just closed his eyes and burst into a maniacal, villainous laugh. "Huh. Now this is getting incredibly entertaining." Thor roared back, completely fed up with the rebellious tricks. "I'm going to fry you into absolute dust." Instantly, catastrophic lightning violently exploded from Thor's core. A shockwave of pure destructive energy ripped across the entire zone. Before anyone could breathe, Gildong was completely vaporized by the blast, scorched into literal floating ashes. The raging thunderbolts did not just obliterate the kid, they aggressively hammered against the illusionary matrix. In mere seconds, the psychological cage shattered like cheap glass. Loki's hyped voice chimed in from the spear. "Hell yeah, that is my big brother." Thor just gave a badass icy scoff. Barely broke a sweat. But Loki quickly shut down the celebration, bringing up their actual objective. "Do not flex yet, man. We might blow the whole mission. I completely lost eyes on that damn crow." That snapped the god right back to reality. Squinting through the thick, hazy clouds, Thor fiercely scanned the magical war zone below. Sensing the tension, Loki asked nervously, "Bro, what is your crazy plan now? Look, not even the legendary Gungnir can put a scratch on the Sindansu tree. And that Bulgasari beast, it literally cannot even perceive its true physical form. You totally know this, right? Gungnir has absolute accuracy, but only if you actually lock eyes with the target. Shooting blind makes it a useless stick." Thor aggressively gritted his teeth, forced to swallow his pride. "Yeah, I know." Staring dead at the colossal god-tier tree dominating the sky, Loki kept dropping lore. Like we talked about, this insane thing they call Sindansu, it is literally a world tree, a cosmic pillar of absolute creation. Its whole purpose is to fuel existence itself. Once its roots dig into the planet, nothing can burn it down except a very specific divine flame. Thor cut him off sharply. "I said I know that..." The world tree, the ultimate cosmic foundation that breathed life into the universe, spanning across every single creation myth in history. But the terrifying truth, this tree was just a master tool for the supreme gods. Packed with infinite creative energy, they weaponized it to artificially spawn new life forms across the globe. Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously. That perfectly explained the absurd overflowing mana coming from the branches. Once that monstrous flora locked its roots into reality, only the ultimate hellfire could ever hope to melt it down. Brushing off the anxiety, the thunder god locked in his combat instincts, taking over. "Whatever, since it has already come down to this, we will let the Bulgasari handle the heavy lifting." But right in the middle of his epic speech, Thor's eyes practically bulged out of his skull in pure, unadulterated shock. Blood splattered. Gildong's cursed seven-branched sword had violently impaled the god straight through the chest. From completely behind, Thor's massive frame began to violently tremble. Choking on his own blood-jagged gas ripped from the god's throat. Behind him, the teen sorcerer flashed an incredibly sinister, villainous grin. "Dropped your guard way too fast, old man." Right at the finish line, "Listen up, foreign god illusion masters like my squad, we literally exist to stab cocky tanks like you right in the spine." Spitting blood, Thor roared with blinding fury. "You little rat, you survived the blast." Twisting the blade mercilessly, the rebellious teen just laughed. "Duh. I plan on winning this entire war. Everything you just fought was pure, absolute deception. I'm literally just hiding in an illusion," Yudong bragged. But before this idiot could finish, a rogue viper materialized out of nowhere, sinking its massive fangs right into his wrist. Caught completely off guard, he gritted his teeth against the searing agony panic flooding his eyes. That pitch-black serpent stayed locked onto his flesh jaws, clamped down in a deadpan freeze frame. Toxic venom sprinted through his veins, forcing him to drop his precious sword. He stared at his violently trembling hand in sheer horror. That, Thor stated coldly, is my brother's venom. A literal god-killing toxin. Even I have to back up 9 paces from that. Loki hissed through his snake form. You dong right, you're a seriously quirky opponent, but it's game over for you. The creeping rot hit his throat. Loki's crashing this party too. My bad. He choked out. Instantly, his body burst into dramatic smoke and vanished into thin air. Well, plot twist, Loki mused. That wasn't his actual meat suit. Bro literally split his soul into a decoy doll. So what's your next epic move, brother? Thor groaned, a mix of pure rage and total frustration. We just walked straight into their trap. Sneak attacks are officially off the menu now. Furrowing his brows, he aggressively pivoted to plan B. I'm snatching back the ancestral tablet. Loki gasped. And then roast those losers to absolute ash. Whoa, you're actually going that hardcore, do that, and you might get permanently deleted. Don't you get it? Forcefully dropping your god status while hoarding divine energy will literally crash the Gaia system, slithering onto Thor's massive shoulder. He whispered. I won't block you if you're seriously ready to go that crazy, but the sentence hung in the air. Both sank into a heavy dramatic silence. The Gaia network was reality's ultimate firewall, a sacred ordered matrix built on the combined muscle of countless ancient deities and legendary beasts. If you went rogue and fought it, at least one god was getting permanently wiped out. Fully aware of the brutal cost, Thor hyped himself up. A true warrior never ever backs down. Suddenly, pure panic hit him. Yudong's 7-edged blade, still violently skewered through his chest, began vibrating like crazy. In a literal blink, the weapon violently ripped itself out of Thor's body, rocketing straight back to whoever just chanted the recall spell. Loki's jaw dropped as he tracked its path. Oh snap, they're already here just like we figured? The legendary 7-edged blade snapped flawlessly into the enemy's waiting grip. He instantly recognized the threat. It was Jinbora, an absolute powerhouse from the Denui faction. Loki tried acting slick. Nice to meet you. I'm Jormungandr. Bora just glared fiercely. Cut the crap, Snake. You're Loki. And the guy with a massive chest hole is Thor the Thunder God. Twin dragon horns savagely erupted from her head. An overwhelming badass aura exploded around Bora. You crashed Danui turf. Now I'm ending you, Thunder God. Her suffocating energy left both Thor and Loki totally paralyzed. Seconds later, twin apocalyptic fireballs came barreling toward them like roaring meteors. A scorching shockwave blasted their faces. Loki freaked out. It was a literal plasma shell strike. The entire dimension violently quaked as hellish smoke swallowed the battlefield. Wasting zero time, Bora dashed straight into the inferno. Swinging her massive blade, she unleashed a devastating vertical slash that practically tore the wind apart. Bam Thor's hammer brutally collided with her strike head-on. Just like that, it was a totally savage, point-blank deathmatch. The initial clash was completely earth-shattering, but as their epic deadlock dragged out, Thor's stamina blatantly started glitching out. Sensing his desperate struggle, Bora flashed a vicious smirk. Locking onto him with pure mockery, she scoffed, Thor, you're honestly pathetic. She casually released one hand from her hilt, snapping into a fresh combat stance. Her absolute zero glare showed zero hesitation. Wham! She launched a lightning-fast uppercut right into Thor's jaw. As he stumbled backward in a daze, she styled on him with a flawless mid-air spin. She followed up with a dropkick that sounded like a freaking cannon blast. Thor was sent totally flying like a kite, with cut strings plummeting straight down. He free fell toward the floating island at terrifying speed. Right on cue, an apocalyptic cratering explosion rocked the sky, kicking up an insane dust cloud. Peering through the debris, Bora muttered, looks like they spawned a defense barrier. A voice buzzed in her comms. Tracking lost. Hold position and wait for orders. Copy that. Let's see how this plays out. She replied, a rebellious curiosity brewing. Bora smirked. I can totally stall Asgard's front lines with this, but seriously, what the heck is Earth's precious crown prince actually plotting? Why stall when we could literally one-shot the Zomoto crew? The comms immediately snapped, zip it intel leak risk. She sighed dramatically. Ugh, fine. Understood. With a casual flick of her wrist, she stored her gear into a sick, dimensional pocket. The whole visual was just straight-up magical to watch. Slapping her hands together, Bora flashed a quick sign. Her epic dragon transformation immediately canceled out. The wicked horns faded, reverting her back to her normal self. Honestly, she was still mad confused. Everyone was scheming some super-secret master plan. Staring down at the floating ruin, Bora's curiosity totally skyrocketed. So what exactly are those losers waiting for? Meanwhile, chilling in Zomoto's elite war room, Sunwon snapped his eyes open from deep meditation. It's finally time, he announced. Madame Jingguang smirked in total agreement. Oh yeah, it's absolutely time, she purred, sounding incredibly smug. The boss is finally back. I completely grasped the Lord's ultimate scheme. Lady Goldenlight smirked. It has been way too long. Sun Quan's azure hair started morphing wildly. Soon, her whole body shifted into pure terrifying darkness. Meanwhile, Lady Goldenlight suddenly glowed with a bewitching ghostly white aura. Sun Quan reached her hand forward. Please descend upon us. O glorious founder, Gian all-seeing master from creation to the very end. Goldenlight extended her hand too. Immortal God of the righteous path, please manifest right here. As their incantation ended, the pitch-black and ghost-white hands gently locked together. Two fiercely opposing forces suddenly fused in a totally unimaginable, mind-blowing harmony. Boom! A massive yin-yang symbol materialized mid-air. Its violently pulsing aura looked absolutely majestic. Answering the Lord's call, Zermudo's immortal deities dramatically stepped onto the battlefield. Each god matched a trigram. First wind, then heaven followed by lake, completing the divine cycle. The yin-yang formation locked in instantly. The sheer crushing pressure it emitted was utterly insane. Flashing back to the divine tree, right where Thor had crash-landed. Smoke billowed from the impact. Bora's brutal strike had literally cratered the earth beneath him. Seeing Thor completely limp and coughing blood, Loki sighed with pure exasperation. I told you to fix that reckless attitude. He stepped up with heavy echoing bootsteps. You totally botched the mission, but hey, you got half the job done. Probably Loki smirked, mentally replaying the chaotic events that just dropped. The three-legged crow is dead, and Danui's divine hound Jinbora has finally appeared. Scanning the quiet divine tree, he frowned. Nothing weird. So, is Zermudo up next? Loki's vibe darkened. Crossing his arms, his body insanely distorted, twisting like some boneless freak. Without making a sound, Loki morphed entirely. A super ominous pitch-black door popped up instantly. Cricket swung open. From the terrifying void inside, countless creepy hands shot out. The shadowy hands grabbed Thor, brutally dragging his busted body right into the dark abyss. The entire snatch and grab was dead silent. Bam. The mysterious door slammed shut immediately. Loki's voice echoed back. We are bouncing sucks, we missed the gamer. Whatever. Catch you later? Suddenly, the floating island held by tentacles began shaking violently, crumbling apart. Huge boulders rained down, massive, terrifying fissures ripped across the ground, expanding wildly. Deafening rumbles echoed. The creepy tentacles finally released their brutal grip on the island. Debris shattered everywhere. As the golden turtle hovered, Jin-chan's minions suddenly glowed brightly. Huh. They stared totally clueless. Before they could even speak, bam. They turned into pure energy, blasting away. Craziest part. Waves of raw power swarmed the golden turtle, literally healing it. Mid-air rocks reassembled instantly. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black room, Screenlight revealed the Goblin King's silhouette. Having watched the whole chaotic stream, he finally spoke. The ultimate boss has revealed his true colors. Meanwhile, high up in the boundless infinite sky, Sun Wang and Lady Goldenlight fused, forcefully transforming the Turtle Island into a blazing yin-yang. Shindung and Bora watched in shock. Nearby, Sari and Mokri laid low, prepping an epic ambush. Back at Jihan's towering magic tower, its jet-black structure looked incredibly majestic under the dawn. Watching from inside, our boy Jihan got front-row seats to this earth-shattering, mind-blowing spectacle. He smirked like crazy. Is that Zermudo's ultimate move time to crash the party? Via video call? Yu Hoa sighed. Too much work. Lolino just stayed laser-focused. Luckily, everything is locked and loaded. Are our pre-game setups completely good to go? As her loyal soldier, a Howding reported immediately. Fully prepped, Xian Hoa hyped up. Master. My squad is totally ready too. Hearing all these perfect, absolutely awesome confirmations. Jihan smirked with sheer boss energy. He praised his crew and outlined the master plan. Thanks, everyone. I totally appreciate it, but hold your fire. We are not attacking right now. Since we might clash with the Danui Guild later, knowing their true strength is absolutely crucial, Lolino didn't doubt a single word of his master plan. Alright then. Now definitely isn't the right time to strike. Still, the strategy was flawlessly locked and riding entirely on Jihan's shoulders. Everyone shared the exact same vibe. I will hold the line, so I will keep waiting for your signal. Yes, my master. The call abruptly dropped, leaving only a glowing yin-yang symbol on his screen. A rock-solid voice, dripping with endless patience, echoed through the room. Just hold on a little bit longer. Meanwhile, out in the wild, Hizari and Mokri chilled down below, totally soaking up the eerie sunlight radiating from that massive anomaly, ripping through the cloudy sky. In less than a second, the bizarre artifact from Sunwon and Lady Jingguang violently warped. Like a blender on overdrive, it sucked in raw energy and smashed it all together. Then bam! It instantly shrank down to the size of a tiny seed, leaking an absolutely terrifying aura. Who would have guessed this little thing was actually a literal black hole? And when you are dealing with a black hole, size really doesn't matter. It is a catastrophic threat. The ocean went totally insane, ripped apart by its gravity, and Sari's massive, wildly thrashing tentacles moving with absolute killer agility. Those vine-like limbs whipped up a perfectly innocent-looking manosphere. But nobody saw what was coming in the very next split second. A massive spatial shockwave blew up right where Sari unleashed her absolute power. Her zero-hesitation combat style is exactly why she is the reigning Iron Empress. What kind of idiot just stands around waiting for an enemy to transform screw that obliterate it? A devastating barrage of laser beams tore straight through the howling wind, locking onto their one and only target with zero mercy. But right as those two cosmic energies were about to crash, pure nightmare fuel happened. That tiny black hole literally warped the entire magnetic field around itself. Even crazier, it aggressively swallowed that blazing red spiritual wave hole. It drank every last drop without taking a single scratch, leaving the great Sari absolutely mind-blown and completely knocked off balance. What the heck? Having gorged itself on enough cosmic juice, a web of razor-thin lightning violently erupted from that bottomless void of a black hole. Not even a minute passed before an earth-shattering explosion ripped reality apart, carrying enough legendary force to shake the very heavens. A pure heavenly beam of light crashed down, scattering across the battlefield like glowing stardust. Both Sari and Mokri were totally paralyzed, staring at this glorious cinematic masterpiece in absolute shock. Time literally froze the second a mysterious silhouette stepped right out of that dark abyss, from his ancient robes to his godlike posture floating casually in midair. Everything screamed that this guy was completely human, against all impossible odds. Lady Jingguang and Sunwon had successfully summoned the ultimate boss. The Grand Master of Heaven was here. Sari, realizing she was way too late to stop it, cursed under her breath. That crazy Lord of Jinshin actually pulled off a sacrificial ritual. I knew something smelled fishy when all of Zomoto rushed over here. Even if this Grandmaster's back, the Korean peninsula still belongs to my protection and the divine birch tree, Mokriel. Some fancy foreign god is not going to drain my unstoppable power. Meanwhile, Gyeoju stood dead silent, glaring intensely at the ground below. He scanned the absolute chaos like a bored gamer searching for loot, lazily sizing up the enemies in front of him. Finally, he let out a massively dramatic sigh. That idiot Lord of Jinshin, I strictly told him to chill out and not bother the king, but of course, he never listens. Suddenly, a blinding golden aura exploded right from Gyeoju's head, completely swallowing the midday sun. He slipped right into a deep meditation, instantly hacking into the flow of the entire battlefield. Finally, the puzzle pieces clicked and he blurted out, "Oh right, this is the Danwi Guild's sacred sanctuary. So the thing heading this way, it all makes perfect sense now. They are protecting the sacrifice. Now that the sacrifice is maxed out, he can totally overthrow the Black Bow Emperor." Just hearing Gyeoju mumble his crazy conspiracy theories was enough to make both Sari and Mokri violently flinch out of their frozen shock. Her terrifying tentacles whipped up massive chaotic tsunamis. Guided by her absolute will, they snaked high into the sky and merged into a colossal weapon, showing literally zero fear of Gyeoju's godlike presence. Sari barked out a super cocky challenge. "Yo, Grandmaster of Heaven, before you start yapping about the Black Bow Emperor, shouldn't you be worrying about the boss standing right in front of you?" Gyeoju just threw her a lazy side-eye and totally deadpanned, "Long time no see, Golden Prince Bulgasari." Without skipping a beat, Gyeoju slowly turned his head to the other side, dropping another bomb. "And you? The divine birch tree. Mokri, right? So you finally tracked down your original body." Even he was actually impressed by this twist. Honestly, I thought that was totally impossible, as if he had just downloaded all the memories from Lady Jingguang, and Sunwon Gyeoju's eyes snapped wide open. The gamers. Did the World Holy Church seriously hijack the timeline? If they changed destiny itself, then my spawning in here actually makes total sense. But right as he tried to analyze the world's glitching system, someone's massive horns suddenly flared up with a blinding starlight golden rage. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the enemy violently transformed into the absolute final form of Golden Prince Bulgasari. A deafening dragon roar blasted straight into Gyeoju's face. You better brace yourself. Grandmaster of Heaven. In that exact moment, a suffocating heavyweight tension completely locked down the three legendary titans. After what felt like an eternity, Gigyu finally hit back at Sari's epic declaration. Alright, whatever. Keeping up his totally unpredictable teen rebel vibe, he just dropped the wildest plot twist. I'm officially requesting a ceasefire with you. The Spirit Altar Tree. Mokri was so deeply shook he literally gasped. Say what now? Meanwhile, Sari, rocking her menacing final form, just flashed a razor-sharp smirk. How super entertaining. She didn't care about their shock at all. Gigyu just kept dragging out his speech. Look, I need to get back in one piece and reboot Zomoto's Peach Blossom Spring. I am super busy right now, so let's just pause this game today. What kind of loot do I even get for smashing your Downwee Guild army anyway? Even with my shadow clones, I don't have the stamina to force open one of the great gates. Sari's eyebrows instantly shot up to the heavens at his absurd logic. Wow, your garbage personality hasn't leveled up one bit since the old days, has it? Do you honestly think that weak excuse is enough for me to just let you walk away? Especially after you dared to mention opening the great gates right to my face. Backing her up, Mokri dropped his voice to a menacing growl, emphasizing every single word. Grandmaster of Heaven opening the great gates. I will never permit such a catastrophic glitch. Gigyu just quietly soaked up his epic threat. Well, you wouldn't be able to open it anyway, old man. The moment the giant tree finished booming, the cold, endlessly arrogant teen ruler tone of the Grandmaster of Heaven finally clapped back. How dare you assume I can't force it open? If you seriously think the World Holy Church is protecting you, that is an absolute hilarious joke. Just hearing that sheer unfiltered disrespect was more than enough to make Sari burst into savage laughter. You seriously think your Black Emperor tear keep dreaming that gate stays shut? But then reality hit her like a massive freaking truck. Gigyu just smirked. He knew exactly what she realized and totally owned it. Hey, spot on? His aura exploded, violently shifting reality. I'm not just hitting the reset button. Right now, I could absolutely obliterate Jinzazan. Sari completely lost her mind. Her dragon roar shook the sky. You arrogant psychopath. Let's test that wild theory. Instantly whipping her massive serpentine body, she coiled high into the clouds. In a totally bizarre move, she literally chomped down on her own tail. The tension snapped. Boom. Her body locked into a flawless, terrifying ring of power. Countless glowing eyes snapped open across her scales, locking onto her target. Apocalyptic lasers charged up, forming a blazing second sun right in her center. Hitting critical mass, she unleashed hell straight at Gigyu. Just drop dead, she roared. But the dude didn't even flinch. He just stood there chilling like a boss. A split second later, Gigyu got completely swallowed by that god-tier beam of pure destruction. The insane shockwave literally split the ocean open. That beam punched a massive hole through the atmosphere, blasting straight into outer space. Time felt absolutely frozen. Finally, the insane attack fizzled out, leaving dead silence behind. But massive plot twist. That full power ultimate strike. It didn't leave a single scratch. Gigyu was still standing there, totally bored. Without even breaking a sweat, he started dropping his villain monologue. The primal chaos divided. Yin and yang. The ultimate forces of the universe. Ancient times were pure chaos. Then reality split into dark and light, birthing absolute truth. Gigyu dropped the mic. So basically, your little Bulgasari magic totally worthless against my absolute power. That flex instantly sent Sari and Mokri straight into full-blown panic mode. They were completely mind-blown. That attack could have easily wiped out human civilization, and this kid didn't even get a paper cut. Absolute insanity. Mokri stuttered out, wait, is that actual divine power? The legendary energy reserved strictly for literal gods. It straight up breaks the rules of reality, treating all normal magic like absolute garbage. Even failed wannabe gods use fragments of this stuff to become completely immortal. Forced into playing demigod because they couldn't handle the real deal. Immortality was just their little consolation prize. Gigyu smirked, totally owning the accusation. Bingo. I am the absolute master of the poles I control, yin-yang, and the literal fabric of the universe. I'm fixing this broken reality. His piercing eyes locked onto them, cold and deadly. So back off and stay out of my freaking way. Sari froze for a solid second. Then her brain completely rebooted. Yeah, right. Blazing fury exploded from her scales. You arrogant trash, I swore to protect this land until the king returns. You're not touching that gate. Mokri's booming voice backed her up. The prince speaks the truth. I don't give a damn about your fake god powers. The ancient tree was done playing nice, massive, centuries-old roots, violently ripped through the earth, shaking the entire battlefield. You end here today, controlling his massive wooden limbs. he effortlessly snapped them back to his core. The gigantic canopy shuddered wildly. Mokri was literally uprooting his own colossal mass. In mere seconds, the giant tree titan stood tall, ripping free from the earth. Glowing specks of pure nature energy sparked to life. Mokri popped his ultimate support skill. Sacred radiant green mana flooded the sky, raining down like magic dust. It zeroed in perfectly on Sari, wrapping her dragon scales in a massive mana buff. He was literally power leveling her towards absolute god-tier perfection. Releasing her endless bite, the blue dragon uncoiled her massive, majestic form. She stretched out, unleashing a bone-chilling roar that shattered the air. Every single eye locked onto that arrogant punk Gigyu. Hitting max altitude, she dive-bombed at literal meteor speeds. "Drop dead," she screamed, but just like before, the absolute madman didn't even flinch, didn't even blink. Only when tons of dragon muscle were inches from his face, his yin-side eye flared with absolute freezing darkness. That single terrifying glare, it instantly paralyzed Sari midair inches from a deadly collision. The sheer pressure crushed the entire battlefield. No matter how hard she struggled, she was totally frozen in space. Cold sweat dripped down her blue scales. No, this is freaking impossible. The stage was totally set for major drama. Gigyu finally stepped up, dropping some heavy yin and yang philosophy. "Look, your weak energy completely clashes with mine," he smirked. Flipping this yin and yang script was way too easy. I honestly almost bounced just to avoid ticking off Jinzazan. But if you keep playing these stupid games, I'm totally out of options. With a flashy flick of his crazy glowing hands, a massive cosmic symbol brutally slammed into reality. And trust me, the crazy show was just getting started. Gigyu locked eyes with Sari, who was literally frozen in total panic. Then he officially unleashed his absolute monster of a superpower. Total cosmic reflection. Just a crazy heartbeat later. Those chaotic cosmic energies violently twisted and crashed into each other, swallowing everything until absolutely nothing but pitch-black darkness remained. But the very next split second got downright terrifying. It looked like a tiny tap, but that insane strike literally ripped a totally agonizing scream right out of Sari's lungs. We seriously thought her awesome ultimate upgrade with Mokri would actually spark the most epic, earth-shattering boss fight ever seen. Nope. She got instantly clapped in a split second. Honestly, who even knows if she survived losing her head like that? Her totally brutal freefall was completely unavoidable now. Gigyu just stared with totally dead frosty eyes, practically yawning at the mess. Looks like your precious ultimate trump card that overhyped Earth-crowned Prince Goblin completely chickened out. Mokri completely froze up, standing literally speechless for a hot minute. Their insanely epic combo attack had absolutely drained their energy bars down to absolute zero, while this wildly arrogant jerk remained totally spotless. Unwilling to wait for the old guy to process things, the villain mocked Mokri. "As long as this peninsula survives, you are totally immortal. Flexing your muscles now is just super pointless. I am out of here, catch you losers later when the 9 legendary gates finally blast open." Before the smug dude could actually teleport away, Mokri roared with fierce defiance, "You arrogant punk. Are you seriously still terrified of the mighty Black Bow Emperor?" Surprisingly, the edgy boss just shrugged it off, admitting, "Not just terrified, I am super paranoid. I mean, that crazy dude literally murdered me once before. As a totally wrecked top-tier deity, if I did not have this sweet immortality cheat code, I would be absolutely toast right now. Sure, my stats are completely maxed out to crush him now, but fighting him on his totally sacred home turf sounds incredibly boring and utterly lame." Instantly, a totally wicked dimensional portal sparked right above his chaotic energy hands. Smirking at the wild magic, he casually muttered, "Just as I guessed, coding a warp point on this dirt planet is super glitchy. But whatever my epic escape ride is almost locked in, and everything totally hinges on blasting those 9 gates wide open." That incredibly smug and arrogant attitude completely triggered the old man. Mokri basically lost his absolute mind, screaming, "You are still as incredibly stupid as the day you died, you massive idiot. You totally know the catastrophic fallout of cracking those gates. Are you seriously arrogant enough to think your sketchy crew can actually survive that insane divine reality check?" Listening to the old tree dude's dramatic rant, the villain completely lost it, busting out his very first genuinely maniacal supervillain laugh of the day. "Ha ha ha. I'm literally just here to snatch back my stolen legendary status. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to loot way more than just that. Did you seriously think I would hack those epic 9 gates without a completely flawless master plan? Once I crack those cosmic doors and strut right into the ultimate multiverse, my crew and I will instantly become totally unstoppable, game-breaking gods." Before the punk could even flex again, Mokri already saw through the totally insane delusion. Thanks to this absolute madman, countless totally innocent players were about to get permanently deleted, the old warrior's voice instantly dropped into a deadly, super serious tone. "You are insanely short-sighted, you absolute clown." Instantly, his furious warrior aura completely cranked the cinematic tension up to the absolute max. "You already got totally trashed by the Black Bow Emperor. Are you seriously completely blind to your own massive ego?" The arrogant villain just gave a super incredibly sassy chin tilt, totally brushing off the brutal facts. Bro, isn't your precious emperor just another massive hacker crawling back from the absolute cosmic multiverse anyway? His terrifying villain aura suddenly spiked off the charts. "So why on earth can't I pull the exact same glitch?" Checking his fully charged warp portal, he smirked, "All right, losers, my epic ride is officially leaving the station." But right before the smug jerk could actually dip out a totally blazing fast shadow, crashed the party, it completely yanked his super arrogant focus away from his glowing escape hatch. Plot twist. It was the absolutely legendary Goblin King rushing in like an angry superhero. Sadly, his heroic entrance dealt 0 damage, instantly getting brutally rejected by a totally overpowered cosmic force field. "Dude, once I sync with this ultimate cosmic energy, no basic attacks can even scratch me," he bragged. Though gotta admit, seeing you literally throw punches yourself is a total shocker. Staring down his totally furious old rival, the villain just casually hit him with that devastating nostalgia trip. "Man, it has been like what thousands of actual years crazy, right?" He dropped his words super softly, but each syllable hit like absolute heavy bricks. Behold the legendary Earth-crowned prince, the mighty Goblin King himself. The royal dude shot back his entire vibe, practically vibrating with explosive rage and total confusion. "You insanely twisted heavenly cult master. So you basically just hacked a completely insane, double god tier status. But how the heck are you actually spamming those overpowered moves in our world's server?" Unbothered by the dramatic interruption, the smug villain happily explained his glitch. "Bro, you might see the future, but your totally broken radar missed my awesome final form right. It is honestly super simple." One ridiculously pale finger lazily pointed straight at the totally furious Goblin King's incredibly massive, clunky weapon. A split second later, a spectacularly devastating wave of absolute hellfire violently engulfed the heroic royal completely. Barely even trying that casual little blast, totally sent the king's heavy armored body violently flying across the battlefield. Thank goodness Mukri instantly whipped out a massive tree branch, catching him to tank the crazy impact. Talk about an epic support class, the old tree guy literally cast a super instant healing spell right on the spot. Bouncing back from 0 life points, the Goblin King immediately raged up, furiously growling at the supervillain who just absolutely humiliated him. Gigyu just blankly stared down his incredibly angry rival, spitting straight facts. "Dude, you already know the totally brutal reality of literally locking up your own people and absolutely crushing anyone who dares to completely rebel against the system. That is exactly why I exist in this realm. Honestly, I plan to slip away like a ghost just to avoid waking that monster Jinjajan." Yin and Yang energy violently fused together the very second his clap echoed through the air. The terrifying aura surrounding Gyoju instantly shifted without a single ounce of hesitation. "But since you dragged yourself all the way here, I suppose I should entertain you before I leave." Yin and Yang, reflection. Now shatter into pieces and fade into absolute nothingness. That seemingly harmless sphere of energy suddenly erupted into a colossal mass. It expanded so violently it looked ready to swallow the entire heavens whole. The sheer density of its apocalyptic power was undeniable. If any foolish soul dared to even graze it, their very bones would instantly turn to absolute dust. But before the Goblin King could even flex his muscles, a reckless newcomer violently crashed the party. This sudden intrusion immediately snapped Gyoju's deadly focus away from the apocalyptic sphere above. And the absolute madman actually did the unthinkable. He shattered that heaven-destroying sphere into pure, glittering dust. The resulting shockwave was absolutely brutal, violently shaking the very foundation of the earth and sky. Even the almighty villain froze in pure disbelief. Oh, some pesky rat actually managed to block my ultimate yin and yang strike. The thick curtain of suffocating dust slowly faded away, revealing a defiant silhouette standing incredibly tall. The absolute legend had not taken a single scratch from that catastrophic collision. Suffocating tension instantly choked the battlefield as Gyoju waited for the reckless interloper to step forward. Shockingly, the heroic savior was none other than Sun, and despite practically drowning in his own severe wounds. But the surprises just kept coming. A blinding flash of divine light instantly wrapped around him. In the blink of an eye, Sunin was completely restored to perfect fighting condition. Witnessing this absolute miracle, Gyoju did not even flinch. Instead, a twisted smile of genuine admiration crept across his face. That heavenly blade of the immortal is truly breathtaking. It operates on a completely different level than our pathetic immortality. His terrifying aura immediately skyrocketed to completely new heights, yet even that ridiculous healing trick will not stop my advance. But suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the chaos, freezing him dead in his tracks. Listen closely, you delusional Grandmaster. Sun delivered his absolutely flawless and heavy declaration with ice-cold confidence. Your miserable life officially ends today? This completely absurd threat left Gigyu utterly baffled. Huh, what kind of hilarious nonsense are you spouting now? Sun simply shifted his fingers into a dramatic pose as he dropped the punchline. My chaotic partner over there told me to pass on a message. With a devastatingly loud snap of his fingers, he smirked. Everything is perfectly set into motion. The very next second, the sky practically tore itself apart. Violent sparks of absolute lightning rained down like a furious storm. The insane energy literally ripped a massive, terrifying black hole straight through the heavy storm clouds above. From the depths of that apocalyptic void, Jihan's hand slowly emerged. Then, with a brutally slick and undeniably cocky motion, he dragged himself fully into the battlefield. But here is the absolute craziest part. A ridiculously hype boss battle soundtrack literally started playing out of nowhere. Even the stone-cold villain dropped his jaw in pure shock. Grooving to his own personal hype track, our rebellious gamer practically moonwalked into the mortal realm. The villain literally stared at him like he was an absolute lunatic. He slowly turned to Sun where exactly is that music coming from? But the glorious savior just struck the most outrageously edgy gamer pose ever conceived. Tada, the absolutely legendary Han Jihan, has officially logged in. A terrifying, massive tidal wave of glowing blue system notifications instantly exploded across his retina. Epic background music and supreme combat pose successfully activated, overall strength and absolute destructive capabilities boosted by 50% for 1 entire hour. Chaotic flashbacks and heavy tactical analysis violently crashed through Jihan's mind. Honestly, looking back at my entire ridiculous journey, I've never actually gone all out. So what exactly is my true unhinged potential? I literally live by video game logic in the real world. So how exactly should a hardcore gamer handle a supreme boss fight? Spam absolutely every single broken skill in my inventory? I completely fried my brain trying to perfectly recall every overpowered game mechanic and legendary buff I have ever hoarded. And then I activated them all at the exact same time. In every fantasy game, the Bard class severely buffs the party using music. We are talking massive combat boosts, absolute elemental resistance, insane mental clarity, and more. And obviously my broken gamer system can absolutely replicate that. Oh, and do not even forget the legendary idle animations. Some fighting games actually give ridiculous stat boosts just for striking an edgy pose. Right on cue, Lalina Miss Chim practically skipped into reality to shower him with praise. My brilliant subordinate is absolutely dripping with tactical genius. The power dynamic completely flipped the moment Jihan officially joined the 5-player party. The demonic flower spirit also let out a gasp of pure admiration. What an absolutely horrifyingly brilliant exploit. I never imagined you would hack the system to create a brand new stat called combat power. Ah Ho-Tin immediately chimed in. Truly an absolute mastermind. And of course, Manhwa proudly puffed out her chest. That is just how completely overpowered my legendary master is. Absolutely flawless execution. Simply forming a 5-person raid group forcibly skyrocketed all of Jihan's base stats by 15%. That is the ultimate beauty of the party buff system, and that brand new combat power stat. My summons were endlessly hyping up, while every single time that specific number jumps up. His absolute attack and impenetrable defense completely shatter their previous limits. But wait, the absolute madness does not stop there. The massive wall of system screens aggressively continued to spam his absolute reality, currently directly syncing with the ancient magic tower. Mental energy to pure mana conversion reactor currently online. Supreme Bossman, Silger X, legendary equipment locked and fully loaded, absolute soul synchronization with the Church of Masks established, consuming the mythical world tree fruit. Activating the demonic pact with Barrett, he was literally stacking an unholy mountain of legendary buffs, absolutely preparing to turn this boss fight into a massive speedrun. Layering every single one of these broken status effects pushes my total combat potential past the absolute breaking point. And of course, no legendary gamer power-up is ever complete without checking the stat screen. His ridiculous attributes for pure strength, vitality, supreme agility, and absolute mastery, had literally maxed out at 9,999 plus 10. A completely villainous smirk stretched across his rebellious face. Not only were these completely broken numbers absolute heaven to a gamer's soul, but this god-tier power was completely invisible to everyone else in the realm. Now this is exactly the kind of overpowered nonsense I completely live for. Witness my absolutely flawless endgame. Final form, this outrageously extra entrance completely shattered the serious atmosphere, actually causing Gigyu to throw his head back and erupt into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. This pathetic little Korean peninsula just keeps getting wildly more entertaining by the second. First of all, it managed to spit out an absolute freak of nature like Jin Zazan. But an unpredictable, completely unhinged wild card like you that is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the universe. The second his twisted laughter faded into the wind, his expression violently snapped back to absolute blood-curdling coldness. But regardless of your little parlor tricks, since I have already carved your miserable death into the very stones of fate, reality will absolutely bend to ensure you are entirely erased from existence. A violently terrifying wave of apocalyptic purple energy completely erupted from Gyoju's cursed yin arm. The very next second, the compressed aura reached critical mass. With a beautifully devastating swing, he unleashed his ultimate catastrophe, directly at our smug hero Supreme Yang Energy Annihilation Blast energy. However, armed to the absolute teeth, with a completely broken stack of legendary system buffs, Jihan barely even registered this pathetically weak attack as a minor threat. Our arrogant gamer did not even bother lifting a single finger to block or magically deflect the apocalyptic strike. He just stood there completely relaxed, letting his incredibly overpowered physical avatar casually tank the catastrophic blast head-on. Because of his absolute reckless disrespect, the system went completely ballistic with red warnings alert. You have just absorbed approximately 8,720,000 points of critical corrupting damage from absolute Yang energy. But wait, absolute indestructible, golden body active supreme, immortal physique, fully engaged, legendary god tier, rapid regeneration, and the absolute damage. Mitigation from the boss man, GX armor, have completely successfully intervened. All catastrophic incoming damage has been absolutely effortlessly neutralized to zero. Just a split second later, that supposedly terrifying storm of dark energy completely fizzled out into absolutely nothing. Jihan just flashed a cocky, rebellious smirk. Believe it or not, that insane attack didn't leave a single scratch on his epic armor. Gyoju's heart practically skipped a beat in absolute shock. Wait, what? The Goblin King stood frozen nearby, totally dumbfounded, meanwhile lurking in the shadows just a short distance away. Sunin watched the chaos unfold around our boy Jihan. Even knowing his insane potential, his face completely drained of color. His jaw dropped so hard you could fit a whole egg in it, Gyoju simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Sure, it was just a light strike, but it should have crushed a powerhouse like the Iron Emperor. Wasting absolutely zero time, he immediately unleashed another epic combat skill. Well then, let us see how you handle this one. A pitch-black sphere materialized, swallowing the entire battlefield in absolute, terrifying darkness. Yin and Yang reversal, Gyoju blasted the attack straight at our fearless rebel, panicking out of his mind. Sunin screamed out, Jihan. The Goblin King was freaking out, just as much. Dude, what on earth are you actually thinking? But wait, he just stood his ground like an absolute god among mortals. He didn't flinch or move a single muscle. The explosive clash between these two monstrous forces finally erupted with terrifying lightning and sparks. Then a blinding white explosion ripped straight through the sky. It was as if our boy Jihan completely and flawlessly absorbed that epic ambush. That deadly dark aura suddenly transformed into harmless slime, just sliding right off his shoulder. It completely vanished into the wind like a swirling vortex. Sunin just stood there, his brain completely short-circuiting. It was unbelievably insane. Xinyang felt a massive wave of relief. All that crazy preparation had finally paid off. Meanwhile, the Goblin King was sweating bullets, totally drenching his long hair in cold fear. How was this even possible? Their collective freakout only proved just how terrifying Jihan's power truly was. Seeing our boy without a single scratch sent the Goblin King spiraling into a total panic attack. How could this actually be happening? How could a mere terminal from the World Defense Holy Church pack this much ridiculous firepower? After tanking all those brutal hits, Jihan's rebellious swagger reached an all-time high. See that omniscient cult leader? Your pathetic power doesn't work on me at all? That flex was savage enough to make Gyoju sweat buckets. Ha. Did you seriously just block the legendary Yin and Yang reversal? This makes absolutely zero sense. Furious and completely unhinged, he instantly activated his ultimate technique through his blazing, mismatched eyes. His devastating aura morphed, instantly crashing down onto Jihan like a massive tidal wave, saint of the game. You are nothing but a lowly terminal for the World Defense Church. Where in the world did you get this godlike power? Ding-ding system pop-ups exploded right in front of him. You're being targeted by 8 trigrams perception. Multi-layered, spiritual defense, activated, resistance, successful. 8 trigrams perception has been completely neutralized. Thanks to that awesome system cheat, Jihan immediately figured out the boss's ultimate technique. 8 trigrams perception. Oh, wait a second. Is that just a cheap knockoff of my own divine eye ability? Well, too bad for him, it is completely useless against me now. That yin and yang reversal trick works exactly like the void technique I mastered a while back. Once I realized the void was dangerous, I created the ultimate countermeasure. So even if someone tries to spam it on me, I am 100% untouchable. I can hack the very laws of nature and decode this world's secrets using my ultimate gamer power. Just as Jihan calculated everything perfectly, Gigyu broke into a freezing cold sweat. Wait, I cannot see anything at all. I cannot read a single data point. This is absolutely impossible. The 8 trigrams represent the very code of this universe. There's absolutely no way I shouldn't be able to see this. Jihan's terrifying dark aura exploded like a massive supernova. Gigyu was completely losing his mind in sheer panic. What the heck? Just what kind of broken monster have you turned into? Hearing this total freakout, Jihan just shrugged with insane swagger and gave the coolest reply. That is a fantastic question. Honestly, even I have no clue what I have evolved into. I guess I just leveled up by accident. I am literally just doing what I do best. His thirst for leveling up had reached God tier status. And what exactly was that? He stared right at the boss and smirked. Gaming, tired of playing the victim, our boy completely flipped the script. Jihan channeled his core energy and ignited a blazing blue inferno. The insane heat was absolutely melting the air. System alerts started spamming like crazy. You have activated the Demon King's Eye, Hell's Loyalty, Vassal's Power, and the Snake, God's Relic, Shapeshifter Body, and Master of the Demonic Sword. Standing way back in the safe zone, Sun. It nearly jumped out of his skin. He could literally taste the terrifying mana erupting from Jihan's physical form. Right after that epic power-up, Jihan dropped into a lethal fighting stance. His eyes locked onto the target with razor-sharp focus. With one explosive push off the ground, he literally shattered the air around him. But here's the craziest part. Our rebel didn't even budge an inch from his starting spot. The omniscient cult leader was so absurdly broken, he didn't even need to dodge. Proving his insane boss status, Jihan's strike slammed right into an invisible, sluggish force field. But suddenly, you really think our overpowered gamer only had one trick up his sleeve. He aggressively chained together a massive combo, Barrett's force field breakthrough, the devastating Hell Invasion, and top-tier Archmage magic, smashing straight through every single defense. His fist literally caved in Gyoju's arrogant face. Boom. An apocalyptic explosion rocked the entire battlefield, torching the very air around them. The friction was so ridiculously intense, Jihan's entire body started steaming with thick, billowing white smoke. Watching this absolute massacre, Yuhua screamed out loud. Holy crap. How is he this ridiculously overpowered? Even Lolino had to call him out. Bro, don't you think you're being way too broken right now? And obviously Xian Hoa joined the hype train. I cannot believe the master just one-shot the omniscient cult leader. All it took was a single punch. He truly lives up to his legendary title, but Jihan just brushed off the hype with total teenage coolness. Hey, chill out. Everyone needs to take a massive chill pill. He then dramatically spun around, glaring exactly where Gyoju had been blasted. The ocean surface was now completely dead and silent. Not a single ripple remained, leaving only the badass echo of his voice. I've definitely leveled up insanely hard, but that strike isn't enough to drop the Grandmaster. Let's just watch for a second. Meanwhile, that guy was sinking straight into the freezing abyss, not even throwing a single punch to survive. Jihan absolutely nailed it. Gyoju looked totally wrecked, but he was actually tapping into a whole new frequency. Did my bones seriously just snap, even though they're as indestructible as the Monkey King's mythical staff? My jaw and cheekbones are literally crushed to dust. Suddenly, holy light erupted straight from his fingertips. 1 second later, Boom completely healed like it was nothing. Okay, I totally have to admit, that jerk is absolutely god tier. He tanked a direct hit from the devastating yin-yang reversal like a total champ. This is completely freaking insane. If that's how it is, I'm going all out. I wanted to save my mana for the gate, but I guess I have 0 options left. An ocean of bubbles violently exploded around Gyoju. In just a blink, the entire sea was completely swallowed. The golden halo behind his head spun into a blinding frenzy. Instantly, demonic horns violently ripped through his skull. But he wasn't done. He thrashed, literally tearing the heavy ocean apart. Hovering above, Jihan felt this mutated, monstrous aura immediately. And now, Gyoju's voice radiated pure oppression, suffocating everyone around him. You, the so-called saint of the game, I finally acknowledge you as my true rival. So brace yourself. You're about to taste my absolute power. Entering a horrific godlike state, his entire physical form morphed. His aura morphed into pure, undiluted nightmare fuel. Not backing down one bit, Jihan just smirked like a total smartass. Called it. You're hitting phase 2 just like every basic boss monster, right? Breaking the ultra-tense standoff, Loliano suddenly chimed in. Oh wow, my disciple totally predicted this, but how on earth did you know? Jihan actually took a second to reply. Duh. This fusion mechanic is super basic for boss fights. It's literally in every single video game ever. Yuhua immediately cut in. Wait, are you totally sure? Shrugging it off, Jihan casually dropped his ultimate gamer wisdom. You clearly don't play a lot of video games. Do you? Usually at this stage, the boss starts spamming the skills of the minions it swallowed. Long story short, they become super annoying and ultra hard to beat. Loliano instantly connected the dots. So he's going to hijack the powers of the Jinchan Lord and Lady Golden Light. If that's true, he might steal the entire army's abilities too. Jihan's face went dead serious. That's not just a maybe, that's a 100% guarantee. He glanced down at the Goblin King getting healed by Mokri. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that dude supposed to be one of the 10 gods? How did he get completely wrecked so fast? I seriously thought Korea was supposed to be their ultimate supervillain base. Shouldn't they have like 1 million defense buffs and power-ups? And as a centuries-old Master Witch, Loliano completely understood the terrifying math behind this. The Grandmaster's power scaling must just be that insanely broken right at that exact moment. He had completely swallowed the entire Zermuda force. The peanut gallery of Loliano and Yuhua kept loudly dropping commentary right in the middle of this epic boss fight. Is that really all the Grandmaster's got? He seriously just ate all of Zermuda. Wait, do you mean like a literal fusion? Bingo. Everything finally clicked into place for Jihan. The crazy mechanics behind the Golden Turtle Island's freakish mutation suddenly made total sense. Hold up, so he didn't just eat his army and disciples, he absorbed the entire mystical mountain too. Wow, what a glitch. It was exactly like how Jihan hacked the system, turning captured Abyss criminals into living batteries for his mana tower. But those 4 emperors from the gate, they totally failed to exploit their powers like this. The Divine Birch Tree's spiritual energy was just a basic mana battery, but while Jihan was nerding out, the newly mutated Gyoju locked a hardcore death stare right onto him, feeling that murderous intent. Loliano shouted, "Watch out! The Grandmaster is charging up his ultimate." Yuhua frowned in disgust. Something feels incredibly wrong here, and taking him down is going to take forever. Xion smirked confidently. Let him stall. The longer this drags out, the higher our win rate goes. Jihan nodded like a proud gamer. Exactly. That's just basic logic. Jihan's house was literally a massive magic tower, siphoning infinite mana from both Korea and Japan. He'd never even needed to activate its full power before. But today was a totally different story. The time to hold back was completely over. It was time to unleash the hidden arsenal. Plus, he hadn't even popped a single active awakening skill yet. Breaking the super awkward silence, Gyoju finally growled out his title. You, the so-called king of games. His next words actually made Jihan flinch in surprise. I truly acknowledge you as my equal. Jihan instantly shot back with 0 respect. Acknowledge my butt? You're literally just a mob I have to crush. Gyoju was absolutely speechless. Is your brain really that incredibly small? Gyoju scoffed arrogantly. Do you have any idea how rare it is to be acknowledged by the 10 gods? That arrogant flex actually made Jihan pause. The 10 gods, the absolute top 10 game breakers in the entire world. Wait, if this overpowered Grandmaster acknowledges me, does that mean my stats are finally on par with the world's absolute best? Damn, did I seriously just level up to God tier? But a second later, Jihan's face twisted into pure teenage disgust. Ugh, whatever. Who even cares? Meanwhile, the very fabric of space around Gyeoju started violently glitching and warping. It started as a chaotic earthquake, but suddenly shifted into a creepy, deadly calmness. The suffocating dark aura condensed into a pure physical force, exploding outward and tearing up the entire battlefield. Even the usually cocky Jihan was totally stunned. What in the world is happening? How did his power spike so ridiculously fast if that's his game? Jihan clenched his fists with hardcore determination. I'm going to one-shot this boss. Right now. Instantly, he triggered his ultimate killer skill. 100,000 fist strike system alert spammed like crazy triggering divine roar. Absolute strike. Heaven piercing. Fist sunset / Athena's might. Sonic venom world-ending heavenly fist and supreme overlord strike. A massive tsunami of raw power flooded his veins, pushing Jihan's mana to the absolute maximum limit. This ridiculous cheat code literally fused 10,000 deadly skills into a single devastating blow. But our hero wasn't about to just stand there like a sitting duck. A casual, rebellious flex of his knees instantly triggered an earth-shattering shockwave that ripped through the arena. In a blinding flash, he teleported right into Gyeoju's personal space, his eyes burning with an apex predator's glare because he had just unlocked the ultimate divine state. He didn't hesitate for a single microscopic second. Instead, an eerie, deadly calmness radiated from him as the entire world completely blurred around their clash. Jihan's explosive fist was mere inches from flattening the guy's perfectly straight nose, but the arrogant, heaven-piercing cult leader finally made his move. His entire physical body suddenly ignited, glowing like a blinding neon sign in the pitch-black night. And then absolute logic-defying madness unfolded. The freak literally liquefied. He slipped right through Jihan's brutal punch by a microscopic hair. But the truly terrifying part of this stunt, our main character didn't even notice the shift. It wasn't until Gyeoju's blinding radioactive aura finally dimmed down a notch. Relying on his hardcore battle-hardened gaming instincts, Jihan instantly decided to fire up his visual magic. Heaven's Eye activate. Instantly, the system projected the raw, unfiltered stats of Tangchung Gyeoju right into his retinas. Race lesser deity. Level completely unknown. Current status. Literally cosplaying as the freaking god of light. Even after scanning the dude's ridiculous profile, Jihan was totally baffled. Did this clown seriously just morph into pure light? So that's how he matched my god tier speed. Actually, Gyeoju's velocity had hit a downright monstrous tier as he ruthlessly summoned a heavenly tribulation directly onto Jihan's physical body. The cult leader's face remained deadpan, totally unfazed, as chaotic mana ripped through the atmosphere, but literally one heartbeat later, absolute soul-crushing panic twisted the villain's perfectly calm face. A completely unnatural, logic-defying spectacle unfolded right before his very eyes. Get this. No matter how insanely scorching Gyeoju's strike was, it did 0 actual damage. Just a little sizzling smoke on the skin, and nothing else. Jihan wasn't just unharmed. He was straight up amused. He flashed the cockiest, most disrespectful smirk imaginable. It was like someone smashed his inner reset button. Without missing a single beat, Jihan drove a brutal, skull-rattling right hook directly into Gyeoju's smug face. I've got the indestructible golden physique, you absolute moron of a god. That savage impact sent the cult leader violently crashing across the battlefield, tumbling helplessly like a pathetic kite with its string snapped. But our rebellious hero wasn't even close to done. Capitalizing on the villain's dazed state, Jihan launched himself forward like a homing missile. 0 hesitation. 0 wasted time. His voice echoed like thunder as he roared his ultimate attack. 100,000 fist strike. His prime target, Gyeoju's pretty little teeth all over again, but plot twist, plot. Gyeoju's arm lazily swatted the devastating blow away, completely blocking the apocalyptic impact without breaking a single sweat. Boom! A catastrophic explosion ripped through the arena, unleashing a horrific blood-red shockwave of pure death. Standing amidst the suffocating ash, Jihan's eyes snapped wide open in total disbelief. Did that punk seriously just block my ultimate attack? Using that weird blood thread technique just when he thought he had utterly curb-stomped Gyeoju. The villain's chilling, arrogant voice pierced right through the smoke. Ah, the so-called king of games. I must admit your raw power is truly extraordinary. However, you are leagues away from challenging me, let alone Lord Zermudo. But that threatening edgelord vibe wasn't nearly enough to make our rebellious teen back down. Oh, really? You block one single punch and suddenly think you're the main character. As the thick dust settled, it revealed Gyeoju's flawless, annoying face smirking back at him. Honestly, if Zermudo actually used full power, Before the villain could finish flexing, Jihan's body violently seized up Gyoju's terrifying grip, was literally melting right through his defenses. The system's blue screen forcefully popped up with a critical alert, warning you are trapped in the blood web. Ding ding ding, a terrifying chain of massive damage numbers skyrocketed past 9,281 warning, taking catastrophic damage from the mutation force. Bossman. Combat armor. Heavily compromised. No matter how wildly Jihan thrashed around, the vice-like grip wouldn't budge an inch. Damn it. My ridiculous defense stats can't even block this true damage. The heavy, suffocating aura radiating from Gyoju felt absolutely sickening as Jihan desperately calculated his next move. Since my heaven-shattering thunder did absolutely nothing, I'm betting you're rocking some insane magic immunity, Gyoju mocked. But guess what? That cheat code means nothing against my blood web. Another system prompt flashed like a massive middle finger. Critical status struck by the Prophet's hand, due to the ultimate curse of the Prophet's hand. Spatial teleportation is permanently locked. Before Jihan could even process this absolute nightmare of a debuff, the cocky cult leader doubled down on his death threat. And as for you, every single word dripping from Gyoju's mouth radiated an overwhelming boss-level pressure. You are never escaping my grasp? Gyoju's free hand suddenly erupted in a blinding, catastrophic orange blaze, hot enough to rival an active volcano. Staring straight into that hellish face-melting inferno, our fearless hero's face finally drained of all its color. Wait, is my freaking armor melting? Jihan furrowed his brows, piecing the deadly puzzle together. Let me guess you're coating your arm in pure concentrated hellfire, aren't you? Staring down at Jihan like a pathetic defeated bug, Gyoju smirked and openly confessed his wicked cheat code. Bingo, you rebellious little brat, but it's too late. Now burn to ashes. As that apocalyptic searing fireball barreled right toward Jihan's face, our guy literally just stood there. No frantic dodging, no screaming, just absolute, eerie silence. But then bomb? In a fraction of a millisecond, Jihan ruthlessly bulldozed a massive punch straight into the villain's perfect smile. Wait, hold up. The plot twisted drastically. Gyoju's entire immortal body violently shuddered from a catastrophic backlash. It was an absolute Uno reverse card. No matter what god-tier moves the cult leader spammed, Jihan's ridiculously arrogant punchable smirk only grew wider. What's the matter, tough guy? Flexing his supposedly melted arm with absolute ease, Jihan cracked his knuckles. My damage nullification doesn't just block your cute little lightning attacks, you decrepit old boomer. At the exact same moment, the inescapable blood web trapping his right arm began to violently glitch and shatter. Jihan grinned like a total maniac seizing the perfect opening. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Golden cicada escapes the shell." His body instantly snapped completely back to his control. The system's robotic voice chimed in with perfect timing. Skill activated, Golden Cicada's escape. Sacrificing a fraction of the Bossman armor status. Cleared. You have utterly shattered the enemy's crowd control. Jihan aggressively backflipped out of the danger zone, creating the ultimate safe distance. The Golden Cicada's escape is actually the legendary 21st tactic from the 36 ancient stratagems. A brilliant move meant for absolute warfare and deception. The best part. My system literally lets me use these historical cheats exactly as they're written. I shed my armor like a boss and completely styled on his inescapable trap. Without missing a beat, he smashed that skill button. Time manipulation, activated system alerts, spammed his vision, Phantom Time Origin Eternal Void Freeze Max Acceleration, and the ultimate Void Strike online. Jihan's raw mana erupted like a massive glitch, drowning the entire battlefield in an overwhelming, suffocating aura. Forget a battle of speed, Gyoju was totally frozen in place. Jihan wasn't about to waste this golden opening with some villain monologue. It was time for the 100,000 fists technique. Zero hesitation, zero chill. He threw a devastating punch that literally ripped the wind apart, rocketing straight toward the paralyzed target's face. It was an absolute combo breaker, an unstoppable barrage, but right as he maxed out his power, the system screamed, acceleration nullified. The second time started flowing naturally again. Boom explosions chained together flawlessly, creating a shockwave so insanely massive, it launched Jihan backward into the stratosphere. But hey, since he wasn't the guy taking the actual hits, his internal mana was still totally fine. Shaking off the blast, his eyes sharpened to a deadly glare, locking onto the enemy's chaotic dust cloud. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Just what I expected from the final boss. You're ridiculously tanky. because as the smoke cleared, Gyeoju was still standing there, completely unbothered. The guy unleashed an aura so terrifying Jihan just sighed. Guess that wasn't enough to drop you. His mind raced. That attack could have literally redrawn the world map? And seriously, what were those weird floating things orbiting him? Then it hit him like a truck. Oh snap, that was the legendary 10-stage formation of the mighty Zomodoma army. Floating above Gyeoju was the golden light, that crazy breeze heavenly wind, and his hands were coated in blazing hellfire and a literal blood web. That creepy red liquid was definitely the great flood frozen solid by absolute ice. Those sparks, heaven-shattering lightning, and those swirling ghosts were the trapped remnant souls. Putting the pieces together, Jihan realized that distorted blurry haze was actual spirit fire. The Supreme Leader's long hair shadowed his eyes as he mocked, pushing me to use this. You did pretty well, kid. Listen up, Mr. Gamer. Even though his one-shot attempt had totally flopped, Jihan's arrogant smirk didn't budge an inch. I bet you're still hiding some flashy trump card up your sleeve. But guess what? I've got thousands of cards in my deck. Can your HP bar handle this? A terrifying holy light violently flared inside Gyeoju's eyes. Gamer, weren't you trying to stop me from opening the 9 Great Gates? Xianhua suddenly chimed in with a massive lore drop. He possesses the power of absolute prophecy. Master the Madam of Golden Light's foresight actually works inside the 9 Gates dimension. Yuhua immediately fired back, yeah, but Jihan's status makes him immune to being scryed. On the flip side, Loleno flexed her memory bank spanning over several centuries to drop truth bombs. These two things are totally different. The mass church is expanding fast, but rival sects have kept the world's balance in check for thousands of years. Hearing all that, Jihan mentally wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank God he had 3 wikis explaining this crazy lore to him. He threw on an edgy persona. I'm strictly neutral, dude. I'm not going back to the Stone Age with a boomer like you. Gyeoju slowly spit back his venomous reply. Just as I suspected. Even you must be permanently erased for the future glory of Zomodoma. Ignoring Jihan entirely, he dropped an epic declaration. In the name of the Zomodoma Supreme Leader, my absolute command is that this world shall be eternal. The second those words dropped, catastrophic mana exploded from his body, crashing toward Jihan like a tsunami. The system glitched out. The great path of time has been engaged. All entities must synchronize to the same temporal flow. Jihan's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? Did this cheat character just hard lock all his acceleration skills? The energy around Gyeoju violently warped reality, turning the air into a shaking, vibrating mess. And before his brain could even process it, Gyeoju teleported right up to Jihan's face with lightning speed. A hand surging with the terrifying blood web swung directly at him, while Jihan could only watch in pure, unadulterated panic. Plot armor was completely offline this time. Even his legendary bossman suit was totally helpless against this apocalyptic strike. Red danger alerts flooded his vision. You have been hit by heaven? Shattering burst armor, piercing critical strike. You took 4,400,000 damage. Suspended in mid-air, Jihan kicked off the empty sky like it was solid ground. With insane gamer reflexes, he fired up his suit's integrated thrusters. But he wasn't running away. He was diving straight in to throw hands. Too bad the boss had read his inputs perfectly. Gyeoju casually used the blood web to completely absorb Jihan's momentum. Worse, it instantly turned into absolute ice, brutally freezing, and locking down his entire fighting arm. Huh. A chill colder than the ice shot straight down Jihan's spine. Was he really? Another ultimate skill slammed into him, leaving 0 chance to dodge. His mind spiraled into pure despair, asking one horrifying question. Did I just lose? Gyeoju's follow-up strike was so devastatingly heavy, it sent Jihan spinning backward through the sky, his body screaming in blazing agony. Yet Gyeoju remained dead silent. His cold, calculating eyes tracked every clumsy, staggered movement of his broken opponent. But right at the breaking point of total defeat, the ice-sealing Jihan's arm began to violently vibrate. Searing heat poured from his palm, warping the air like a boiling kettle. As the frozen restraints finally shattered, he snapped his hand right toward Gyeoju's face. A savage, blinding beam of light instantly erupted outward, tearing the sky apart with its insane brilliance. But the boss countered, instantly summoning a blazing fire shield around himself. The massive energy beam deflected, crashing into the water below and causing a deafening, earth-shaking explosion. The silence shattered. Fueled by raw power and fury, Gyeoju charged in with his hellfire fist. Cocked back, Jihan gritted his teeth, barely dodging as the lethal heat scorched past him, leaving a glowing red trail in the air. Their silhouettes violently clashed. Every single hit was the beating pulse of an unbreakable will. But in that chaotic clash, Jihan's focus started slipping. If this keeps up... Right as the boss raised his arm for another strike, Gyoju's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. The great flood surged out of nowhere, viciously wrapping around Jihan's limbs. While he scrambled to break the control effect, Boom Gyoju teleported and delivered a brutal uppercut to his jaw. Using the sheer force of the punch, Jihan flipped backward, skidding away to create some desperate distance. From the sidelines, the support squad started panicking. "The Supreme Leader's heavenly eye is getting way too strong," Xianhua screamed. "Han Jihan? You're seriously going to lose at this rate. We've already drained the World Tree's life force and siphoned the literal mana out of hell." Jihan gritted his teeth in dark realization. Damn it, he knew the guy was overpowered. But not to this ridiculous game-breaking level. Distracted at the very edge of life and death, Jihan didn't react in time as Gyoju instantly closed the gap again. The scales of fate had tipped. The true power of a jealous gamer was about to drop. The tyrant's voice echoed just as our main character felt his body shutting down. "This is the absolute end of the line for you." Glancing down, his arm was completely encased in cursed, jagged ice. Numbness swallowed his entire body. Every single muscle spasmed entirely out of his control. Without missing a beat, Gyoju raised his hand. He condensed the incredibly heavy atmospheric pressure into pure destructive aura. Zero hesitation. He blasted that deadly force straight into Jihan's chest. The brutal impact made him cough up dark crimson blood. Right then, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. Gamer's body vitality is critically dropping, but the nightmare was far from over. Gyoju kept spitting venomous trash talk. Even with the World Protection Society holding your hand. Do not ever delude yourself into thinking you are invincible, even though the battle heavily favored his overpowered enemy. A faint, almost psychotic smirk crept up Jihan's blood-stained face. He nodded through the agonizing pain. "Oh, I know that." Gyoju flinched, completely caught off guard. "You know." Right at that cinematic beat, Jihan's trembling hand forced itself to move. "Yeah, I do." Then he viciously gripped Gyoju's arm like a titanium vice, the very arm still buried deep inside his own flesh. I completely calculated this exact scenario. The villain masked his panic. Resistance is absolutely futile, but our gamer strongly disagreed. Is that so? Instantly furious energy exploded from their physical contact, erupting into a blinding aura. He snapped his head up. His dominant booming voice shattered the trembling atmosphere. "Therefore, I make my solemn vow right here, right now. Tongchong Gyoju and Zermudo. You both die right here by the hands of the gamer. Han Jihan." Instantly, max tier Divine Oath notifications flooded his vision. Breaking this vow equals ultimate punishment. In exchange, raw power is violently pushed beyond the absolute limits if this vow is broken within exactly 1 hour. The swearer will instantly die. The system doubled down the very next second. You have successfully activated the Divine Oath skill. All base stats boosted by 100%. Jihan's entire body ignited with a ferociously rising tide of radiant energy. The plot twist hit so fast, Gyoju literally froze in absolute shock. What the hell is this insane power? Despite his physical form violently mutating under the strain, Jihan's sheer willpower blazed hotter than a dying star. The erupting force was way too destructive. A normal human vessel could never handle this cosmic overload. But I hacked the system. I stabilized it using the ultimate bossman armor, and I buffed it by ruthlessly bending the world's natural laws. Every single real-world movement translates into an actual game skill with wild status effects. That is exactly how Jihan dodged fatal damage thanks to his gamer's body cheat. He even converted genuine dark arts into usable system spells. That is how he perfectly coded massive macro attacks like the 100,000 Fists. Not to mention this Divine Oath, a taboo technique no mortal dares touch, yet down in hell it is literally an everyday bargain. Gyoju finally snapped back to reality, utter dread painted all over his face. "Oh, I am not even close to done yet." Cutting off his inner monologue, our protagonist threw his head back and roared, "O Baal, Supreme Demon King, Lord of the Underworld, I summon you to forge a blood pact with me." Seeing Jihan completely hijack the momentum, Gyoju lost his damn mind. "You really think I will just stand here and let that happen?" Boom. The atmosphere violently imploded, creating an overwhelming tsunami of killing intent. His body erupted in blazing blue hellfire. Then it collapsed inward, leaving Gyoju cloaked in absolute pitch-black darkness. While Jihan maintained his death grip on the boss, raw lightning violently arched through his fingers, weaving a deadly web of light. The two opposing forces clashed, sparking an earth-shattering explosion. As the heavy smoke finally cleared, Gyoju aggressively flinched, his face twisted in pure unadulterated disbelief at the impossible sight. Because Jihan stood there completely unscathed, he screamed at the endless heavens above, "I offer the soul of my enemy as tribute for 1 hour of your supreme magic. If I fail this raid, then my own damn soul pays the ultimate price. The moment that rebel declaration dropped a spatial explosion, through reality into absolute chaos, crazy continuous damage numbers instantly spammed the screen. 4,393,000, even skyrocketing past the 5 million mark, watching the madness unfold. Jihan narrowed his eyes as a sharp, calculated thought crossed his mind, a guaranteed critical hit. But his life force aggressively surged, healing him with terrifying speed. It is useless, I already leveled up from my ultimate vow. Did this fool really think I was an easy kill? Shaking off the thought, Jihan proudly locked in his final terms. Lose this fight, and my soul belongs to you. That bold bet made Baal laugh like a true maniac. You crazy little punk deal, I will lend you my chaotic power. In that cinematic heartbeat warning bell spammed the system user interface. You have entered a limited time demonic magic pact. Temporary contract with Baal activated, plus 3,000 to all base stats. Right above our main character's head, a blinding divine halo manifested. Countless layers of mystical overpowered aura stacked upon each other, violently rippling outward. Each wave of holy light exponentially spiked his power level. It flooded the battlefield with an unbearable blinding brilliance. The sheer kinetic backlash of that aura forced Gigyu to aggressively rip his arm away. The villain's silhouette instantly morphed. His original aura violently tore apart, fusing into two aggressively opposing forces. In a literal split second, his physical form divided. One half as pitch black as the abyss, the other as blindingly white as winter snow. But the boss phase was not over. Gigyu suddenly roared out his ultimate move. Heaven and earth inversion, his freezing voice echoed. Yin and Yang chaos domain expansion. Witnessing that god-tier flex, Jihan instinctively took a cautious step back. After analyzing the lethal zone, a chilling realization hit our hero. Another freaking domain. An absolute power that literally deletes anything existing within this world's rules. However, his entire vibe dramatically shifted. I have survived this absolute nightmare before. There is no such thing as infinite destruction in this universe, locking in his resolve. Jihan initiated the forbidden summoning. Listen closely. Oh, primal hell, I offer my entire soul, my physical body, and even my ultimate future on the line. Lend me your terrifying power for just 1 hour from the endless cosmic void. An ancient voice exploded with absolute rage. You little punk, you have not paid your last debt and you want to borrow more. Meanwhile, Inhai burst into cruel, mocking laughter. You clueless customer, did you even bother reading the fine print? Realizing those fools were totally useless, Jihan synced his breathing with the explosive aura surging around him. I summoned Grand Archdemons Barret Visago and Demon Marquis Sagun. 3 towering shadows materialized instantly with Barret speaking first. Visago smirked amused. I only came for the legendary war who knew this kid was absolutely insane. Zagan eagerly chimed in. Let us fight, count me in without another word. They channeled absolute demonic power into Jihan. In a heartbeat. System alerts flooded his vision. Temporary hell contract formed, boosting all stats by 100%. Barret contract active. Plus 500 to everything. Visago contract online adding 300 overall points. Zagan contract secured, granting 600 more stats. Bathing in that blinding aura, Jihan smirked. He just needed to flood this abyss with raw destructive magic. As that rebellious thought hit godlike energy erupted through his veins, his presence expanded completely, dwarfing the abyssal borders. Endless magical power cascaded into the bottomless pit. The sheer force ripped reality itself apart. Searing sparks of cosmic fire ignited the void. The violently compressed energy could not be contained, detonating in apocalyptic shockwaves. The abyss contorted, collapsing into a massive, shrinking vortex. In mere seconds, the dark dimension was completely erased from existence. Gigyu froze in sheer terror. Suspended dead in the sky, cold sweat drenched his rigid face as his pupils trembled wildly. How is this possible? Right in front of him. Jihan's looming shadow swallowed him whole. Gigyu gnashed his teeth, screaming in absolute despair. No way how can a garbage skill rival my absolute power, Jihan just scoffed. Raising his arm like a grim reaper, Jihan smirked. Maybe the holy faction is so sick of your crap that the universe wants you deleted, Gigyu glared, his eyes flashing with paranoid rage. Are you saying this trash world is actually trying to chain me down? Humiliated beyond belief, he completely snapped. His aura detonated into a catastrophic storm. How dare you force bug-level logic onto a god like me? Seeing the villain power up, Jihan flashed a deliciously rebellious grin. Oh wow, so the holy faction is not just a bunch of useless divine snobs after all. But that still was not enough to stop his hype. Game over, buddy. His hand crashed down, unleashing a swirling hurricane of destruction straight through Gyoju. You do not belong in this dimension. His body instantly ripped cleanly in half. A devastating rift tore through the very sky itself. Blinding rays of light erupted as a choking gasp escaped his throat. Impossible. And then, an apocalyptic flash consumed everything. The earth-shattering impact triggered a super explosion, violently churning the boundless ocean. Tidal waves fiercely smashed the coastline, annihilating whatever stood in their way. The chaotic flood erased the very borders of the land. At ground zero, the ocean literally shattered, tearing a bottomless crater into the sea. Above all this chaos, Jihan floated with cold indifference, watching the spectacular cinematic destruction unfold. Suddenly, a colossal tsunami caught his eye. The raging waters violently collapsed back into the epic impact zone. The monstrous crater was instantly swallowed, returning the ocean to an eerie calm. Right on cue system alert spammed his vision. Hell contract expired. Barrett and Visago contracts terminated. Jihan shrank back to normal size, his godlike aura fading until only an exhausted teen drifted in the sky. He suddenly glanced sideways, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God the dungeon entrance was shielded by the divine birch tree. He thought he could finally chill, but the system went totally insane. Title acquired Conqueror of Zomoto. Title unlocked. Great Destroyer. The holographic text spammed him endlessly. What the heck is up with all this spam? Finally, the chaotic system cooled down, flashing one single glorious message. Level up. Jihan exhaled, wiping his brow. Phew, finally over. Let us see. But the moment he checked his status window, his jaw absolutely dropped. Level 417. He was absolutely paralyzed. I leveled up 115 times in one go. No wonder the system was glitching out. Shutting the window, Jihan scratched his head with an awkward smirk. Well, duh. I literally just nuked the entire Zomoto island. Looking up, his eyes locked onto a blinding object floating nearby. A massive glowing orb swirling in black and white like a literal yin-yang symbol. What the heck is that? The system chimed in instantly. Flying Fortress Zermudo, one of the 9 Great Gates. It also served as a god-sealing tower, housing exactly 98,923 entities. Acquired via collection, Jihan was absolutely shook. Wait, what? Staring at that final line, his brain completely short-circuited. Are you for real right now? Zermudo is classified as an item. He squinted at the massive floating sphere, pure disbelief washing over him. Wait a second. Just because it floats, the system considers it an inventory drop. Reading further, his face drained of color. Hold on. Does this mean the island, the demons, and every spirit inside are mine? A mischievous laugh echoed in his mind. Xion chimed in, perfectly balancing a tease with genuine praise. Well, look at you. Zermudo's all yours now, Jihan. Absolutely incredible, my master. Grab that loot fast. He stood frozen in the empty void. Instinct took over. His hand lifted in slow motion, reaching out into the endless dark. His fingertips grazed Zermudo's sleek surface. Boom. The sphere exploded with blinding radiance, completely devouring the surrounding space. The epic glow faded instantly, leaving nothing but dead silence. Then a massive wave of system alerts spammed his brain. Zumo God Sealing Tower acquired current minions, 98,923. Minion count exceeds 100,000. Overlord title unlocked. That final text line made Jihan's eyeballs practically launch out of his skull. Overlord. No freaking way, he stared at the insane boss drops, then excitedly swiped to activate more crazy perks. Let us check out these dope titles. Conqueror of Zermudo. Earned by crushing Zermudo's absolute top dog, the legendary Heavenly Cult Master, and taking total command over Zermudo as the brand new boss of this monster-infested madhouse. Build their ultimate paradise. Starts with 50 sweet friendship points, plus wild perks that left Jihan totally speechless. This title is completely broken. Yowa looked equally shook. Absolute madness. Meanwhile, he just smirked like a total rebel. Next title, please. 2 massive text walls popped up. Great Destroyer title earned by wrecking 10,000 enemies. Massive damage buff applied. Overlord unlocked by hoarding 10,000 minions. Daily friendship points plus 15% stat boost and 20 health for all minions. This is completely game-breaking. Jihan shivered. Pure insanity. A 100% damage boost is that even legal Overlord status is no joke. A soft gasp escaped his grinning lips. Epic. The shock triggered hardcore nostalgia from his Zombie Slayer days. Everything flipped back then, as his racing mind finally chilled out. Jihan's intense stare locked onto the data panel. Hold up. Friendship. Did the dating sim system just level up? Boom Lolino's avatar flashed on screen, her voice blending wild hype with bitter rivalry. You are literally the boss now. Curious about his own weird mumbling, Jihan asked out loud. Yo, what are friendship points? Actually, for nearby Yowa awkwardly dodged eye contact. I am never falling for you, so back off, he mentally facepalmed. Yowa, that is one brutal preemptive strike. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa flashed a sweet smile. But I already love you. Master watching the drama. Ahuting chuckled. Friendship sounds like a wicked fun skill. After their loud, chaotic debate, the squad scattered. Jihan stood alone in the empty space looking totally clueless. What are they even talking about? While he spaced out, a fresh energy signature caught his attention. Yo Sunin came flying in his face, glowing with pure hype. Dude, you actually freaking did it. Caught off guard. Jihan puffed out his chest with a highly arrogant, smug grin. I am just that legendary. Did you catch that I looked totally badass? Right? Sunin deadpanned. Yeah, totally badass. Still Sun. In could not ignore the giant elephant in the room. What the heck was that massive sphere thing anyway? Jihan fired back without missing a beat. Zermudo. That single cursed word blasted Sunin's mind into pure shock. Wait, huh? So to clear the air, Jihan spilled the tea. Hearing the brutal truth, Sunin's brain completely blue-screened. No freaking way, Jihan just shrugged, totally vibing with his panic. I know, crazy, right? Then Sunin frantically pivoted to his absolute biggest nightmare. What about the terrifying heavenly cult master? He pressed a hand against his chest. I highly doubt that boss is dead. He vanished into the god-sealing tower. Real talk. Every demon and monster I utterly trashed probably just padded my kill streak. That fully explains my new Great Destroyer title, but Jihan kept some dark, twisted secrets locked away. Their pathetic souls just got downloaded into the god-sealing tower. With enough loot, they can totally respawn. In other words, those freaks are not permanently deleted. They are all my grunts. Now I'm going to grind them to the bone. The Conqueror of Zermudo specs mentioned building a demonic utopia. I can totally farm extra perks by completely redesigning Zermudo. His eyes flashed with big brain calculation. Get this. My gamer skills will absolutely shatter the World Protection Holy Guild defenses. Basically, this is Gaia's ultimate endgame. Until now, it acted like a mindless NPC code, but it totally has a hidden agenda. Otherwise, the Conqueror of Zermudo class would never spawn. The only major glitch is when the Heavenly Cult Master finally wrecks the World Protection Holy Guild's final firewall. It means... Deep in his epic monologue, a loud shout suddenly ripped Jihan back to reality. Yo, Jihan. Should we not head back to base? Snapping his head up, he spotted his ride or die crew. Shinjung and Sunin were chilling there waiting. Looking at his squad, a super chill, relieved smirk crossed his face. He threw both hands up in pure victory. Heck yeah. Looks like our hardcore mission here is completely done. Let us roll. But completely unknown to Jihan as the squad hopped through the portal, the Goblin King stalked them from the shadows. A sudden voice made Sari whip around in pure panic. He is not just another basic mob. After that crazy brawl, the Goblin King finally clocked Jihan's true vibe. The dude is a literal god on Earth. No wonder my psychic radar completely missed him. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, absolutely losing her mind. Wait, should you not have figured that out the second your visions ghosted you? Just like the Emperor, you should have known. He bowed his head, totally ashamed. Yeah, I got way too cocky. My bad. With 0 options left, she clicked her tongue. Great. So what is the game plan now? The Goblin King analyzed the board. After chatting with Bailey Lyot, we might actually have to co-rule Dermido. Then they brought up that massive gate everyone is practically dying to touch. We definitely cannot just leave that door sitting wide open. From the back, Sari glanced over, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity as she tracked every single shift in the room. Speaking of which, what is the deal with that gate? He sighed, totally defeated. It is open. That painfully blunt answer was the last straw. She gritted her teeth, her whole body vibrating with absolute rage. She was officially done playing nice. Her fury completely exploded. Damn it, do you have any idea how much work it takes to shut that thing? Who is going to do all that heavy lifting while her angry rants echoed around a deep, shadowy voice suddenly cut through the dead silence from afar? I will handle it. Sitting on a moss-covered throne. A certain king, after eavesdropping on their entire drama, casually dropped a massive offer. I will plant one of my own kids right there. I will use them as the ultimate living doorstop. Sitting directly opposite, the Goblin King was not buying it, instantly dropping a quick reality check. Things are about to get ridiculously chaotic. The guy just shook his head, keeping his chill vibe, and firmly declared, but We still bagged the win. Those words totally hyped up the whole squad. Sari crossed her arms looking fierce. Heck yeah. We totally secured the victory without even touching our ultimate trump card. We seriously hit the jackpot here. The room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. The Goblin King nodded along, burning one terrifying truth into his brain. If we actually trigger that thing, it would literally be nothing but pure, unadulterated annihilation. Finally, after all that insane tension, he let out a massively hyped battle cry. Let us go conquer the North. Both of them instantly fired back, completely stoked. We are so down for this. Count me in too? Suddenly a thick, suffocating darkness vomited out from the abyss, swallowing the entire zone. Amidst that sea of absolute pitch black, flashes of wild spiritual energy sparked like crazy, making the ground literally vibrate to the rhythm of this completely unhinged power. Right on the edge of the cliff, a shadowy figure stared down and whispered, "I totally knew this was going to happen." Loki rubbed his chin, looking absolutely thrilled. So the Grandmaster is actually tapping into the juice here too. Looks like it is about to burst wide open right in midair. A savage streak of light violently ripped reality apart, totally jumping him. From that cosmic tier, Odin, a literal top-tier member of the 10 gods, stepped out with a heavy sigh. This is exactly what I predicted. Recognizing that boomer voice, Loki spun around with a massive, cheeky grin. "Big bro, did you seriously drag your real body all the way out here?" That smug smile instantly vanished, swapped out for pure shock as he noticed a glitch in the Matrix. Wait a minute, you really just sent a clone down here. Bathed in the eerie glow blasting from the abyss, Odin took a heavy step forward. I had to see this madness for myself. The opening of the Niflheim Gate is literally top priority. In ancient Norse mythology, this term literally defines the legendary 9 realms. Originally, it represented the 9 epic worlds bound to the sacred world tree. Glaring down at it, he quickly calculated the catastrophic odds. If this chaotic mess keeps up, that gate is definitely getting blown wide open. Loki, however, literally could not care less. But popping just one of the 9 gates is pretty much useless, right? Odin nodded, backing up the facts. True. We need at least 5 of these bad boys cracked wide open. Even so, the real flex is that we actually got one door unsealed. We will totally hack the rest of them open as time goes on. Hearing that, Loki let out a brutally sarcastic, mocking laugh. Oh really? Is that what your shiny divine prophecies are telling you, boss man? Right in the middle of their banter, a voice echoed from behind, making both gods instantly freeze up. My visions totally missed this chaotic turn of events. Odin snapped his head back immediately. His eyes locked onto the absolute boss of Bailey Lyot, dropping a frosty greeting. It has been a hot minute, has it not? Rasputin, but suddenly he paused, totally rewriting his own script. Now maybe I should just drop your totally retro old school name. CBA Bo, facing that petty taunt, Rasputin just shook his head completely unfazed. No need to be extra, Odin. Then he fired a savage counterattack. Or should I just call you the totally unhinged god of war? Done with the drama, he sighed heavily. I bet you're scheming to spark another epic war, but let me drop a major warning right now. Rasputin raised an eyebrow, locking a deadly glare onto his rival, laying down the law. You are absolutely not escaping my radar this time, buddy. Loki and Odin stood dead silent, literally speechless. The air grew ridiculously thick and heavy. Then, cutting through that suffocating tension, Odin scoffed, spitting out pure disrespect. That is ridiculously hilarious. His face totally tightened, dark aura flaring up like a massive boss phase. Who even cares if Dermot completely crashes and burns? My ultimate War Master plan is running smoother than ever. Do you honestly think you have the juice to stop what is coming next? Rasputin was not about to waste breath on a rant. He just dropped a cold, hard one-liner. We will find out soon enough. Even Odin had to nod and respect that logic. You're right. Only time will tell. A split second later, both gods literally vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the bone-chilling aftershock of an unresolved showdown. Next time we clash on the real battlefield, Rasputin stayed completely iced out, showing absolutely zero interest. Now Loki was the only one left standing in the void. His mouth twitched up into a smirk. Then, a totally twisted, crazy grin completely hijacked his face as hype overloaded his system. The very first ultimate great war in thousands of years. This is sick. I am literally shaking right now from the hype, ha ha ha, that manic laugh echoed out, ringing endlessly until he straight up dissolved into the misty dark void. Meanwhile, back at Jihan's ridiculously epic magic tower, piercing right through the brilliant blue sky like an absolute monolith, and right at that exact second, A devastatingly exhausted sigh totally ruined the vibe. Jihan, looking like he just pulled an all-nighter, mumbled under his breath, "This feels way too weird." Sensing his total mental breakdown, Xianhua popped up on the screen looking super stressed. "Master? Is something totally wrong?" "Everything is going perfectly according to plan." Flashing back to that oddly wholesome moment rocking a ridiculously clean school uniform. Tears actually fell. The college exams are finally over. Wait, am I seriously not a high school kid anymore? While our main character was grinding, the real world kept ticking. His clone aced the exams, but it still felt weird. Yanhua just burst out laughing. "Dude, you have not seen a classroom in ages, right? Plus you have been training in a time warp forever." Jihan sighed, feeling a bit nostalgic. "Yeah, true, but honestly speaking, living where time moves 10 times slower, he outgrew that teenage phase light years ago. Clinging to high school was just plain silly now. Anyway, moving on." Jihan quickly changed the subject. "Enough about school? What did the Jiang faction say? Did those guys accept me as the new boss of Zermudo?" Yanhua reported in immediately. "They made contact. The faction acknowledges your rule and they dropped all your taxes." Jihan blinked, totally stunned by this easy win. "Seriously? They control the entire Korean peninsula? I thought they would squeeze me dry." "He usually paid taxes in mana stones," he smirked. "So are they treating me as an absolute equal now?" Yanhua shrugged. "Probably your epic battle performance definitely terrified them into respect." "Makes sense. He single-handedly crushed the heavenly cult leader. For one glorious second, his power rivaled the 10 gods well." Mostly thanks to completely broken items and skills, Jihan narrowed his eyes. "So our only job is fixing Zermudo right. Is the fortress still powered down?" Yanhua gave a firm nod. "Spot on, everyone inside is completely frozen." Jihan smirked. "I will wake them up once I prep a safe zone. That way. I can keep them on a tight leash?" Yanhua's eyes lit up with excitement. "Exactly. That is the smart play if you lose control of Zermudo. Those citizens will scatter like roaches." Jihan scoffed, crossing his arms. "Why even bother running? They are chained to the god ceiling tower anyway." Yanhua smiled knowingly. "True. But why let them cause totally unnecessary chaos? We need to drop the hammer from day one." Tapping his console, Jihan nodded. "Yeah, fair point." Then his tone suddenly shifted. "Oh, by the way, should we use Zermudo as a flying fortress again?" Yanhua stroked his chin. "Its combat power was absolutely insane in the air, right? But honestly, we are painfully broke on resources to fly that behemoth." Jihan raised an eyebrow. "How much are we talking?" After crunching the brutal numbers, Yanhua dropped the bomb. "To hit max power again, 6 months. Real world time. Running at absolute maximum capacity. Hearing that massive wait time." Jihan's face completely drained of color. "You calculated that with a 10 times speed boost, right?" Yanhua nodded grimly. "Unfortunately, yes," Jihan groaned aloud. "Damn it, Zermudo. You are a nightmare." Yanhua sighed heavily. It just proves how much devastating damage they took during our epic clash." Jihan scoffed. "Crazy, I actually beat them?" He then pitched a new idea. "What if it becomes our giant factory?" Yanhua perked up. "You could start immediately, repair the ruins slowly, and use the citizens as free labor." Jihan pondered deeply. "Yeah, that sounds like a solid plan." Then his eyes landed on his trusty, ever-present, living armor. Actually, leveling up the Bosman armor might be cooler. Jihan's face lit up with a totally rebellious, geeky grin. A massive epic mecha lost in that wild daydream. He suddenly froze. A crazy thought struck him like lightning. His heart pounded as he shouted, "Yanhua." He snapped to attention. "Yes, boss?" Jihan hesitated. "I just had a really insane idea, but..." After a tense pause, he dropped the bomb. "Do you think the armor could literally swallow Zermudo?" The armor was a freak of nature. Half object, half living creature, basically living liquid metal. But it lacked a conscious mind. That is exactly why Yanhua had to possess and pilot it from the inside. Only a mushroom elf could pull that off. As a hybrid entity, the Bosman armor boasted absolutely broken abilities. Its ultimate cheat code, Idolphian digestion. It could devour and absorb anything to steal its legendary skills. Jihan clenched his fists, eyes burning with absolute madness. "Let's devour Zermudo and fuse them together." Yanhua gasped in sheer horror. "How do you even come up with these psychotic plans?" But the shock vanished instantly, replaced by fiery, rebellious determination. "Screw it, let's do this." Moments later, above the endless West Sea, a single silhouette floated ominously in the sky. Jihan reached into his spatial inventory. He yanked out a blinding flash of light. Boom. The colossal city of Zermudo materialized, towering majestically before him. Data glitched across the screen. It was not just dormant. It was one of the 9 legendary gates. Acting as the Bongshan Tower, it housed exactly 98,923 souls. Jihan popped his hands on his hips. A wild grin spread across his face. Let us get this party started. Yeonhwa responded instantly. You got it, boss. He slammed his eyes shut. Pitch black shadows violently erupted from his core. The darkness twisted like a raging tornado. It blasted towards Zermudo at lightning speed. In a flash, Yeonhwa completely swallowed that massive titan. The chaotic swirling finally stopped. Two clashing auras fused into one ultimate beast. Suddenly, a blinding explosion of light ripped through the center. The whole structure violently quaked. Yeonhwa gave the crazy status update, assimilating Zermudo, the Bangshin Tower, and every soul inside. The object pulsed to his rhythm. We need massive resources for this. Crashing waves echoed beneath his crazy airborne report. Extracting ocean water, bam. The sea instantly erupted, shooting a massive geyser straight at Zermudo. It ruthlessly smashed into the mutating body within his mental realm, but as she casually glanced sideways, she absolutely lost her mind. What the actual heck is that? Jihan skipped the boring lectures. Dump. All the energy. Unleash. Everything. Even the Mana Yeonhwa was completely speechless. Are you freaking serious? Fine. She slammed the screen shut. Time to focus on this insane order. Suddenly, a violently swirling black hole ripped the blue sky wide open. Infinite torrents of raw power crashed down onto Zermudo. It was an epic energy waterfall. In mere seconds, the pitch-black sphere mutated and expanded like crazy. Jihan tracked every glitchy movement. He muttered with savage excitement, "Hell yeah, let us see what epic monster this becomes." The chaotic aura around Zermudo violently warped with Yeonhwa's sheer willpower. Flickering blue hellfire completely engulfed the entire structure. And holy crap, its new form was so ridiculously massive, it completely swallowed Jihan in its terrifying shadow. He stared at the unbelievable cinematic spectacle. His eyebrows shot up in pure hype. It is done. Somehow Zermudo had entered a crazy glowing transformation phase. Deep, monstrous heartbeats made the entire titan violently shudder. It finally stabilized, floating like a boss in midair. The brand new specs flashed on screen: Mythic Tier, Super Zermudo, exclusive gear for Han Jihan, a sick combo of the Flying Fortress, fused with the Golem and the Bossman armor. The main operating system is Poison Yeonhwa, backed by Zermudo's merged spirit and a ton of crazy base integrations. Scanning the insane stat window, Jihan's jaw literally dropped. No freaking way. Still staring in pure shock. He geeked out internally. This became the most badass item ever. There is no way this is just regular armor. It is a literal walking fortress. Plus it packs a massive dimensional pocket where people can actually live. Mid-freakout, Yeonhwa broke the silence. All done. Boss Jihan blinked in shock. For real. Suddenly, Super Zermudo blasted a blinding cinematic aura, then the colossal beast casually began to shrink. Watching it float over, he tilted his head. Did you just shrink that monster? Or compress it? Yeonhwa fired back. Shrunk it. It is straight up spatial distortion. Even I cannot compress that much junk. He smirked, remembering the old gear. But you pulled that off with a Bossman armor. She immediately countered. Yeah, but this beast is ridiculously heavier. Jihan gave a cool nod. Got it. Less nerding out, more testing, Poison Yeonhwa took the wheel of Super Zermudo. It can still auto-equip, so no stress there. And just like that, Super Zermudo phased right through his clothes. It anchored itself deep inside his core. In a split second, the ultimate armor and its master achieved perfect synchronization. The massive gear vanished like a ghost. But wait. Yeonhwa rudely interrupted his heroic pose. Hey, even in this epic mode, those guys are waking up and moving around. They all survived. Even Tongsheng Gyoju? Jihan narrowed his eyes. You mean that crazy fanatic from the anti-restoration cult? Perfect. I have been dying to have a little chat with him. All right, while we are at it, kick out that couple who begged me to wreck Lord Jinshin. Those siblings Zamu and Yasu, I seriously do not need them as my sidekicks anymore. Yeonhwa instantly processed the kick command. I will dump them in Zermudo's dimensional pocket for now. Jihan totally cringed at the clunky phrasing. Dude, that name is way too long. He rubbed his chin like an absolute genius. Time for a sick rebrand. Just call it the Zermudo Life Zone. She chimed back. System updated. Done wasting time on boring admin stuff, Jihan flipped the switch back to boss mode. All right, time to interrogate Tongsheng Gyoju. But this vibe is completely off. With a slick step, he vanished into thin air. Let us head home. Back at Jihan's epic magic tower, brilliant lights pierced the pitch-black sky in the blink of an eye. A wild glitch in space-time flashed brilliantly. Down in the tower's underground bunker, Jihan casually scoped out the reinforced room. If Tangchan Gyeoju throws a tantrum down here, the walls can definitely take it. He gave Yanhua the final command. Summon Tangchan Gyeoju right here. She snapped back instantly. You got it, boss. 3 seconds later, the crazy cultist materialized right in front of him. But as Jihan scanned the dude's stats, he actually flinched. A terrifying number smacked him right in the face. The cult leader was level 678. How the heck is his level that ridiculously high? A rebellious, adrenaline-fueled smirk crept onto his face. This was going to be insanely fun. I absolutely crushed him. Talk about an epic win. Gyeoju spawned at the magic tower, glaring at the alien surroundings. He locked his suspicious eyes on Jihan. You saved me. Facing that question. He crossed his arms, smirking flawlessly. More like I completely hijacked Zermudo and the Bangshin Tower. Then I rebooted your soul using the tower. Obviously, Gyeoju bought 0% of that story. Total bull. He squinted, absolute distrust burning deep within his sharp gaze. Even missing my 4 treasures sword, I never expected a Gaia entity to hit this hard right after awakening. Hearing that epic drop, Jihan blinked. His 4 treasures sword. Seeing the kid totally clueless. Zanhua chimed in. The 4 treasures sword is basically Zermudo's most legendary ultimate item. It's a god-tier weapon fused from 4 other special blades. But then he suddenly choked up. Harem King Jinzazan completely vaporized it. Jihan whistled mentally. That geezer actually dropped a nuke on Zermudo. Shaking it off, he faced the stunned loser. Come on, Tangchan Gyeoju, you think that shiny sword changes anything? Even if you had whatever old man Jin smashed to dust. Anyway, let's skip the filler. I ain't got all day. Gyeoju looked totally lost. What the hell are you babbling about? Jihan hit him with the brutal truth. Hate it or love it, you're my minion now. Got it. Getting dead silence, he smirked. So you know. But chill, I'm not going to make you do my dirty work. You'd probably just slack off anyway. That savage burn sparked crazy suspicion in Gyeoju's eyes. Jihan nodded. Like how you exploited the Bangshin Tower, you nailed it? Entities bound to the tower are literally immortal unless it's destroyed. Seal them right and you get an endless mana battery. It's like the Magic Tower's basement reactor, but way more badass. Gyeoju scoffed, cutting to the chase. Then seal me, I'd rather die than follow your orders. Facing that stubborn edge, Jihan grinned wickedly. Oh, relax. I will right after I extract what I want. Let's kick off with task number 1, shall we? Subordinate status window. The moment Gyeoju's system interface popped up, Jihan ruthlessly hit the command override. Spill absolutely everything you know about the 9 gates. Hearing that absolute command, panic struck him. What? Fighting through violently trembling lips, Gyeoju still managed to growl out his absolute fury. You bastard! What did you do? Ugh, damn it. Agonizing screams ripped out as raw pain shredded his entire body. Meanwhile, Jihan just kept on smirking. Is he seriously resisting the system right now? Xianhua gasped in pure awe. Expected nothing less from Tangchan Gyeoju. It's insane he can fight back while being a subordinate. Gyeoju's broken body forced itself up, defying fate to the bitter end. You filthy peasant. How dare you? Watching his dramatic struggle. Jihan rolled his eyes. Squeezing answers out of you will take 500 years. Done wasting time, he switched gears. Let's try this then. I command you to manifest a memory orb of the 9th Gate organization the instant those words dropped. A suffocating aura exploded from deep inside Gyeoju's soul, thrashing wildly. Then it spiraled, tangling violently before crystallizing into a blindingly radiant orb. The guy completely lost it, roaring in humiliated rage. You will pay for this, but Jihan instantly shut down his villain speech. He sealed Tangchan Gyeoju straight into the Bangshin Tower, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. Finally, he'd uncover the absolute truth behind the 9th gate. What the hell were Zermudo's legendary 9 gates anyway? Xianhua was totally hyping him up too. Jihan already figured out the 9 gates meant literal doors controlled by 9 shadowy factions. But the real millionaire question, where did they lead? Super satisfied with the loot drop, Jihan smirked. Time to rip the lid off this mystery. But first, lore time. Millennia ago, divine beasts like the Black Tortoise forged a god-tier alliance to protect the realm. They called it Gaia, a cosmic force-blessing prodigies with insane powers while nerfing their use in the real world. Am I on the money? Hearing that, Xianhua nodded with absolute certainty. Spot on. 100% correct. Getting the green light, Jihan kept spitting his crazy theories. And then the rebel faction, so the radical reset freaks and the stubborn traditionalists, finally split. They hijacked 9 doors, which eventually got dubbed the 9th gate. Am I getting this right? Zeonhua nodded firmly. Spot on. Silence fell as Jihan sorted the wild puzzle pieces in his brain. All right then. This next part is just my crazy theory. But are these 9 gates the literal lifeblood keeping Gaia alive right now? Otherwise, why would every lunatic out there be fighting over them? Zeonhua jumped right in, based on all our intel. Your logic is rock solid. Without that, this whole massive faction war is totally pointless. Or that apocalyptic bloodbath between Zermudo and the Void. Sure, the Void threw the first punch, but maybe your vibe triggered it. My master. Or maybe they just went all in on that absolute wildcard harem king Jin Zazan. Jihan smirked. Because that guy absolutely wrecked Tongchang Gyoju back in the day. Exactly as Zeonhua confirmed with a deadpan look. Plus, they are Korean. Jihan just shrugged. Classic Korean mindset. We bicker nonstop, but the second an outsider steps up, we become brothers in arms. He eyed Gyoju's glowing orb. I seriously doubt I messed this up. Jihan reached out, his eyes burning with rebellious grit. Time to rip the mask off this 9th gate. Boom. Reality warped. His mind got yanked into a paper-thin dimension. A glitchy wasteland spawning literal wormholes for mythical freaks. Out of nowhere, a hulking, brutal orc smashed its way through. The fabric of reality was so insanely fragile here, spatial rifts tore open, constantly dumping interdimensional monsters right into our laps. A sudden snap echoed, grabbing the monster's attention. Its glowing eyes locked onto a random civilian, shaking like a leaf. Zero mercy. The beast snatched the poor guy up in a heartbeat. It ended him on the spot, completely drowning out his desperate screams. And that was just the start. Gates started popping off everywhere like crazy. A massive swarm of alien abominations began flooding the zone. Just when things looked completely screwed, the thunder god Thor stepped up to the plate. He hoisted his legendary hammer, sparking with pure magic. In a blinding flash, epic lightning bolts rained down, absolutely frying the summoned beasts, but a few flashy sparks weren't enough. The damn portals just kept multiplying. Our totally normal, boring, everyday world was getting violently overrun by nightmarish apex predators. The entire globe dissolved into pure panic, echoing with the screams of a crumbling society. Meanwhile, hovering in the cold silence of space, the moon just kept on spinning. Up there, 2 shadowy VIPs were enjoying the apocalyptic show. It was Gyoju and the Golden Light Madam watching the chaos from the cheap seats. Zero intention to help, just waiting for the perfect dramatic climax. Suddenly, Earth exploded in a blinding, epic flash of light. A massive shockwave washed over the entire bleeding planet. In a single heartbeat. Those toxic purple vortexes were just wiped off the map, handing the world a painfully brief timeout. Watching the fireworks from above, Gyoju sneered like the ultimate edgy villain. What a bunch of clueless gods. He glared down at the miraculously unbroken blue marble, dripping with absolute disgust. Pathetic divinities, so they finally stopped bickering and forged a holy alliance to babysit this dirtball. The Golden Light. Madam finally broke her icy silence. Patriarch. What is our next move? They just barricaded every single gate to the grand cosmos. The second she dropped the news, a blazing shadow ripped through the air beside her. The intel hit Sun Quan hard, making the veins on her forehead literally throb with rage. They have the guts to pull this stunt while we are burning out over the ascension furnace. Gyoju cut her off with a chilling calmness. Too late to cry about it now. He narrowed his eyes, locking onto a brutal truth. No matter what, those gates are destined to rip open again. His gaze pierced the earth with insane, obsessive conviction. And I will be the one to kick them wide open. Cut to a brutally hot golden wasteland. Violent static crackled through the dry air as a highly toxic energy spiked. In a fraction of a second, it morphed into a massive swirling teleportation rift. Snap, that terrifying image acted like a brutal wake-up call, yanking Jihan back to the real world. It took him a solid minute to process that intense mental trip. He stared down at his own trembling, sweat-slicked hands. He muttered, totally shell-shocked. It all makes sense now. Living through that hellish vision gave Jihan the ultimate spoiler that Rift was one of the legendary 9 Great Gates. The nightmare fuel of those alien freaks flashed behind his eyes. His jaw practically dropped. Cosmic portals bridging our dimension to the wild unknown, that is the actual terrifying truth behind the 9 gates. The mind-blowing drop left Jihan totally speechless. Holy crap. Is this completely insane reality actually happening? Is this the apocalyptic mess the rebel faction wants to hit undo on? It sounds absolutely cracked, but maybe we should have smelled the BS from day one. He swallowed his pride and faced the music. Yeah, the 9 gates aren't Gaia's support beams. It is the total opposite. Since ancient times, these dimensional rifts just spawned randomly like glitching pop-ups until they got hard-coded into 9 locked coordinates to stop the spam. Those 9 anchor points, the 9 Great Gates, Gaia actually slapped a massive firewall on them, totally unplugging Earth from the cosmic network to keep us breathing. Stitching the chaotic clues together, Jihan gasped. Put simply, Gaia is our literal planetary bodyguard. Xian Hoa slapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Exactly, when the dust settles, we have to defend both the 9 gates and Gaia, if those seals break. We aren't just hitting a factory reset. The whole damn planet gets vaporized. Jihan froze completely ghost quiet. His brain was running 1,000,000 miles a minute in the dark. A stubborn glitch still nagged at his gut. I get the big picture, but the math still feels off. He frowned deeply. What am I missing here? Hovering midair with his legs crossed, he moved slightly, his voice dropped thick with absolute resolve. Why on earth would the rebel faction create Gaia? I mean, it is the core system running the 9 gates and the entire world. Even the Order faction lacked a solid reason to do something so drastic. Hearing this wild theory, Yanhua tilted her head curiously, asking for confirmation. Master, are you asking why they deemed it absolutely necessary? Jihan countered smoothly. Think about it. The rebels are desperately trying to smash the gates right now. So why exactly did they approve of building them back then? Did those rebels just randomly flip the script? And what about the Order faction? Has their stance shifted at all, especially since that chaotic era when those spatial rifts were constantly tearing open? It finally clicked in his brain, so he immediately hammered home the main point. They had burned through a massive amount of resources too. That was the exact truth he was trying to brutally convey right there. Yet this massive plot hole still left Jihan completely baffled. I just do not get why they are risking their necks to defend the 9 gates. He had witnessed that epic clash between Jermo and the spatial gate firsthand. So he knew the gate had suffered brutal losses, including one of the 4 emperors. The 3-legged crow was critically wounded. The Iron Emperor was barely hanging on by a thread. Only the Wood King and Earth Emperor walked away relatively unscathed. But the spatial gate bled far more than just that. Even if they ruthlessly conquered Jermo territory, it was basically a massive loss. Judging from the stolen memories of the Heavenly Oracle cult leader, everything in the past seemed to be running incredibly smoothly. Yanhua suddenly recalled her own visions. Furthermore, based on those memories, the rebels never actually agreed to create Gaia. The system might have been forcefully shoved down their throats. Suddenly grasping a crazy revelation, Jihan snapped back to reality and aggressively agreed. Exactly. His mind immediately started spinning new theories. If the rebels went completely psycho because they were chained against their will, what is the Order faction's excuse? Legend says the gods themselves constructed the Gaia system. It had to be the gods from the Order faction. What insane motive pushed them to create Gaia? Suddenly a massive system alert popped up. A dreadful omen washed over Jihan, leaving him absolutely paralyzed. A cold shiver violently crawled down his spine. It has been ages since this skill triggered. I have a deeply terrifying feeling about this. While his anxiety spiked, a holographic screen suddenly exploded open, nearly giving him a heart attack. Jihan, you are completely frozen, with pure panic. What is wrong? She skipped the small talk, her voice frantic with extreme urgency. Snap back to the real world right now? It is a code red emergency. Her frantic attitude threw him totally off guard. Why before Jihan could even process the absolute chaos a mechanical voice echoed. You have received a mandatory quest to seal spatial rifts. The rift count in the real world has hit 57. The epic reward, maintaining Gaia's absolute integrity. The penalty, utter destruction. The brutal text. One of the 9 gates has completely collapsed, violently struck his eyes. Jihan stood there dumbfounded before spitting out a curse. Damn it all. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black dimension, 2 shadowy figures sat in completely dead silence. The Goblin King, famously known as the Earth Emperor, scowled in heavy frustration. There's a blind spot in my ultimate prophecy. How on earth did Asgard slip right past my divine sight? He probed the darkness carefully. Is this even worth our time to investigate? They definitely bypassed all normal methods. There absolutely has to be severe third-party interference. Hearing this theory, a specific name sparked in the Goblin King's mind. Are you implying Kemet is involved? Rasputin rolled his eyes menacingly. If my memory serves me right, Kemet heavily practices ancient Egyptian dark arts. They are also notoriously branded as hardcore members of the rebel faction. But we cannot rule out a dirty traitor hiding within our own ranks. Some neutral weakling might have flipped sides. Even the Golden Circle and Avalon in our own alliance are not exactly trustworthy. That logical argument did absolutely nothing to erase the Goblin King's deep-rooted paranoia. But honestly, even without a traitor, the neutral faction, the Tremurti and Sephiroth, could easily be the masterminds behind this mess. I cannot pierce through their secrets. They have heavily fortified themselves with absolute anti-prophecy shields. So we desperately need to forge a brutal counterattack plan right now. Otherwise, this grim logic made everything crystal clear for Rasputin. Spot on. Unwanted guests and interdimensional invaders will relentlessly flood our world. However, the Goblin King clenched his fist, completely unwilling to accept defeat, even if we have the legendary Harem King on our side. Did that monster not already ascend to pure godhood in the outer dimensions? He harshly snapped back. You know damn well there are countless outer beings just as monstrously strong as him. The native gods of this world, previously chained by Gaia, can finally unleash their true, catastrophic power. But even so, their highly classified conversation continued in a suffocating, deeply ominous silence. But suddenly, stepping out of the absolute void, Mahoon randomly materialized, bursting into insanely psychotic laughter. Ha ha ha, I totally knew this dramatic moment would finally arrive. This is just too perfectly splendid. Both Dark Emperors instantly whipped their heads toward the extremely arrogant intruder. The Goblin King's eyes widened in genuine shock. I honestly never expected you could forcefully smash through our secure war room. Mahoon struck a wildly dramatic pose as he soaked in the threat. What do you want, Grand Representative of the Dark Auction? Flashing an insanely chaotic and greedy grin, the merchant finally answered. Obviously, I crashed this little party to strike a legendary business deal. Skipping the useless formalities, Mahoon swaggered directly up to the Goblin King and Rasputin, ready to pitch his ultimate masterstroke. Our glorious president desperately wants to auction off a very special item. Hearing this madness, the Goblin King furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with deadly curiosity. Sell an item. The merchant smirked confidently, locking in the bait. Yes, an unbelievably rare game-changing artifact. He purposely paused for a highly theatrical second, violently cranking up the dramatic tension. It was personally crafted by the legendary gamer himself, Han Ji-han. He dramatically pointed a finger at the blindly glowing machine right behind him. Here is the masterpiece. Feast your eyes on the reverse Newman conversion device. The Goblin King was completely paralyzed, absolutely speechless. Wait, is that not... Drinking in their utter shock, Mahoon asked with lethal smugness. Well, is this not exactly the godly weapon your faction desperately needs? Meanwhile, in an entirely different dimension, the atmosphere brutally snapped like a heavily over-tightened string as a terrifying unknown entity violently crashed onto the scene. That monster, a massive lizard, totally decked out in shiny metallic blue scales, it just waltzed right out of the main portal. Now it's casually strolling down our empty streets with its freakish squad. But suddenly, those freaky golden eyes darted around, they locked onto something special. In a split second, its massive sledgehammer of a tail whipped right up into the air, and then, boom. A devastating tail swipe absolutely obliterated the nearest building. It rained concrete and dust everywhere in just a single heartbeat. That massive skyscraper was instantly reduced to absolute rubble and blinding dust. Suddenly, the giant lizard's razor-sharp senses twitched. It slowly raised its heavy steel-like head like a waking titan. But exactly 1 second later, every single scale on its head spiked straight up, high-voltage lightning violently crackled around it. The air ripped apart as raw energy blasted into the sky, launching debris everywhere. This savage attack shook the literal earth. Rocks caught fire, erupting into massive raging pillars of flame that completely swallowed the entire zone. And after causing that unbelievable world-ending level of chaos, the boss monster literally just strolled away, like it was absolutely nothing. Right then, the spatial portal started acting up again, violently pulsing out of control. Infinite waves of twisted, seriously ugly monsters came flooding out in massive hordes. They furiously charged straight toward our human city like absolute maniacs. Looking down from above, the whole city was drowning in pure chaos. The sound of collapsing buildings perfectly remixed with the insane shrieks of those freakish monsters. Watching this total disaster unfold from his high vantage point, the guy just clicked his tongue. Well, this just got officially worse. Pax aggressively rubbed his chin, looking half terrified and half mind-blown by the whole situation. These weird subspecies creeps just keep endlessly spawning. The guy standing right behind him nervously gulped and asked, "Yo, can we even actually survive a fight with these things?" Seriously, boss, that random lightning strike would have totally wiped us off the map. But Pax completely ignored him, turning straight to Jung Hyun instead. Bro, check its exact stats right now." Jung Hyun confidently nodded his head. "Hold up a sec." He raised his magic staff high, casting a spell that exploded with dazzling, brilliant light. And right after that, The giant lizard's entire system profile popped up right before their eyes. Level 142. It is a subspecies boss, not even the main one. It requires a full party raid. Even going all out if there are more than two, we are totally screwed. Hearing that, Alex's legs started shaking. Damn it all. But this is a mandatory quest, so we have no choice. Pax was absolutely speechless. So even if it meant dying, they had to try. Suddenly, the monster's glowing golden eyes violently widened with pure unfiltered rage. The colossal beast took a massive, terrifying breath and snapped its head to stare exactly at the building, hiding our crew. Serene, who usually kept super quiet, violently shivered as she completely sensed the incoming death trap spinning around instantly. An ear-shattering crash exploded right after that. The giant lizard smashed its heavy claw straight onto the fragile window. Since it was a crazy freaking reptile slithering up that completely vertical wall at godlike speed, was basically child's play. That utterly insane sight left Pax's entire crew absolutely paralyzed with fear. Holy crap, it is actually climbing up. That is literally impossible. How is that even legally a thing? Young Hyun yelled out anxiously, but with absolute terrifying certainty. I can totally confirm it has a special movement skill. Whatever its gross feet touch literally becomes solid flat ground for it. Aw, absolute crap. Thank God we only grabbed the aggro of one stay sharp, guys. Pax instantly barked orders at his squad. Listen up, team. We are taking this fight to the sky. The others immediately drew their weapons, screaming back, loud and perfectly clear. Young Hyun took on his vital support role like a true pro. I will forcefully bend the literal laws of this world to grant you guys the ultimate power of free flight. Instantly, the three main heavy hitters were totally wrapped in a glowing badass magical aura. Instead of going for a suicidal head-on attack, they smartly flew wild circles around the ugly beast to completely disorient it. This epic tactical move totally worked, but it absolutely pissed the giant monster off beyond belief. In an absolute flash, it violently puked out a massive, impossibly thick wave of purple smoke that completely swallowed the area. Pax reacted with god-tier reflexes, dodging hard to the side, miraculously escaping that creeping, crazy toxic gas cloud. But the exact second he looked back, he felt another totally lethal threat rushing straight at him. Who the heck knew that weird purple smoke was wildly conductive? A massive electric shock blasted Pax without a single ounce of mercy. His entire body was instantly scorched, losing all of its physical strength as he plummeted straight back into that thick, terrifying fog. Right after a brutally dry, chilling sound echoed from inside like a solid boulder cracking apart. Catching his captain going down out of the corner of his eye and hearing those freaky noises, Alex violently whipped his head around. Seeing his beloved boss turned into a literal lifeless hunk of solid rock, he completely panicked. Guys, he has been totally petrified. Both loyal juniors were absolutely shook to the core and screaming, "Boss, no?" Meanwhile, young Hyun hovered high above them, frantically chanting his magic, "Raging storm, answer my ultimate call." During that incredibly brief second of utter nightmare chaos, a vicious howling tornado spawned out of absolute nowhere, violently shattering every glass window in the building. The thick, toxic fog was totally blasted away, revealing Pax's hopelessly frozen stone body right next to that hideous giant lizard. With absolutely zero magic holding him up, he dropped like a literal rock. And his landing zone was the absolute worst place ever. The monster just mindlessly opened its massive jaws and instinctively swallowed him whole in one terrifying, sickening gulp. Alex and Serene were completely paralyzed, and their faces going from pale to pure ghost. Up above, young Hyun was having a total meltdown, screaming, "It costs way too many revival soul points to bring someone back." Down below on the chaotic ground, Alex desperately slammed his giant shield down heavily, sweating absolute buckets of fear. Damn it all, this crazy instant petrification breath is just way too ridiculously overpowered. Pushing completely past his human limits, he roared like a madman and charged straight at the giant lizard, aggressively activating his shockwave shield. His main weapon violently blasted a heavy kinetic shock right into the monstrous beast, viciously snapping its giant, ugly head completely to the side. While that colossal freaking monster was still totally and completely stunned, Serene fiercely launched herself from behind. She ruthlessly smashed her massive 100-pound hammer directly into its ugly skull so hard you could literally hear the sickening crack of shattered bones. The giant lizard was knocked totally and utterly brain dead, basically just violently gasping for air as it completely free fell from the sky. Its insanely heavy body brutally slammed into the street, triggering a literal mini earthquake that made the poor concrete completely shatter and violently shake around them. That absolutely brutal critical hit literally blasted the giant lizard straight out of the air. Its terrifyingly massive weight crashed directly into the ground, violently carving out a super deep crater and aggressively ripping open crazy spiderweb cracks that completely destroyed the solid pavement. Blinding dust and dirt violently kicked up into a thick hazy fog, Serene coldly stared down at the totally motionless body of their enemy. She just slightly frowned her brows. Her face basically screamed pure, unfiltered disappointment. She felt absolutely zero satisfaction from winning this supposed epic fight. Seriously, if it actually dies from just that, it is way too painfully weak. But right at that exact suspenseful moment, a completely shocked gasp echoed right next to her. Alex froze solid. His eyes went insanely wide as he stared directly behind them. Once the dust finally settled, his face instantly turned dead pale with absolute sheer horror. He practically screamed his lungs out, his voice cracking with pure panic and total despair. That fight just pulled every single monster in the area. The violent tremors and the thick stench of the lizard's blood had literally become the ultimate invitation for pure, unadulterated death. Driven by pure primal instinct, the surrounding monster horde instantly paused their violent hunt. Hundreds of bloodthirsty, glowing crimson eyes snapped directly toward our duo. The air grew suffocatingly heavy, signaling a totally one-sided slaughter was about to kick off. Jung-hyun stayed perfectly ice-cold. Pinching a glowing crystal, he muttered, "The dead guy is officially back in the evil corporation zone." He tossed the gem, letting it freefall. Mid-air, it erupted into a blinding, intense flash of light. 1 second later, Fax respawned, looking completely disgusted. He stuck his tongue out, coughing and hacking up an absolute storm. Blay Hack Fax was drenched in a cold sweat. Shivering, he wiped his mouth. Nothing sucks more than getting a VIP tour of the afterlife. Serene glided over with a breezy smirk. "Hey, still beats being a permanent corpse, right?" Alex followed close behind. His whole body was trembling on extreme high alert. He stared down at the massive monster blockade. Seriously, where did these freaks even come from? Jung-hyun remained weirdly chill despite the deadly trap. The quest log says they are interdimensional invaders. If we slack off, these beasts will completely crash the real world. The system demands we exterminate them first. So zero chance of backing out. We got sucked into the Great Labyrinth era, and now we are bound to the evil corporation's god. We are literally just doing the god's dirty work. Fax turned around, scanning the sea of monsters. He quickly ran the numbers, his voice shaking. Trash defense, but their damage output is completely insane. 1 lightning strike means instant paralysis. And their petrification breath, instant game over. My resistance stats are absolute garbage here. Alex shuddered, nodding hard. Yeah, that is a literal one-hit kill. Rubbing his chin, Jung-hyun groaned. What a massive headache. I want to snipe them from afar, but we lack the range skills. Suddenly, Fax froze, eyes wide. Wait, what are they doing? Why did they just stop moving? Down below, the beast horde went completely deadpan. No growling, no moving. They just swarmed to one spot, lured by some invisible magnet. A dry snapping sound echoed. Faint blue pixels wove together. Then it became terrifyingly clear. Across the dimensional rift, a bustling modern city appeared, packed with traffic. Seeing that the squad's sanity practically snapped, Fax screamed in pure panic. His voice cracked with absolute terror. Stop them right now. They are glitching into the real world. Alex realized they were completely screwed. His face went ghost white. Oh crap, that is downtown Seoul, and it is totally packed with civilians, just as absolute doom approached up in the sky. A mysterious black portal ripped wide open. The monster mob snapped their ugly heads up. A slender arm reached out first, followed by the fierce silhouette of Shinjung. Her right fist clenched instantly, pulling blinding, blazing fire magic around her hand. Zero hesitation. She poured every ounce of her power into a downward strike. The second she attacked, thousands of flaming fists unleashed all at once. They rained down like an apocalyptic meteor shower, violently ripping through the air. A deafening boom shattered the silence. The beasts were vaporized into meat confetti before they could even screech. An earth-shattering explosion blasted fiery shrapnel and a scorching shockwave everywhere. Serene's squad was completely paralyzed, jaws glued to the floor, terrified by that raw, destructive power. She could not stop shaking. What on earth was that Fax whipped around to Jung-hyun, sweating bullets? Hey Mage, what is her level? Jung-hyun felt goosebumps covering his entire body. He shook his head. Unreadable. She is easily 100 levels above us. They all gulped loudly, terror morphing into suspicion. crap is she a raid boss? While they stood there shaking in their boots out of the thick black smoke, Shinjung floated upward like a weightless feather. She had sensed them the whole time. Defying their battle-ready stances, she just spoke with icy indifference. You guys are the A Corporation players, right? I handled the trash here. Hurry up and head to the next dimensional rift. With those words, raging flames swallowed her whole. The team just blinked like absolute idiots, completely speechless. Her fire vortex shrank, faded, and vanished into thin air. Even though they survived, Alex was still processing the sheer madness. What just happened? Serene was equally stunned. Seems like she actually knows who we are. Then it clicked for facts. She must be tight with the game admin. I heard the admin used to be called a corporation. The three of them let out a massive collective sigh of relief. It felt like a massive mountain was just lifted off their shoulders. Young-hyun bounced back to reality the fastest. He flashed a bright grin, returning to his usual goofy, carefree self. Well, who cares about the minor details anyway? The system says quest complete. We can finally go home, boys. Right on cue. A soft buzz echoed from inside his cloak, brutally interrupting his hopeful speech. His face instantly dropped into total darkness. An ominous, heavy feeling crept in, and sure enough, Young-hyun delivered the fatal blow to his team. Guys, another quest just dropped. That update hit the other three like a massive critical strike. They physically choked on the air. Extreme dizziness washed over them. They literally just wanted to pass out right there and escape this endless torture loop. The others frantically checked their personal devices. Did yours update first? Yeah, exactly the same. Wait, mine just pinged too. Every single face looked hollow and totally soul-crushed. Their backs stiffened from the never-ending psychological stress. All four let out a heavy sigh of pure defeat. Serene finally made the call. Let us just get down first. My flight magic is about to expire anyway. Fax gave a stiff nod. Running away wouldn't change destiny. Yeah, it was time. Let's roll out. Without another useless complaint, the four shadowy figures vanished. They teleported away in a split second. Their landing zone flashed onto the monitor. Every single detail was broadcasted in crystal clear high definition. Chillaxing in his own private dimension, Jihan watched the feeds. A massive wicked smirk plastered across his face. Watching this in 2.5D felt totally like a retro video game. Man, it had been forever since he saw these guys. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed through the room. What exactly could he even do about it? Wait, that was literally a player's skill. The reminder snapped Jihan out of his daze. Oh, duh. Makes sense, right? Before he could even squint at it, the screen went dead black. What the heck, video over already? Then a classic pop-up flashed. Jinrung had finally returned. Bam. A rapid-fire wave of alerts spammed his vision. Companion successfully deployed epic loot, and massive XP acquired, just another broken perk of being a player. The companion dispatch system. Total classic RPG vibes, right? Benching your useless sidekicks on autoquests, it was the perfect cheat code to force level the weak links up to the main squad. These dispatch pawns ground their own levels and hauled back sweet, sweet loot. Jihan casually shifted his gaze to the side. But wait, there was more. A super rare flashing red alert caught his eye. The text burned brightly into his retina. Player World Defense Mode initiated. He unlocked this insane raid defense feature at the exact same moment he got the dispatch system. Sure, it said companion summon, but Jihan could literally drop absolute boss level generals onto the battlefield. We're talking about the almighty patriarch and the absolute unit, Lord Jinshin. And all of this was thanks to one super annoying mandatory quest, Speak of the Devil, a glowing blue system window slammed open. The brutal objective glowed violently. Mandatory quest seal the dimensional rifts tearing through the real world. The jackpot. A flawless, totally intact Gaia system. The penalty for blowing it, a corrupted, deeply glitched Gaia. Countdown timer running. 21 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. His eyes locked onto the absolute worst part. A ticking, unforgiving time limit. Jihan's heart literally skipped a beat reading the penalty. If he choked this mission, the fallout would be absolute garbage. Sensing his massive stress spike, Xian Hoa jumped in with a brainy theory. The penalty for flexing god powers in front of ordinary humans might actually be disabled, and if that was true, global mental stress levels would utterly skyrocket. Those creepy shadow minions would breed like crazy. Oh crap. That reminder hit him like a truck. He totally forgot about that nightmare mechanic. Oh right, when regular humans get jumped by these things, their sheer panic triggers a massive psychic blowout. That dark energy pools together, spawning grunts that mutate into full-blown demons. And demons, they treat humans like an all-you-can-eat buffet. They glitch out of the virtual plane just to kidnap people and drag them into the abyss. Xian Hoa used to melt those exact demons using her signature toxic brews. She basically played exterminator to keep the public from totally freaking out. But if the Gaia system cracked open, and alien horrors flooded the real streets, running the brutal math in his head, Jihan hit a horrifying conclusion. It would trigger an endless death loop. Society would literally go up in flames. Xian Ho's face went dead serious, matching his dread. Spot on, my master. The real world would collapse in a heartbeat. And when that happens, the remaining 9 mystical gates will face absolute siege or total breakout. Jihan felt the crushing weight of the clock. No more messing around. Wait, didn't we completely lock down the Zomoto sector before? What the heck were Bellylet and Danman even doing over there? A subordinate chimed in with absolute respect. Shall I launch a covert investigation, my lord? Jihan gave a cool nod. Yeah, get on that. I will go patch up these dimension leaks in the meantime. Just as he was about to log out, his eyes locked onto the rift counter, 28. He let out a soft gasp. Looks like some factions were actually handling their own garbage, just like that villainous Megacorp did. Hey, silver linings, right? The Xinrung forces, Lolino Miss Chim and Shin Sanin, were officially deployed again. Got it. Time for me to move out. Japan was the closest hotspot, and their alliance there was pretty solid. I am hitting that spot first. Meanwhile, in a completely different pitch-black void, a maniacal, utterly unhinged laugh ripped through the silence. Oh, this is purely magnificent. A swirling torrent of hyper-violet mana erupted. It pulsed with a soft, hypnotic glow, yet radiated absolutely devastating god-tier power. The energy drilled violently into the unseen earth. Matter instantly dissolved into ash, carving out a nightmare-inducing, bottomless abyss, framing the massive crater. The entire zone fractured into 2 violently clashing domains, a brutal war zone of frost and flame. On one side, a vicious, absolute zero glacier dominated the terrain. It blasted out bone-shattering frost. On the flip side, raging hellfire incinerated everything in its path, turning the very oxygen into scorching venom. Yet thriving in this totally chaotic wasteland, mutated flesh-eating flora sprouted violently. They thrashed their grotesque thorny tentacles into the air. Razor-sharp fangs snapped wildly, hissing out blood-curdling demonic roars. Standing casually amidst the madness, Loki shoved his hands deep into his pockets. He practically oozed arrogant rebel energy right by the colossal pillar of mana. Tilting his head back, he stared into the swirling violet abyss. A seriously twisted, psychotic grin slashed across his face. His cheeks flushed with an absolutely unhinged thrill. That glowing beam, pure, undiluted cosmic energy from beyond the veil. The fabric of reality was literally ripping apart around the light. An endless swarm of alien horrors violently spilled out. The absolute second they dropped, they engaged in a brutal, bloody free-for-all, viciously cannibalizing their own kind. Loki casually flicked his gaze downward, admiring his beautifully fractured, dual-element hellscape. He let out a cocky, analytical hum. Has Jihan seriously not sniffed this place out yet, figures? The guy was totally missing in action. Flashes of their brutal past hijacked his mind, twisting his lips into a deeply sinister smirk. He inhaled sharply, desperately, trying to choke down the wild adrenaline exploding inside his ribcage. Man, the nostalgia is hitting hard. It went down exactly like this back in the day. Were those gloriously chaotic times finally making a comeback? I am literally buzzing right now. Let's see which. Absolute powerhouse of an outer god crashes this party. First, Loki didn't even have time to get bored. Boom! His eyes locked onto a blinding, prismatic flash of rainbow energy, violently tearing through the pitch-black void. The sheer perfection of her arrival broke his composure. He threw his head back and let out a wickedly arrogant cackle. I freaking knew it was you. Honestly, who else could pull off an entrance like that? Her impossibly long ethereal hair floated gracefully without a single breeze. Her eyes were bottomless, crystal-clear pools, completely untouched by mortal filth. She was a cosmic anomaly that completely shattered human logic. The one and only Haterquat. The goddess of anomalies had just dropped into our reality. Clearly, she was not used to this brutal new server. She slowly parted her lips, struggling to speak after ages of dead silence. Her voice was pure static and glitchy rasps. This is his turf, his home, Jindajong. The martial emperor was spawned right here. But suddenly, Haterquat's neck snapped violently to the left. A sickening crunch echoed like shattered glass. Her shoulders twitched and snapped. Her head whipped right with the exact same gruesome crack. Finally, her head locked back into center, like that creepy glitch never even happened. But her cosmic mind was finally rebooting. Right. Oh yeah, the connection is live. The firewall is totally down. This place is sick. Right then. She caught the scent of an uninvited guest. Her dead eyes darted back. She locked onto Loki, spitting out his chaotic resume. You absolute trickster. You scheming fraud. Loki. The dancing flame. Talk about major instability? No, wait, you are an anomaly yourself. It has been a minute-long time, no see. Loki was buzzing with crazy chaotic energy. He waved his arms like a complete drama king. Whoa, you actually remember me. Color me shocked. I cannot believe Harderquat. The goddess of rifts and plagues remembers a lowly troll like me. He laid the sarcasm on thick, clutching his heart and spinning like a theater kid. He was not hiding his twisted hype. I am just so genuinely moved. Despite Loki throwing an absolute cringe fest, Harderquat remained horrifyingly chill. You have not changed one bit. You still have not evolved into an anomaly. That sentence hit Loki like a truck. A single drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Her lips slowly twisted into a demonic grin, head tilting at a totally unnatural angle. Yeah, no, that is a massive red flag. Loki's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His survival instincts were screaming that lethal danger was right on top of him. Harderquat kept muttering in that raspy alien voice, whatever was once stable will spiral into absolute chaos. What has shifted will mutate again, and so you shall mutate too. He spun around in an instant, but he was too slow. A massive wave of chaotic, suffocating magic blasted right at him, freezing him in absolute terror. A glittering, multicolored fog of pure death instantly began eating away at Loki's pixels. His face drained of all color, and blood-curdling screams ripped through the pitch-black void. Even while glitching out in absolute agony, Loki forced a cocky, rebellious smirk for one last troll. Huh. So you are the one spawning these anomalies and rifts. Harderquat's stone-cold face finally spared him a single glance. Knowing he hit a nerve, Loki cracked up his voice, dripping with psychotic arrogance. Ha ha ha, peace out, loser. Catch you later. Harderquat. His avatar instantly dissolved into dark purple flames, fading straight into the void. Harderquat just stood there staring blankly at his spawn point, totally unfazed. Seconds later, she gazed down at the map, down where ice and fire were throwing down hard. She glitched out her words again, a little. Shift. No. Anomaly. Rare. Shift. Then her cosmic eyes practically hacked the server, peering right through the fabric of space and time. The chaotic magic at the border kept swirling like a glitchy hurricane. Her voice echoed like a terrifying patch note. All things shall be corrupted and mutated into anomalies. Way outside Jahan's home server, beyond the legendary admins controlling the 3,000 infinite realms, those who chill entirely out of bounds. An absolute, totally isolated final boss. She is the literal source code of disaster. The goddess of anomalies. Rifts and plagues? Harderquat is officially logged in. This was the game over screen for humanity. The exact apocalypse Jahan was desperate to cancel. But Loki's smokescreen had kept this nightmare totally hidden from the players. Nobody knew the truth, yet. But they were about to find out because the catastrophic fallout of this alien boss drop was starting right now. Next morning, the city was giving off major ghost town vibes, just cold concrete and dead silence. 0 players, 0 heartbeat in sight. Out of nowhere, the empty street cracked like shattered glass. A hyper-lethal dimensional portal ripped open, puking out death aura and turning the sky an apocalyptic shade of gray. Thousands of cursed skeletons started pouring out of the rift. They mashed together like absolute trash mobs, forming a nauseating tsunami of white bones. Trigger warning for anyone with trypophobia because this was pure nightmare fuel. Endless blank skulls swiveled in every direction. They chattered like a dial-up modem, straight out of hell. Fresh meat. Too fresh. The crazy part. It did not even have a normal hitbox. It was just one massive grotesque Katamari ball made entirely of skulls. It crawled like a glitchy spider on hundreds of bone arms. Then suddenly, the skull sphere raised a massive skeletal arm swiping a glowing arc right through the air. Snap a second massive crack ripped through the dead street. A brand new portal leading straight into the real world spawned. You could literally see clueless people driving their cars in rush hour traffic on the other side. The bone monstrosity slowly reached its claw toward the breach. It was moving in slow motion, ready to crash the server boundary. But right as its fingers touched the edge, boom-pitch black clouds hijacked the sky, and blinding lightning aggressively tore through the gloom. A titanic, overpowered bolt of raw lightning nuked the skull monster with pinpoint accuracy. The absolute devastation of the attack instantly drained the portal's mana. The rift glitched out and forcefully snapped shut. The second gate was deleted from existence, totally saving the real world from a game over. The Bone Freak was literally smoking from the damage. Jihan had totally shut down its little invasion patch. He instantly used Flash Step, closing the gap with the boss monster. He locked his aggressive gaze onto the target, but his eyes narrowed at the system prompt. What the heck is this? Why is its stat window just flashing? Question marks. He stayed completely chill. Right. It has not breached the main server yet. Looks like I just need to smash this bug, and we are good. Definitely an anomaly. But while he analyzed the situation, the smoking skull ball violently staggered back to its feet. Pitch black death magic poured from this creep, but Jihan totally unfazed. He just nodded at Xianhua. A boss tier final enemy, gotta admit, that is pretty blockbuster, right? Suddenly the skeleton's crusty grating voice crashed their little chat. Too strong. The bonehead kept glitching out its creepy mumbling, getting louder. The king ruled this realm. Defenses completely bypassed. With every cryptic glitch hop word this walking calcium spat out, a toxic black aura exploded outward. The concrete straight up violently shattered under the insane magical pressure. Through the damp, wrecked earth, creepy bone fingers clawed their way up. More skeletal arms violently erupted from the dirt. Oh, great, a cinematic doomsday summon was happening. Screw waiting for its final form, Jihan dashed in, throwing his legendary heaven-smashing punch, but his eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, what? The bony freak tanked the epic hit without a single scratch. Jihan's brain raced. It didn't block it. It scattered my kinetic energy. A major red flag went off. He instantly backflipped to create space. Yeah, this bone job was definitely built different. Completely ignoring Jihan's ultimate move, the skull kept stuttering. Its movements turned violently chaotic. Bypass the shields? The level overload. But the king forbids this chaos. Jihan was totally fed up with the cryptic villain monologue. Dude, shut up, he roared. Channeling brutal aura into his fist, he triggered his combo skill. Blinding neon blue energy engulfed his entire arm. He unleashed an absolute hurricane of fists. Thousands of devastating strikes slammed the bone sphere. Splintered calcium shrapnel exploded everywhere under his savage beatdown. Boom! The whole thing detonated in a sky-high fiery blast. Massive shockwaves rocked the entire dimension. The final boss threat was officially canceled. But as the epic smoke cleared, a severely cracked smoking skull was just chilling in midair. Suddenly, its hollow eye sockets flared with laser-red fury. A ridiculously overpowered optic beam sniped straight at Jihan. Relying on pure gamer reflexes, he threw his arm up to block. His blocking arm literally cooked glowing molten orange from the insane heat. The system spammed alerts. Hit effect triggered, taking 82,371 damage. 93,871 damage, despite the agonizing burn. Jihan stayed freakishly cool-headed. Glaring at the busted skull, he chanted his ultimate counter, Mind Art's Infinite Void Awakening, answering his epic call. A massive black hole ripped through space. Crushing purple gravity crushed the battlefield. Instantly, the leftover bony trash got violently vacuumed inside. He even half-destroyed the freak's consciousness, hung on spitting more cryptic garbage. The void consumes, but the king's rule remains. Resistance is futile. With those edgy last words, the skull got totally swallowed by the swirling dark matter, completely deleted from existence. Jihan casually swiped up, lifting the black hole. It rippled like a glitchy screen and completely despawned. Cinematic silence returned to the battlefield. The final roadblock was officially trashed. He exhaled a massive breath of relief. His muscles uncoiled as the adrenaline crash hit hard. Still winning felt seriously good. Thank God that surprise nuke actually worked. Leaving that thing alive would have been a total nightmare. That boss was no joke, literally gave me a heart attack. Right on cue, the Holy System notification popped up. Quest cleared, epic loot incoming. Jihan finally dropped his guard. Looks like the endgame is over. But Xianhua's stressed voice totally ruined the vibe. No, the 9 Great Gates are definitely glitching out. If this keeps up, these nightmare mobs will spawn in reality. Jihan scowled his face, screaming absolute frustration. A massive question mark hit his brain. What the heck was going down on the other side? That witch's lower half was already fused with a chaotic spatial rift. She was smiling like a psycho, waiting for the ultimate cinematic climax. Jihan's eyebrows practically tied into a knot of pure stress. He furiously messed up his hair, grumbling. Seriously, the Origin faction isn't just going to AFK and watch. Are they literally hacking spatial rifts into existence? Xianhua instantly shot that theory down. No way. The world's physics and server rules can't just be modded like that. Jihan hit a massive mental brick wall. He clicked his tongue totally over it. The 9 Great Gates. Why are the literal cosmic admins being controlled by their own organization? The They're hard-coded by law to guard those portals. They literally can't destroy the very system they're protecting. But hey, it's not a total nerf. In exchange, they farm insane cosmic power from those gates. That's the true meta of the 9 Great Gates system. It finally clicked in Jihan's head. And now with Zermudo, the whole server is crashing. Cooling his brain, he started drafting a new strat. We need to hit up Jihan's portal right now. Snap a jagged crack, slice through the sky like an invisible guillotine. Jihan froze his pulse, pounding. Scan the perimeter. Is someone hacking our reality? He shouted, panic, lacing his edgy tone. Scanning complete. 0 intruders detected. Zianhua reported, his robotic voice deadpan. No answers. Just pure, unadulterated frustration gnawing at Jihan's rebellious soul. What was going on? He angrily pointed at the creeping fracture above. Then what the heck is that? Look, the illusion space is crafted by the Gaia system core. For it to shatter like cheap glass, doesn't that mean a dark entity is trespassing? The illusion space. A digital quarantine zone forged by Gaia. It isolates espers and awakened freaks from the real world, preventing our chaotic psychic powers from tearing society apart. It is the ultimate shadow, a twisted mirror reflecting reality. It exists to protect normalcy. So if it is cracking, something monstrous is hacking in. Zianhua hesitated. Affirmative, but wait. A glaring system alert suddenly hijacked Jihan's vision. A blazing new quest popped up. Code red. Maximum threat suppression and total annihilation required. Warning. A divine psychic entity has breached the sector. Engage and repel before absolute global collapse. His heart dropped into his stomach. Ice water flooded his veins as the system interface violently glitched out. Are the fonts corrupting? He muttered. His teenage brain went into overdrive. The World Guardian system was issuing this quest, meaning the almighty Gaia system itself was glitching out. Before Jihan could even process this apocalyptic nightmare, Zianhua's voice spiked with urgent static. Master, this is a critical emergency. The Gaia system. Yeah, no kidding. Jihan spat back, sensing the unnatural distortion. For it to be corrupted this badly, this is insane. His fierce eyes locked onto the encrypted text. Total war requested. A divine psychic anomaly has invaded. Fight and repel before the world ends, however. No matter how hard he stared, Jihan could not decode the true objective. What the hell does this even mean? Total war against what while he was stuck panicking in confusion? The cosmic crack above spiraled out of control. Then with a deafening boom, the sky shattered. Crystal shards rained down like glittering stardust. Staring into that gaping cosmic abyss, Jihan's rebellious smirk vanished, replaced by sheer dread. Seriously. We cannot just stand here like sitting ducks. Think, man, think. We need to find the damn root cause, Zianhua chimed in. Master, draw a card. A high-tier draw might bypass the enemy clairvoyance. That sparked his brilliant teen rebellion. Jihan flashed a cocky, adrenaline-fueled grin. Now that is a sick idea. I always wondered why this power felt so overwhelmingly broken. Now I get it, Jihan thrust his hand high into the glitching void. Gripping the invisible fabric of reality, he roared his ultimate summoning chant. Tarot manifestation right between his index and middle finger. A cold, sharp, golden light exploded. This was the ultimate trump card borrowed from the World Guardian itself, a transcendent authority forged by the gods, a power-defying nature. The mystical card materialized, but as Jihan eagerly waited for an epic pull, his arrogant smile completely shattered. The card hovering before him was pitch black, its chaotic runes violently distorted. Suddenly, an overwhelming invisible pressure slammed into his body, paralyzing him completely. His pupils violently trembled in pure terror as cold sweat drenched his face. Out of nowhere, a monstrous echoing voice invaded his skull. The one watching, "Who are you?" How amusing. Without warning, an invisible force brutally yanked Jihan's upper body backward. Wrapped in absolute helplessness and nightmare fuel, a harsh digital ping echoed. Crimson system text slashed across his eyes. Ominous entity detected. But he was utterly frozen. The system lag is killing me. Right then, a swirling black hole ripped open inside the fractured space. It expanded rapidly, creating a horrific cosmic doorway. And then, a slender, deathly pale arm snaked out of the abyss. The demonic hand lunged straight for Jihan's throat. In that life or death microsecond, raw teenage survival instinct hijacked his paralyzed body. With a monstrous roar of sheer willpower, Jihan forcefully snapped his body sideways. He dodged by a hair. The freezing bone-chilling aura of the dead hand grazed his bangs. The color totally drained from his face. Reality itself was being violently shredded. What in the actual hell is that? Even the cult leader of the heavenly sect was not this terrifying. Suppressed energy deep within his core violently erupted, completely shattering the invisible chains holding him down. Breaking free from the death grip, he executed a flawless backflip, instantly creating desperate distance between them. The sinister arm twitched and froze for a split second, glitching wildly like a broken hologram. Then the abyss ripped open wider. Jihan's heart almost burst from absolute dread. A horrifying chill raced down his spine as the entire world before his eyes began to violently mutate. Reality itself was glitching out, tearing at the seams. He forced himself to stay chill, the scenery violently warped. What the heck is that? A pixelated glitching flower bloomed in midair, flickering like a totally broken screen. Seconds later, the static cleared. The terrifying silhouette of Haterquat materialized right in front of him. Jihan kept his guard way up, eyes locked on the entity. Wait, what? Its hair and eyes kept rapidly changing colors. That bizarre visual glitch triggered a seriously gut-wrenching realization. Jihan flinched, all color draining from his face. Cold sweat dripped down his chin as his breath hitched. He was absolutely certain now. This was a literal god. Not some low-tier trash like a Campini, but an incredibly overpowered deity. The only words he could read were God and status. It actually possessed a true divine rank. Jihan's body went rigid. He panicked. A divine rank. Weren't all the supreme beings with that status supposed to have already left this universe? Even Odin, the ruler of Asgard, never claimed a true divine rank. I've never even heard of a god like this before. Sensing his overwhelming dread, Yeonhwa hesitantly guessed, could it be... Jihan aggressively interrupted. What is it? Tell me. Yeonhwa's voice trembled with absolute terror. It might be an outer god. He felt like he was tripping. What an outer god, no freaking way. Yeonhwa grimly confirmed. Exactly, an entity existing entirely outside our universe, and it holds a true divine rank. Master, we must suppress it immediately. If we do nothing, the 9 great gates will be totally annihilated. Honestly, Jihan was completely out of options. Haterquat had already locked its cosmic gaze right onto him. Its voice echoed, sending violent shivers down his spine. 2 little bugs. The entity clapped its hands in twisted excitement, speaking in broken, glitchy fragments to express its thoughts. Small, big, both. How weird. How fun. System alerts aggressively spammed his vision, creating a chaotic pressure. Jihan gulped hard as Haterquat leisurely scanned him, hiding 0% of its twisted, creepy amusement. What an interesting kid. Its shadow-drenched face resembled a demon straight from hell. It smiled grotesquely, slowly reaching out toward Jihan with hypnotic eyes. Let's play. Come here. Haterquat slowly extended a terrifying hand right toward Jihan. Deadly, sparkling stardust swirled around its fingers with a fatal beauty. Its tone was seductively soft. An interesting kid. Let's play together. Come closer. He turned deathly pale. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, witnessing a cosmic horror completely beyond human comprehension. The gloomy purple sky suddenly spiraled mystically. Clouds and space itself warped violently, twisting together into a massive, chaotic vortex. Haterquat was literally bending reality. That magical force field formed an invisible wall between them. The chaotic vortex kept massively expanding. Jihan finally snapped out of his shocked daze. He sensed absolute fatal danger. A terrifying gravitational pull mercilessly dragged his body toward the vortex. He gritted his teeth, fiercely resisting. What the heck is this? I thought it was just pulling me in. But it was actually folding the very fabric of space between them. Jihan instantly triggered his teleportation skill to escape. His internal mana flared up fiercely. But Haterquat completely saw through his desperate move. It casually muttered with an eerily flat tone. Anomaly. Instantly, Jihan's raging mana was completely snuffed out, leaving him utterly stunned. But the nightmare was not over. A bone-chilling sensation violently struck him. Cold sweat practically washed over his entire face. No way. Something is seriously wrong, and sure enough, immediately Jihan's internal organs felt violently twisted and crushed. Quick timeout, smash that subscribe button for more epic videos. Anyway, its gaze radiated a terrifyingly superhuman vibe. Terrifyingly arrogant and divine. I am Haterquat, god of anomalies, rifts, and plagues. Who are you? A cute kid playing with gamer powers, Jihan's hands trembled violently, helplessly flailing as he desperately fought the deadly restraint. Simultaneously, system alerts aggressively spammed his retina. Warning, you have been afflicted by abnormal status effects. Skin disease, tuberculosis, frozen to shoulder. Your vitality stat has cured the status effects. Jihan violently gasped for air under that crushing, ethereal grip, a freezing truth hitting him hard. Haterquat, god of anomalies, rifts, and plagues. Its power literally matched its epic title. This was way beyond any normal level of strength. At this rate, I am totally dead. Screw it. I will use my ultimate zero-cast time attack right now. No time left for hesitation or fear. Hovering near death, Jihan desperately channeled his final ounce of strength, roaring with unbreakable willpower. Void creation. A massive black hole instantly ripped open, violently swirling right above Haterquat's head, yet the entity's eyes remained completely deadpan. As if this cosmic force was just a gentle breeze, its softly whispered disappearance is merely the anomaly of no longer vanishing. Instantly, the black hole bizarrely began to warp. The very laws of physics were being violently crushed and bent out of shape. The surrounding space violently compressed into a singular dot, and the black hole instead of sucking everything in. It unleashed a blinding flash so intensely dark that the surrounding sky morphed into a canvas of absolute despair. Boom. The ultimate detonation shattered the very fabric of space and time. Caught in the apocalyptic shockwave, Jihan was violently hurled through the air like a ragdoll. His bones screamed, feeling like he was being ripped into a million bloody pieces. But mid-air survival instincts kicked in. Adrenaline surging, he stomped hard on the empty void. Treating thin air like solid concrete, he used that invisible leverage to violently correct his crash trajectory. Gross shadowy slime violently erupted from his shoulder blades. Not wasting a second, Jihan barked out a desperate command. Focus everything on recovery? Zion Hua's razor-sharp voice instantly echoed inside his head. Understood. My lord? The bizarre ooze instantly hardened, morphing into twin badass jetpacks, grafted right onto his spine. Crimson flames blasted from the thrusters, suspending him high above the chaos. Zion Hua flawlessly synced up, bombarding Jihan with a crazy combo of high-tier buffs, Philella's Wings Time Acceleration, Piranha's Flight, and Belphegor's Sprint. Chasing the sun, Jihan shot forward like a literal missile. The sheer velocity blurred the world into smeared colors. Gritting his teeth against the face-peeling wind, Draga's brain worked in overdrive. His bossman suit was totally wrecked with a gaping hole from that blast, but hey, that exact damage is what let me slip away. Jihan sharply banked away from the city limits. Skimming the ocean surface, his insane speed carved a massive roaring wake across the deep blue water. Minutes later, he slammed the brakes over the open sea. The hardcore jetpacks instantly melted down. Turning back into shadowy slime that slithered right back into his flesh, every muscle in his body was coiled tight. He whipped his head toward the receding skyline. What is the deal with Harder Quad? Zion Hua ran a rapid scan. No bogeys on our tail, boss. My lord, but Jihan was sweating bullets. It was not the void damage that stopped them right. He deduced with cold logic. Yeah, they definitely had some twisted reason for letting us go. The image of that moody, unpredictable little girl was burned into Jihan's brain. Going pale, he muttered to himself. They seem kind of off. Like they were totally glitching out of reality. Never seen anything that freaky. We are officially in crisis mode. Zion Hua completely agreed. Her voice dripping with rare absolute dread. Spot on. The quest log just threw up a massive red flag. Jihan instantly ripped open the interface. The system screen violently glitched and sparked. Mandatory quest: banish the Great God. Harder Quad. A high-tier cosmic entity has breached this dimension. Eradicate it before absolute doomsday hits. Squinting at the corrupted static text, Jihan's mind spiraled into a dark panic. Seriously, it literally just says banish the Great God Harder Quad. Why the hell did this pop up now? It is not like the 9 Great Gates collapsed yet. So what gives? Zion Hua remained chillingly logical. Let us gather intel first. Our only data on this great god is that they rule over anomaly's dampness and absolute plague. But a massive plot hole bugged Jihan. There is literally zero data about this boss in my past memories. He stated as a hard fact. Correct, boss. But there is one more vital detail. He asked, raising an eyebrow. Lay it on me. Zion Hua hesitated, her tone practically screaming danger, like dropping a cursed taboo. Never speak a great god's name out loud. Hearing that, Jihan audibly gasped, oh crap. He rapidly scanned the missing puzzle pieces from his recent terrifying memory. Now that I think about it, back there when I tried to tag them with the tarot card, that cosmic horror sniffed me out instantly. A monster that busted could probably track my location just from name dropping. Jihan nodded, a sarcastic, dead, tired smirk creeping onto his face. All right, solid advice. Let us hustle. Guess we really do need an intel dump first. Who the hell is this god? The big shots who would actually know are banned. Hell's demon god and Echo, the infernal spirit of the 4 deceitful emperor's gate, Bellyled's Rasputin, and the Abyss Beast. Oxen, I bet those freaks are hiding some juicy lore, but did none of them sense Harder Quad crashing our party? Zion Hua zoomed out on the big picture, breaking it down with ice-cold logic. It is a totally unfair comparison. If this great god's power level dwarfs every syndicate in the 9 gates combined, they probably could not even trigger a radar blip. Jihan frowned, digging deeper. You're not just talking about raw stats here, right? Zion Hua shot back. Bingo. That cosmic freak is wrapped in absolute divine authority, occult sorcery, or some crazy glitch in reality itself. The Nine Gates Syndicate simply lack the hacking skills to pierce that veil and sense them. Honestly, it is exactly like how your tarot card exploits the Gaia system to totally ghost other factions' prophetic wards. As the math clicked, Jihan's face turned completely blue. A sickening dread anchored his gut. So this god is so ridiculously overpowered, they can literally jam the tarot deck. How am I supposed to win a rigged game? Now it all makes sense. Why the Holy Alliance built Gaia for planetary defense? Because literal nightmare fuel like that exists lurking in the outer dimensions. Gaia was built to shield this world from them. Jihan inhaled sharply, shoving down the crushing despair, then let out a shaky breath. Bone-tired, he forced a cocky smirk to keep himself totally sane. No time to cry over spilled milk. Did you record that nightmare? Manhwa paused, then warned I did, but seriously do not hit replay. And definitely do not drop their names. Jihan nodded instantly, totally agreeing. Man, that freakish, mind-bending power was completely off the charts. Before making a single move, he muttered intensely, all right, stay on maximum high alert. Manhwa, head to the sanctuary gate. She blinked, asking, what about you, boss? Jihan's eyes locked in with a fierce, rebellious spark. I'm dropping this intel to the masters right now. Plus, I need a serious chat with Ban. The magic mirror flared to life, showing Ban's smug face. The demon barked a roaring laugh. Duh, I know exactly who you mean. That top-tier gossip is strictly for the Nine Gates big dogs. Nobody else grasps this crazy multiverse stuff. Jihan chewed on that totally wild concept, the multiverse. Basically, Hater Quad operates on a cosmic scale, while Earth gods are just local neighborhood punks. Yet Ban's chillingly calm vibe completely creeped Jihan out. Ban propped his chin up, dripping with arrogant swagger. Hell is my turf. It is anchored to your world unless the planet literally shatters. I will not even catch a single scratch. Jihan bit his lip hard, the crushing reality sinking in. You seriously do not care. Catching that teenage angst, Ban just shrugged it off. If every human on Earth drops dead, why should I give a damn? Even if your world burns, my hell stays exactly the same. Jihan was totally stunned into silence. The Demon King smirked at the kid's glaring panic, deciding to drop a massive truth bomb. Jihan snapped his head up all ears. Ban drawled lazily outside your little bubble-endless dimensions are packed with souls, honestly speaking. Your Earth is basically a quarantine loser zone. Interdimensional trade is dead totally locked down. And guess what? There are infinite hells out there. Wherever a world pops up, a hell is instantly born. Furthermore, chill out, humanity will not get entirely wiped, unless that Black Bow Emperor psycho goes crazy. But hey, he is chilling on Earth, so relax. A massive wave of fresh souls will just respawn and repopulate your dusty planet. Basically, not everyone bites the dust, but even if they all got totally nuked, my hell stays rich by trading with other demonic realms. Jihan caught the twisted logic, but a crazy question suddenly sparked in his brain. Wait, who the heck is the Black Bow Emperor? Shaking off the distraction, he snapped back to reality, glaring fiercely. But a massive apocalyptic disaster is about to slaughter millions. Ban stared back with dead, icy eyes, completely unbothered. Obviously, that is bound to happen. Roughly 1/2 of your human race will get wiped out. Why should that bother me? Honestly, that massive death toll is basically a jackpot for me. Jihan's gaze turned freezing cold. Oh, so that is your dirty game. Knowing the demon's absolute toxic vibe, he stopped pushing. Fine, we will not beg a heartless jerk like you for backup. How about I just buy some straight intel, Ban? Raised a brow. Intel. Oh, you mean that totally chaotic? God Jihan nodded firmly. Yeah. A wicked nasty smirk crept across the demon's face. Well, intel is pricey or cheap depending on your wallet, but let me dumb it down. That freak you mentioned is the literal root of change, the ultimate physical embodiment of shifting chaos. Jihan's edgy focus completely broke. He scratched his head, sounding totally lost. You're saying a literal concept just morphed into a god, Ban? Smoothly corrected him? Kind of, but not quite. It forces the permanent to become completely fluid, twisting the unbreakable rules. Because of this absolute chaos, your entire world is constantly mutating its shape. However, the concept did not just become a god. Change only exists because that cosmic freak is alive. Jihan's teenage brain was officially melting down. Desperate for a straight answer, he groaned, I'm so lost. Basically, this god was always there, acting as the ultimate catalyst. The universe only shifts because of Hater Quad. All the snark vanished as his face turned deadly serious. Is there any crazy way to actually beat this thing? But the demon's raw answer instantly crushed his rebellious spirit. Ban waved dismissively, laughing at the kid. Can you punch a literal concept in the face? Sure, maybe the whole idea of change completely vanishes from your world every dimension and the entire multiverse. But then the entire universe just freezes over totally dead and locked forever. That brutal truth dropped Jihan's stomach into an absolute icy void. Total panic kicking in, he practically yelled, "What kind of rigged garbage is that? Does not that mean our entire world was completely screwed from day one?" Jihan's head spun with pure, unadulterated, chaotic dread. "Seriously, even your precious hell cannot survive a cosmic glitch like that, right? Why did that glitch spawn now, while our guy panicked?" Ban cracked up. "Man, your terrified face is absolutely priceless." Zero logic. It's literally the living concept of change. What is change? Pure chaos. It morphs constantly, so its mood swings are totally wild. Its core DNA is just endless mutation. That's why we named it. Naming the beast nerfs its god-tier power. Jihan's brain scrambled to decode the madness. Hater quat god of anomalies. Rifts and plagues, that title became its leash. Bon sighed, dropping a brutal truth. Still, your odds of winning are basically zero. Maybe the Black Palace Emperor could, but who knows if that boss is sitting out, he's got his reasons. With zero solutions, Jihan still scored some massive intel. He bowed respectfully. "Is that so? Thanks for the tip." The entity smirked, totally hyped for the upcoming chaos. "Well then, struggle your heart out. Let's see if you can actually save this doomed world." And just like that, his avatar rippled like glitched water and vanished. Once clear, Xian Hoa spoke up. "Boss, based on his words?" Jihan clutched his burning chest. "No, the Emperor can't stop this. I appreciate the clue, but..." Crack. The sky shattered, tearing a sick, jagged void overhead. Jihan froze, staring up. "Not again, this is driving me insane, Jihan's gate." Xian Hoa replied instantly. Total radio silence. Jihan snapped, his voice dripping with absolute panic. "We're completely out of time, right?" The system crunched the brutal numbers. "Yes. According to my data, in exactly 12 hours, this entire virtual reality goes boom." Talk about a savage dead end. Jihan ground his teeth together. Cold sweat dropped. "Damn it, what the hell is Jihan's gate playing at? Ghosting us during a literal apocalypse? I can't summon the Zermudo squad. They'd ignore me and get wrecked anyway. What's my play here?" Xian Ho's robotic voice sliced through his mental breakdown. "Boss, you've got top-tier mail." Jihan flinched, locking onto the alert. Jihan squinted suspiciously. "Master Extreme VIP call." Patching them through now. Bam! A four-way split screen popped up. 4 legendary faces, each radiating insane boss-level auras. Jihan locked eyes with Fong, looking totally dead inside. Rasputin crashed in. "Player, let's make this quick." The next glowing panel lit up with heavy-hitter energy. "A pleasure. I am the Goblin King 4 Emperor's leader." Man flashed a dangerously friendly grin. "Long time." "Player, our last epic deal was fire. I'm back to pitch another." Just then, a weirdly chill voice echoed. "How's life, kid carrying the star's will? Call me Fong." The dude radiated massive slacker energy. Jihan's jaw dropped. The Golden Circle. That legendary Ninth Gate syndicate. And this guy is their absolute top dog, the Guildmaster. Even my borrowed memories are blank on his stats. Jihan swallowed his shock. An honor. "But hey, what's this star's will stuff?" Fong nodded lazily, cutting to the chase. "Fair enough. The world's ending anyway, let's ditch the boring tutorial. What you noobs call the Gaia system is actually the star's will." Jihan's eyes popped. "The Gaia system is the star's will." Rasputin scoffed, smelling absolute cap. "You're spitting totally unverified fan theories." The Goblin King growled, getting heavily triggered. "Yeah, Gaia is sentient, but calling it a cosmic star's will is a massive reach." Fowl glared at them with absolute disgust, pure idiocy. "That is exactly why neither of you ascended." Rasputin shot back with a wicked grin. "Did you forget you were already in heaven before crawling down here?" The Goblin King totally lost his cool. Flames of pure rage erupted. "I will only ascend when my true king returns." Fowl scoffed at the pathetic display. "Seriously, how dumb can you guys be?" Caught in this suffocating death glare, Jihan just stood there. Super awkward. He forced a painful smile, desperately trying to babysit these ancient beings. Time out. Stop fighting and focus. What the heck is this will of the star? Fowl's gaze instantly turned razor sharp, deadly serious. It is simple. Accumulated spirit energy breeds minions. When those minions evolve, they become demons. Group enough demons together and boom, you get a new species. Right. Flashbacks from the recent chaotic battle suddenly crashed into Jihan's mind. He slowly nodded, completely dazed. Yeah, makes sense. Fowl flipped the script, throwing down a massive lore challenge. What if a spiritual entity started hoarding cosmic power the exact second this universe was born? Without missing a beat, Jihan blurted out an old myth. Wait, is not that just... Hell, that is literally the origin story of Hell. Fowl swiftly corrected him. Hell was forged after everything perished. Jihan froze completely. His brain scrambled to piece this insane puzzle together. Is he saying some ancient being has been lurking since the dawn of time? And that exact cosmic anomaly is the will of the star, the literal Gaia system itself. Fel locked eyes with intense gravity. I admit the Gaia system was forged by fusing the divine power of 7 ancient gods. However, this system clearly gained its own twisted agenda. I truly believe this will of the star, a primordial force from an ancient era, has completely hijacked the Gaia system, and its chosen vessel is... Jihan's heart violently skipped a beat. This epic lore dump just took a deadly turn. A terrifying realization hit him before Fel even finished. Okay, this sounds apocalyptic. Wait, are you saying the chosen one is me? Fel nodded without hesitation. That is my best theory, exactly. But honestly, that detail barely matters. Do not sweat it. Because if my legendary hypothesis fails, this entire world faces absolute annihilation. Jihan flinched, his brain completely short-circuiting. Hold up. Why exactly? Fel delivered this doomsday news with chilling calmness. The exact second she spawned into our reality, everything spiraled out of control. She is the ultimate catalyst for chaos. Therefore, destroying her is our absolute top priority, at the very least, for anyone ignored by the will of the star, because eventually, the 9 gates will completely shatter and reality will collapse. Fel's psycho-level calmness finally snapped Jihan's last nerve. Bro, are you for real? Jihan glared, dripping with pure teenage rebellion. You sound way too chill about the apocalypse. Fel smirked, flashing a dangerously cold and calculated grin. Global annihilation will not personally kill me, right? Sure, a massive chunk of my legendary assets will burn, but hey, at least I survived to see another day. When you live for centuries, watching a few mere mortals vanish is totally normal. Jihan felt his stomach drop. Pure, unfiltered rage darkened his gaze. This guy is acting all high and mighty just because he is immortal. Good for him. But is this arrogant jerk actually right? Xianhua, what is your ultimate verdict? Xianhua instantly fired back with icy logic. Fel leads the Golden Circle. I would never trust a snake like him. Just like Rasputin and the Hellgate faction, they love spewing absolute nonsense. Jihan scanned their serious faces. Bingo. It was all true. Nobody dared to argue. Even the skeptics quietly nodded. Yeah, this world is definitely heading for total destruction. He shoved that apocalyptic dread aside. His eyes locked fiercely onto the ancient squad. So why exactly did you summon me? The Goblin King finally broke his silence. We brought you here to slay her because right now, you are the only warrior who stands a chance. Jihan just shrugged with peak teenage apathy. Look, my buddy, Jinzazan, why can he not just handle this boss fight? He is way more overpowered than me, and honestly, you guys are too. Rasputin dragged out his terms. He would only throw hands if the world's metaphysical laws completely shattered, assuming the planet wasn't totally wiped out, of course. Plus, there was the whole power scaling issue. The Gaia system's restrictions completely tied our hands. Hearing this, Jihan frowned hard. A chaotic storm of mixed feelings bubbled up inside him. What kind of ego makes him think he can take on that boss? So why the hell is he holding back? Honestly, this shouldn't be my problem. But I am a natural-born genius. Since I possess the Gaia system's power, I guess stepping up is my destiny. While his brain processed these massive truth bombs, Jihan suddenly noticed Mahun. The guy was so dead silent, he was practically invisible. He shot him a curious glare. Why the hell was Mr. Sung even here? The guy didn't even try to hide his motives. The dark auction needed the current world to survive. You cannot run a black market during the apocalypse. Jihan felt the puzzle pieces clicking into place. Was that why they sided with the Gaia faction? A crazy hunch suddenly flashed through his mind, pinning all the scattered clues together. Hold up a second. Do not tell me the dark auction set me up because... Mahun just flashed a dangerously cryptic smile. That is classified information? Meanwhile, Fong's patience had completely snapped. He brutally cut off their little chat. Cut the damn small talk. We need to move right now. This is a code red emergency. The literal doomsday clock started ticking the second she showed up. Player Han Jihan, you have to drag her back and seal those spatial rifts. Stop dodging the issue. Jihan narrowed his eyes, sensing they were using him as monster bait. Finally, Fong dropped his voice to an icy glare. Just kick her the hell out of here. Right at that second, a barrage of system alerts exploded in his ears. The sudden noise made Jihan flinch hard, his entire body locked up on pure survival instinct. Blue screens cascaded down his vision. You have received a mandatory quest. Seal the dimensional rifts. 2 out of the 9 gates have completely collapsed. You must seal the chaotic tears ripping through the real world. Quest title, Dimensional Rifts 198. Reward absolutely 0. Failure penalty 0. Jihan's face drained of all color. A suffocating wave of primal terror crushed his lungs. Simultaneously, a sickening crack echoed out. The ultimate disaster had arrived. A jagged void ripped straight across the damn sky. Reality itself warped and fractured all around Jihan's boots. The whole planet felt like glass about to shatter. Even Fong lost his arrogant smirk. Panic completely took over his features. This is happening way too fast. At this rate, that nightmare is going to spawn. Pure terror warped the Goblin King's ugly face. He spat out a desperate final order. Fong Rasputin, I am leaving this mess to you. His comm screen instantly went black, leaving Jihan drowning in a toxic mix of doubt and anxiety. What the hell is actually going on here? Before he could even scream the question, a brand new comm link flashed beside his head. Manhwa popped up on screen, looking just as stressed out as that Goblin King. She skipped the usual annoying banter, dropping a massive reality check right away. Hey, we are in deep, deep trouble. That single line made Jihan's stomach drop. What kind of trouble she did not waste breath explaining. She just threw up a live surveillance feed. Look at this. The holographic projection revealed absolute chaos, the entire damn metropolis. The booming hub of human civilization was totally swallowed by a toxic ash-gray fog, bringing a suffocating deathly aura that choked the very air. Yanwa's voice completely shook. This is not some virtual illusion. This is the actual real world. The Dark Syndicate's headquarters broke the dimensional barrier. It just forcefully manifested into our reality. Jihan's brain totally blue-screened. His heart did a violent backflip. Say what now? God damn it, am I seriously too late to stop this? Over in the real world, the vibe was pure apocalyptic doom. An endless sea of freezing corpse-gray smog surged upward. It devoured the sunlight and erased the towering skyscrapers, twisting the vibrant downtown into a surreal, waking nightmare. The paved streets morphed into a brutal, apocalyptic war zone. Massive slabs of shattered concrete crushed defenseless civilians, leaving their tragic fates completely unknown. Right in the middle of that slaughter, the heart-wrenching sobs of a lost little girl echoed out, sitting helpless in the rubble, amplifying the sheer hopelessness. High up on a surviving skyscraper rooftop, just out of reach from the creeping death fog, a lone shadow watched the apocalypse unfold. Mirai stared down at the absolute bloodbath. Cold sweat practically rained from his pale face. His knees knocked together uncontrollably. What the hell is this insane mess? Is this actually the real world? No way in hell. What happened to the virtual barrier from 2 seconds ago? If this keeps up, Gaia's divine punishment is going to wipe us out. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shatter ripped through the air. Mirai nearly jumped out of his skin. His wild eyes snapped back down to the chaotic streets. Countless pitch-black dimensional portals tore open with zero warning. From the nearest void, a grotesque, decaying yellow hand gripped the edge, and then came the rest of it. A towering, absolutely massive body hauled itself out. The demonic beast fully stepped into the light, a 6-legged lion flexing freakishly mutated muscles. It had no actual lips, just a horrific exposed grid of jagged teeth. Its blood-red psychotic eyes instantly locked onto the trembling humans below. The monster cranked its gruesome jaws wide open and unleashed a deafening roar, spewing a breath so rotten the literal air felt like toxic sludge. Without missing a beat, the beast snatched up a screaming runner. The sickening crunch of bones and tearing flesh echoed down the block, sending pure freezing dread into the hearts of the survivors. While that demon lion savagely devoured its first meal, even worse abominations began crawling out of the other portals, kicking off an absolutely unstoppable, world-ending invasion. From his relatively safe sniper perch, Mirai soaked in the sheer horror unfolding below. But that massacre was a joke compared to what spawned next. A gigantic foot slammed down onto the asphalt. The crushing weight instantly caved in the thick concrete streets, sending shockwaves deep into the earth, and then a colossal titan stepped through the rift. The grotesque one-eyed behemoth fully revealed itself, rocking a massive razor-sharp horn pointing straight to the heavens, with tough, toxic green scales acting as impenetrable armor. Every single footstep triggered a localized mega-earthquake. Mirai was so paralyzed by fear, he completely forgot to stay in stealth mode. Are you kidding me? A freaking Cyclops. I thought those bosses were region-locked to Europe, but the beast instantly picked up on his panicked heartbeat. The giant Cyclops froze right in its tracks. It slowly cranked its massive head and locked eyes directly on Mirai. A freezing jolt of primal terror shot straight down his spine. Without a single second to strategize, he knew one absolute truth. It was staring right at them. In that split second, the Cyclops' single yellow eye blazed with blinding light. The surrounding mana went absolutely berserk. A scorching beam of pure hellfire shot straight at Mura, its target. The very building he stood on. The fiery laser sliced the air, cutting through the top of the building like it was soft butter. A deafening crash shook the heavens as the upper half completely collapsed. Dragging down tons of debris, dark souls suddenly poured out, twisting and violently merging together. Tens of thousands of spirits rapidly formed a pitch-black, impenetrable shield. It took the Cyclops' ultimate attack head-on, scattering the flames with a massive explosion. The heavy smoke and burning stench were blown away by the shockwave. Mura was still terrified, gasping for breath. What kind of insane mana was that? Was the Cyclops race always this overpowered right? Then his minion panicked. Tower Master. Monsters are swarming everywhere. The situation was way worse than Mura thought. Across the streets, every 1 kilometer, pitch-black portals opened, vomiting out horrific monsters. The sickening sounds of chewing and agonizing human screams merged into a horrifying symphony of absolute destruction. Watching the city fall to the monster horde, Mura swallowed his personal fear and made a ruthless emergency call. Awaken the undead, prepare for battle. But someone in his ranks hesitated. But Master Gaia's punishment, Mura cut him off, completely refusing any doubt. That does not matter right now, prepare for war. His entire crew trembled, answering in unison. Understood. The legendary Whitebone monster Jihan once faced was summoned again. With a dry, sickening crack, individual skeletons tore themselves from the main mass. In a flash, that sphere became thousands of skeletal warriors, gripping weapons and dripping with dark mana. Their footsteps dragged a freezing chill of absolute death across the ground. A motionless corpse suddenly twitched, green veins bulging under pale skin. Immediately after, as if hearing an invisible command, bloody and mangled corpses scattered across the streets stood up mechanically on the front lines. The Bone Army clashed with the enemy. They blocked a giant octopus monster trying to crush the streets, halting its rampage. The battlefield erupted into absolute chaos, the air constantly exploding from magical blasts and brutal physical clashes, blood. Dirt and shredded flesh flew everywhere, turning the city into a literal hell on earth. Amidst the horrific noise, a lucky survivor stood completely frozen. His empty eyes went wide, forced to witness this absolute nightmare. The man was completely paralyzed, unable to move a single finger. Just steps away, a savage beast was happily shredding and devouring another creature. Blood and guts painted the freezing concrete. His body shook uncontrollably. With his very last shred of sanity, he let out a maniacal laugh. This nightmare still is not over. Right after, dead silence fell over him. The man was chewed to pieces. His personal nightmare ended, but the real-world hell kept raging on. At that very moment, if you looked past the chaos way beyond the thick atmosphere, you would see something transcendent. Floating high in the sky at the dark edge of space was Haterquat. She coldly watched the apocalyptic disaster below. She spoke in broken phrases, stagnant, but nothing changes. This is bad, it is starting to flow. Haterquat simply watched. She saw humanity's creations crumble as a primal world of absolute survival took over. That was until something intervened. The space right next to her flared brilliantly with golden lightning. The silent mana violently erupted as if an alien force had invaded. Her apathy shattered, replaced by pure shock. Interference. Who Haterquat's voice turned incredibly sharp. An interruption. Reveal yourself. Pure fury boiled over, unleashing her devastating power. Do not interfere. Dazzling multicolored energy lit up the dark void of space. Soon. It formed a massive orb terrifyingly close to Earth. Right then, a brilliant green energy shield wrapped around the globe. The two god-tier powers crashed directly into each other. Earth seemed doomed to be swallowed whole. But in a flash, Haterquat's energy completely vanished without a trace. That did not stop her. She instantly pivoted to plan B, come forth. A cluster of bizarre bubbles materialized behind her. Space plague. Outbreak. At her command, they rocketed toward Earth, but suddenly a blinding golden beam flashed, putting her on high alert. Looking up. A sun-like orb of pure light caught her eye, growing massively in size, reaching its limit. It vanished, leaving only faint trails of light. While she stared at the anomaly, a voice echoed. That will not work, so play by the rules. Realizing who it was, Haterquat looked absolutely stunned. Her eyes widened as she gasped, Jin Zazan. He greeted her with a smirk. Haterquat, it has been a while. Did you really come all this way just to cause this mess? That struck a nerve. Just because of me? Zazan casually cut in. If you're wondering if this place is still standing because of me, you are dead wrong. It is here because the god killer comes from here. Haterquat skipped the trash talk and glared fiercely, then stepped aside. But despite the threat, he just casually shoved his hands into his pockets. I really cannot do that. Rules are rules even for you. But before they could finish, a new voice crashed the party. Well, ain't this a surprise? You two buddies? Jiajian shot a deadly glare. And who exactly invited you? The absolute madman crashing their epic scene, none other than Fondui. He flashed a totally psycho grin. I am Fandui, he bragged. A fragment of the ultimate chaos god. Though a big shot like you wouldn't know me. Not that the great emperor cares. You do your villain thing, I will do mine. Jiajian's face instantly went pale. He totally realized the maniac's plan. Wait, what are you... Jiajian's eyes totally bugged out. The absolute psycho was actually plunging his bare hand right into his own chest. Jiajian dashed forward like a rocket. Stop right there. But a massive force yanked him back. Harderquat had completely locked his arm down. Jiajian stood completely frozen. He stared at her like she had just grown 2 heads. Meanwhile, Harderquat gave him epic puppy dog eyes. My shiny fragment, she whined. It is all mine. Boom Fandui ripped a glowing crystal straight out of his heart. He hoisted it up like a massive trophy, while she kept muttering total gibberish. This crazy aura, it feels ancient. The blinding glow made Fandui go completely nuts. The ultimate source of total chaos. I return this epic power back to you. Yet he chucked the legendary crystal into the sky. Jiajian and Harderquat just watched as it floated right toward her face. The second she grabbed it, an insane shockwave of light exploded. Fandui started laughing like a total supervillain. Ha ha ha. Let absolute chaos and epic destruction swallow this pathetic world. His entire body glitched into pure darkness. Just 2 hollow eyes and a screaming mouth remained Bam. He exploded into a messy black puddle, shooting creepy red threads out into the cosmos. Well then, Harderquat just shrugged like a rebellious teen. Rules whatever. Jiajian clicked his tongue in pure rage. He completely fumbled the save. Before storming off, he threw some major shade. I'm watching your every move. He stared blankly into the distance. We totally missed our shot. Thanks to that psycho, those twisted energy fragments were totally zooming toward Earth. Meanwhile, our main character, Jahan, was absolutely sweating bullets. Talk about maximum stress. His monitors showed absolute carnage. Nasty monsters were basically throwing a wild rager downtown. Rasputin popped up on screen looking totally stressed. Code red emergency? Get your butt to the White Palace right now. We are waiting. Even Mahun surprisingly backed him up. You are welcome here. The call snapped shut. Then Fong instantly popped onto the screen. So it is really going down, huh? I totally wanted to stall until our magic leveled up. Jihan tilted his head in sheer confusion. Stall what exactly? Fong spilled the tea right away. Our dimension is crashing into the other realms. It is 100% guaranteed now. That crazy plot twist made Jihan freeze completely. Seeing the total panic, Fong let out a massive sigh. Hey, fate does not always mean doom, but our power scaling is totally busted. A tiny spark of hope lit up Jihan's eyes. Weight power scaling. The 2 bros totally geeked out over the ultimate strategy. Exactly if our world was completely overpowered, server merging would be a total joke. But right now, we are completely underleveled. If our magic gear was top tier, sure. But we are stuck with total beginner stats. Those completely clueless Zermudo chumps thought they could just farm weaker dimensions for easy experience points. Talk about an epic fail. Jihan forced out an awkward chuckle. No kidding. But the next bombshell hit him like a truck. That is why we gotta hack the core system. Fong dropped the exact same legendary quest. Rush to the White Palace right now? Your ultimate loot is waiting there. The video feed instantly died. Yeonhwa basically jumped into the chat. Master, the primordial power converter is totally stashed over there. Jihan crossed his arms like an absolute boss. Bingo. But this feels way bigger than just a simple class upgrade. Suddenly, the literal sky started shattering like cheap glass. Jihan completely freaked out. Crap, the crack is rapidly spreading. White Palace speedrun mode right now, he yelled out in pure panic. Let's roll. Bam, a freaky black hole spawned in the aurora sky. It expanded like crazy, and Jihan heroically leaped right out. His jaw literally dropped straight to the floor. What he saw next was totally unhinged. Down in the massive plaza, 2 totally bizarre cult factions were channeling their mana into a gigantic pillar. Decked out in creepy white robes, they looked like absolute fanatics. A blinding ring of light hovered above the pillar, screaming main character energy. Jihan's awe was instantly killed by a familiar voice. You are totally late, man. Down in the courtyard, Rasputin and Mahun were staring straight at him. 0 time to waste. After sticking a super hasty superhero landing, Jihan fired off his status report. I know we have a massive emergency on our hands. The sky is literally cracking open. But the old guy looked deadly serious. It is way worse than just a fractured sky. The real disaster. Almost all of humanity now knows about the fantasy realm. Spiritual powers are leveling up everywhere, which means monster and demon spawn rates are completely off the charts right now. Hearing this apocalyptic nightmare scenario totally wiped the smug look off his face. Wait, what does that even mean? Is it literally game over for us? But Mahun's totally chill attitude was what really messed with Jihan's head. Oh, is that so? We obviously cannot rewind time, but hey, doesn't this give us the ultimate cheat code to basically hit the reset button on this world? The second he said that, Jihan whipped around. Pure energy was surging into the massive stone pillar. Mahun casually dropped the bomb that there was a crazy method to minimize damage and save the world. Staring hard at the glowing circle way up high, Jihan skeptically asked, "Wait a second, is this the crazy method you are talking about?" The guy instantly nodded. Exactly. It is crafted from the absolute origin of the transition device. This intel hit Xianhua like a truck, a legendary mystical altar. Even Lolina, watching from behind the monitor, never expected this insane plot twist. A mythical altar. Seriously, how could he even craft something that overpowered? Only the war junkies and Yuhua were totally lost, having zero clue what they were even yapping about. Meanwhile, Mahun dropped a wildly dramatic invitation. "Han Jihan, please step up to the altar. Do this and you can totally wreck the outer god." Jihan tilted his head, super confused. "Huh." The guy just flashed a highly suspicious, cryptic smirk. "You will figure it out if you take a little peek." Challenge accepted. Jihan instantly fired up his observation skill to scan it. A crazy detailed system window popped up. Mythical altar, god tier. If a player's karma is massive enough, they can basically achieve godhood. But if their karma totally sucks, they lose all grace and wander the void as absolute losers forever. Reading that hardcore penalty made Jihan sweat bullets. What the actual heck is this insanely rigged trap? So to beat Harderquat, someone literally needs god tier status. Here's the deal. Harderquat is a transforming entity that turned itself into an absolute original reality. Something incredibly massive and totally unique is completely required for the world to simply exist. Therefore, she goes by the terrifying title of the god of ideals, destruction, and plagues. This crazy rule was set by godlike beings just to bottleneck her ridiculous power. And ironically, they basically gave a totally formless, invisible entity an actual heart. Plus, her existence totally breaks the mold compared to other godlike beings. Everything must evolve, and staying the same is absolutely not an option here. Change always creeps in super slowly. But hey, even if it is slow, even Harderquat cannot just spam all of her maxed out power at once. Just like she is the ultimate original entity of mutation, there is literally a complete opposite force somewhere out in the cosmos. So even Harderquat has to play by the cosmic rules. Otherwise, a catastrophic imbalance would totally wreck the universe. Her eyebrows slumped down and she whined like a totally bored teenager. Ugh, this is so lame. Fine, I cannot do it then. Whatever. It will not take long before another crazy mutation pops up. Cracks in reality are completely unavoidable, just like plagues that simply refuse to ever die out. The world is basically screaming in pure agony. Very soon it will completely lose its original shape. The things that vanished will totally respawn, glitching into other dimensions. A brand new world order is about to boot up. Jihan's current emotional state was way too chaotic to even put into words. He aggressively pointed at the video feed, playing the files, turning around to demand, "Why the heck are you showing me this creepy stuff?" Rasputin gave a totally logical counter. "Dude, if I only showed you the video clip, how would you even understand this insane lore?" Jihan side-eyed the terrifying image of Harderquat and thought to himself, "Well, shoot. Rasputin is definitely overpowered compared to me. Last time he caught me using just a basic prophecy skill." The guy's recording actually seemed legit. Figuring he finally got the gist of the lore, Jihan double-checked with Mahun. "So I just need to evolve into a literal god. Then what is it really that incredibly simple?" The guy somehow kept this weirdly optimistic vibe. Facing this wild question, he did not even flinch, just confidently dropped his theory. "From my lore knowledge, an entity does not just hold a concept, they literally become the concept itself." Mahun instantly agreed, dropping more heavy lore. Spot on. They become a conceptual entity, plus they literally cannot vanish, they cannot be deleted, and they leave a permanent footprint on the world. But that also comes with a massive mountain of restrictions. Still, ascending to godhood means a mortal becomes immortal and unlocks legendary achievements. This entire master plan sounded highly suspicious to Jihan. "If it is so awesome, why do you not just do it yourself, man?" Mahun waved him off, dismissively defending himself. "Yeah, that is completely impossible. If I use that cheat code, I bet I would just become a massive sinner. Honestly, nothing would even change from my current status. Besides, I've already grinded a ton of contributions as a priest." That answer caught Jihan completely off guard. Wait, what? It looked like everything was lining up exactly with the prophecy. The corner of his mouth twitched up into a totally arrogant, villainous smirk. Then allow me to officially reintroduce myself. Back on Earth, I served a deity named Monograt, the absolute god of commerce, immense wealth, and deep desires. Our cult actually hosted the Abyss auction right here. The more Mahun spoke, the more Jihan's eyes bugged out, shivering in pure shock. What the heck? The Abyss auction actually belonged to a literal god. Did Gaia seriously just let them run that sketchy operation? Ignoring his dripping sweat, Rasputin casually dropped the bomb. It was a unanimous vote, plus their street cred was unmatched. The dude smirked, flexing his ego. Our cult runs on pure trust and fairness. Then Jihan fired back a killer question. Lord Rasputin, what is stopping you from going full mythical? But his answer totally flipped the script. Yeah, I used to be a straight-up divine being before I crossed over. Besides, I'm just a low-tier god now. Even if I got my old power back, I still could not make that crazy villainess back down. The cracks in the sky were getting violently worse. Lost in thought, Jihan flashed a stiff smile, swallowing his massive anxiety. Guess it is all on me now. After a heavy pause, he slowly took his first step forward, muttering under his breath as he walked. So this is the ultimate final boss fight. Rasputin and Mahun watched his fading silhouette. You bet it is. Either this garbage world completely ends or we somehow survive. Might sound a bit twisted, but those are the only two options and everything rides on your shoulders. Towering right in front of Jihan was a massive stone pillar, pulsing with raw chaotic energy. Even now his gut was screaming red flags. Seriously, how did my life end up like this? His finger snapped up instinctively. Instantly a holographic comms screen flashed alive, linking the whole squad. All right then, I am going in. His absolute resolve brought a wicked smirk to their faces. Loleno immediately piped up, voice cracking. Bro, what are you talking about? We're riding into this hell together. The war freak nodded with rock-solid confidence. My gear is fully loaded and ready to blast. Total opposite vibe from Sunin, who was hardcore panicking. Yo, am I literally the only one freaking out right now? You seriously need to drop a tutorial before dragging us in? Hey, listen to me. Meanwhile, Yahuwah barked out orders like a boss. Our cult is going all out, so you better save this damn world. That chaotic hype squad actually fueled Jihan's fire. One dead serious nod was all the answer they needed. Zero hesitation left, he charged straight ahead. A mystical, crazy bright aura swallowed Jihan whole instantly, detonating into a blinding sphere of absolute power. Creepy cosmic threads erupted from Haderquat's spine, slithering through the dark void straight toward Earth. Bam, a massive sonic boom whipped her head around, only to see Jihan tearing through shattered voids of pitch black space. Adrenaline redlining, he roared. Hell yeah, we actually breached it. Haderquat just let out a psycho-chilling giggle. Crashing the party totally cured her boredom. Oh, I see it now. That transformation is bizarre, but I am utterly obsessed. Can you make it stop? Do you even have what it takes? Blitzed by her rapid-fire questions, Jihan's sweat dropped. Honestly, no clue if this insane plan would even trigger. Guess we are going to find out the hard way. The second those words left his mouth, his battle aura exploded into overdrive. Buckle up for the final raid, Haderquat. Oh, great ideal. Oh, terrifying rift. You literal god of plagues. The crazy villainess was just as hyped. Oh, this is going to be epic. Jihan clenched his fist, igniting a blinding shockwave of pure energy. Packing all that juice into one fist, he launched a meteor strike straight at Haderquat's smug floating face. She effortlessly raised one finger, perfectly blocking Jihan's knockout punch. Boom. An apocalyptic explosion ripped through the cosmos, birthing a scorching, golden super sun in the void. The blast flatlined in a heartbeat, leaving behind smoking ghost-like cosmic trails. Back beyond the boundary line, his comms started absolutely blowing up. The damage distribution hack is completely online. Every masked cultist and summoned minion in your squad is currently tanking the boss hits for you. But our health bars are melting fast. Jihan broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing as the heavy reality set in. Just as the data predicted, this girl is insanely overpowered. Yahuwah was totally right. If we did not share the aggro through the main armor's familiars, it was game over. He suddenly froze, pupils shrinking at the weird glowing dots spawning above her. Haderquat's hair glitched out wildly, mutating into terrifying snarling maws of nightmare beasts. Every single jaw unhinged, flexing razor-sharp demonic teeth. It was not until those chaotic energy spheres started charging to critical mass that Jihan actually panicked. The trash interface finally pinged a warning. Fatal aura detected. Jihan cursed inwardly. Seriously, stupid system talk about extreme lag. His backup squad shot through the comms. Spatial distortion shields are at maximum capacity, braced to counter after impact that perfectly synced with Jihan's reckless plan. Great minds think alike. In a split second, a surging neon blue aura completely armored his entire body. Haderquat wasted zero time dropping the hammer, unleashing a barrage of lethal energy beams straight at him. Staring death in the face, Jihan stood dead still inside his absolute defense zone. The second her toxic orange blast hit the shield, it violently ricocheted right back. The rogue lasers scorched past Haterquat, but the psycho villain did not even flinch, floating there flawlessly, completely ignoring the chain reaction explosions detonating behind her back, until finally. That freakish grin on Haterquat's face, yeah, it was suffocating. I could tell this monster was on a whole different level, way beyond any Grandmaster I've ever faced. But hey, no time to stand around fangirling. System activate every combat skill. Give me the gear and power of every transcendent being. Golden panels flooded my vision. That actually caught the freak off guard. Her eyes bugged out as a mind-blowing sphere of pure, blinding light erupted right where I stood. With a deadpan glare, silver-white armor locked onto my arms and legs, completely sealing me in. Hell yeah, a brand new awakened form right in her ugly face. The second the transformation clicked, I pulled my fist back. Mind art. A relentless barrage of heaven-shattering strikes and 100 lotus kicks slammed into her, setting off massive explosions. But my stomach dropped. My pupils shrank to pinpricks. That twisted, echoing giggle was coming straight from her blown-apart corpse. That same psychotic smirk was plastered across her shredded face. Like a glitch in a broken game, the gory chunks of her flesh just magnetized back together. Perfect regeneration. Fully healed, she started spitting out this creepy, broken static. Fun, strong, pain, long time, no see. But this does not work. Not like this. And then bam, faster than a glitch, her arm phased right in front of my stomach. She rammed her fist straight through my gut, staring up with a sickening grin. Come here and mutate, she hissed. The system immediately corrupted, crashing my player authority. The shock finally hit, tearing a blood-curdling scream from my throat. My face went dead pale, my vision blurring into nothingness. The pain. It was agonizing, was the entire system twisting. The comms feed abruptly died in static. Master. But the crazy witch actually looked stunned that I still had the guts to speak. That pain nearly wiped me out. But my next move completely short-circuited her brain. Why in the world was I smiling? I did not owe her an explanation. I just yanked my head back and roared. As the anchor of the World Protection Agency, I, the player, hereby declare, she froze. Declare. My voice blasted through the cosmos like a shockwave. I declare this entire world as my personal domain. Fong Rasputin, King, Yuting Saint Mahun. Do we have a deal? The answers hit back instantly. I agree. Hell yes, I agree. Count me in from his floating sky island. Even Gigyu gave a solemn, silent nod. Haterquat's eyes snapped into a vicious glare, radiating pure rage. Meaningless trash. She dug her arm deeper into my guts. Your fate will still be corrupted, idiot. But I kept my cool. Yeah, I know. You mean something must break first. Honestly, I saw this coming. I knew I could not beat this god-tier monster. Everyone warned me. But that just ticked me off. Even with that sacred altar, even if I ascended into a literal god, crushing this freak was basically impossible. So I made a reckless choice for this exact second. Sweating out my body weight in agony, I flashed another cocky grin, totally throwing her off. The exact moment I absorb your sick power. While she was reeling, I threw my right hand to the sky. Sword appear. A neon green blade materialized, snapping perfectly into my grip. But I was not done. Heavenly Mandate awaken. A glowing black halo dripping with ancient runes ignited right around my neck. I hoisted the radiant green blade high and laid down the law. With the sacred call in this blade, I summoned the absolute power of the heavens. The three divine relics are united. The true sovereign finally descends. And then I hit literal god mode. A bizarre orb fused directly into my arm system alert. The ultimate immortality protocol is officially active. As long as humanity endures, the king of the peninsula will never fall. I grinned as pure energy blasted out of my gaping wound. The Gaia system was back online. Haterquat just stared, totally short-circuiting. And then she squealed like a total fanatic. So thrilling. Wow, I seized that chaotic opening. Time to play her game. Fine, I will mutate however you want. I smirked. She tilted her head. Really good. She shoved her arm deeper and chunks of my body started dissolving, but I chewed down the pain. Is that it? You can hit harder than that? Her eyes practically glowed with twisted joy. All right, I will give you everything. Her entire form melted into one chaotic color, leaving only two hollow voids for eyes. Then an apocalyptic surge of power blasted into my gut, nearly erasing me from existence. Still, I bit down hard, refusing to fade out. I blew my trump card for this. I willed the massive halo behind me into a blinding flare. Origin Energy Converter. Maximum overdrive. The flash of light went nuclear, and a crushing magnetic storm locked down the battlefield. Violent purple lightning erupted from the conversion halo wrapping around my tearing flesh. Harderquad's hollow eyes sparked. This is so fun. You are absorbing my power. Not even caring that my aura was swallowing her up, the monster just ramped up the pressure in her arm, forcing more destruction. The soul-shattering agony ripped through my core, making my face paralyze and my vision tear. My limbs were literally glitching out of existence. Deep in my breaking mind, the brutal truth hit me. My flesh and my soul were being dismantled and overwritten. But I could not fail. Suddenly, the warmth of gentle hands pressed softly against my back. 4 more ethereal hands rested on my shoulders and head. My consciousness was slipping, but I felt the unyielding will of Earth itself. A hazy, comforting warmth flooded my fading mind like the entire planet was hugging me. A cosmic tug-of-war was ripping my existence apart. The origin converter violently sucked in her insane power, while the elemental spirits whispered the final play. I knew my mission. Right after that, I forced my paralyzed jaw to move. Spitting blood, I choked out the final command. Divine conversion. My body arched back, detonating into a blinding flash. Harderquad just stood there, completely clueless. Jihan completely blacked out. Moments later, his eyes snapped wide open. He was trapped in an endless void of blinding white. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Greetings. It has been ages since someone pushed things this incredibly far. It was me. Her completely obscured face triggered Jihan's absolute combat instincts. Who are you? I am all that exists. You wouldn't understand. Jihan mentally echoed. Exists. Me immediately fired back. You are no expert here. Jihan stared at his shaking hands. She was actually reading his freaking mind. I will make this simple, she declared. Me rubbed her hands together, dropping an absolute truth bomb. I am the ultimate judge. And honestly, even if you become a literal god or not, that is entirely up to my discretion. Jihan's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. Becoming a god, becoming some abstract cosmic entity, is that how this actually works? Suddenly another wild figure spawned on his left. It might be tough, but we are switching to an interview format. Welcome. Han Jihan? This is the room of all that exists, Kim Moon declared. Me chimed right in, and the room of absolutely everything approaching the cosmic end. His face completely froze as the crazy puzzle pieces finally clicked. I get it now. These two are top-tier gods equal to Hatercut. No way better. Kim Moon easily sniped his thoughts. Looks like you finally figured it out. Excellent. So it is choosing time. Han Jihan, what exactly makes you who you are? He lowered his gaze, his face flashing profound sorrow. My beating heart. That totally shocked the guy. Your heart. Jihan earnestly explained. My desperate craving to save Earth, that makes me. But Kim Moon wasn't buying it. An interesting answer. But it lacks. Jihan sharply cut him off. I know exactly what is missing. The rules and the ultimate results of the game. That defines my heart's mission to save this world. That is the absolute perfect answer. Instantly, divine holy light completely swallowed his entire body. Both gods looked incredibly satisfied. Congrats, you are the game god now. Though still a minor deity, keep grinding and level up. Now go protect your precious world. Back in harsh reality, Jihan's physical body completely regenerated. This made Haterquat absolutely lose her chaotic mind. Wow, your vibe totally changed. It is so weirdly awesome. He answered with terrifying calmness, gripping the arm currently impaled right through his stomach. Yeah, super weird. Just like you wanted, I evolved. Suddenly, she completely froze as a sharp system alert rang out. A mandatory command had been officially triggered. Target Haterquat. The ultimate quest popped up. Mandatory banishment. Han Jihan demands Haterquat's total erasure. Success banished from this world. Failure forced brutal eviction. Jihan whispered with lethal softness. Now get the hell out of my world, before Haterquat could even twitch. Jihan ruthlessly yanked her arm out of his bloody gut. A blinding white dot ignited between them. Haterquat just laughed like a total psycho. Even as the massive energy sphere devoured her, she felt zero regrets. This was super fun. See you later, out in the pitch-black void of deep space. A catastrophic explosion ripped through the cosmos. It vanished in a flash, leaving only ghostly trails of smoke. Haterquat was completely erased, leaving Jihan standing totally alone. He whipped his head toward a bizarre cosmic noise. Glowing golden dots erupted all across Earth. At the 9 Great Gates. An epic pillar of light blasted upward at this point. Jihan still felt super anxious. Did I actually protect it? The sword materialized, transforming into sun. And you did phenomenal work. You actually frickin' pulled it off. They kept casually chatting. So did you finally reach godhood? Yeah, the Gaia system, fused with that divine snake shard from before it perfectly synergized, I ascended to a literal god. So you actually made the total impossible possible, right? Well, I really tried my best to protect everything. But things are brutally complicated now. We absolutely cannot rewind time, right? He glared sharply at Jihan. Isn't everything totally messed up? He replied with absolute chill, it is messy, but we still have the ultimate backup plan. 3 whole years later, during a supermassive press conference, a guild rep spoke clearly to the hyped media. This strategy is highly critical. Our top-tier guild will go absolutely all out. Instantly, a greedy reporter jumped up. 20 Daily here. Rumor says your strongest members signed a crazy contract with the Revolution Constellation. Rewards and entertainment. What about the recent Holy Gotcha Box penalty from the Transformation Constellation? The rep completely dodged that radioactive topic. That issue is entirely unrelated to this legendary tower raid. No comment. Then a savage female reporter dropped an absolute nuke. 20 News dropping truth. Breaking news. Is it true that Sir Jean Kim, your guild's absolute strongest mage, blew 3 billion won on gotcha boxes and got literally nothing? The rep desperately deflected again while Dung Hun sat trembling with pure, raging embarrassment. Unrelated to the tower raid. No comment, I snapped, but that relentless reporter, she was not backing down today. Honestly, that constellation punishing them was totally justified. Young Hoon completely snapped his voice, booming with absolute fury. You absolute trash. What kind of garbage journalist are you? A random gotcha box with a 0% drop rate that is a straight-up scam. Serene just face-palmed in absolute defeat. Meanwhile, camera flashes blinded them as Young Hoon violently thrashed around. Get your hands off me, you filthy scammers, in this trash tier game. Exactly 3 years ago. The world completely changed. Dimensional boundaries shattered into pieces. Otherworldly monsters mercilessly flooded our reality, causing unimaginable slaughter and devastating casualties. That cataclysm completely shattered the global balance of power. It took 3 grueling years just to rebuild society's fragile foundations. Humanity dubbed this nightmare the dimensional shock. Following the absolute chaos, nations frantically restructured their borders to survive. Then came the ultimate anomaly. 9 monolithic towers violently pierced the sky. Spanning across 9 different countries, these ominous spires pierced the stratosphere itself. Completely immune to physical damage, they existed within a twisted, illusory dimension beyond our reach. But wait, horrific beasts endlessly spawned from these monoliths. To prevent our reality from being utterly consumed through dimensional rifts, humanity had no choice. Hunters had to actively dive straight into the towers to slaughter the creeping nightmare within. Yet it was not purely a curse. Conquer a tower, and the miraculous resources you haul out totally eclipse anything human history has ever witnessed. Fusing those divine drops with modern tech triggered the explosive 5th Industrial Revolution. Humanity violently clawed its way through rivers of blood to seize an era of unmatched radiant glory. These 9 monoliths were crowned the 9 Great Gates. Secretive overlords who pulled the world's strings from deep shadows tightly controlled them, revealing only a twisted, fragmented illusion of the real truth. Underneath a blood-orange twilight sky, Xinzheng and Jihan strolled quietly down an utterly deserted, shadow-draped street. John, you have endlessly bled for the past 3 years just to pull this broken world back together. Struck by her words, he completely froze. Then, awkwardly scratching his head, he sighed. I really never expected you to say that after so long. But honestly, I only survived because everyone fought beside me. On that fateful day, I ignited my entire divine core just to sever that apocalyptic dimensional link once and for all. During that apocalyptic clash 3 years ago, my divine rules of outcome in gaming entirely fused with the Gale system. That was when Jihan stumbled upon a mind-blowing revelation. A hidden choice still remained. Drenched in a blinding holy aura that directly anchored him to the very core of Earth, he boldly proclaimed with absolute heaven-shaking authority, as the one true supreme sovereign of Earth I hereby command, let the ultimate survival game officially begin. A massive divine pillar of light blasted Earth. Harnessing its energy, Jihan literally transformed reality into a live-action game. Suddenly, humanity awakened to legendary system interfaces complete with stats, skill trees, and daily life or death quests. Simultaneously, he totally rewrote the 9 Great Gates source code. Now, any alien entity trying to invade absolutely must pass through those specific monoliths. Those were the exact 9 apocalyptic towers officially broadcasted to the panicked global population. The illusory dimension remained strictly regulated, but raw magic was instantly banned from entering baseline reality. Consequently, humanity's collective consciousness funneled straight into the illusion realm, naturally converting into boundless mana. That was the infinite fuel Jihan needed for his godlike authority. Snapping back to the present moment, he casually matched Xinzheng's walking pace. He rambled on about his insane master plan. Those Dark Realm denizens were violently expelled into reality, but hey, mass brainwashing and media control totally fixed that mess. Anyway, I thought you actually had something critical to tell me, though I can already predict your big plot twist. You are hunting for Suivyu's shattered fragments, right? Her expression remained chillingly stoic. Feeling incomplete is sheer agony. My desperate craving to restore what was violently ripped away is overwhelming. It honestly feels like half my very soul has been brutally hollowed out. That visceral torment genuinely caught Jihan off guard. Whoa, I seriously never anticipated a side effect that devastatingly brutal. Beneath the deceptively peaceful twilight canopy, their heavy words drifted into the cool breeze. So your legendary gamer authority is not working at all. It is not a direct mental strike. The gamer authority barely keeps me from breaking. Shinjung's footsteps abruptly stopped. Her fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. But I absolutely refuse to just endure this agony forever. Seeing her unshakable, burning resolve, he offered a gentle, sympathetic warning. Suivyu's shattered remnants were blasted into a totally different dimension. You already know that. However, deep suspicion suddenly flashed in Jihan's eyes. Wait, mentioning that right now implies... Shinjung slowly lowered her head, her voice cracking dryly. Exactly. I am crossing over to the other dimension. She fiercely snapped her gaze up, piercing Jihan's soul. So I came here today for our final goodbye. That massive bombshell left him absolutely paralyzed with shock. But Shinjung's aura radiated pure, unyielding iron. There was absolutely zero hesitation in her eyes. Jihan silently bowed his head. His tense jaw gradually softened, melting into a remarkably tender, bittersweet smile. He then playfully offered his final blessing. Go raise hell, but come back alive. I refuse to disband our legendary party. Ping me anytime you need backup. Shinjung firmly thrust her hand forward. Thank you truly. Jihan warmly reciprocated, locking his grip in a deeply emotional handshake. Suddenly his pupils violently shrank to pinpricks. It was like he just witnessed an unspeakable cosmic horror. Bathed in the fading fragile sunlight, the battle-hardened Shinjung looked impossibly serene and gentle. Without warning, her entire body burst into a brilliant, blinding vortex of golden light. As she completely vanished, Jihan released a soul-crushing heavy sigh. Squeezing his eyes shut, he tilted his head skyward. One by one, they all leave? Right on cue, Sunin dropped from the sky beside him. Is that so? Jihan did not even glance over, just casually venting his inner emotional turmoil. Yeah, it is true. Grandmaster Lolino Miss Chim also warped to another dimension strictly for insane magic research. As for Demon Flower, she begged for absolute freedom. I totally granted it. He suddenly snapped his head around, intensely glaring. So it is literally just you left. Sunin helplessly pointed at his own completely dumbfounded face. So I ended up as a soul-bound item. Like, what was I supposed to do? He let out a massive sigh, remembering that totally messed up, fateful day. All because he mashed up his heaven-shattering divine fist with his literal godhood. Boom. His divine power glitched into an unequipable cursed item. Yep, that glowing green blade totally triggered Jihan's crazy transformation. Hanging out, they kept casually chatting. So how is the whole god-tier lifestyle treating you? Dude, I never even asked for this gig. Honestly, I do not even know if I'm into it. Yeah, fair point. Then he just randomly completely flipped the script. But seriously, did you look into that thing? Sunin's face totally dropped into pure agony. I did. But dude, the deeper I dig, the crazier this garbage gets. Jihan did not even flinch. Yeah, figured as much. Classic. The fading sunset swallowed their silhouettes whole. Sunin locked his eyes onto the dead calm ocean, finally breaking the heavy silence. When we dug into your parents' past, blank. Absolute zero data. Jihan immediately drowned in a chaotic storm of his own racing thoughts. My own parents, they aren't even from this universe. Dad's job, his office, literally every single business trip, a complete straight-up lie. None of it ever existed. How is it that I, a literal god, cannot find squat? Maybe Jinjajan backing me up is tied to them. Sunin suddenly sliced right through his rant. Anyway, good luck with all that mess. Jihan's brain suddenly sparked with a massive question. Wait a second, what about your situation, man? The guy flashed a surprisingly bright grin. I am managing the heavenly tome now. Darkness totally cannot run a family anymore. Speaking of the dark realm. It is basically a massive thought-dumping ground, spawning freakish monsters at lightning speed. Earth's population is totally maxed out, so our converted mana pool is heavily capped. Because of that, all those bizarre nightmare freaks get shoved straight into the tower. And inside that massive structure, they clash head-on with cosmic horrors from alternate dimensions. Gamified hunters get dragged in too. That is the hardcore truth behind the tower and the entire quest system. Time was finally up. Sunin gave a lazy wave. All right, I'm totally out of here. Stay frosty, man. Manhwa finally popped out of nowhere just to crash the party. Well, looks like the entire squad ditched us. Jihan waved them off, snapping right back at her. Hey, you're still hanging around. Whatever, let us just head home. A quick skip later, he was staring down his completely normal blue front door. Stepping inside, he blindly sleepwalked straight into the kitchen out of pure muscle memory. Jihan's entire body violently short-circuited. A random woman was standing right there. Oh, you are back. Plot twist. It was just Young-suk? She took one look at his mess and sighed. Dude, even single guys need to actually clean up. Look at my little Jihan, practically a grown man. His eyeballs practically bulged out of his skull. The universe literally hit the pause button. The absolute shock rebooted his brain and a terrifying chill slapped him right in the face. Mom! Young-suk completely ignored his total freakout, rolling straight into savage mom-nagging mode. Your dad is still dragging out that business trip. Seriously, I told you to drop that habit, but you never listen. Do not turn out like your father. Wait, what is this mess? We are absolutely not playing out some tragic, star-crossed family drama here. The sheer absurdity of the situation totally broke Jihan's brain. No way. Nope, absolutely not. Not happening. Seeing his totally deceased mother casually chatting in the kitchen made his hair physically spike up in pure terror. Mom, wait, no. Where are you even going? Young-suk nearly jumped right out of her own skin. Why are you screaming like a banshee? You're blowing out my eardrums. Jihan was fully spiraling into a mega panic attack. He literally shrieked at the top of his lungs, Dad's entire company's a total scam. It is a fake front, yes, but his mom totally cool as a cucumber. Huh, why the heck were you awkwardly stalking his corporate office anyway? He spat his words out like rapid-fire bullets. Because I am his son. Why wouldn't I dig into my own dad's sketchy employer? But seriously, that was completely beside the point right now. Young-suk suddenly released the most dramatically heavy sigh ever. I literally gave birth to a totally normal, basic human kid. How on earth did you end up like this massive weirdo? Jihan was still visibly throwing a pouty fit. Hold up, that's exactly why I'm interrogating you. But as her words actually clicked, his brain completely flatlined. Wait, what? She reached out gently, gripping his shoulders like a tragic movie scene. My sweet boy. You were born a 100% average, completely unspecial human. You just obsessed over video games. Honestly, I have zero clue how you magically leveled up into a literal god while your dad was out of town. Her fingers slowly reached for his forehead. But seriously, Wax, flicked his skull with absolutely zero mercy. Never ever scream in your mother's face like a lunatic again. Jihan instantly crumbled to the floor, clutching his stinging forehead in absolute disbelief. How the heck did my godly reflexes fail to dodge that? Young-suk totally dropped the comedy, staring him down with dead serious eyes. Your father really did go on a business trip. Just not anywhere on this planet. He's clocking hours in a completely different dimension called Odell. That massively insane lore drop totally shattered his reality. Excuse me, what? And then she finally dropped the ultimate bomb about her supposedly boring husband. Kid, your dad is literally an overpowered fantasy hero. Whenever alternate dimensions start burning to the ground, your old man swoops in to totally carry the entire server. I actually bumped into him while he was grinding one of those hardcore hero quests. Man, that day was an absolute fairy tale. It was way back when your dad was just a totally clueless noob-tier hero. Watching his mom fangirl over his dad made Jihan's sanity instantly completely crumble to dust. Mom, no way. Under that blood-orange sunset, Jihan's highly dramatic wails shook their tiny, ordinary house. I literally do not want to hear this kind of traumatic backstory. The world was saved, he became an absolute god, and finally Jihan unlocked the mind-blowing secret of his own chaotic origin. His mom was literally a legendary dragon, and his dad somehow pulled her while she was in full, monstrous beast mode.